Chapter 1. Entering the Great Tang, Enlisting Xuanzang. In the 13th year of the Jingguan era, on the 3rd day of the 9th month, in the Huaxing Temple of Chang'an, the Great Tang. Today marks the day when Master Xuanzang opens the platform to expound the scriptures during the Water and Land Assembly. The Emperor, accompanied by 1,000 officials, arrives to offer incense. As they enter the temple, a brilliant red light suddenly streaks across the sky. It's falling. It's falling. Protect His Majesty. Having successfully arrived at the designated location. Ding. Check-in successful. Detecting that the host is currently unconscious, the lottery will begin automatically. As the officials and guards exchange bewildered glances, in the back courtyard of Huaxing Temple, Lu Chuan slowly awakens. Damn, my head hurts. I remember delivering takeout. Right, that damn basket ran the red light and knocked me over. Lu Chuan surveys his surroundings. Before him stand a rather unattractive statue of Shakyamuni, and on the wall, the inscription reads Namo Amitabha. Where's this? How did I end up here? Detecting that the host has awakened, the system automatically binds. Binding successful. Welcome to the subversion of Journey to the West system. Wait a minute, am I flying? Damn it. Novels always say that traversing comes with a system. Have I actually encountered it? Lu Chuan incredulously examines his entire being, scrutinizing the temple to ensure there are no electronic devices, convinced that no one is playing a trick on him. I've truly crossed over. Wait, I'm just a mortal who's crossed into Journey to the West. Isn't this just delivering meat across 1,000 miles? I must do everything I can to survive. Detecting that the host's thoughts are overly active, the lottery will automatically stop in 2 seconds. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a resplendent kasaya, impervious to water and fire, enhancing the host's consciousness, and anyone who dons it will automatically fall under the host's command. A 9-ring silver staff, preventing encounters with poisonous hands. The wielder will automatically join this sect. The Great Vehicle Buddhism, aside from the original content, the rest must be composed by the host, and once inscribed, it becomes truth. What the hell? I'm not Tang Sung. Are you messing with me? Even dogs don't enter this chess of Buddhism. Lu Chuan gazes at the suddenly materialized items, feeling a sudden jolt in his mind, growing increasingly exasperated. Host, please immediately compose the Great Vehicle Buddhism. Damn, I'm truly unfortunate. Not only am I not invincible in this world, but now I must write a book for someone else. Firstly, actions must align with the values of socialism. Secondly, one must not oppose me. Those who read this will automatically join my ranks and must not rebel. Thirdly, indulge in meat and drink as you wish, as long as it does not harm others. True freedom is the ultimate liberation. Fourthly, those who harm me may be retaliated against by any means necessary. For now, let's leave it at that. I need a moment of peace to contemplate the significant events of the journey to the West world. Benefactor, why did you burst into the temple's back courtyard shouting? A jade-faced monk suddenly entered and inquired. Upon seeing the monk adorned in a dazzling kasaya and holding a large-eared silver staff, Lu Chuan thought, could this be Tang Sung? How come I have these items too? Is this the real Xuanzang? After a moment's reflection, he directly replied, Master, my apologies. I seem to have entered the wrong room. I shall take my leave. I am Xuanzang, you are courteous. Where did you acquire that kasaya and staff? Chun Xuanzang looked at the items in Lu Chuan's hands, bewildered, thinking, isn't this exclusively mine? Why does it seem that everyone has one? Inherited, it's an heirloom. Lu Chuan said, preparing to make his escape. Wait, benefactor, could you enlighten me? Why do your kasaya and staff appear identical to mine? Alas, all beings possess greed, anger, and ignorance. If you desire my kasaya and staff, simply ask why resort to deception. Lu Chuan finally felt the Monkey King's frustration. This incessant chatter is truly annoying. What you said doesn't sit well with me. How do you know mine is false while yours is genuine? Just as you only understand the Lesser Vehicle Buddhism, I am well versed in the Great Vehicle Buddhism. Chun Xuanzang was taken aback. What is the Great Vehicle Buddhism? A phrase in French popped into Lu Chuan's mind. Subhoodie, what do you think? If a person were to fill 3,000 great thousand worlds with treasures for the purpose of giving, the merit accrued. Calmly, he continued, do you understand? Seeing him shake his head, Lu Chuan recited a few more lines in French, leaving Xuanzang utterly dumbfounded. Let's be frank, your lesser vehicle Buddhism can only save oneself, not others. Can you truly help others if you only think of yourself? All beings suffer. If you can love others with a heart that loves yourself, loving all beings and all things, you can save yourself while also saving others. Do you comprehend? Xuanzang felt the torrent of emotions within. Isn't this what he had always sought? Master, please teach me. Seeing Lu Chuan unmoved, Chun Xuanzang bowed to the statue of Shakyamuni, seemingly bidding farewell to his past, then bowed to Lu Chuan. He reiterated, Master, please teach me. System, can I pass the great vehicle Buddhism on to him? Upon receiving no response from the system, Lu Chuan directly handed the great vehicle Buddhism scripture to Xuanzang. Xuanzang was bewildered. Was this thin, flimsy book all there was? He opened the first page. Actions must align with the values of socialism. Detecting that the host has taken on disciple Chen Xuanzang. Reward: a pair of invincible sunglasses, ignoring any attack for the duration of a stick of incense, refreshed every 3 days. Detecting that Chen Xuanzang sincerely bows in submission, granting him access to the great vehicle Buddhism, boundless profound techniques. Truly, not an ungrateful son. Boundless profound? You're making him read until he dies. Master, have you fallen asleep? Ahem, I just bestowed a spell upon this book. You may study it with peace of mind. Everything I have learned is within this book, infinitely expansive. Study it well. Yes, the Tathagata calculated with his fingers. He realized that Chen Xuanzang had already set forth. With a gleeful smile, he remarked, the golden cicada has embarked. You may all return to your respective places. At that moment, the Bodhisattva had also arrived at Ling Mountain. I have come to pay my respects to the Buddha, she said. The Tathagata replied, Thank you. Guanyin the golden cicada is on his way, and I shall trouble you further. Guanyin nodded. I shall return to the South Sea. Lu Chuan dashed out of Chang'an City. Success. He had checked in at Chang'an City. Reward: the art of swift travel. How utterly exasperating. Only upon reaching the gates of Chang'an do they inform me. This incessant sprint has been for naught. Damned system. Onward, to the Five Elements Mountain. Damn, that was fast. With my sunglasses on, I care for no one. Whoosh. Who goes there? As Chen Xuanzang leisurely rode his horse along the path, he suddenly heard a voice by his ear, which vanished in an instant. What a fright. May my master bless me with a safe journey. I still wish to learn the core, socialist values. At this moment, Lu Chuan had arrived at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain. Apologies, my disciple, to preserve my own life, I must take the lead. Land deity, when do you reckon that worthless master of mine will arrive? It's about time. Great sage, could you refrain from calling my name every day? I too require rest. Your incessant summons, 80 times a day, are quite taxing on my constitution. Here I come, here I come. Ha ha, liberation at last. The land deity exclaimed before vanishing. Land deity, ugh. I have accompanied you for 500 years. You should be content. You leave your words half-spoken, you wretched creature. Lu Chuan removed his sunglasses, exhaled a deep breath, and looked up to see the Five Elements Mountain had arrived. But where's that monkey? Why can I not find him? Is that my master? Wrong way, wrong way. I am on the other side. Guanyin Bodhisattva has informed me that you are here to rescue me, right? Quickly, unveil the golden decree above, and I shall protect you on your journey to the west. With the art of swift travel at his disposal, Lu Chuan swiftly reached the backside and, as a bonus, revealed the golden decree, startling Sun Wukong. Come forth, what are you waiting for? Sun Wukong, slightly bewildered, thought, if you don't unveil the golden decree, how can I escape? Alas, my master must be a fool. Be quick about it, no dilly-dallying. Time is precious. Sun Wukong sensed the absence of pressure and felt elated with a sudden movement. The earth trembled. Lu Chuan shouted, You truly are a cur. You could at least announce your departure. After saying this, he used the art of swift travel and vanished without a trace. Ding. Success. He had checked in at the Five Elements Mountain. Reward: a pouch of tiny beings, capable of holding only lifeless objects, with infinite space. There was no time to examine the pouch upon reflection. It was merely a spatial bag, uninteresting. The original pouch of tiny beings from Mithriya Buddha was far superior. In less than 15 minutes, feeling the ground settle, Lu Chuan returned to the Five Elements Mountain, which was now a flat expanse, having vanished entirely. Master, are you truly immortal? Do you require my protection? At this speed, who could ever catch up to you? Perhaps I should return to the carefree life of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Lu Chuan pondered. The tightening spell has yet to be acquired. How shall I subdue this monkey to safeguard myself? While the Tathagata remains unaware, I must seize the opportunity to develop further. Ahem, how about this? The journey is rather dull. Shall we not wander the mountains, indulge in meat, and drink wine? Just moments ago, you claimed you would protect me on my journey to the west. Sun Wukong was utterly flabbergasted. Feasting and drinking? Who do you take me for, you bald donkey? Very well, I shall protect you for a while. It'll slip away midway. Guanyin still wishes to deceive me, speaking of achieving the great way. Thus, man and monkey set forth on their journey together. On the other side, after an indeterminate amount of time, Chan Xuanzang finally arrived at the Five Elements Mountain, weary from travel. Upon glancing around, he found a flat landscape. There was no trace of the Five Elements Mountain. The land deity leisurely sipped wine from a gourd, having bid farewell to the monkey, and finally enjoyed some peace and quiet upon seeing another Tang Sanzang approach. May I inquire if this is Elder Tang? It must be Xuanzang, who asked, "Old man, is this the Wuxing Mountain? Why do I not see the mountain?" The land spirit was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. The monkey had been abducted by the false Sanzang. Elder Tang, just a moment ago, a monk arrived and rescued Sun Wukong. He has already set off westward to seek the scriptures. Quickly pursue him. You may still catch up. Xuanzang was bewildered. Is this not my task? How could there be someone stealing it? And he succeeded? That old monk Wu Ti have gathered many to go to the west for the scriptures. Would he? Such audacity! After bidding farewell to the land spirit, he hastily rode westward in pursuit. Tea that moment. Sun Wukong was toying with the golden cudgel, having not seen it for so long, and he was quite entertained. Master, do you truly believe that my protection of you on the journey to the west will lead to enlightenment? Lu Chuan sneered. What are you thinking? You are merely someone else's subordinate, being exploited. Sun Wukong reflected, realizing the truth in those words. Then why do you still wish to take me to the west for the scriptures? Lu Chuan felt exasperated, thinking it no wonder he was so easily manipulated by the Tathagata, having been suppressed for 500 years, leaving even the monkeys foolish. Life is precious after all, with such a mind. He dared to cause havoc in the heavenly palace and even aspire to the throne of the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong's face flushed with embarrassment. I was just young and reckless. Since you are my master, do you possess any skills to impart? Lu Chuan considered that having just exited Wuxing Mountain, they likely wouldn't encounter any formidable demons. And with the monkey, that would suffice. The invincible sunglasses could be utilized. After all, it was merely a 3-day refresh period. The absence of system notifications indicated that this monkey did not genuinely regard him as a master, which presented the perfect opportunity to tame this unruly creature. Monkey, come forth. Use all your abilities against me, that if you can injure me, I shall teach you my most formidable skills. Sun Wukong was furious. At least those in heaven respected him as the great sage. Bald donkey, you dare to act proud when I call you master? You, a mere mortal, dare to insult me. With his fiery eyes, Lu Chuan, donning sunglasses and chewing on a blade of grass, remained unscathed. Sun Wukong was astonished. This level of cultivation exceeded that of a Deluo golden immortal, perhaps even beyond. You infuriate me. Take this. A moment later, you have forced my hand. Law of heaven and earth. Instantly, a gigantic monkey shot up into the clouds. Aiming to stomp on Lu Chuan, as the dust settled, Lu Chuan lay on the grass, hand behind his head, legs crossed. Move aside. You block my son. Chapter 3. The eagle sorrow gorge is devoured, seeing that Lu Chuan remained unharmed. Sun Wukong felt a sense of embarrassment. He could neither advance nor retreat. Lu Chuan, sensing it was time to conclude the charade, cleared his throat, cough. Are you convinced now? Change back. You are blocking this glorious sun. Sun Wukong, taking the cue, quickly returned to his normal size. Master, Dear master, teach me your skills. Just as Lu Chuan was about to display another feat, he was interrupted by the system Point 2 World's Mountain check-in successful. Reward: a pair of golden hoops. Those who wear them automatically come under your protection. Huh. System, where's the tightening spell? Is that all it does? Aren't you supposed to help me overturn the journey to the west? I need to tame this monkey. Damn, this dog of a system. Sun Wukong asked, Master, do you not wish to teach me your skills? Why the silence? Lu Chuan removed his sunglasses, placing them in the system space, and said, Disciple, this is a significant treasure of mine that IT can save your life at critical moments. However, I must warn you, once donned, it is not easily removed. The choice is yours. Sun Wukong gazed at the hoops in his hand, his eyes darting around. The Bodhisattva said he was but a mortal, yet I could not harm him in the slightest. He possesses such formidable treasures. That artifact on his face vanished in an instant, and I didn't even notice where it went. Could it be? What am I thinking? We must continue our journey. Do not return it. I shall keep it for my junior brother, seeing Lu Chuan about to reclaim the hoops. Sun Wukong hastily placed them on his head. If it's free, I shan't refuse. Detected successful taming of Sun Wukong. Reward: time dial. Lu Chuan glanced at the monkey swinging his staff, occasionally fiddling with the hoops, and waited for a long time without receiving any information about the treasure. Did I S this all? There S no description for this treasure. I summoned it for ages with no response. What are you playing at? System, you cannot deceive me now that I've just arrived. If not, send me back. I still wish to don a yellow robe and deliver takeout. Due to the host's insufficient magical power, the time dial cannot be utilized. Minimum cultivation requirement. Deluo, Golden Immortal. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. Deluo, Golden Immortal? That would take ages to achieve. What a lonely reward. Stop playing around. I'm getting dizzy. Aren't you tired after being suppressed for 500 years? Sun Wukong chuckled. Master, aside from loneliness, I'm perfectly fine. Ever since donning this hoop, I feel quite peculiar. Lu Chuan cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to deceive. Such treasures possess their own spirituality. They are not inferior to your golden cudgel. You are adapting to it, just as it is adapting to you. I trust you two will work well together. IT was uncertain whether Sun Wukong understood, but he nodded and resumed swinging the golden cudgel. Suddenly, a tiger leaped from the thicket, startling Lu Chuan, who was now an immortal body, with his invincible sunglasses still cooling down. Wukong, I leave it to you. Night is falling. Let us feast. After saying this, Lu Chuan's heart raced, primarily because the tiger was too close for comfort. Sun Wukong addressed the golden cudgel. Old buddy, it's your turn. Play with it. Blowing a breath, the golden cudgel instantly elongated, striking the tiger's rear, causing it to leap in distress. Lu Chuan clapped occasionally. Possibly fatigued from standing, he retrieved a splendid kasaya from a small pouch and laid it on the ground before sitting down, seeing the kasaya glimmer with brilliance. Sun Wukong asked, Master, what treasure is this? This splendid kasaya was gifted by the Bodhisattva. I did not wish for it, but it was insisted upon. What can I say? My charm is too great, upon hearing such shameless words. Sun Wukong lost his temper, scratching his head. Master, do you possess a treasure similar to the Linglong Pagoda? Where is it hidden? Lu Chuan sighed and retrieved a small pouch. You ask too many questions. Take a glance. Its space is boundless. You want it. Seeing Wukong nod vigorously, Lu Chuan snatched the pouch back. I shall give it to you when you understand the merits of socialism. Sun Wukong impatiently inquired. What is socialism? Teach me, master. I will learn. With a slap, Wukong removed the book from his face, and 4 characters caught his eye. Great remaining Buddhist law. This, Lu Chuan noticed the golden cudgel still toying with the tiger and exclaimed, Enough! We can read later. Let us start grilling the meat. Stop playing. Sun Wukong stuffed the book in his bosom and turned back to deal with the foolish tiger. Sizzle, sizzle, da-da. Truly delicious without a trace of fat. Wukong, eat up. It's been 500 years. You haven't had meat, have you? Hurry, eat. Once we finish, we shall head to the next station. Time is of the essence. Sun Wukong felt the meat in his mouth lacked flavor. Is this really a monk? Eating meat and drinking wine, with grease dripping from his mouth. Could this be a false Tang, Sanzong? Though he thought this in his heart, he refrained from voicing it, especially since he now wore Lu Chuan's hoops. They were now comrades as Lu Chuan contemplated their next destination, recalling the annual summer replays of the 8 series. After finishing, Lu Chuan picked up the kasaya to wipe his mouth and hands. And upon doing so, it instantly returned to the small pouch. Sun Wukong's hand reached into the empty air, uncertain. Wukong, wipe your hands. We're leaving. Why are you dawdling? Farewell, Two Worlds Mountain and Shuangcha Ridge, little brain tiger. In the next life, do not be so reckless. If there is a next life, come serve me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong squatted down and rubbed some soil between his hands, muttering about false compassion. False righteousness, false Wukong. I am full and do not wish to move. Take me to the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. How could he know what the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge was? He simply stomped his foot and summoned the landlady, inquiring about the direction, and directly soared into the sky on a cloud, vanishing into the night. Master, what is there? A small white dragon. Sun Wukong thought to himself, having a white dragon as a junior brother wouldn't be too bad, and asked, is he my second junior brother? Lu Chuan replied casually, a steed. Having slowed their pace, they arrived at the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge in the latter half of the night. Ding! Snake Coiling Mountain Eagle's Sorrow Gorge check-in successful. Reward: Jade Purification Bottle. This treasure possesses boundless magical power, capable of resurrecting the dead, holding the waters of 1,000 seas, and vanquishing wicked demons. Cultivation requirement: none. Just as Lu Chuan prepared to take out the Jade Purification Bottle for inspection, he was suddenly swallowed by a large mouth. Beside him, Sun Wukong was left dumbfounded. Is this what you call a steed? He hasn't even spoken yet, and he has gone. Sun Wukong stared at the ripples on the water's surface gradually fading, feeling quite troubled. Land spirit, come forth. Greetings, great sage. Congratulations, great sage. Enough that I ask you, what is the origin of this white dragon in the water? It just devoured my master. Is there still hope? The earth god was taken aback, thinking, the Bodhisattva did not convey it this way. Moreover, you arrived far too swiftly. The timing does not align. Chapter 4. I am Tang Sanzang. Why are you in a daze? Speak up. Great sage, do not take offense. In truth, this white dragon is placed here by the Bodhisattva. Typically, it feeds on eagles, fish, insects, and deer, and has never harmed a human. It is unclear why it would target Tang Chonglao. With your prowess, great sage, I dare say it is not your match. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and immediately employed the water avoidance technique, diving into the unfathomable depths. After searching fruitlessly, he soared into the sky, brandishing his golden staff, and began to stir the waters of the Eagle Woe Gorge. The water gradually formed a colossal whirlpool, as if all the water from either end was being drawn in. Meanwhile, the little white dragon had brought Lu Chuan to an underwater palace. Monk, are you awake? If it were not for Lu Chuan donning the splendid cassock out of fear of the cold above, he might have already met his demise. After a cough, he finally caught his breath. Monk, I see your cassock is quite fine. If you give it to me, I will let you return. What do you say? Lu Chuan surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in the dragon's palace. After much contemplation, he could not devise a means of escape. Monk, your eyes are darting about. You cannot be a genuine monk, Lu Chuan boldly stated. The Bodhisattva instructed you to wait for me, and yet you would devour me. The little white dragon was taken aback, realizing this was the person it had been waiting for, but you do not appear to fit the description. Lu Chuan continued, I know you are the son of Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea. You have committed a transgression, have you not? Your father is no saint. Even a tiger would not harm its own cub. Ah, do you still wish to strike me? Allow me to finish speaking. The Bodhisattva instructed you to wait for me, did she not? The little white dragon nodded. Then do you wish to attain Buddhahood and surpass your father? The little white dragon pondered for a moment and nodded. That not settled then. Follow me. No, follow this humble monk to the Western paradise to obtain the true scriptures, and the day you acquire the scriptures will be your moment of fulfillment. I've even thought of a name for you. Babu Tian Long Guang Li Bodhisattva. Isn't that grand? The little white dragon inquired. You will name me? Lu Chuan cleared his throat and replied. If you follow me, I will be your master. Tea makes no difference whether I am with the Tathagata or not. It is all the same. You have 1 minute to consider. 1 minute, 30 breaths. Does that suffice? After saying this, Lu Chuan sat on a stone chair in the palace and began to eat tiger meat, while he instructed son Wukong to turn the remaining meat into jerky for snacks. The little white dragon furrowed his brow in thought. Suddenly, upon seeing Lu Chuan eating meat, he shouted, "Hey, you false monk! Do not think to deceive me. Hand over the cassock." Lu Chuan hurriedly stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, exclaiming, "No, no, do not act rashly. I truly am Tang Sanzang, appointed by the Bodhisattva. Then why do you indulge in meat? I can even smell alcohol on you. Have you been drinking?" Lu Chuan explained, "Meat and wine pass through the body. The Buddha resides within the heart. You are still naive. Learn from your master. If the heart contains the Buddha, one naturally becomes a Buddha." The little white dragon murmured this phrase. Suddenly, a scripture struck his face. The Great Vehicle Buddhist Teachings. 1.1 must act in accordance with the core socialist values. 2D or not oppose me. Any reader here shall automatically enter my fold and must not rebel. Very well. From henceforth, you shall be the third disciple under my guidance, Lu Chuan declared with joy, clapping his hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the third prince of the Jade Dragon. Reward: human immortal cultivation. Lu Chuan felt a thunderous sensation in his head as an unnamed power surged within him, granting him boundless strength. The third prince of the Jade Dragon remained engrossed in the Great Vehicle Buddhist teachings, unaware of Lu Chuan's transformation. Otherwise, he would have certainly noticed the telltale signs from Lu Chuan's earlier mischievous demeanor. Lu Chuan was now in high spirits, no longer a mere fledgling. He was indeed an immortal. Disciple, let us go. Time is of the essence that we must hasten to the West. Master, what is this socialism? Do not fret. I shall teach you in due time. Your senior brother is still waiting above. Alas, I wonder if he will come down to rescue me. The little white dragon's face grew awkward. In truth, he had already noticed earlier, but had chosen to conceal himself. Why monkey senior brother is merely frolicking in the water outside. Tea that moment. Sun Wukong sat by the Eagle Woe Gorge, sighing helplessly. He was utterly powerless in the presence of water. Just as he was about to rise and seek the Bodhisattva, a wave suddenly erupted on the water's surface. Master, are you unharmed? You white dragon, prepare to receive my staff. Wukong, this is your junior brother. Junior brother? We're taking disciples again. Lu Chuan nodded, saying Little Bai. The third prince of the Jade Dragon was momentarily stunned by being called Little Bai. Had he just transformed from the third prince in a Little Bai? This was not what the Bodhisattva had indicated. Little Bai, your master still requires a steed. What do you think? The little white dragon subconsciously hesitated. Yet having read Lu Chuan's Great Vehicle Buddhist teachings, he immediately transformed into a colossal white dragon. With his newfound status as a human immortal, Lu Chuan effortlessly mounted Little Bai's back, and the three of them set forth toward Black Wind Mountain. Master, where is Black Wind Mountain? How would I know? Just head west. You cannot go wrong. Wukong, your questions are too numerous. Take a tea this time. The true Xuanzang was adding firewood and boiling water in the vicinity of the original Wuji Mountain, an isolated place with no village in sight. Unluckily, the three monsters of Shuangcha Ridge awaited the arrival of Tang Song, but saw no sign of him. When they ventured out to search, they stumbled upon the expansive terrain of Wuji Mountain. After being captured and taken back to Shuangcha Ridge, Chen Xuanzang lamented his ill fortune as a bear demon, a bull demon, and a tiger demon prepared to boil water. All the while, Chen Xuanzang silently recited socialism. Just as Chen Xuanzang was about to enter the pot, the morning star descended in the nick of time, swiftly subduing the three demons, Tang, Changlao unharmed. Chen Xuanzang adjusted his cassock and replied, "No harm done. Thank you, immortal. Socialism is truly commendable." The morning star was a loss for words. What was socialism? However, he refrained from inquiring further. After reassuring Chen Xuanzang, the morning star departed. The following morning, Chen Xuanzang once again set off toward Wuji Mountain. Meanwhile, our Tang Sanzang was soaring through the skies atop Little Bai, a bald, false monk clad in a cassock, riding a dragon while shouting exuberantly, accompanied by a monkey riding on a cloud. Master, The earth god of the Western barbarians mentioned that there is a Guanyin Zen temple ahead. Shall we not rest there for a bit? Very well. The elder Jin Shi should also be dealt with. Son Wukong inquired, Master, have you traveled this route before? Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly, Wukong, what is my status? I am on good terms with the Tathagata. Following my lead is wise. You speak too much. Son Wukong initially intended to express his anger, but reconsidered, realizing it would not harm Lu Chuan. He thought it best to hasten their journey to collect the scriptures at this juncture. They arrived outside the Guanyin Zen temple, and the little white dragon obediently transformed into a white horse. Lu Chuan knocked on the wooden door of the temple. Chapter 5. Atrocities at the Guanyin Zen temple. As Lu Chuan knocked on the wooden door of the Guanyin Zen temple, he sensed something amiss. This time, the system did not provide the usual notification of successful check-in. That black-hearted thief wouldn't dare attempt to pilfer my rewards. Would he? System, do not feign ignorance. Speak. All explanations shall be subject to the authority of the subversion of journey to the West system. Upon reading this, Lu Chuan opened his mouth but uttered not a word. Just then, someone came to open the door. An old monk clad in a tattered cassock and a Buddhist hat emerged. Holding a candle, seemingly still half asleep, he rubbed his eyes and stared intently at Lu Chuan. Old monk, what are you staring at? We seek shelter. Let us in. After saying this, Lu Chuan took it upon himself to lead the little white dragon into the courtyard. The old monk and son Wukong exchanged glances, as if to say, is this what you call seeking shelter? Son Wukong had now grasped Lu Chuan's temperament. It was rather akin to his own past behavior, charging in recklessly. Upon recalling something, he flashed a smile at the old monk and slipped into the courtyard. Elder Jin Shi observed the pair, who seemed as if they had returned home, and was left wondering what scheme they were concocting as he slowly closed the door. Having not entered the main room, he turned to a side chamber. How could you sleep so soundly? Must I be the one to open the door? The young monk, startled awake, beheld Jin Shi standing at his bedside with a duster. Master, why do you strike me? I shall soon indulge in delightful delicacies. Unbeknownst to me, a whispered command was issued to the little monk, who promptly vanished in the backyard. Jin Shi strolled languidly into the grand hall, nearly blinded by the dazzling brilliance of the colorful cassock. Unbeknownst to me, Lu Chuan, with a hand brushing over his bald head and fiddling with his fingernails, interjected. The Eastern Tang Dynasty's Tang, Sanzong seeks but a night's lodging. Is that acceptable? Unbeknownst to me, Lu Chuan interrupted once more. This is my disciple, son Wukong. Now that introductions are complete, let us hasten the next steps. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to behold your collection of cassocks. The old monk Jin Shi, bewildered by the interruptions, pondered the scheme at play. They seem to have unraveled my secrets, and I must scrutinize that cassock thoroughly to ascertain its authenticity. Just as Jin Shi was about to speak, he was once again cut off by Lu Chuan. Are you coveting my cassock? It's yours. With that, Lu Chuan tossed the cassock to Jin Shi, observing the old monk tremble as he caressed the vibrant fabric. Lu Chuan remarked, It is not as if you were a maiden. By the way, Wukong Bai, did you witness that? This old fellow snatched my colorful cassock. The white dragon, who had transformed into human form, stood beside Lu Chuan. Son Wukong, wielding his golden staff, inquired, Snatch, master, did you not give it? Elder brother, the master speaks truly. The old monk has pilfered the master's cassock. Lu Chuan sipped his wine leisurely, replying, Wukong, your words are too dense, and your wits seem lacking. Learn from your younger brother. Since he has taken our belongings, should we not strike him? The old monk Jin Shi, still in a daze, was swiftly knocked to the ground by the white dragon. Son Wukong glanced at Lu Chuan and then at the assaulting white dragon, stating, Master, I feel ill-suited for this quest. Lu Chuan replied coolly, 500 years have rendered you foolish under the weight of Tathagata's oppression. Were it not for your flaunting of the cassock, never mind, I hold no grudge against you. You will understand in due time. Now immediately, join your younger brother in this fray. Son Wukong grimaced, thinking flaunting, must I really step in? That old monk is nearly unconscious, seeing Lu Chuan's stern gaze upon him. Wukong reluctantly sheathed his golden staff and joined in the fervent conflict. After wiping his mouth and swallowing the last morsel of tiger meat jerky, Jin Shi's disciples emerged from the back hall, rushing to his side upon witnessing his plight. Liu Chuan waved his hand, commanding, "Let us strike together." A quarter of an hour later, the hall was littered with the fallen. Remnants of the skirmish evident on their bodies. "Master, this is your cassock. I have reclaimed it for you. You're a promising pupil, much more astute than your elder brother. I shall teach you the invincible arts henceforth." The white dragon chuckled, thanking his master. Liu Chuan, with an air of composure, approached Jin Shi and squatted down, asking, "Will you still attempt to seize my cassock?" Jin Shi, with swollen eyes barely able to see, coughed and replied, "Benefactor, did you not promise to gift it to this old monk? Having lived over 270 years, I have never suffered such humiliation. You are too overbearing, a disgrace to your monastic vows." "Delicious, care for a piece." Jin Shi trembled, saying, You are a monk of wine and meat. Such a splendid cassock, alas, what atrocity." Liu Chuan scoffed, "What pretense? Do you wish for me to recount how you acquired those cassocks? By the way, were you not summoning others? Where are they? What you say is incomprehensible to me. The Bodhisattva is watching your every move. Your transgressions will be meticulously recorded. All of this is your karmic retribution." Jin Shi declared fiercely. Those words startled Liu Chuan, who turned to glance at the statue of Guanyin, wondering if he might indeed be observed. He thought it best to conclude his business quickly. Just then, a gust of sinister wind swept through the hall, heralding the arrival of a bare-headed demon, the Xiong Pai Jing. The late-arriving servant Xiong Pai lamented, "Elder, you have suffered." Upon seeing reinforcements arrive, Jin Shi bellowed, "Subdue these three. They have stolen my treasures and seek to silence me. A band of gluttonous monks, and with bloodshed here, surely the Bodhisattva shall not take offense. I shall advocate for you, guide you to enlightenment, and help you attain the great way." The black bear demon rejoiced, eager to engage in battle. It must be noted that this black bear was inherently gentle, not the malevolent sort. Today's events were but a ruse orchestrated by Jin Shi. Liu Chuan had no intention of confronting the black bear, preferring him to cultivate peacefully. Yet the foolish creature had come nonetheless. Liu Chuan raised a hand, saying, "Little black bear, hold your horses. Let us see if you can withstand the fight." "Disciples, introduce yourselves." Wukong promptly brandished his golden staff, performing a display. "I am the Bodhi." Smack! Liu Chuan delivered a sharp slap, admonishing, "Didn't the old master advise you against babbling aimlessly? Can you not introduce yourself properly? Let me handle this. Have you heard of Sun Wukong?" The black bear shook his head. Liu Chuan muttered country bumpkin under his breath and continued, "He is my second disciple, the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong. His repertoire of spells is limited. He possesses the great immortal technique, the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, the somersault cloud, and the fiery eyes, among others. Surely you have heard of the great havoc in heaven 500 years ago, when even that old rascal, the Jade Emperor, had to summon Tathagata for assistance. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt utterly exposed, realizing his master seemed to know him better than he knew himself. "Wait, why am I the second disciple? So, can you hold your own?" Without waiting for the black bear to shake his head, Liu Chuan added, "This is my third disciple, the White Dragon, also known as the third prince of the Jade Dragon." "What was your real name again?" "Never mind. Son of the Dragon King of the West Sea." "Do you think you can afford to offend him?" The black bear shook his head vigorously, quickly stating, "Then who is your eldest disciple? Can I pay my respects and join your ranks? Even guarding the door would suffice." Chapter 6. Subduing through combat. Liu Chuan smiled and replied, "Little black bear, return to your lair and continue your cultivation. You cannot accompany us just yet. Here, take this introductory manual and be sure to study it diligently." The black bear, elated, accepted the great Mahayana Buddhism manual and vanished in a puff of black smoke, not even casting a glance at Jin Shi, who said this little black bear lacked intelligence. Such online rumors are untrustworthy. I had hoped he would take action, allowing me to savor a bear paw. Alas, a miscalculation. Wukong shook his head, silently expressing concern for the little black bear, thinking, "You nearly became a renowned dish, little fellow. Let us continue our journey. Dawn approaches, and time is of the essence." The remainder is entrusted to you. Elder brother, seeing a white dragon soar into the sky, Lu Chuan stood atop its head, smiling faintly as the two vanished in an instant. Master, how do I conclude this? I haven't even bid farewell. Elder brother, this place can disappear. Upon hearing Bai's transmission, Sun Wukong realized what needed to be done. Not far down the road, Lu Chuan noticed thick smoke billowing from the Guanyin Zen monastery. Bai, how did you discern my intent? Master, you are not the true Tang Sung, are you? Lu Chuan offered no response at that moment. Wukong somersaulted over, remaining silent, for Lu Chuan often remarked that he spoke too much. All right, let's set forth. Our little troop is not yet fully assembled. Huh. Who else is there, master? You will find out upon arrival, Wukong. Your speech is too dense. How annoying. Wukong, billions of years hence, your word shall be deemed classic. Meanwhile, in Gao Laozhuang, preparations for a wedding were fervently underway. Lu Chuan and his two companions landed near the official road adjacent to Gao Laozhuang. Wukong, you look frightful. You shall frighten others. Quickly transform into a normal human. Observe Bai, adorned in flowing white garments. Doesn't he look splendid? Your taste is severely lacking. Reluctantly, Sun Wukong transformed into a towering figure of a bald monk, a dandy, and a hulking man slowly approached the gates of the Gao residence. Hey, who are you? How dare you barge in uninvited? A young servant obstructed their path. Lu Chuan, having produced his 9-ringed silver staff at some point, draped in the colorful cassock, proclaimed, Benefactor, these two are friends of your esteemed groom, while I have come to seek alms. The young servant glanced at them and, after a moment, said, Wait here, before scurrying into the backyard. We must have arrived early. I wonder if Zhu Beiji will be displeased, having to wander with his master before the wedding night. Bai inquired, Master, is Beiji his name? The guests have arrived. Soon you shall see. Lu Chuan replied, Like the tea that moment. A stout and plump figure approached. After the servant departed, he asked, Who are you? Bai called out to his elder brother. While the hulking figure Wukong introduced himself as the younger brother, Zhu Beiji retorted, I don't know you. Don't delay me for my wedding, disciple. You have been quite mischievous. Go. In the blink of an eye, the four of them teleported to a mountain outside Gao Laozhuang. Zhu Beiji, in a deep voice, inquired, Is it true that the Bodhisattva has summoned us? Are you the one destined to seek the scriptures? Lu Chuan nodded, crunching on a piece of tiger jerky, and casually remarked, We shall subdue others through our strength. Onward. With the combined efforts of Wukong and the White Dragon, Zhu Beiji was no match for them. His 9-toothed rake was sent flying. Stop, stop. I, old pig, concede. Lu Chuan commanded them to continue, and amidst their chaotic skirmish, the faint sounds of pig-like squeals could still be heard. It's too tough. Wukong, next time, make the jerky a bit softer. I nearly chipped my tooth. Zhu Ganglai, our esteemed marshal of the heavenly canopy, was punished for teasing Chang'e and was cast down to the mortal realm. Have you not considered the lecherous nature of that old coot? The Jade Emperor? It's no wonder you were beaten. I heard you were struck 2,000 times. Did you kiss Chang'e or merely touch her? I'm quite curious. Just as Zhu Beiji was about to speak, he was pressed down by the White Dragon and Wukong. That Lu Chuan continued. As for Gao Tsalan, do not entertain such thoughts. You are not of the same ilk. Even revealing your pig-ass head could frighten her to death. In the future, I shall seek a suitable match for you, one that is well-matched in status. Wouldn't he that be splendid? Hey, don't strike his face. He still needs it to earn his keep. Goodness, you two are ruthless. I'm washing my hands of this. Lu Chuan spread out his splendid robe upon the ground, seated himself, and began to drink and feast while observing the spectacle. But a quarter of an hour later, the White Dragon and Wukong each took up some jerky to eat, while Zhu Beiji lay on the ground, hands covering his head, dodging back and forth until he finally realized they had ceased their assault. Enraged and humiliated, he declared, I, old pig, shall fight back. Instantly, he was immobilized by Wukong. Lu Chuan rose and said, Do not be so hot-headed that if you don't believe me, ask them. Wukong also faced punishment upon his initiation. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Wukong. At this moment, the White Dragon chimed in. Indeed, brother, I also endured a beating when I first joined it. It was quite severe, and it took me half a month to recover. Lu Chuan thought to himself that this white dragon was truly a mischievous trickster, lying without a hint of remorse. Release him, Wukong. Zhu Beiji anxiously gazed at the three before him, saying, Is it true? One must be beaten to join. Seeing Lu Chuan solemnly nod, he added, Is there no chance for me to wed Sulan? I cannot believe what you just said. Our love is genuine. All right, enough of this nonsense. If you do not believe, then go ahead. We shall await your return, but do not truly frighten her. Lu Chuan shot him a cold glance and added, Moreover, should you dare to flee, I shall have you captured and dealt with severely. Remember, we await your return, and there are invincible techniques awaiting your mastery. Zhu Beiji instinctively covered himself, his expression becoming complex before transforming into a wisp of green smoke and drifting towards Gao Laozhuang. After a comfortable nap, Lu Chuan awoke to find that night had fallen. Wukong and the White Dragon were engaged in animated conversation, their spittle flying about. What time is it? Lu Chuan inquired. Master, it is almost the hour of the rat, replied the White Dragon. After answering, he quietly added, Brother, I have a secret to share. It is possible we may cause another ruckus in the Heavenly Palace, or perhaps at Mount Ling's son Wukong thought to himself. Has this dragon had too much to drink? I dare not stir trouble in the domain of the Tathagata. Dear brother, 500 years is a long time for a monkey. Had I not pilfered the peaches of immortality from the Queen Mother and the elixir of life from the Supreme Elder, I would have perished under Five-Finger Mountain long. Lu Chuan stretched and asked, What are you two so excitedly discussing? The White Dragon chuckled and said it was just casual chat. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully subduing Zhu Ganglai. Reward, a golden gourd. Simply knowing the other's name and silently chanting will allow you to draw them inside. The main and side copies of Mahayana Buddhism have been automatically updated. Lu Chuan was so overjoyed he nearly leaped for joy. Finally, he possessed a magical artifact he could utilize. Disciples, he is coming soon. Prepare to set out. Time is of the essence. Chapter 7. Encountering Wu Chao on the way, and incidentally recognizing a father. That pig truly came. Master truly has foresight, exclaimed the White Dragon, rising to flatter him. Son Wukong cast a resentful glance at the White Dragon, pondering something unknown as they spoke. A gust of demonic wind coalesced into the form of a pig-headed man. Zhu Beiji knelt before Lu Chuan, declaring, Zhu Ganglai wishes to enter the Buddhist path. Please allow me, old pig, to pay my respects. Accepting the bow with composure, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow and said, Beiji, you mistakenly stated half a sentence. It is not the Buddhist path. Since you have joined my ranks, you shall henceforth be Wukong's junior brother and the White Dragon's elder brother. We are all one family now. Zhu Beiji joyfully clasped his fists in salute to the two. Wukong appeared somewhat reluctant, but returned the gesture, while the White Dragon directly demanded a greeting gift. Observing this, Lu Chuan recalled what he had read in books. Son Wukong had always looked down upon Zhu Beiji, while the White Dragon had inexplicably become a sycophant. He frowned at the thought. Wishing to expedite their journey to acquire the scriptures, collect the benefits, and swiftly depart. All right, enough of this. It's getting late. Let us hasten our journey, White Dragon. Coming, master. On the road, Zhu Beiji incessantly asked questions, exhausting Lu Chuan's patience, who then recounted various tales of the unknown, the veracity of which remained uncertain. Master, was I merely the marshal of the heavenly canopy in my previous life? To my knowledge, yes. Among us, only Wukong has the greatest origin. Upon hearing Lu Chuan praise him, son Wukong perked up his ears to listen closely, though he feigned disinterest. In truth, Wukong is a child of Enhua. Back in the day, TVB. Master, what is TVB? Zhu Beiji interrupted. Lu Chuan pulled out the golden gourd and gave him a light tap, causing him to grimace in pain. Do not interrupt my words in the past. Well, historical records state that Wukong was transformed from the spiritual stone that Enhua used to mend the heavens. Due to his contributions, he was thus protected by heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, thus gaining form. The Bodhi, I do not wish to be entangled in karma. Wukong's previous master, the Supreme Elder, and so forth, are all the same individual. Noticing their pace slowing, Lu Chuan said, White Dragon, have you been rendered speechless by such a grand secret? We must focus on our journey. Also, we may pass by a place called Futa Mountain. If we can avoid stopping, let us proceed directly to Huangfeng Ridge. Sun Wukong questioned. Master, is there a great demon residing there? Lu Chuan shook his head. Perhaps a great deity awaits me there. But I do not wish to become entangled with him. Master, are we not in a hurry? Futa Mountain is not far ahead. Did you not say? Lu Chuan did not respond to the white dragon. Upon arriving in this territory, his heart began to race. Is it fortune or misfortune? Let us eat something and continue onward. The four of them had just taken flight when they were intercepted by a figure. Oh no, it has indeed come. Before them sat a figure holding a whisk with white hair and beard, seated in mid-air upon a nest-like artifact. Master, is this the great deity you mentioned? I recognize him. Zhu Beiji whispered. Are you a pig? Do you take me for a fool? You know him? Lu Chuan could not recall any connection between the two. The Wuchao Zen master suddenly spoke. Zhu Ganglai, you once refused to take me as your master, yet it seems you have now entered the Buddhist path at this juncture. Lu Chuan remembered their acquaintance, realizing he had forgotten many details and inwardly scolded himself for not having diligently studied the classics. The splendid robe, the nine-ringed staff. You must be the Tripitaka. We are fated to meet, and I possess a heart sutra. Lu Chuan intended to interrupt Wu Chao's speech, but Wu Chao seemed to perceive something. No, you are not the Tripitaka. I cannot see through you. How intriguing that someone willingly enters the fray. Sun Wukong, unable to contain himself, thought it absurd that this old Taoist recognized Zhu Beiji, yet did not acknowledge the great sage. Why do you feign ignorance upon meeting me? I swear, you must be joking. Lu Chuan swiftly utilized the golden gourd to draw Wukong inside. Wu Chao, Zen master, was taken aback. This ancient golden gourd predated even that of the Supreme Elder. Who exactly has entered the fray to outwit the Buddha? Lu Chuan forced a smile and said, Great One, this monkey is simply incorrigible. Please do not take offense. Let us pretend we have never met. I have no use for your heart's sutra. I am accustomed to my freedom. Until we meet again. Noticing that the white dragon had yet to transform and take him away, he signaled with his eyes and reiterated, Until we meet again. Upon closer inspection, he found that both the white dragon and Zhu Beiji were wide-eyed, frozen in place. Lu Chuan spoke sternly. What do you wish to do? The Zen master Wu Chao chuckled softly. Young friend, there is no need for you to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. May I inquire if what you hold in your hand is the ancient purple gold gourd? Lu Chuan hastily stowed the purple gold gourd into the system space. Denying, no. It is merely an ordinary gourd. You wouldn't be tempted by wealth and contemplate murder for treasure, would you? Esteemed one, we have no enmity. Why not let me go? The Zen master Wu Chao shook his head with an amused smile, then suddenly spoke with earnestness. Would you be willing to take me as your adoptive father? Is it true? You won't go back on your word, will you? A smile of uncontainable joy spread across Lu Chuan's face. Of course so, you agree. Lu Chuan nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Absolutely, I wholeheartedly agree. From now on, you should be my dear father. Beep, the host has officially stepped into the realm of the celestial chessboard. Reward, infinite cave of no intervals, capable of boundless growth and spatial traversal. For details, please refer to the manual. May I inquire who this fellow Taoist is? There is no need for covert actions. Let us sit together and share a cup of tea, Wu Chao suddenly proclaimed loudly. Lu Chuan awkwardly rubbed his nose in silence, thinking to himself that this golden crow adoptive father was exceedingly formidable, capable of detecting the existence of the system. Thankfully, he had only uttered a few words. Adoptive father? Who has arrived? The Zen master Wu Chao no longer exuded his earlier nonchalance, for he had not discerned any trace of the intruder. Similarly, this individual could approach without a sound, indicating they were an invincible powerhouse. Since we share a father-son bond, should you not reveal your true name to me? Lu Chuan, with Lu meaning land and Chuan meaning rivers and mountains. In the future, if my son encounters danger, may I invoke your name? The Zen master Wu Chao smirked slightly before replying. I am Luya, son of the supreme Eastern Emperor Tai from the ancient heavenly court. If not for the peril to my life, I would prefer to remain uninvolved. This is a mantra of the heart. You must commit it to memory. We shall use it to convey messages. If I do not respond within the span of an incense stick, it will mean I am entangled in tremendous matters. And at that time, you must fend for yourself. Do you understand? Lu Chuan heard a series of convoluted phrases echo in his ears and couldn't help but repeat them in his mind several times. Chapter 8. Wukong and Beiji are schemed against. Adoptive father, I have memorized it, and I will no longer call you adoptive father. Besides, being an adoptive father isn't so bad. Lu Chuan's voice trailed off increasingly. Very well. Today we forge a bond that in the future. Forget it. Your celestial cultivation is insufficient to be of any help. I shall take my leave, the Zen master Wu Chao concluded before vanishing from sight, allowing Xiao Bai and Beiji to regain their mobility. Master, what about that old Taoist with the white beard? I think I fell asleep earlier. Brother Pig, what about you? Beiji shot him a glare. Do not call me Brother Pig. Call me Senior Brother that I, too, took a nap. Both of you, silence. Do not disturb my thoughts. Master, do not speak. The master is contemplating. Do you wish to be struck by the gourd again? Just the sight of it is painful. At this moment, Lu Chuan was examining the cave of no intervals and discovered it indeed had a manual. If it weren't for the exceptionally vivid experiences of the past few days, he might have doubted whether he was dreaming. Cave of no intervals. Grows infinitely with the host cultivation and allows for free spatial traversal. So, I can go wherever I desire. No, wait, as my cultivation grows. I am merely a celestial being. What if I take it out, and a golden immortal just casually shatters this turtle shell? Master. Lu Chuan was incensed, this stubborn pig. Master, your gaze is quite terrifying. I merely wanted to say that monkey brother is still in the gourd. He won't have turned into mush, will he? Beiji whispered, oh no. When Sun Wukong was released, he was drenched, as though he had just taken a bath inside. Wukong, are you all right? Lu Chuan inquired cautiously. Master, it was so much fun inside. Why did you bring me out? I was just relaxing in there. It was quite comfortable. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan realized that the attack of these magical treasures might indeed be linked to one's own cultivation. Wasn't that a cruel twist of fate, possessing treasures but unable to unleash their true potential? Seeing Lu Chuan's stern expression, the three dared not breathe a word. Senior brother, if I hadn't reminded the master, you would have turned to mush inside while enjoying a bath. The master almost forgot about you. Beiji glared at Xiao Bai. Clearly, it was I old pig who reminded the master. Why are you taking credit? Don't run away. Face old pig's wrath, seeing Xiao Bai and Beiji flee. Sun Wukong attempted to escape as well. Wukong, do not act so recklessly. After 500 years under pressure, how have you not learned your lesson? Do you know who your opponent is? And yet you dare to scold them? How can I trust you in the future? You must learn to assess the situation. Do you understand? Sun Wukong shook his head, then quickly nodded. Lu Chuan sighed and continued. That Zen master Wu Chao is an ancient deity with a powerful background, someone we cannot provoke, and you cannot either. You know his name. Sun Wukong shook his head, not daring to speak. The great Sun Tathagata. No, master. I have met the Tathagata. He has lice all over his head. Lu Chuan was speechless, pointing to the sun in the sky, which had transformed from who knows how many generations of descendants of the Golden Crow. You understand nothing. Call them back. We must continue our journey. Throughout the journey, Xiao Bai and Beiji continued their bickering, while Wukong, seemingly frightened, remained silent on his cloud. Upon reaching Huangfeng Ridge, Lu Chuan summoned the Earth Spirit and inquired about the direction of Huangfeng Cave. Huangfeng Cave check-in successful. Reward. Peak human celestial cultivation. So comfortable. Lu Chuan's moan drew the attention of the three. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xiao Bai asked, Master, these monsters bear no grudge against us. Why must we proceed this way? Can't we fly to the western heavens peacefully? Beiji echoed, while Wukong remained silent. Lu Chuan speculated that they perhaps felt a sense of shared sorrow for the plight of others. Lu Chuan replied, You only see one side and not the other on the surface. They seem to be mere suffering demons, but unbeknownst to you, they're unseen forces guiding them. Within Huangfeng Cave resides a yellow-haired marten, who previously cultivated in Ling Mountain. He fled here after stealing oil from the lamp. Fearing capture, do you not consider that Ling Mountain is the domain of the Tathagata? Could he be unaware of these matters? I dare say that any disturbance is well within his grasp. Wukong, do not look at me like that. When you wreaked havoc in heaven, others could not contend with you. Did you never wonder why they were so weak? Did you not think that they were orchestrating a scheme against you? You are still young and should not be so naive. Time is of the essence, and the task is weighty. You three should team up. Or perhaps I shall handle this personally. Xiaobai inquired. Monkey brother, speak up. Have you thought of something? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, recalling 500 years ago, the theft of the peach and the elixir from the Supreme Lord. Could it be that they were all part of a grand scheme? The position of horsekeeper surely involved a hefty cost, and were the others merely playing along with me? How vexing! Xiaobai, analyze this for me. Did I, old pig, fall into a trap as well? Xiaobai shot Beiji a disapproving glance. Brother pig, you were merely flirting with the fairy Chang'e. Could it be that the celestial wine you drank was drugged? Oh no, could it be? After Xiaobai spoke, he covered his mouth, afraid to continue. Beiji's brow furrowed as he recalled where he had acquired that bottle of wine, seeing both of them lost in thought. Xiaobai dared not ask further and stealthily approached Lu Chuan's side. Master, oh no! Do you not know that frightening someone could be deadly, Xiaobai? Xiaobai bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, master. Have you not yet subdued that yellow marten? Lu Chuan awkwardly rubbed his bald head. Realizing that his treasure seemed to be resting to save time, he could only send the three of them in together. Wukong, Beiji, what are you pondering? Get to work. Tonight, we feast on meat. That tiger has had its fill. Seeing the furrowed brows of the two, which indicated their confusion, the trio transformed into smoke and entered Huangfeng Cave. Within moments, a voice echoed behind Lu Chuan as the trio departed. Monk, what business do you have guarding my Huangfeng Cave? A man with a sharp face and a trident-like weapon demanded. Master, did we come to the wrong place? We have searched high and low. As soon as Beiji emerged from the cave, he spotted the Huangfeng monster. Lu Chuan waved his hand. It should be the right place. Tonight we feast. The Huangfeng monster, surrounded by the trio, roared, I am the king of Huangfeng. Who are you? Cease at once. After a short while, Sun Wukong relayed a message to Lu Chuan. Master, this monster's wind is indeed fierce. I sense it intends to flee. That we require your assistance. At that moment, Lu Chuan was hiding behind a rock, fearing he would be blown away if he did not take cover. Curse be it! Underestimating this yellow marten, I am powerless against it. Wait, let me see if the human seed bag works. Seeing his three spirit winds gradually dissipating, the Huangfeng monster felt a pang of anxiety. Who are you? I shall fight you to the end. The little white dragon sneered. Little mouse, stop struggling. Brothers, beat him up. With a successful check-in at Huangfeng Cave, the reward was a 5-fire, 7-birds fan, usable by a golden immortal. What a beautiful fan. It's a pity I can't use it myself. Strength? Wukong continue. Fan him. Suddenly, a fiery serpent erupted from the fan. Lu Chuan, enraged, exclaimed, Damn it, stop fanning. You've turned him to mush. Chapter 9. The assembly of personnel is complete. Give it to me. Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, Master, can I play with this treasure? I really didn't use much force. I just fanned it casually. And look, he turned to mush. The little white dragon stared in awe at the charred human-shaped black egg before him. What a treasure! Master, you can't be biased. I want it too. I suspect his soul is completely burnt away. Without thinking, Zhu Beiji edged closer to Lu Chuan. Reluctantly, Wukong returned the fan, feeling it was even more powerful than his sister-in-law's banana fan. Lu Chuan poked the yellow-haired marten, and in an instant, the yellow wind monster transformed into particles, scattering in the wind. Well, it seems tonight there's no meat to be had. This is the meat of Ling Mountain. Turn to powder by your fan. Hearing Lu Chuan call his name, Wukong transformed into a streak of golden light and departed. I'll be right back. I must ensure Master gets to eat. When Sun Wukong returned, he followed the sound into a Huangfeng Cave, only to find the little white dragon whispering to Beiji. While Lu Chuan meditated with his eyes closed, he thus set down the wild game in his hands and began to start a fire for cooking. The little white dragon quietly approached, saying, Senior brother, Monkey King? Wukong did not lift his head. What mischief are you up to now? The little white dragon quickly took over the task from him. Senior brother, you've worked hard. Such heavy labor shouldn't fall to you. Let me handle it. Aren't you the eldest senior brother? What is Master-'s true background? Wukong raised his head, and the two stared at each other. Did you not hear the conversation between Master and that old man? Upon seeing the little white dragon shake his head, Wukong quietly recounted the conversation he had overheard earlier. What? That was old Sun. Sun Wukong quickly covered the little white dragon's mouth. You fool. Do you want to get me killed? You dare to shout such secrets? The little white dragon hurriedly asked. Then, did you know from the start that Master is not the real Tang Sung? Wukong nodded, sighed. I had seen Guanyin Bodhisattva before, and from her words, it was clear he was merely immortal. And Master, I fought him as soon as I came out, and I lost. How did you lose? Senior brother, tell me. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong slowly said, Master stood there motionless for me to hit that I used 80% of my strength, and he remained unscathed that I suspect Master is... what are you two talking about? It turned out to be Beiji, who had approached without them noticing. Pig brother, are you trying to scare us to death? The little white dragon glanced at Lu Chuan, and, seeing no reaction, pulled the two into a corner. Wukong continued, I suspect Master is an ancient, powerful being. The real Tang Sung might already be. Beiji scoffed, is that so? I don't believe it. Master can't even ride clouds. He just drinks and eats meat. Not like a Buddhist. The little white dragon and Wukong exchanged glances, realizing that this fool did not share their sentiments. The little white dragon immediately shouted, Master, Master, Pig brother doubts you are Tang Sung, saying you are an ancient, powerful being reincarnated, and he even eavesdropped on your conversation with the old bearded man. Lu Chuan, who had been meditating on the mysteries of the cave, was interrupted and, already irritated, became even angrier upon hearing this point one word. Beat. Master, I was wrong. This little dragon has a belly full of malice. He is framing me. Who is hitting my face? Master, I'm still hungry. Why are we rushing so? Beiji said, rubbing his eyes. The longer the night, the more dreams. We must join with Lao Sha and strive to reach the foot of Ling Mountain as soon as possible. The three silently chanted Lao Sha. Another newcomer, Beiji at this moment, was contemplating how to vent his frustrations on Lao Sha, believing that being beaten was a rite of passage. Master, is that the Liashes you mentioned? Old Pig, led 80,000 water troops in the heavenly river back in a day. How glorious it was, with 36 divisions. Beiji, stop thinking about it. That no longer belongs to you. Follow me, enjoying the finest food and drink. Isn't that better than being dependent on others? Enough, look at your pathetic state. Xiao Bai, you may leave. Liu Chuan cleared his throat and called out, Sha Wujing, come forth at once. Suddenly, a small whirlpool emerged in the center of Liashes. After 2 breaths, the whirlpool gradually expanded, revealing a flame-colored head that surveyed the surroundings. The little white dragon teased, Hey, over here. He seems even more foolish than Pig brother. Seeing the two again becoming rowdy, Lu Chuan quickly reprimanded them. Sha Wujing, come over for a chat. Sha Wujing gazed at the 4 across the river, wondering if they were indeed the ones he was to await for the journey to the west. But wait, there are 4 of them. Besides that monk, this seems a bit excessive, seeing him hesitate to approach. Lu Chuan, fearing the young man might run away, quickly said, We mean no harm. I'm the one you are waiting for. The Bodhisattva has already informed you. Has she not? After a moment of hesitation, he was lifted onto the shore by a column of water. Since only the Bodhisattva and Mu Jia were present that day, there should be no one else to impersonate them. Once ashore, Sha Wujing kept his distance, saying, I have eaten 9 false seekers for the scriptures. You must not be deceiving me, right? Lu Chuan replied amiably, Dear disciple, do not be afraid. Look, this is the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. This is your former colleague, Marshal Tianpeng, and this little white one is the son of the Dragon King of the West Sea. Are we so bored that we came here to deceive you? Seeing him unmoved, Lu Chuan continued, If you do not come with us, you will remain here as a wild demon for life. Weren't you once the Emperor's personal bodyguard? Why are you so timid? Sha Wujing puffed out his chest, declaring, I am the curtain-lifting general. I am certainly not a coward. After saying this, he stepped closer to Lu Chuan and the others. Beiji, unable to contain himself, awaited Master's command to strike. Lu Chuan remarked, That's more like it. You, slow-tempered, are easy to bully. Think about it. Back in the day, you broke a glazed lamp, working hard as the Emperor's bodyguard, and what happened? You were stabbed hundreds of times by flying swords. If you don't come with us, how will you ever turn your fortunes around? Do you not want to beat the Emperor? Sha Wujing quickly shook his head. No, no. The past was my fault. I deserve to be punished. Lu Chuan sighed. Foolish, too foolish. You were brainwashed by the Emperor. When a person dies, birds fly up. If you refuse, then confront him. Just then everyone was gathered. Wait, where are the rewards? He then pulled out a tome of Mahayana Buddhism and tossed it to Sha Wujing. This was written by Tathagata. It's yours now. Our personnel is now officially complete. Before he could finish, the system announced, Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Disciple Sha Wujing. Congratulations to the host for a full roster. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Reward: Panga banner, capable of tearing apart chaotic time and space, separating yin and yang, obscuring heaven and earth, the foremost weapon of the primordial chaos. For details, see the manual that it's here. It's finally here. Lu Chuan exclaimed, and he directly hugged Sha Wujing's head and kissed him. Beiji's 9-toothed rake fell to the ground. This isn't right. Shouldn't they all rush into attack at this moment? Chapter 10. The Immaculate Cave. Farewell to Luya. Ha ha ha. Wujing, welcome aboard. You truly are a lucky star. Sha Wujing looked utterly bewildered. I only agreed to escort you to the west with scriptures. Is that reason enough for such joy? He had intended to introduce himself further, but Beiji plopped down on the ground. You all bully me, old pig. Chuelon fears me. You all deceived me from the start. Didn't you say initiation required a beating? Why hasn't he been hit? Master, you're biased. Lu Chuan had intended to explain, but to his surprise, the pig took it seriously and sat there crying. The little white dragon and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, as if to say that perhaps they had been too harsh initially. All right, Beiji, that was just your senior brothers and junior brothers playing a little joke. Why are you no? They specifically target me. I want to go to the west with scriptures. I am not going. After saying this, he turned away, continuing to cry towards the river surface. The little white dragon and Sun Wukong stifled their laughter, receiving a glare from Lu Chuan, before slowly approaching to comfort Zhu Beiji. Seeing Sha Wujing about to speak, Lu Chuan waved his hand and went to the lottery interface, clicking on it. Observing the many unfamiliar treasures, the prize pool slowed, ceasing to pulsate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a pair of invincible sunglasses. Lu Chuan nearly cursed. He believed that there existed but a single pair of invincible sunglasses in this world, akin to the most worthless trinket in a lottery pool, to be invincible for the duration of a mere incense stick. What could 30 minutes possibly accomplish? If I were to be ensnared by someone, wasting precious time, wouldn't that be akin to catching a turtle in a jar? What a disastrous item, utterly worthless. Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji slowly turned around and said, Master, do you not want me anymore? Why do you scold me? Lu Chuan was on the verge of exasperation. Managing the team was no easy feat, Beiji. Come here, he beckoned. This is a little trinket I crafted in my spare time. Consider it a gift of apology from your brothers. Lu Chuan handed over his original pair to Beiji. While Beiji had never seen such a thing, Sun Wukong was well acquainted with it. Master, I disagree. I would rather let him have a good beating. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's opposition, the white dragon immediately chimed in. I agree. Lu Chuan, fully aware of their ulterior motive, sighed. All right, I will craft each of you a pair when I have the time. Is that satisfactory? The white dragon, noticing Sun Wukong's silence, approached and asked, What treasure is it? Pig brother 1T, let me touch it. Please, master, do tell. Invincible for the duration of an incense stick, when no attack can harm you even the slightest. Merely a trinket I fashioned with little effort. Lu Chuan replied. Sun Wukong recalled that fateful day when Lu Chuan saved him. Wasn't he wearing those sunglasses? The white dragon was equally astonished. Such a treasure was merely a trinket. A glance exchanged between Sun Wukong and the white dragon seemed to forge an unspoken agreement. Sha Wujing, having just joined, found himself at a loss for words, standing there in silence. That it was the white dragon who approached him and struck up a conversation. In the dead of night, Beiji, donning the sunglasses, seemed defiant against anyone he encountered, and he had ceased his crying. Just as Sun Wukong and the white dragon were poised to snatch the sunglasses, the darkness around them transformed into daylight. The Liache's river vanished without a trace. and not far off, a towering peak loomed, with a small puddle visible several hundred meters ahead. Suddenly, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Where's Master? He has vanished. Could this be an illusion conjured by some demon's treasure?" The white dragon pondered for a moment and said, "Monkey brother, it is best we do not separate, lest we fall prey to our enemies. Pig brother, stop flaunting those sunglasses. Master is missing, and you're still showing off. Sha brother, what do you think? Should we search separately or stick together?" Hearing his name, Sha Wujing finally grasped that they were addressing him. He wanted to retort, but found no words, muttering, "I'll follow your lead." The white dragon whispered, "Monkey brother, this big bearded fellow just joined us. He has no bond with Master. I suspect this matter may be related to him. So let us remain cautious." Sun Wukong promptly unsheathed his golden staff. While Beiji surveyed their surroundings with newfound seriousness, the four of them set off towards the distant peak. "Little White, ascend to a height and take a look." The white dragon nodded and, having barely flown 10 meters, was suddenly struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him smoking. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, he remarked, "The damage isn't severe, merely a tickle. There must be an anti-flying formation here. How insulting to a dragon. Who dares to show themselves? Release our master. If you have the courage to fight, know that the name of the white stripe is no empty boast." "Little White, what are you howling about? You four hurry to the foot of the mountain. The anti-flying barrier is down. Come quickly." Hearing Lu Chuan's voice, the four exchanged glances and flew towards the distant peak. Sun Wukong was the first to arrive, witnessing Lu Chuan moving stones. "Master, what are you doing? Where is this place?" After asking, Beiji and the others arrived one after another. Lu Chuan explained, "This is a spatial treasure I am creating. It's not yet complete, but we will gradually improve it. We need a secure place to stay, as living in the wilderness is unsafe. What are you still dawdling for? Get to work. First, help me carve out a cave. You can choose the remaining space for yourselves. I will take a rest first." Lu Chuan found a flat area, spread out his colorful cassock, and soon fell asleep. Initially, he dreamt of meeting his online girlfriend, but no matter how he chased, he could not discern her features. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and an old man with a white beard approached him slowly. Lu Chuan rubbed his eyes, thinking he had misseen, but upon a closer look, wasn't that Luya Daoren? How could he be dreaming of his adoptive father? He was utterly perplexed at Lu Chuan. "We finally meet. Adoptive father? Aren't I dreaming? What you contemplate during the day manifests in dreams. It is you who summoned me." Lu Chuan inwardly cursed himself for thinking of him. "Adoptive father, I am fine. I was merely resting. Please, you should return to your own rest." Luya Daoren waved his hand, saying, "You and I share a father-son bond. I had some inquiries for you earlier. Will you speak to me truthfully?" Lu Chuan contemplated for a moment. Being alone in the journey to the West World, having a backing would be beneficial. Moreover, Luya posed no ill will towards him. Perhaps he could offer assistance. "Adoptive father, whether you believe it or not, I actually hail from billions of years in the future and arrive here by chance. I am also here to..." Before Lu Chuan could finish, Luya Daoren exclaimed, "Excellent. You are the one to break the deadlock. The third party outside the chessboard." Lu Chuan was taken aback. "Adoptive father, could you be clearer?" "Lu Chuan, for now, you need not know too much. From this moment forth, I will do my utmost to assist you, which is also helping myself. Since you have entered this game, act according to your own thoughts. Remember, in times of danger, silently recite the incantation I taught you. I shall take my leave." To this point, Sun Wukong and the others had already assisted Lu Chuan in carving out the cave. "Little White, has Master been drinking?" The white dragon claimed he hadn't seen any signs. And Beiji and Wujing shook their heads. "Let us wait a bit longer. Master has been asleep for 3 days. If he does not awaken tonight, I will have no choice but to break this paradise to seek help from Taishang Laojun." Chapter 11. Caught in the Act. Within this space, there was no alternation of day and night. I surmised it was already deep into the night outside. And no more waiting. I, Sun Wukong, will break this turtle shell. As Lu Chuan was just waking up, he heard the monkey's intention to smash the cave, and his anger flared. "Wukong, are you itching for trouble?" The white dragon, seeing that someone had awakened, immediately leaned in and said, "Master, I must defend Monkey Brother. You have been asleep for 3 days and nights, perhaps even longer. Monkey Brother intends to rally people to rescue you, but unfortunately, he doesn't know how to get out. Wukong, I misjudged you. Come here, let me pat your head. Next time I craft a trinket, I will let you choose first. Sun Wukong was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Should we set off now? Have you not always said time is of the essence? Lu Chuan slapped his thigh, quickly donned his cassock, and in an instant, they found themselves once again at the banks of the Liaches River. Lu Chuan strained to recall what they might encounter next. Let me think about where to go next. There's a Xinyuanzi at Wuzhuang Temple. But no, he might be like Lu Ye, a sly trickster. His recollection was aided immensely by the countless summer and winter vacations spent watching those 8 series over the years. Ginseng fruit? Master, what fruit are you talking about? The white dragon perked up his ears. Lu Chuan had muttered a few words that he caught. Ahem, do you all wish to eat ginseng fruit? Lu Chuan inquired. The 4 replied in unison, expressing their desire for it. Lu Chuan instructed, next, we are headed to Wuzhuang Temple, where the master is Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, if you wish to avoid death. Behave yourselves. Also, he may be related to Wukong. I will explain the specifics on the way. For now, let us all bathe in the river to mask our scent, as we are monks after all, Beiji asked. Will you just give us ginseng fruit for free? Lu Chuan chuckled. Though Xinyuanzi is Taoist, he is quite shrewd and will likely wish to use us to connect with the Buddhist masters. Naturally, he will offer something good. It is highly probable he will want to forge a brotherhood with Wukong, that if it's free, we should take it. Remember, do not let anything slip. I am a monk and do not consume meat. Once we receive benefits, find an excuse to leave without lingering you understand. Seeing everyone nod, he ceased his rambling, and the 5 of them set off towards Wuzhuang Temple with great fervor. Meanwhile, the real Tang Sung had yet to leave the vicinity of the 5 Elements Mountain. Enduring the hardships of solitary travel, pitifully, Wukong, did you see what was written on that grand gate? Mount Wanshou, Blessed Land, Wuzhuang Temple, Cave Heaven. Master, what does that have to do with me? Lu Chuan scolded. Can't you think a little? What is written on your Huagua Mountain? After contemplating, Sun Wukong suddenly realized Huagua Mountain, Blessed Land, Water Curtain Cave, Cave Heaven. Not too dim-witted after all. Consider how obvious this hint is. I suspect Xinyuanzi has existed since the Primordial era, residing in Water Curtain Cave back then. Therefore, I say you might be family. When he learns you hail from his homeland, do you not think he will feel a sense of kinship? After Lu Chuan's explanation, everyone comprehended the situation. They were taken aback by his knowledge of ancient events, leading them to suspect that Lu Chuan might be an immortal, feigning weakness. All right, let us descend and keep our distance. Ascending the mountain path slowly so as not to reveal any flaws, he instructed. The group ambled along the mountain trail, when Xiao Bailong remarked, Pig brother, do you think Master is an ancient silver coin? He knows so much, even the secrets of others, yet he still pretends to deceive us for ginseng fruit. Upon seeing Zhu Beiji nod in agreement, Xiao Bai immediately shouted, Master, Master, Pig brother claims you are an ancient silver coin. I suggest we give those sunglasses to the other 2 senior brothers as a form of punishment. Lu Chuan, already reluctant to walk, felt further agitated by Xiao Bai's lack of sensitivity. He did not even transform into a white horse for him to ride. Infuriated, Lu Chuan drew out the 5-fire 7-birds fan, ready to give Xiao Bai a swat, exclaiming, You must be well fed and spoiled. Behave yourself. We've entered someone else's territory, so keep quiet. Startled, Xiao Bai shrank back, remembering how a single swat from that fan had turned the yellow-bellied mouse from Ling Shan into ashes that he feared the fan immensely. Yet he had long coveted it, constantly contemplating ways to deceive Lu Chuan into relinquishing it. Look at Wu Jing, so quiet. It's just you and Beiji, always bickering and causing a ruckus that I am exhausted. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with difficulty. Xiao Bai, suddenly inspired, transformed into a magnificent steed, allowing Lu Chuan to mount as he had wished at Wukong. Go report to the gate. This moment. They followed a young attendant to the temple's exterior. Lu Chuan had intended to put on the guise of a monk detached from worldly affairs, but to his surprise, he encountered Guanyin at first sight. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared equally astonished. How is it possible you've arrived here in just a few days? And everyone is present. Only the main character has changed. Where's my carefully selected Tang Sung? Suppressing her anger, Guanyin addressed them with a pleasant demeanor. Today, I am discussing doctrine with Taoist Jin Yuanzi and unexpectedly encountering a high monk. Why not come in and converse? At that moment, aside from Lu Chuan and his companions, everyone greeted Guanyin Bodhisattva. Though Lu Chuan maintained a facade of calm, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. He thought to himself that fleeing was not an option. That would create even greater trouble. Nodding, he said, "Thank you, Bodhisattva, and thank you, Taoist Jin Yuanzi, for the invitation." Jin Yuanzi, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat delicate, laughed heartily. "A guest from afar, please, come inside. Young attendant, prepare tea and meals. Do not be negligent." Ignoring Lu Chuan's warning glance, Sun Wukong followed the attendant towards the left wing. Monkey brother, Master's eyes are about to pop out. He is calling you." Lu Chuan thought to himself that Xiao Bai was indeed clever. This foolish monkey. Stopping Wukong was meant to ensure that, should an unexpected situation arise, Wukong could assist him in fleeing. "Bodhisattva, please do not take offense. My unruly disciple is incorrigible. I called him over to cleanse his spirit." Jin Yuanzi waved his feather duster. "No harm done. No harm done. This must be the great sage equal to heaven. Renowned indeed." Sun Wukong chuckled. Wherever. The friends from heaven are merely playing around. It should not be taken seriously." Guanyin's expression darkened, while Jin Yuanzi stroked his beard, inviting everyone to take their seats. "I wonder where the Tang Sing's cassock and staff came from." Facing Guanyin's inquiry, Lu Chuan found himself at a loss. If he claimed they were given by Guanyin, she was right there. That if he said he purchased them, it seemed plausible but somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat, he stated, "These were bought for this humble monk by the current emperor of Tang from an old monk. They are of no significance." Guanyin's countenance grew even graver. "Of no significance. This is a treasure among mortals. I forged it myself. It cannot be pierced by wind, soaked by rain, burned by fire, and it wards off evil. Scoundrel. To speak falsehoods before me. Wonderful virtue. This young man has some connection to me. Do not act hastily. Let us meet." Lu Chuan had anticipated Guanyin would unleash her wrath, yet unexpectedly, she departed silently into the sky, leaving Jin Yuanzi perplexed. This is bad. She won't be seeking out Tang Sung, will she? Chapter 12. Unexpected gains and the proper use of the time dial. Taoist Jin Yuanzi. Do you know what the Bodhisattva is up to? Lu Chuan feared Guanyin might return with the real Tang Sung. Jin Yuanzi sipped his tea. "Guanyin Bodhisattva has not communicated anything to me. Perhaps she has urgent matters to attend to. That it is of no concern. You have traveled a long way from the eastern land of Tang. It must have been arduous." Sun Wukong rubbed his nose. "It has indeed been tiring. I see that this temple is brimming with spiritual energy. Is there some special treasure here?" "Wukong, do not be rude. Even if there are treasures, they belong to the Taoist. They have nothing to do with us. That a monk must remember to avoid greed, anger, and ignorance." Taoist Jin Yuanzi. "Is there truly a treasure?" Lu Chuan interjected, having scolded Sun Wukong. Jin Yuanzi smirked subtly, pondering what kind of monk speaks in such a roundabout way. Could it be that Guanyin Bodhisattva is aware of Tang Seng's character and has thus fled in advance? "Ha! You cannot deceive me, monkey. I possess a ginseng fruit tree that blooms every 3,000 years and bears fruit every 3,000 years. Lu Chuan interrupted. "Famous indeed. I have heard of it long ago. It will not mature for another 3,000 years. The tea, have the fortune of tasting ginseng fruit today, is truly a blessing accumulated over countless lifetimes." Jin Yuanzi inquired, "Tang Sung, have my ginseng fruits already reached the mortal realm?" Lu Chuan replied earnestly, "Certainly. Who in the world does not know of the renowned Master Jin Yuanzi? Naturally, everyone is aware of your ginseng fruit tree. It is simply that ordinary people cannot reach this place." Jin Yuanzi appeared pleased and immediately commanded, "Young attendant, present each esteemed monk with a ginseng fruit." Lu Chuan thought to himself that he would eat and leave, never intending to stay the night in such a dangerous place as this old silver coin's domain. He wished to quickly take his benefits and find a place to hide tea this moment. The interior of Wuzhuang Temple was filled with laughter and cheer, as Beiji's ginseng fruit was nearly snatched by Xiaobai. How could you send a message to me in front of Zheng Yuanzi? That is far too dangerous. Wonderful virtue. I had no choice but to act. Actually, that Tang Xing is my adopted son, Lu Chuan. Guanyin was utterly astonished. Unable to believe her ears, to act now may not be the right time. I can still bring Chan Xuanzong over. If we delay, and Ru Lai's spies catch wind of our intentions, I fear our plan may come a naught. Taoist Luya chuckled. Let us watch and see. We need not intervene. Upon hearing Lu Ya's explanation, Guanyin understood Lu Chuan's identity. A third party with no known background or connections, he had willingly entered the fray. Even if he were later discovered, it would not implicate them. It was better to let Lu Chuan continue, as he might disrupt the Buddhist plans. Wonderful virtue. Rest assured, I will not recklessly reveal myself. You, however, must be cautious of Ru Lai. Understood, brother Ya, I shall go. I must see Chen Xuanzong. Otherwise, I will be uneasy at that moment. The space seemed to revert to normalcy, and no one would know of their conversation. Inside Wuzhuang Temple, Lu Chuan and his companions were deep in discussion. Master, is it too hasty to leave overnight without even saying goodbye? Isn't the sign of guilt? Sun Wukong remarked. Xiaobai analyzed. Senior brother, I believe Master has a point. If Guanyin Bodhisattva returns, we would... Beiji sneered inwardly. If I were to betray you, would I not be able to reclaim my position as Marshal Tianpeng? Brother Pig. What do you think? Today we have all eaten ginseng fruit. If what Master says is true, it can extend our lives by 47,000 years. Why stay here any longer? Beiji, interrupted in his thoughts, agreed without reservation. Wu Jing, being reticent, simply stated, I will follow Master's wishes. That is all. Seeing that no one else spoke, Lu Chuan casually unleashed the boundless cave, wary of eavesdroppers, and explained, You must have some inkling of my identity. I shall not elaborate. Today, I wish to speak some truths. Wu Jing arrived late, while Wukong and Xiaobai followed him all the way, so they should understand his intentions. Our journey is to seize the benefits arranged by Ru Lai. Who would be foolish enough to pass up a good opportunity? Seeing the others nod in agreement, he continued, You may not yet know the true identity of Tang Song. He is the second disciple of Ru Lai. Jin Chanzi, why did Guanyin instruct you to protect the one on the pilgrimage? It was so Ru Lai could have his foolish disciples ensure the successful reincarnation of his disciple that in the end, Jin Chanzi would reap most of the benefits, while you would merely receive some minor titles and a meager cultivation boost. Everyone desires immortality, but there is a vast difference between being free and bound in immortality. You must choose for yourselves. Noticing they were captivated by his words, Lu Chuan added fuel to the fire. We are now all in the same boat. You have also pledged yourselves to me as disciples. I possess many small treasures. However, I am currently in a critical phase and cannot confront Ru Lai openly. Lu Chuan revealed his treasures. Wukong and the others swallowed hard. Xiaobai picked up the time dial and inquired. Master, what is this grinding disc? This was an unexpected acquisition for the master, rumored to possess the ability to traverse time and space, reversing the flow of time. However, the master had never utilized it. As Lu Chuan's voice faded, he looked up to see a colossal turtle, obscuring the sun, observing them as one might scrutinize ants. Frightened, Ba Jie concealed himself behind Wukong, while Lu Chuan, gritting his teeth, whispered furiously, Xiaobai, what on earth have you done? Clutching the time dial, Xiaobai retreated step by step, stammering, Master, I once glimpsed something similar in an ancient celestial tome. This appears to be an ancient spirit turtle. I may have inadvertently activated it, everyone. Refrain from making any sudden movements. It seems to be in slumber. Wukong, come here. You are the strongest among us. Get us back. If we perish due to this blunder, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Xiaobai. Master, please don't be so fierce. I acted without intent. Who could have foreseen before he could finish? They found themselves at Huangfeng Cave, the exact year of which remained a mystery. Wukong, to avert any further mishaps, if you see the weasel, strike him directly. I have no desire for meat. I merely wish to return to our rightful course. Indeed, as the Huangfeng monster appeared, It was immediately incinerated to ash. After several time-traveling escapades, they finally returned to their original timeline, with Wukong exhausted and fast asleep. Xiaobai hastily explained, "Master, I have contributed Haven Ti. Once Monkey Brother becomes proficient, we could return to the past and seize resources that Liu Chuan pointed at him." Contemplating that it was indeed true, though the sight of that giant turtle had nearly induced a heart attack. Once he was capable of self-preservation, seizing resources would be a breeze, dispelling the gloom in his heart. "Xiaobai, you may consider this a merit, but let it be a one-time occurrence. It appears we cannot leave tonight. We shall set off once Wukong awakens," Liu Chuan declared, stowing away the void cave. Xiaobai and Ba Jie exchanged glances, seemingly having conspired about something in Advanced Chapter 13, Fraternal Bonds. "Wukong's recovery, Master. Please go rest. I shall take care of Monkey Brother with Pig Brother. Rest assured, I must caution you both. When encountering gold, do not fall. When meeting wood, do not wither. When encountering water, do not dissolve. When facing fire, do not burn. When encountering earth, do not enter. Above all, do not steal." After giving his instructions, Liu Chuan returned to his chamber. "Is Master perhaps warning us?" Ba Jie whispered. Xiaobai turned back to glance at son Wukong and continued. "Each of us has 2 pieces, plus Master S2. Monkey Brother and Sha Brother are unaware, so do not let anything slip." That be Jie thought to himself. Does he truly consider me a fool? At this moment, it was already late at night. Liu Chuan had meticulously planned the forthcoming route. Should Guanyin reveal herself, he would make his escape. If not, all the better. He would secure the benefits and hide away. Suddenly, a voice resonated. "Xiao Chuan, do not speak. Listen to me. I am aware of today's events. Your father has already resolved the matter. Proceed as you wish." Liu Chuan awaited further words from Liu Daoist. Calling softly, "Adoptive father, are you still there?" This was all too swift. He had hoped to inquire further. By the way, I have made my intentions clear. Dawn approaches, yet those 2 rascals have yet to return. Thus Liu Chuan continued to wait, and before he knew it, had fallen asleep. Awakening only as the sun climbed high, he found Sha Wu Jing outside the door, muttering, "Master, it's not good. Xiaobai and Old Pig have been captured by Zheng Yuanzi." Initially groggy, upon hearing this, Liu Chuan sprang up and opened the door, asking, "What about Wukong? Has he awakened? Did they disclose the reason?" Seeing Sha shake his head, Liu Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety. If Wukong remained unconscious, a conflict might arise. He could only take it one step at a time. Zheng Yuanzi sat in the grand hall, arms crossed, eyes closed, saying nothing, seemingly oblivious to the acolyte's report. The Taoist boy served Liu Chuan 3 cups of tea, and it appeared that Zheng Yuanzi had truly fallen asleep. Liu Chuan waited, hoping the other would speak first. However, this old rogue remained as still as a statue, not uttering a word. They sat in silence from noon until dusk. Finally, Zheng Yuanzi broke the silence. "Truly impressive, a high monk indeed. Your composure is extraordinary. I am in awe. Tang Chong Lao, there is no significant matter at hand. It is merely that your 2 disciples have indulged in thievery. Tang Chong Lao. Are you listening?" Liu Chuan removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. "You finally awakened. That nap almost gave me a stiff neck." Zheng Yuanzi smirked slightly, silently reciting a few calming mantras, regaining his composure, and reiterated his previous statement. Liu Chuan took a sip of cold tea and replied, "I have only known them for a short while. We share a little bond. It is of no concern to me, as we are not well acquainted." Zheng Yuanzi appeared somewhat bewildered, thinking, "What a peculiar fellow. Is this truly a high monk of the Tang Dynasty? The reincarnation of Jin Chanzi? Enough of this. I am neither here to accuse nor demand compensation. They have eaten, so be it. As long as we are brothers in spirit, we are family, are we not?" At this moment, Liu Chuan found himself perplexed, wondering why this old rogue sought to forge a brotherhood with him. The script was amiss. "Fellow Taoist, do you speak in earnest? More genuine than gold. Very well. Since you do not mind, I too am not one to dawdle." Zheng Yuanzi laughed heartily. "Acolyte, prepare the incense altar." Liu Chuan mused. "Should you ever discover that my adoptive father is Luya, your status would diminish by a generation. I wonder if you could still maintain that smile. Thinking to utilize me to unlock the gates of Buddhism. I can only say you are overreaching. I am Tang Sinzal, my good brother. Today, we shall become sworn brothers, pledging our lives to one another, sharing burdens in times of difficulty, with mountains and rivers as our witness, and heaven and earth as our testament, with sun and moon bearing witness. Such a lengthy oath. Could you repeat that? An inconsequential interlude. Unimportant at this moment, thunder rolled ominously, and the oath was sealed. Jinyinzi waved his hand. Acolyte, go fetch that little dragon and pig. They must have realized their errors by now. Thank you, fellow Taoist. My unworthy disciples are indeed unruly, causing you trouble and no need for formality. We are now family. Consider this a welcome gift for them. Ahaha. Sha Wujing had waited all day. Assuming Lu Chuan had also been captured by Jin Yuanzi. Although it had only been a few days since becoming a disciple, he took up his weapon, preparing to stealthily search for them. To his surprise, he found Lu Chuan and Jin Yuanzi engaging in jovial brotherhood, much to his delight. Jin Yuanzi had already noticed him but chose not to expose him. Sha Wujing approached leisurely, saying, Master, I found you here. I came to inform you that monkey brother has awakened. Lu Chuan, aware of his heavy heart, patted him reassuringly, indicating that all was well, and then took his leave, while Jin Yunzi mentioned a banquet to celebrate the next day. Upon returning to his chamber, he found son Wu Kong seated cross-legged on the bed, recuperating that Lu Chuan did not wish to disturb him. So he took Sha Wujing to the adjacent room. Wu Jing, do not worry. Xiao Bai and Ba Jie are fine. Let Wu Kong rest tonight, and we shall set out tomorrow. Before long, Xiao Bai and Ba Jie returned, appearing quite dejected as they entered. Lu Chuan pointed towards the door, sternly declaring, I told you, yet you did not listen. Consuming even one piece is excessive. The rest merely satisfies your cravings, and we are monks. Do you not understand greed, anger, and ignorance? Tonight, you shall copy the Mahayana scriptures. No sleep allowed, master. How did you get caught? Ba Jie stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Xiao Bai reflected for a moment before speaking. We approached under the cover of night. Observing for a long while, when we saw no one, we made our move. However, as we descended from the tree, Jin Yuanzi was sitting beneath it, sipping tea. It seems he anticipated our arrival. Lu Chuan sighed. Very well, it is settled. I am weary. Xiao Bai, you will sleep with him tonight and refrain from disturbing Wu Kong. Were it not for your reckless behavior, we would have departed long ago. Master, what about the scriptures? Copy them once more. Pig brother, are you out of your mind? How could you ask such a foolish question? You've doomed us, Xiao Bai. Was it not your ridiculous idea? You've put me in a bind, Lu Chuan. Uninterested in their squabbling, pondered whether the system had malfunctioned, as such a place as Wuzhuang Guan could not be checked in point one night passed without incident. Has the junior brother arrived? Please, take a seat and see if the food suits your tastes. Son Wu Kong, Xiao Bai, and Ba Jie were astonished. Junior brother, has master betrayed us? Has he turned to Taoism? Only Sha Wujing understood the reason. After Lu Chuan sat down, he remarked, Indeed, the offerings prepared by my fellow Taoist must surely be to your liking. At this moment, Xiao Bai and Ba Jie noticed Lu Chuan's gaze, fixated on their dark circles, and promptly produced the scriptures they had copied overnight. Master, may we commence our meal now? Lu Chuan snorted coldly. Remember this matter. Should you err again, you will be expelled from the sect. Dig in. Jin Yuanzi smiled, thinking my good brother still honors me. This brotherhood has not been in vain. Once the group had eaten their fill and stepped outside Wuzhuangguan, a notification chimed, successfully clocked in at Wuzhuang Temple. Chapter 14. Fengling Bamboo. Slow down, Elder Tang, the Taoist boy interjected. My master instructed me to deliver this item to you. He also mentioned that if you encounter any danger, you may invoke his name or seek his aid here. I take my leave now. Lu Chuan called the Taoist boy back, urgently scribbling a note and handing it along with the sunglasses. Deliver this letter and the item to your master. He will comprehend its significance. Off you go. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received one lottery chance. You have made an acquaintance with Jinyuan Daxian. Reward, Great Void Divine Armor. For details, please refer to the instruction manual. Draw. Let's make it quick. Dante, break the sunglasses. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of invincible sunglasses. What the heck? Is that all there's inside? Black market dealer. I protest. Protest denied. Master, where to next? We have already descended the mountain. The white horse transformed from Xiaobai inquired. Luchuan did not respond, examining the newly acquired sunglasses from left to right. Damn it, they look identical. How unfortunate. At that moment, Sun Wukong spotted him. Master, didn't you just give those to that little Taoist boy? Is this a newly forged pair? Luchuan nodded. Before he could even get comfortable with them, Wukong snatched them away. You can't go back on your word. You promised me these. Fine, take them. You know how to use them, right? Just as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted around Sun Wukong. The monkey, now adorned with sunglasses, radiated an imposing presence that was hard to ignore. Fool! Hit me! I'll 1T retaliate. Zhu Beiji chuckled. Hey, here comes my rake. Take that. Sun Wukong stood immobile, and Zhu Beiji could not inflict even a scratch upon him. What a treasure! Thank you, master. Luchuan was equally surprised at the immense power the sunglasses unleashed in Wukong's hands. Could it be that they grew stronger in the presence of the strong? Beiji, you too, activate the sunglasses. Let me see if there are any areas for improvement. As Zhu Beiji emanated a powerful aura as well. Luchuan confirmed his suspicion. The invincible sunglasses indeed amplified strength in powerful hands. If these were bestowed upon Hongjun Laozu, one could only imagine the chaos unleashed. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji engaged in a playful duel, neither able to gain the upper hand. Luchuan pondered deeply. The sunglasses could no longer be given away lightly. What he had initially deemed worthless was proving invaluable in the hands of experts. All right, you two, enough fun. Come down. We wasted several days. Time is of the essence. The group chatted merrily as they approached Baihu Ridge. Master, is there truly a need to rush? We barely had our fill at Wuzhuang Temple. The food was too bland, devoid of meat. Exactly. Xiaobai is right. Beiji, you and Xiaobai seem to have found a kindred spirit. Why can't you learn from Laosha? Luchuan remarked. Stop bickering. Let us find a place to rest. Once the white bone demon shows up, we'll end it swiftly. I've never liked that creature. All those bones causing trouble. Sha Wujing inquired, Master, have you encountered this white bone demon before? Luchuan nodded and instructed Beiji and Xiaobai to find some wild fruits to eat, ensuring they didn't consume meat, lest the white bone demon detect anything amiss. After a while, Beiji and Xiaobai returned, grinning, holding not only wild fruits, but also a segment of bamboo. Master, look! He discovered a little bamboo spirit. It is so amusing. Capturing her was quite a challenge, Xiaobai exclaimed, clutching the piece of bamboo. From a distance, a child's voice could be heard. You're hurting me. Bad people, you're both bad. Luchuan did not reach for the bamboo, but instead scrutinized it closely. The little bamboo spirit was no larger than an adult's palm, with only 2 eyes and a mouth, surrounded by burly men, looking quite pitiful. Please don't eat me. I'm not fully grown yet. If I grow up, I'll be good to you. Just let me go, please. What level of cultivation does she possess? Luchuan inquired. Sun Wukong assessed and replied, she has likely just recently transformed. She lacks any combat ability. Only then did Luchuan take the bamboo spirit into his hands. Strangely, she stopped crying and instead seemed to be enjoying herself, squinting her eyes in pleasure. Hey, little spirit, where are your parents? The bamboo spirit pouted. I am not a spirit. I'm a bitter bamboo born of heaven and earth. Give me 10,000 years, and I will be very powerful. Luchuan chuckled, amused by her words. Zhu Beiji suddenly frowned. I feel like I've heard of this before. It resembles something called a congenital spiritual root, a truly valuable item. The bitter bamboo transformed into 2 tiny hands, placing them on her hips, as she exclaimed. I'm not just anything. No, wait. I am a thing, but not a good one. Boo-hoo. This pig is bullying me. Seeing no one comfort her, she abruptly ceased crying and timidly asked, Can I follow you? I think your aura smells delightful. They all want to eat me, and I'm so scared. Please, Luchuan contemplated. He could indeed keep her in the Wujing Cave, a self-contained space where she wouldn't starve. Having such a quirky little spirit accompany him wouldn't be too bad. All right, but I want to carry you around. I will place you in a secure cave. You can live there safely. The bamboo spirit nodded eagerly, chirping like a chick pecking at rice, before being sent to the Wujin cave. My name is Fenglingzi. What a charming little creature. Fenglingzi delightful. Zhu Beiji remarked upon her departure. Master, I just remember that there's a book in the heavenly court that mentions this as a type of congenital spiritual root. Once fully matured with your refining skills, you could create an indomitable treasure of bamboo. Lu Chuan shot him a fierce glance. Have you no humanity? Can't you see how adorable she is? You must be itching for trouble. Suddenly, Wukong transmitted a message. I see an elderly woman approaching. Good, Wukong. Use your fiery eyes to ascertain whether she is the white bone demon that, if so, you all should gang up and eliminate her without hesitation. No need for idle chatter. After a while, Lu Chuan and the others feigned eating wild fruits by the roadside. Upon seeing the monkey and pig, the elderly woman was startled and cried for help. Lu Chuan kindly explained for a while, and upon receiving Wukong's nod, Lu Chuan slowly retreated, and in an instant, the force surrounded the elderly woman that, in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a pile of bones. Who else could it be but the white bone demon, dead beyond return? With Sun Wukong employing the Samadhi True Fire for a good while, they confirmed her identity before heading towards the direction of Pingding Mountain. Their primary goal was to eliminate the white bone demon, and the system had not announced any rewards. Lu Chuan's thoughts lingered on the purple gold red gourd of Taishang Laojun. Wukong, I've heard you're quite familiar with Taishang Laojun. Well, somewhat, master. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. If you're familiar, then kill the familiar. If not, then slay the living. Chapter 15. Guanyin stirs trouble, infiltrates eyes and ears. The great void divine armor, the foremost treasure of the primordial chaos. A life-saving artifact, the axis of heaven and earth, a membrane of the universe, formed from the primal chaos and discovered by Pangu, thus taking a century to sew together. What the hell? Is this something I deserve? Truly, I am enamored. Lu Chuan donned the great void divine armor from the Wujin cave, intending to wear it constantly henceforth. With the invincible sunglasses and the divine armor, he now yearned for a spar with the Tathagata. Little Bamboo, you stay here and make yourself comfortable. The spiritual energy here is quite sufficient. I will visit you when I find the time. Fengling Zitu knew how to select her place, directly rooting herself outside Lu Chuan's cave. You still Haven T told me your name? Lu, as in the land, Chuan, as in the river. Having said that, he departed from the Wujin cave. Fengling's murmured, Lu Chuan. So your name is Lu Chuan? At this moment, they were drawing near Pingding Mountain's Lotus Cave, preparing to seek out Jinjiao and Yinjiao. Wait, I just remembered, earlier we passed through Baoxiang country, where they are currently facing a crisis. The princess has been captured by a yellow-robed monster for many years and has yet to return. Which of you is willing to make the trip? Zhu Beiji was the first to respond. I, the old pig, am willing to go. However, master, could you lend me that fan for use? Lu Chuan pondered and ultimately decided against it, giving him the purple gold gourd instead. Although Beiji's strength was significantly diminished, he should manage against Kunmu Lang. Xiaobai, you accompany Beiji on this trip. Hurry there and return quickly. We will wait for you at the Lotus Cave. Remember, ensure the princess is safely returned. I believe there are also 2 demon children involved. Never mind, you can handle that at a certain place on Pingding Mountain. Master, why hasn't my senior brother returned? It's been quite a while. Could something have happened? Don't panic, Wujing. Wukong can transform 72 ways. As long as he doesn't expose himself, none of those monsters will see through his true form. Right, little Bamboo? Fengling Zhu, perched on his shoulder, retorted, Don't call me little Bamboo. I'm not small. I've lived longer than you. Just wait until I grow up. Lu Chuan grasped her tightly, tickling her, and the area was immediately filled with laughter and joy. After another hour, Sun Wukong gradually grew larger from the horizon. Master, I can see clearly now. There are indeed 2 formidable demons inside. However, I did not observe the gourd you mentioned. There are over 100 minor demons, which is not a cause for concern. All right, take a break. Wukong, do not underestimate these 2 monsters. They're the attendants guarding the alchemical furnace for the Supreme Lord Laozi, placed here by Guanyin. They cannot be killed. Otherwise, it would offend the Supreme Lord Laozi, which would be troublesome. Sun Wukong inquired. What about the acquaintances you asked me about earlier? Yes, because of that, I am currently uncertain how to handle it, that I wish to obtain treasures while avoiding offending anyone. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Feng Lingzhu and remarked, Master, how did you manage to bring her out? I was not present just now. What if something were to happen? Feng Lingzhu retorted, Humph, I'm not a villain. I will protect him. This statement amused Sun Wukong. Who thought, with such small hands? Lu Chuan smiled slightly, saying that Sha Wujing was present and that she meant no harm. He intended to mention a life-saving artifact, but swallowed the words back, deciding to keep some cards close to his chest. All right, let us wait for Beiji and the others to return before we take action. Everyone should rest for a while. Sha Wujing claimed he was not tired. So Lu Chuan leaned against a rock and took a short nap. Feng Lingzhu noticed Sun Wukong still staring at her, snorted softly, and burrowed into Lu Chuan's clothing, revealing only a small segment of herself. Making a silly face before contentedly closing her eyes, that'd be why this time. The sky had gradually darkened, and Lu Chuan continued to sleep, seeing that Zhu Beiji and the White Dragon had yet to return. Sun Wukong instructed Sha Wujing and headed towards the direction of the kingdom of Baoxiang. Unexpectedly, less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Sha Wujing spotted a strange cloud drifting in from the horizon. Master, wake up! It seems there is danger. Lu Chuan also noticed the anomaly and promptly stowed away the sleeping Feng Lingzhu, donning sunglasses in the process. Upon seeing that the visitor was Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lu Chuan exhaled a breath of frustration, as he had initially thought it was the supreme Lord Laozi. Sha Wujing had previously met Gain and no need for formalities. I have matters to discuss with your master, so you may step aside. Once Sha Wujing had departed, Guanyin stated, I do not know who you are, but the purple gold red gourd and the golden rope are not to be meddled with. They are beyond your reach. You need not explain. I shall take them away shortly. After finishing her words, Guanyin vanished on her lotus seat into the horizon, leaving behind a message. I am already aware that you are the adopted son of Luya Daorun. Tisish, knowing is knowing. My godfather is impressive. Upon Guanyin's departure, Sha Wujing approached and asked, Master, did the Bodhisattva convey any instructions? Lu Chuan replied irritably, Can she instruct me? She comes here for every trivial matter. It's infuriating. Master, be cautious with your words. Amit Ba. Sai Wujing, you do not eat tiger jerky, and I have not forced you to abstain from meat. Why are you so caught up in the act? Just be yourself. Eat whatever you wish, as long as it doesn't involve eating people. Sha Wujing uttered another Amit Ba before, under Lu Chuan's watchful gaze, he finally took a piece of tiger jerky. At this point, Lu Chuan noticed another strange cloud floating in from the horizon and angrily exclaimed, Is this never-ending? I already know everything. They will leave soon. Can't you see I am waiting for someone? Once the mist dissipated, he discovered it was Sun Wukong, the White Dragon, and Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji was grinning widely, shaking the purple gold gourd incessantly. Beiji, shut your pig mouth. Hand it over. Lu Chuan directly released a fierce-looking man in a yellow robe from the gourd, alongside two children around 10 years old. Kuei Mulang, serve me, and I shall guarantee you a life of wealth and honor. Kuei Mulang, bewildered, asked, Who the hell are you? So arrogant. I don't even know how I was captured. Could you at least explain? Dare I ask who you are? Beiji kicked him, saying, My master is asking you a question. Answer quickly. Did Lu Chuan wave his hand and said, Let me tell you a story. Long ago, there was a celestial star lord who made a minor mistake and was banished to the mortal realm. He married a mortal woman and fathered demon children, only to be captured by a group of scripture seekers. The star lord returned to the heavens, his memories sealed, while his two children were brutally killed, and his mortal wife remarried. Upon hearing this, Kuei Mulang glared at him with hatred. How dare you do this? I would rather enter the path of beasts and curse you to eternal unrest. Before he could finish, Lu Chuan interrupted. All right, what I mentioned was the original outcome. Were it not for my arrival here, you would have met the same fate. Do you understand? Kuei Mulang seemed to deflate upon hearing this, wanted to swear an oath, but Lu Chuan continued. Recite the incantation. Once you finish, you may leave that I can also take your two children under my wing. Currently, I have no tasks for you. Just return to the heavens and resume your position. I will contact you when the time comes. Chapter 16. The Buddhist realm lacks gentlemen. I don't want them. They're too ugly. You said they're little wolf cubs, right? No. How about some meat instead? Feng Lingzhu pouted, showing her tiny white teeth. That Liu Chuan replied, "If you don't want them, then so be it. I initially intended for them to accompany you and play, but if that is not what you desire, then do as you wish. I am not a child." After Feng Lingzhu yelled, Liu Chuan's figure had vanished, and she angrily beckoned the two children to do this and that. Exiting the Wujing cave, Liu Chuan asked Beiji what had happened. The white dragon explained, "Master, you don't know, but when Pig Brother saw the princess, he nearly drooled all over the place. That I suspect he has forgotten about that Gathalon." Liu Chuan suddenly understood. "So that's why you are acting like this. You have taken a liking to someone else's wife." Zhu Beiji stubbornly declared, "What do you mean someone else's wife? That is a shameless theft. The 100-Flower Princess would be overjoyed to see me." Pig Brother, you transform into a delicate young scholar and claim you are here to rescue her. How could she not be happy? What are you thinking? Try transforming into your true form." Exposed by the white dragon, Zhu Beiji, feeling humiliated, insisted on finding the white dragon to practice his skills, and the two began to fight again. After hearing this, Liu Chuan finally felt a cloud of gloom lift from his heart and laughed, eating a bit of food, while the two eventually tired from their bickering and returned to sit by the campfire. "Beiji, do you know why Kuei Mulang abducted the 100-Flower Shy?" Seeing him shake his head, Liu Chuan explained, "These two were lovers in their previous lives. The 100-Flower Shy is a celestial maiden, and after reincarnation, she forgot the promise they made to be married in their past lives. However, Kuei Mulang remembers, which is why this scene unfolded. If you intervene, I estimate that Kuei Mulang would come after you." The white dragon then sarcastically remarked, "Wow, Pig Brother, you're not just pining for someone else's wife. You are preparing to be the third party. Damn, eat my old pig's rake. Master, if you say so, should we proceed swiftly from here until we reach the Kingdom of Daughters before taking a break?" Liu Chuan nodded, saying, "What's wrong with you all? Look at Wujing. He hasn't complained a word. The Kingdom of Daughters is filled with women and delicious food." Zhu Beiji promptly straightened his clothes, avoiding eye contact, and stated, "Master, I will follow your lead. I, old pig, will definitely not hold you back." The white dragon and Wukong stifled their laughter, and the group quickly departed from the Lotus Cave's territory. Sure enough, they failed to check in. Curse Guanyin. By the way, we will soon arrive at the kingdom of Wudge Chicken. We must not kill that false king, as he is the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong angrily exclaimed, "Why is everyone connected by relationships?" Liu Chuan sighed, "I told you all before, we are mere pawns on a chessboard, so let us be cautious if we provoke a big shot. I can only escape. You are unaware of the truth. Manjushri Bodhisattva originally suffered losses at the hands of the king of Wudge Chicken, which is why retribution came that he sent his steed to impersonate the king and pushed him into a well to kill him, seizing his wife and children. Tell me, is this something a human would do? Sigh, forget it. Wukong, go to the Supreme Lord Laozi and request a resurrection pill. Consider it a good deed." A few days later, in the palace of the kingdom of Wudge Chicken, Liu Chuan had not stepped outside during these days, waiting for Wukong's return. Just then, the white dragon pushed the door open. "Master, senior brother has returned. We can take action now. Take the purple gold gourd and bring the person here. Wujing is a good swimmer. Let him rescue them." An hour later, Feng Lingzhu had eaten enough fruit and requested to return to the Wujing cave. Just then, Sun Wukong and the others also entered. After releasing the captive, the lion beast realized he was surrounded and understood he had been exposed, so he sought clarification that Liu Chuan, not wanting to waste time on him, directly said, "Lion beast, steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva, I want to ask you, Manjushri sent you here as a punishment. You directly killed the person and even seized his wife and children at you think he would let you off the hook if he found out?" The lion-like creature was drenched in cold sweat, and just as it was about to speak, Liu Chuan interjected, "I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you here. You have two options. Either return to report on your own, or I shall end your life. Should Wen Shu come looking for you, I will simply claim it was an accident. What do you say? Have you made your decision? Enough, I understand. Let us leave it at that." Begone in an instant. The lion-like creature transformed into its true form, resembling a majestic golden lion, and soared into the sky, after exchanging a few words with the genuine king of the Wuji kingdom. The group hurriedly departed. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Wuji Kingdom. Reward: gold on Phoenix hairpin, a lethal weapon. What a worthless trinket. Am I to adorn myself with this as a grown man? Besides, I am currently devoid of hair. How unfortunate, Lu Chuan declared. Let us go, Wukong, and tidy up after your elder brother and sister-in-law's nephew. Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat burdened by the implications. This seems to involve me as well. He sighed that I doubt we will need to intervene. I suspect Guanyin is waiting for us. Let us proceed. The weary travelers soon arrived at Huiying Cave, and upon landing, they spotted the red boy, clad in a red apron and wielding a red spear, standing atop a mountain. The child must be dealt with, Lu Chuan cautioned. She possesses the 3 mystical fires. Use the 5-fire 7-birds fan with care, and do not incinerate her completely. Let her learn a lesson instead. Wukong, you should take the lead. We are outsiders, yet you are her uncle. Before long, the red boy was wailing for mercy, and as she approached Lu Chuan, she unexpectedly lunged at him with her spear aimed at his face. Fortunately, he had donned his sunglasses beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been disfigured. Strike her, beat her so thoroughly that she cannot care for herself. Hold on, I'm simply late to the party. Hand her over to me. Guanyin Bodhisattva declared as she sprinkled some holy water upon the red boy using a willow branch. Lu Chuan, sporting his sunglasses with an air of nonchalance, said nothing and turned to leave without a word. Naturally, Sun Wukong and the others did not dare to be negligent in Guanyin's presence. After paying their respects and handing over the red boy, they hurried after Lu Chuan. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Huiying Cave. Reward: innate Wu Earth Essence, which can be refined to obtain 9 heaven soil, an immensely powerful substance that Lu Chuan grumbled. There are no gentlemen in the Buddhist realm. It is utterly corrupt. Master, are we not also part of the Buddhist realm? Sha Wujing remarked. Wujing, remember this. We do not belong to the Buddhist sect. We are an independent faction. Even if we cannot become one, let us not join the Buddhist order. Wujing nodded solemnly. Amitba, that Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and sighed. Very well. Wukong, take a trip to summon the Dragon King of the West Sea, that if he refuses to come, inform him that there are those who wish to skin his nephew alive and consume his flesh. Sun Wukong asked, what if he still does not come? Then we shall strike him. Fear not. Upon seeing you, he will behave like a rat confronted by a cat. We shall await you at the Blackwater River. As soon as Sun Wukong departed, Zhu Beiji called out, Brother, wait for me. I wish to accompany you and broaden my horizons. Chapter 17. Xuanzang is taken away by Guanyin. Thank you, Elder Tang and the 2 celestial beings, for avenging me. I am the river god of the Blackwater River. Yet this cunning toad dragon deceived me and seized my river god's estate. I was unable to contend with him, and for years I have wandered without a home, like a lost soul. Lu Chuan thought to himself that this river god was rather tedious. He quickly reassured him, do not be distressed that my 2 disciples are exceptional swimmers, highly skilled in aquatic combat. I predict that within the time it takes to burn a single incense stick, we shall capture that little toad dragon. After expressing boundless gratitude, the river god awaited Lu Chuan in silence. Indeed, it was not long before the surface of the Blackwater River began to boil like water in a pot, as Sha Wujing and the white dragon emerged, each holding the small toad dragon aloft. Congratulations on successfully checking in at Blackwater River. Reward: 1 lottery draw. After the draw, congratulations to the host for winning a pair of invincible sunglasses. What the hell? Is there nothing else in that prize pool? Master, why do you look so pale? Have you been frightened by him? Little White, I am fine. Here, take this. The next one will go to Wujing. The white dragon accepted the invincible sunglasses, his face lighting up with joy as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The small toad dragon snorted disdainfully. To celebrate like this while being a dog. What a disgrace to the dragon clan. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and declared, beat him. I refuse. How did you know my intentions before I even acted? Who betrayed me? Was it Ao Run? Was it him? Yes, it must be him. He would sacrifice his own son without hesitation. What hope do I have as an outsider? Hearing the small toad dragon's reckless words, the white dragon ceased his assault and coldly replied, I have long severed ties with the West as do not provoke me further. Silence yourself, and you may suffer less physical pain. Lu Chuan observed the two cousins inside. Both are merely victims seeking to curry favor with the Buddhist realm. Little White, cease your actions. The white dragon appeared not to hear him, continuing to strike the small toe dragon. Had it not been for Lu Chuan signaling Shao Wujing to intervene, the white dragon might have nearly beaten the small-toed dragon to death. The river god of the Blackwater River stood by, refraining from interjecting that moment. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji arrived. Master, this is Ao Moang, the eldest son of the Dragon King of the West Sea. The Dragon King is celebrating his birthday and sent his son in his stead. Ao Moang initially intended to greet the white dragon upon seeing him, but the white dragon turned away, ignoring him. Ao Moang had met Elder Tang before, and the West Sea had not anticipated such boldness from him. Before coming, my father had already instructed me to leave the matter to the Elder and the Great Sage. Afterward, I shall bring him back to the West Sea for judgment. The small-toed dragon cast a cold glance at Ao Moang, snorted, and remained silent. Lu Chuan chuckled. Did you see that? This could be a disaster. He shows you no gratitude. Wukong, what do you think? Sun Wukong remained silent, pulling out his golden staff. With a single command from Lu Chuan, it would be a dragon meat feast tonight. The small-toed dragon's eyes flickered with panic as Ao Moang seized the opportunity to strike him, causing him to wail, "Do not look at me. If you do not wish to die, beg for mercy and conceal your intentions." Lu Chuan and the others watched as Sun Wukong refrained from exposing their communication. Enough, cease your blows. If you continue, he may truly lose his life. The small-toed dragon proved to be quite clever, bowing his head in apology to Lu Chuan and seeking Sun Wukong's forgiveness. Ultimately, Lu Chuan allowed them to leave, as he could not bring himself to kill the small-toed dragon before his disciple, Little White. While they were not exactly kindred spirits, they shared a common plight as victims of the Buddhist realm. As the group journeyed toward their next destination, Lu Chuan sat atop the white dragon's back, resting with his eyes closed. "Master, thank you," the white dragon whispered. Lu Chuan smiled faintly, relieved. "Little White, although I am unaware of the specifics of past events, your father's actions were indeed lacking. Today, you did not converse with your brother, and without experiencing the suffering of others, I shall refrain from offering you advice. It is best if you come to terms with it yourself. Since you all recognize me as your master, I shall not permit such incidents to recur. Should anyone bully you, strike back. If you cannot win, call for help. If we are all outmatched, we shall flee together. My belief is that we share blessings and bear hardships together. Both the Taoist and Buddhist sects are plotting. We must find a way to survive. Alas, I am digressing that I have no kin here. You are all I have to... We are a family. Let it be so." During the journey, Lu Chuan shared much, and the four listened quietly. They exchanged glances, as if conveying unspoken sentiments, yet their words remained unvoiced. Everything was understood without being said. "Master, I inquired about the land and found that we are now at Chiji Kingdom. Shall we charge in directly? Wukong, take my pass and go ahead. I shall not accompany you. When you encounter those three monsters, do not waste words. Simply slay them and leave. And remember to bring back the corpses for meat. The tiger jerky is nearly finished." The white dragon led Lu Chuan to a mountain on the western side of Chiji Kingdom, while Wukong insisted on not bringing Zhu Beiji along this time. Lu Chuan gathered everyone into the boundless cave, which transformed into a simple grain of sand upon landing. "Pig brother, what were you doing in the West Sea?" Zhu Beiji, unable to meet Lu Chuan's or the white dragon's gaze, stammered, I accidentally touched a clam maiden's backside." Puffed. Lu Chuan, who had just taken a sip of wine, sprayed it everywhere. This was indeed the epitome of a lecherous hand, and the notion of it being accidental was laughable. Little White seized the opportunity to mock Beiji, and the two began to brawl once more. This time, both wore sunglasses during their scuffle, causing Lu Chuan to shake his head in disbelief. Wind Spirit Bamboo whispered something in Lu Chuan's ear, but he immediately opposed. "No way, I won't do it. I'm a good person." "Humph. All men are the same. With a lustful pig disciple, you are hardly any better. You even touched me that day. Little Bamboo, do not tarnish my reputation. You are nothing but a body of bamboo. What do you possess? Do you have a backside or a chest? You have successfully made me laugh." Feng Lingzhu puffed her cheeks and departed directly. seemingly to educate those two children of Kuei Mulang. While Lu Chuan sipped his drink, he nibbled on the scant tiger jerky, idly flipping through the great vehicle Buddhism texts. He stumbled upon a secret. As he leafed through the pages from back to front, he discovered them densely filled with the actions and inner thoughts of Chen Xuanzong, akin to a written surveillance report. Alas, my disciple, where art thou? This old horse is nearly worn out. Master, it appears I have obtained the true scriptures. The other day, out of boredom, I preached to a little deer, and it actually bowed in thanks to me. I believe it has attained enlightenment. Numerous pages filled with inner musings made Lu Chuan too lazy to read on, and upon reaching the end, he noted that Chen Xuanzong vanished after leaving the confines of Wuxing Mountain. Master, I have seen the Bodhisattva. The scenery of Nanhai is truly enchanting. Yet here it all dissipated. Lu Chuan cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's Guanyin again. Ding, successfully checked in at Choche country. Reward, Zhou Tian Star Banner. Capable of arranging the Zhou Tian Star Array, derived from Dong Huang Taiyi's enlightenment within the Chaos Bell. Enough of your bickering. Are you both foolish? Wu Kong and the others are returning soon. Hurry and light a fire to prepare the meat. Chapter 18. Unexpected acquisition of the Vajra Scepter Master. This whip is truly delectable. Lu Chuan grimaced at Zhu Beiji, who had devoured 3 whips. Beiji, I fear you shall need to find a place to wash up shortly. I worry you might suddenly burst from overindulgence. Nonsense. Old Pig is in fine form. Bamboo Spirit, would you care to try? Zhu Beiji offered a half-eaten whip to Feng Lingzhu, retreating into Lu Chuan's embrace. Feng Lingzhu exclaimed, Lecherous pig, begone. You don't care at all. He intends to tease me. Zhu Beiji awkwardly withdrew his hand. I shan't eat it then. Just you little, I wouldn't even look your way. It truly smells heavenly. Lu Chuan chimed in, Little Zhu, you haven't yet transformed. You know not how you will ultimately appear. What if you turn out to be a hideous woman? That would be laughable indeed. Ha ha. I shall not converse with you further. You all bully me. Wait until I transform in 1,000 years and astonish the world. 1,000 years. By then, who knows if I shall still be around. Let us eat and cease daydreaming. Wukong, what did the king of Choche country say? Son Wukong swallowed a mouthful of deer meat and replied, They were nearly frightened to death. I offered no explanations. But Wu Jing did recite some sutras to calm them, and oh worries. The clearance documents are all stamped. Lu Chuan nodded. Well then, it seems you have all eaten sufficiently. Let us rest for a while before setting off. How infuriating. You've smeared oil all over me. How vexing. Feng Lingzhu fumed and jumped in the river within the Wujing cave. Bubbles soon emerged in the water. Wukong, go ahead and scout how much longer until we reach Tongtian River. Zhu Beiji, concerned, asked, Are we truly going to seize the initiative from Guanyin? Master, did you not say there was a goldfish nurtured by the Bodhisattva? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. And so what? Who told her not to manage her subordinates properly? These monsters descend to harm and devour people. We are merely ridding the world of evildoers, understand? What nonsense is this Buddhist doctrine? Master speaks rightly. Zhu Beiji glanced at Xiao Wujing and mumbled, Flatterer, upon Wukong's return. He stated, Indeed, 50 miles ahead lies a great river, marked as Tongtian River. Before long, the group reached the banks of the Tongtian River. Lu Chuan instructed Xiao Bailong and Xiao Wujing to enter the water to capture demons, while Wukong resolutely refused. Land deity, please exert yourself a bit more. This old body of mine may shatter. Greetings, Tang Sanzang. Greetings, great sage, esteemed immortals. Son Wukong impatiently interjected, Spare me the formalities. Tell me, have you seen Guanyin? The land deity stammered. Hesitant to respond, Lu Chuan interjected, I am the designated scripture seeker appointed by Guanyin. You may speak freely. We are all of one family. The land deity pondered and then said, Perhaps over a decade ago, I chanced upon a manifestation of Buddha's light upon the surface of Tongtian River. I took a furtive glance and indeed beheld Guanyin's descent. There was nothing amiss. That is all I know. Spare me, please. Upon finishing, the old man transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Wukong, no need for concern. He is merely a minor deity. Speaking too much could invite calamity upon him. It seems Guanyin selected this location long ago, So the goldfish spirit must have been under her instruction. But what could possibly be the reason? What is it about Jin Shanzi that warrants such actions? Zhu Beiji had a question on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed it back down. Why the hesitation? Anything I can share, I will certainly tell you. Master, I wish to ask, since you have intervened, where is the real Jin Shanzi? Lu Chuan glanced toward the south. He is likely enjoying the sights in Nanhai, perhaps even courting Guanyin. Zhu Beiji quickly covered his mouth. Master, be cautious with your words. Though I know you are formidable, Guanyin is one of the 3 saints of the West. Such talk may be sensed by her, but I wish to live a few more years. What is there to fear? All creatures meet their end. Before he could finish, a voice echoed in his mind. Lu Chuan, you must not insult Miao Shan. Though you are my sworn son, your words were too excessive just now. This is a one-time warning. Do you understand? Adoptive father, I understand. Seeing Lu Chuan standing there in a daze, Zhu Beiji teased. Master, have you grown fearful? Lu Chuan snapped back to reality, a cold smirk forming in his heart. It seems that incantation has a surveillance effect. Very well, since you do not treat me sincerely, do not blame me for my actions. Master, what troubles you? I am fine. They are coming. Xiao Bailong and Sha Wujing landed on the shore. Handing the purple gold gourd to Lu Chuan, in an instant, as the goldfish spirit was released, the group surged forward, and the poor creature was swiftly bludgeoned to death, revealing its true form. Xiao Bailong grimaced. Not enough to even fill a tooth gap. Zhu Beiji prepared to start a fire to grill the fish. You won't eat? Old pig will. Lu Chuan tossed the goldfish spirit into the little man's seed pouch, planning to consume it later. After all, he had just eaten, having devoured 3 whips. Are you truly a pig? Within the Wujin cave. Master, are we not continuing our journey today? Xiao Bai inquired. Lu Chuan halted everyone, saying, do not head toward the cave. We may be under surveillance. For safety's sake, in the future, let us discuss important matters solely within my cave. Xiao Bai, Beiji, you two keep your mouths shut. Wukong, there is a Golden Doe cave on Golden Doe Mountain. Home to a green bull, a steed of Taishang Laojun. I shall lend you an item. You must subdue the green bull and return it to Taishang Laojun Do, and do not forget to ask for some benefits. After saying this, he sent the others away, leaving only son Wukong behind. This is the Panga banner. Use it with care, for its power should be immense, as it is known as the foremost weapon of the Primordial Age. Son Wukong was taken aback. The foremost weapon of the Primordial Age? Then what of my golden staff, Master? Lu Chuan whispered, it should only be classified as a postnatal spiritual treasure, which is already quite commendable. He feared discouraging Wukong. Hey, are you foolish? If you use the Panga banner to strike the golden staff, it will shatter in an instant. Lu Chuan cast a sidelong glance at son Wukong. Surely you do not wish to destroy your own weapon and covet my Panga banner? I'll kill you. You may be ugly, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. Master, may I borrow it for a few days? Upon exiting, son Wukong soared into the sky. Xiao Bailong and Zhu Beiji pouted at Lu Chuan. Master, you are far too biased. Lu Chuan pointed to his ear, signaling that they might be eavesdropped upon, and said, Fear not. It is merely a loan to him. In the future, I shall bestow upon each of you a suitable treasure. Having placated these 2 lively spirits, Wukong had already set off ahead, and they too proceeded toward Golden Doe Mountain. By the time they arrived, the sun was setting, and they found Wukong seated upon a rock, fondling the Panga banner, with a green bull bound at his side. Upon seeing Lu Chuan and the others approach, son Wukong quickly concealed the Panga banner within his cloak. Hand it over, given Lu Chuan's resolute demeanor. Son Wukong reluctantly produced it. What if you were discovered up there? Surely you do not wish to cleave the heavenly court with that thing. The time is not yet ripe. Master, this is the item you requested. I shall take my leave now. Lu Chuan held the Vajra scepter in his hands, reluctant to part with it. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Vajra scepter. Reward, 10 consecutive lottery draws. Cultivation level, Earth Immortal. Acquisition, is this truly classified as such? Do you mean to say that Buddhism and Taoism are enemies? Damn system, are you trying to get me killed? Nevertheless, the Vajra scepter is indeed splendid. Chapter 19, Persuasion to Depart the Kingdom of Women. Landing at Flame Mountain Master, Ahead lies the kingdom of Western Liang women. I can already see the city walls. Liu Chuan hastily exclaimed, "Do not continue flying forward. Let us walk instead." "Look, Wu Jing, this is the scripture bundle I have prepared in advance for my disciples. You may carry it. Xiao Bai, hurry up. I must ride to meet the queen. Bai Jia, do you think I am handsome?" Zhu Beiji reluctantly nodded, and thus the group set forth upon the official road to the Western Liang women's kingdom. "Sister, look, is that not a pig demon? Close the city gates upon discovering the enemy. Ladies, quickly retreat to the city." Lu Chuan observed the women ahead, scattering in panic, even abandoning their laundry outside the city in their haste. Frustrated, he cast a glare at Beiji, who was obliviously moving forward that a female soldier atop the city wall shouted, "Halt! Blades are merciless. Leave at once." Lu Chuan cleared his throat and spoke. "I am a humble monk from the Eastern Tang Dynasty, passing through this blessed land on my journey to seek the true scriptures in the West. May I request lodging for a few days?" Upon hearing this, the female soldier promptly sent someone to summon the king. The queen appeared on the city wall, glanced down at Lu Chuan, and then turned away. Shortly thereafter, the city gates swung open, revealing an elderly nobleman bearing a golden seal, followed by maidens carrying food and fruit. He skillfully provided them with the necessary travel documents and instructed the maidens to deliver the provisions, saying, "Esteemed elder, on behalf of the queen, I must inform you that the Western Liang women's kingdom does not accommodate male guests. Food has been prepared for you. Please depart." With that, he did not wait for Lu Chuan's response and promptly retreated. Liu Chuan stood there in a daze, while Feng Lingzhu, hidden in his embrace, could not help but burst into laughter. Enraged, he dismounted and slapped Zhu Beiji's head. "Master, can this truly be blamed on me? It is your fault for scaring them. Now look, we haven't even entered the door. Let us find a place to wait for Wukong to return." On a hill in the Western Liang women's kingdom, Xiao Bailong had already transformed into human form. Munching on jerky as he said, "Master, I really do not think it is Zhu Ji's fault. Perhaps your two eyes are too dark." "Ha ha." Feng Lingzhu laughed so hard she rolled on the ground, prompting Lu Chuan to wave her into the Wujin cave. "No, the more I think about it, the angrier I become. I shall lead my disciples into battle." Zhu Beiji was startled. "Master, is it really necessary? They are all mere mortals. Slaughtering a city would harm our virtue and affect our tribulations." Lu Chuan replied, "When did I mention slaughtering a city? I meant for us to eradicate that scorpion spirit. That scorpion spirit is not formidable. Beiji, you and Xiao Bai together can easily defeat her. Besides, she is quite a beauty. She may even take a liking to you." Zhu Beiji's eyes brightened, and he promptly set off with Xiao Bai to find the Peepa cave. Watching them depart, Lu Chuan took out a piece of jerky, crunching it loudly. "Let them face some hardships. How dare they mock me when I am so furious?" Xiao Wujing cast a worried glance in their direction. "Wujing, do not fret. Being stung by that scorpion spirit will only cause a few days of pain. It will not be fatal." After a short while, Xiao Bailong and Zhu Beiji returned, grinning widely, followed by a stunning young woman. "Master, it seems they did not engage in battle." Lu Chuan turned around, startled. "How on earth did you bring her here? Quickly, put on the invincible sunglasses and conceal your hands behind your back." In an instant, a purple gold gourd appeared in his hand. Xiao Bailong and Zhu Beiji approached Lu Chuan with toothy grins, their heads down, not daring to meet his gaze. "That we had no choice. If we didn't bring her, she would keep using poisonous stakes on us. We simply could not endure it any longer. Where is she? Why do I not sense the aroma of Buddhism? Dare you deceive me? It seems you are impatient." Lu Chuan exclaimed loudly. "Wait, I am Tang Senzong." "What are you?" A bald head can impersonate Tang Senzong. "The golden cicada? You underestimate me. Hand her over, or I will not hesitate to give you a few stings." Suddenly, Lu Chuan produced the purple gold gourd and shouted, "Scorpion spirit! Lady, what is your name? Why is it ineffective?" The scorpion spirit's eyes lit up at the sight of the purple gold gourd. Initially, she intended to capture them all since she could not find Tang Senzong, but now it appeared she might obtain a treasure. The scorpion spirit's poisonous stakes were repelled whenever they approached Lu Chuan. Due to her speed, he had no time to activate the invincible sunglasses, but he was saved by the Great Void Divine Armor. Color, what was it? Colorful evil. Come to me. As Lu Chuan uttered the words colorful evil, the scorpion spirit was uncontrollably sucked into the purple gold gourd. Lu Chuan let out a long breath, while Xiao Bai and Zhu Beiju whispered, "Fraud." Hissed. Lu Chuan chuckled softly. "All right, this time it seems I was wrong. I should not have toyed with you." Initially, he had thought that even if the two could not defeat her, they would not suffer such a fate. But he had underestimated the scorpion spirit. Master, what exactly was that creature? Zhu Ge and I could not even approach her. A single sting was excruciating. What is her origin? Lu Chuan explained. Her true form is that of a poisonous scorpion. She had once listened to the Buddha preach at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Oh, you know why she came here. This woman stung the Tathagata, causing him such pain that he summoned the 8 great heavenly kings to capture her. Yet they failed to do so. Impressive, isn't it? Xiao Bai Long and Beiji felt their eyes redden, inwardly lamenting their poor choice of companions. Just as the group was resting, Wukong returned, spotting them from above. Upon landing, Sun Wukong slumped onto the ground, saying, "Master, I almost did not make it back. Taishang Lao Jun nearly threw me into the alchemy furnace if he had not lost track of the divine consciousness within the diamond. I truly would not have returned. By the way, where's the diamond?" Lu Chuan smiled slightly. "That has already become mine. Taishang Lao Jun's divine consciousness has long been dispelled. Let them set a trap. I will ensure they are ensnared. Wukong, you must be exhausted. Come, let us rest briefly in my cave while I prepare some items." Lu Chuan entered the interface of the overturning journey to the West system and initiated a 10 consecutive draws. Determined to obtain 10 pairs of sunglasses. Ding! Lottery begins. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Invincible Sunglasses X9, Binding Immortal Rope. Binding Immortal Rope. Automatically binds enemies, unable to restrict magical powers. Dog system, speak up. Are you messing with me? Why do I have 9 pairs of sunglasses? Are you suggesting I become a sunglasses vendor? And you claim to overturn journey to the West? Wait, let me think that if I create an invincible army. Each person equipped with invincible sunglasses, in just 1 incense stick's time, I could sweep through the West. Outside the cave, Feng Lingzhu heard Lu Chuan's mischievous laughter and stealthily entered. Looking around, she saw nothing but him chuckling to himself in the air, and stormed out in frustration, having expected something more entertaining than the antics of Kuei Mu Lang's 2 children. Before long, Lu Chuan emerged from the cave, tossing a pair of sunglasses to both Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing. "Here, take these and play with them. Now each of you is a pair, so do not accuse me of favoritism." "Thank you, Master." "Wukong, are you nearly rested?" "Not yet." Feng Lingzhu, who had been training those 2 demon children, saw this and immediately rushed over. Lu Chuan, helpless, pulled out another pair for her. She, in turn, grasped the legs of the sunglasses, dragging them along the ground as she walked. "Wukong, our next destination is to visit your elder brother and sister-in-law. It is said that the Flaming Mountain cannot be flown over." Chapter 20. Encountering Xiao Tian, tricked by the system. "Master, it is already so hot here, even though we are still some distance from Flaming Mountain. There is not a blade of grass in sight. I wonder how the Bull Demon King and his wife managed to endure." Lu Chuan explained. "Legend has it that the Bull Demon King's true form is that of a white bull, revered by the people as a divine bull. The bull has had an intricate connection with Buddhism since ancient times. Perhaps the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan have covert ties to the Buddhist sect, though this is merely my speculation. Now, let us discuss this boundless sea of flames." He paused, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. "This sea of flames is the furnace fire of Taishang Lao Jun's alchemy. It fell here because Wukong once wreaked havoc in heaven, toppling the alchemy furnace." Xiao Bai Long admired. "Monkey King, you are magnificent. I wish to..." Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "If you wish to court death, do not involve me. I do not want to be suppressed for another 500 years. Master, if my sister-in-law does not lend it to us, I know that Taishang Lao Jun still possesses a fan." Lu Chuan continued, "Do not go. This time, we can only acquire Princess Iron Fan's banana fan to pass through. Taishang Lao Jun's fan can only ignite flames, not extinguish them." The group landed in the endless desert, and Wukong summoned the local land deity to inquire about the Bull Demon King's residence before proceeding ahead. Lu Chuan and the others prepared to test if they could indeed fly over. Master, we are ready. The sunglasses are on. Very well. If you cannot endure, remember to use the sunglasses. After the burning of a single incense stick, the group had yet to reach the heart of Flame Mountain. At that moment, the flames below surged violently, prompting Lu Chuan and his companions to don their invincible sunglasses and hastily retreat, barely escaping with their lives. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Chuan felt relieved that Sun Wukong had returned. Master, why do you all look so sweaty? You weren't planning to fly over, were you? Alas, old son, was chased away before I even entered. Wukong lamented. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, Wukong, this may be what Master Pewdie spoke of, the calamity of Fire. A tribulation predestined for you. Come, let us visit your brother and sister-in-law. If need be, I shall part with my wealth and bestow them a magical artifact each. Wukong, equally pensive, mused whether overcoming this tribulation would grant him true immortality. Master, this is it. I shall knock on the door. With that, Sun Wukong rapped on the door, only to be met with a torrent of invective from within. You dead monkey. If you come again, I'll send you to the flames to burn. Return, my child. What are you doing, you stubborn bull? I refuse to lend it to you, and if you dare ask, I'll divorce you. Noticing the silence that followed, Lu Chuan called out, Niu Shizhu, please open the door. I am Tang Sanzang, and some matters are better discussed face to face. If you still refuse, I shall not press further. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Niu Mo Wang. Wukong immediately inquired, Brother, will you truly not lend it to us? Dear brother, you know your sister-in-law's temperament. I am powerless to assist. I risk my life to come see you. Lu Chuan chuckled softly. Realizing the couple was playing a game of good cop, bad cop, Niu Shizhu, is the Iron Fan Princess angry because of the Red Boy's journey to the South Sea? Niu Mo Wang snorted. Do you even need to ask? I knew she was mischievous, but I never expected this. I would have agreed. After all, Shankai Tongzi is no slouch. In the end, he may achieve great things, far better than being with the two of us. Lu Chuan nodded. Understanding that Iron Fan Princess was likely eavesdropping, he continued, It seems you are both aware of the situation. I shall speak plainly. Shankai Tongzi can receive the incense offerings of all the world. Think about it. Who among mortals does not desire wealth? This is no arduous task. Although there may be a period when mother and child cannot meet, does a mother not wish to see her child achieve greatness and cultivate the way? Not only will he enter the Buddhist fold, but he will also be a disciple of the Western Three Saints, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Such celestial fate is beyond the reach of ordinary demons and spirits. At that moment, the door swung wide open with a loud bang, revealing a woman of exotic charm, willow leaf brows and cherry red lips. You are the real demons. Can't you speak, you bald donkey? It was none other than the Iron Fan Princess. Lu Chuan murmured to himself, I've encountered the legendary little sweetheart. Niu Mo Wang, standing nearby, was taken aback, and Iron Fan Princess bellowed, Old bull, are you deaf? This is no high monk. He called someone little sweetheart. Lu Chuan quickly covered his mouth and stepped back, explaining, Niu Shizhu, do not be angry. Allow me to explain. I was merely referring to a character from a book who bears a striking resemblance to your esteemed wife. I was merely moved by the resemblance. As a monk, I cannot harbor such thoughts. Seeing their disbelief, Lu Chuan had no choice but to recount the tale of a Chinese Odyssey in its entirety, albeit with slight embellishments. Upon hearing the story, Iron Fan Princess pondered that it was unlikely such a deeply touching narrative could be fabricated on the spot, and thus decided to let him off the hook. Tang Sanzang, is what you say true? Can my son truly achieve the way? Lu Chuan quickly affirmed. I swear, he will surely attain the way. Otherwise, I would willingly descend into the 18 layers of hell. Master, this cannot be. Niu Mo Wang and Iron Fan Princess exchanged glances, astonished that he would make such a heavy oath, suggesting he had insider information. Monk, here, take this, the banana leaf fan. Remember to return it once you are done. Lu Chuan expressed his gratitude profusely before passing the fan to Sun Wukong, and they all flew towards the sea of flames. Along the way, he swore that in the future, this couple would personally apologize to him. The grievances he endured would be avenged, whether it be a century or a millennium later, by the time he and the little white dragon arrived, Sun Wukong had already extinguished most of the fire. And just as the last flicker was snuffed out, ding, successful check-in at Flame Mountain. Reward, banana leaf fan. 1 fan creates wind. 2 fans extinguish fire. 3 fans summon rain. Liu Chuan stared blankly at the now barren expanse devoid of flames. Suppressing his anger as he listened to the system's announcement, he promptly retrieved the banana leaf fan awarded by the system and casually waved it, conjuring a whirlwind. The little white dragon, standing beside him, was taken aback. Master, do you have a banana leaf fan? Liu Chuan mechanically turned to him and replied, I said I just crafted it. Do you believe me? Bah, Jia, do you believe me? The little white dragon, Zhu Beiji, and Xiao Wujing stared at Liu Chuan, and when Sun Wukong returned, drenched in sweat, he saw the others standing in a daze, and to his astonishment, Liu Chuan also possessed a banana leaf fan. Damn system, are you playing me? The items you gave me before were decent, but now I receive this broken hairpin and frayed rope, and now I finally extinguish the fire, and you give me a banana leaf fan? What the hell? Ding, system has detected host's unwarranted insult. Reward rescinded. Sun Wukong and the others watched as the banana leaf fan suddenly vanished from Liu Chuan's hand, their faces a mix of confusion. Liu Chuan rubbed his hands together, feeling embarrassed as he looked at his disciple. I was just playing a little magic trick to tease you. Do you believe me? Zhu Beiji shouted. I, old pig, am done with this. I'm going back to Gao Laozhuang. It won't be played like this. Chapter 21. Transformation into a two-dimensional being, the mysterious divine water master. Why has the eldest brother been gone for so long? Did he not bring back a fan? Never mind. I fear you were just teasing me again. I shall wait patiently. Liu Chuan explained. Little white, Bajia, Wu Jing, listen to your master. The banana leaf fan I just produced truly does not exist. Alas, at that moment, Sun Wukong swooped past them with a whoosh, not stopping for even a moment. Finally catching up, Liu Chuan asked, Wukong, have you discovered the monster? Not at all. I simply wish to leave this sorrowful place. Liu Chuan was left speechless as the group flew towards the Golden Light Temple. Master, where is this so-called Sai country you mentioned? It is nothing but desolation, Zhu Beiji grumbled. After flying for approximately 1,000 miles, they finally spotted a city in the distance. They had arrived at Sai country. Liu Chuan called to his 4 disciples. There lies the Golden Light Temple, where a 9-headed serpent resides. Take the King Kong Zhuan, the 5-fire, 7-birds fan, and the Panga banner. Wu Jing, you stay behind. The 3 of you can choose what you wish to use. Make haste and return, as I have been feeling quite anxious lately. We must act swiftly. Sun Wukong and the others did not waste time with banter and immediately set off toward Sai country. Liu Chuan then summoned Xiao Wujing into the Infinite Cave, where a new sprout of grass had emerged by the roadside. Where's little Bamboo? You 2 boys, are you looking elsewhere? Is there anyone else here? Where has she gone? The 2 children of Kuei Mu Lang seemed at a loss for words. Pointing towards his cave, Liu Chuan instructed Xiao Wujing to rest while he ventured into the cave alone. Inside, it was dark, and he did not notice a figure lurking in the shadowy corner. After searching for a while, he finally realized that he had been wearing sunglasses all along. As he removed them, he spotted the figure. Who is there? How did you get in? Where is little Bamboo? At that moment, the figure dashed into his embrace, a sweet voice chiming. Tang Sanzang, it's me. I think I've transformed. Liu Chuan looked down to see a kawaii girl gazing up at him, her devilishly alluring figure on full display. Ba, what a sin! Quickly put on your sunglasses and hide inside. Why are you not wearing clothes? Although while there's no one else here. It is still indecent. He hurriedly tossed her a set of clothes and a colorful cassock, sneaking a peek before dramatically donning his sunglasses and stepping out of the cave. Put on your clothes and come out. Hey, did you 2 see that? The brothers shook their heads in unison, while Liu Chuan squinted his eyes, delivering a lengthy reprimand. After a while, Feng Lingzhu emerged from the cave, barefoot, with long green hair, fair skin, and clad in Liu Chuan's clothes that resembled a long dress, although the cassock draped awkwardly over her. Liu Chuan clicked his tongue, marveling at her petite face and figure. She must be around 165 centimeters tall, her large eyes sparkling, Isn't this the ideal two-dimensional little girl I envisioned? Why are you standing there? Come here and let me admire you. No, let me have a good look. Isn't surprising. Wu Jing, are you not astonished? Sha Wu Jing, munching on dried meat, shook his head. Truly a lack of appreciation. Feng Lingzhu approached with a deliberate caution, taking a seat beside Lu Chuan. She no longer exhibited her previous exuberance and remained silent, fixating her large eyes upon him. Assuming she was hungry, Lu Chuan promptly produced a piece of dried meat and placed it into her mouth. After a moment of contemplation, she finally uttered, Tang Sanzong. I seem to have lost my cultivation. Lu Chuan pondered for a while before explaining, I once read a book that mentioned a period of weakness following your transformation, after which your strength will gradually return. I truly cannot ascertain how long it will take, not be alarmed. Even if your cultivation is indeed lost, I am here, and supporting you will not pose a problem. Feng Lingzhu softly expressed her gratitude. Are you all right? You haven't been possessed, have you? Your sudden change in temperament is quite unsettling for me. Ding. Successful check-in at the Golden Light Temple. Reward. 9-colored garment, which can mitigate some attacks. Suddenly, Lu Chuan furrowed his brows. Rising to call Feng Lingzhu into the cave. Speak. Are you sent by the system to monitor me? You have but one chance. He then brandished a purple gold gourd toward her. Feng Lingzhu appeared somewhat bewildered. She had no comprehension of any system and could not grasp the gravity of the situation. The IT was her first encounter with Lu Chuan in such a serious demeanor, which instilled a sense of fear within her. I do not understand what you are saying, that I was merely captured by that pig. I was extremely thirsty that day and drank from the river, which is why I've become like this. The river? Are you referring to the large puddle outside the cave? Upon her nod, Lu Chuan hurried outside to take a sip, exclaiming, Ah, how refreshing! Suddenly, he recalled that someone had been bathing in it that day. Wu Jing. Wu Jing, who was bathing here? Sha Wu Jing, while eating, replied, Well, the four of us all took a bath that day. Lu Chuan spoke sternly. From now on, anyone who dares to bathe in the divine water will face dire consequences. Sha Wu Jing tightened his grip and nodded fervently. Returning to the cave, Lu Chuan tossed the warm 9-colored garment to Feng Lingzhu, declaring, This is the attire suited for you. A girl should always look beautiful. Change into it quickly. Before departing the Wujing cave, he took another sip of the divine water, savoring its lingering sweetness, feeling as if his cultivation had risen slightly, though he could not tell if it was merely an illusion. Upon exiting, he found Sun Wukong and the others waiting for quite some time, with a large, charred creature lying nearby. What is the purpose of bringing this back? Bai Long explained, it would be more noticeable in the city. We can pick it apart. The meat inside should be fine. Master, let's make do with it. Forget it, just leave it here. Are you all taking a break or what? All right, if you have no objections, let us continue on our journey. Hand over the items. Do not even think about claiming any of my treasures. Sun Wukong muttered something about being stingy, while Zhu Beiji grumbled that it was a thankless task. Bai Long felt compelled to echo his senior sentiments, uttering something about misfortune. It will all belong to you in due time. As we march forth together, he suddenly felt a wave of youthful exuberance wash over him. While on the road, Bai Long inquired, Master, is the thorny ridge truly as perilous as you described? Sun Wukong immediately replied, What does it matter about culture or invasion? I, son, shall vanquish them with a single strike. I second that, Zhu Beiji chimed in. Sha Wujing added, I heed the Master's words. TC, old Sha is far too cunning. Lu Chuan clarified, although I may have exaggerated, it is indeed quite terrifying. You understand why the Buddhist sect has flourished. It is due to cultural invasion. Their ideologies are insidiously instilled in your mind, and before you realize it, you are ensnared. The monsters at Thorny Ridge exemplify such individuals. They feign camaraderie with food and drink, gradually undermining your resolve that I suspect that even Xuanzang would be unable to withstand their psychological onslaught. Chapter 22. Defeating Cultural Invasion. I shall not die for you. Truly, you do not believe I am jesting, do you? I am a serious person. Those tree spirits and vine monsters have darkened hearts. Having lived for centuries upon centuries, I shall not involve myself in the conflict between Taoism and Buddhism. It is their own fault for obstructing the path of pilgrimage. Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, "Master, that mountain below must be it. It is teeming with large trees and vines that I see the inscription. Thorny Ridge stretches for 800 miles. Since ancient times, the path has been rarely trodden." Lu Chuan scoffed, "How absurd! A contradiction. If there's a path, it indicates that many have traversed it. Who are they trying to frighten? It seems they have not read the works of Mr. Lu Sun, who stated that there was originally no path, but when many tread upon it, it becomes a road. Now go and strike hard. Eradicate all those charlatans." As the group descended to the mid-slope, Sun Wukong found his legs sore, and the local deity did not appear. "Wukong, stop searching. It is likely that the Earth God has perished. What I mean is, he has been brainwashed and joined their ranks. Let us head straight to the ancient temple. Once we arrive, do not heed their prattle. I recall there being 6 or 7 monsters. I shall return to the Wujing cave. Wujing, here is the immortal binding rope for you to use. Go forth and slay them, and call for me when you are done." Inside the Wujing cave, Feng Lingzhu sat idly beside the pool of divine water, feeling quite bored. "Why is it that I am not as happy after my transformation?" "Big Kuei, Little Kuei, what do you think?" Big Kuei claimed he felt nothing, while Little Kuei said he was happy just following her. These two little sycophants can indeed speak. Lu Chuan had intended to startle her, but realizing it was childish, he simply remarked, "Ah, what a futile endeavor. What troubles you, my dear two-dimensional girl?" Feng Lingzhu inquired about the meaning of two-dimensional, prompting Lu Chuan to recount the marvels of his original world. "Is there no Jade Emperor or Buddha in your world? Is that true?" Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. It was evident that this was her first encounter with such knowledge. She was truly innocent and untainted, which is why she remained by his side, without imposing upon her to recite any profound Buddhist doctrines. "I wonder if I will ever have the chance to return. I find myself craving Jianbing Guozi." Ding! Successful check-in at Thorny Ridge. Reward: Li Guang Scissors, one of the 5 magical treasures belonging to Nuwa. Wukong and the others were indeed swift in their actions. Feng Lingzhu sighed. "Have you sent them to slay the monsters again?" Lu Chuan nodded, and she exclaimed, "But I am also a monster." Lu Chuan gazed at her for a moment before responding. "You are different. You belong to the essence of heaven and earth, inherently pure. While they, well, most of them are vile monsters that must be eradicated. What about the other part? The other part has taken the wrong side. It is their fate, and there is nothing to be done." Noticing her seemingly compassionate heart, Lu Chuan promptly added, "You do not yet understand, but you must remember this. Do not trust anyone easily. Some individuals harbor malice that you cannot comprehend. Do not extend your sympathy to just anyone. This is a world of survival of the fittest. If you do not wish to be turned into a magical artifact, follow me closely. When you are capable of defeating one among the 4 of them. Should you still desire to leave, I shall not hold you back. Brother Monkey, where is Master?" I mentioned leaving 1 person behind. 3 would suffice. After calling for so long, even if Master has fallen asleep, he should have at least woken up by now. Little White Horse, have you not noticed that Master-S strength is gradually returning? Sun Wukong glanced at Zhu Beiji in surprise. "You, simpleton, have you also realized that?" Little White, Master is indeed extraordinary. He has already attained the status of an Earth Immortal. Bai Long felt as if struck by 1,000 blows. Then why does Master continue to have me carry him? Why did none of you inform me? Emerging from the Wujing cave, Lu Chuan overheard Bai Long's lamenting voice. "What are you discussing? Are you bullying Little White again? Once resolved, let us continue on our journey. I do not want any of the items you have acquired. Take what I have given you for the next stop. Remember, should anyone attempt to brainwash you, do not listen to their nonsense. If you can defeat them, do so. If not, let it go in one ear and out the other. Should you ever be swayed by another, let me be clear, I shall show no mercy." Cultural invasion is truly terrifying. Far away, within the false thunder sound temple, Huang Meido Wang calculated with his fingers, his brows twitching, he gazed at the celestial phenomena, sensing an auspicious omen. How strange, the real Eastern Buddha, Methria, has just emerged from his retreat and hastily departed from Thunder Sound Temple. His whereabouts are unknown to Lu Chuan, and his companions had already caught sight of the Thunder Sound Temple below. "Master, is this genuine or false?" Wukong, even the fire eyes may not always be reliable, right? It is indeed false. A Huang Meida Wang resides within, a disciple of Mithria who has secretly descended to the mortal realm, carrying a pouch of human seeds. By the way, be cautious of his golden symbols. They are quite formidable, and being caught may mean you cannot escape. Noticing that the four had already entered the Thundersound Temple, Lu Chuan ascended to observe the unfolding battle below. After a while, seeing no movement, he released Feng Lingzhu. Upon her release, she was taken aback. Your cultivation? Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Let me show you the nature of humanity." Feng Lingzhu scrutinized every detail within the confines of the Laiyin Temple when suddenly a beam of golden light pierced the heavens. It was the golden cudgel of Sun Wukong, which shattered the false walls of the temple with a single strike. The fake monks scattered in all directions, and one portly old monk, on the verge of being crushed by the golden cudgel, was unexpectedly pushed aside by a small monk who leapt in to save him. The small monk was crushed instead, revealing his true form as a rat spirit. Feng Lingzhu sighed. Look, even though they are demons, they will selflessly rescue their K.I.N. Lu Chuan sighed in response. You did not see clearly. The old monk had just tied the small monk up and used the backward momentum of the kick to escape a calamity. Yet he still must meet his end. Put on the sunglasses I gave you. Feng Lingzhu retrieved the jingling sunglasses she had dragged along and discovered that indeed, a thread as thin as a cicada's wing was tied around the small monk's waist. Why? Why is this the case? They're of the same kind. Lu Chuan chuckled. Don't speak of kin. Sometimes even family members disregard each other's lives as, oh, if I were in danger, would you act the same way? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment before replying, I would save you, but I would not sacrifice myself for you. Our relationship is still. I understand, Feng Lingzhu said with a nod of disappointment, successfully checked in at the Little West Heaven. Reward, God-slaying spear, damaged. The lotus stem of the chaos blue lotus, fused with the malevolent essence of heaven and earth, transforms into the God-slaying spear, capable of wounding saints, currently classified as a congenital spiritual treasure. I want to go back. I don't wish to see any further. In response to Feng Lingzhu's request, Lu Chuan withdrew her back into the infinite cave. He did not wish to facilitate her growth through such means. However, this was not Earth, but a world of chaotic strife. Chapter 23. Presenting the Golden Phoenix Hairpin. Another failed check-in. Great sage, hold your hand. Just as Lu Chuan sat alone watching the spectacle, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Upon closer inspection, a rotund figure floated over, with a broad body, a round face, and a cheerful demeanor. His belly as round as a ball. Was this Mithria Buddha? Realizing this, he quickly hid aside, for he could not afford to provoke such figures of the Buddhist realm. Sun Wukong and the others immediately ceased their actions and greeted, "We pay our respects to Mithria Buddha." The Eastern Buddha merely smiled and remained silent, fixating his gaze upon the treasures in their hands. The White Dragon quickly exchanged glances, prompting the group to stow away the treasures given by Lu Chuan. Sun Wukong inquired, "Mithria Buddha, why did you call out to me just now? This monster is exceedingly vile, deceiving others with a false Laiyin temple. It deserves to die." The Eastern Buddha replied, "He is but a disciple of mine who, taking advantage of my absence, descended to the mortal realm. His crime does not warrant death. Great sage, would you grant me this favor? Moreover, I have seen that he is on the verge of death." The White Dragon searched for Lu Chuan's figure, and upon spotting him, intended to ask what to do. But Lu Chuan swiftly gestured for him to remain silent. By the way, where is your master? The White Dragon, fearing that Zhu Beiji might blurt something out, quickly answered, "My master is resting safely in the distance." "You needn't worry." Esteemed one Mithria Buddha cast a smiling glance at the four before him, nodded, and extended his hand to reclaim the golden bell, the seed bag, and the hammer for striking the bell. "Your treasures are not lacking either, yet you still wish to covet mine. You are truly... Child, stop pretending to be dead and come here." After bidding farewell to Mithria Buddha, Zhu Beiji grumbled, "After all the effort to obtain these treasures, I barely had a chance to warm them up." Sha Wujing bluntly remarked, "Brother, why did you not say a word while the Buddha was present?" The White Dragon scoffed and made his way over to Lu Chuan. "Master, it was all in vain." Lu Chuan sighed. lamenting that he was still one step too slow. Had he acted swiftly, they could have acquired more treasures, but alas, these divine beings were beyond their reach. Hadn't he just refrained from revealing himself? Yet he sensed that Mithriya Buddha was aware of his concealment. Let us depart. I shall not dwell on this any longer. Onward, westward we go, in the skies above Chiju Mountain. Master, you are quite biased. That is the god-slaying spear of a saint, and you simply bestowed it upon the white dragon. I, Zhu, have grown weary of this nine-toothed iron rake. Could you not grant me a weapon more suited to my use? Lu Chuan remained seated upon the back of the white dragon. Although he had achieved the cultivation of an earth immortal, he had yet to acquire an appropriate cultivation method and could not reveal his lack of knowledge, thus leaving the white dragon to suffer. Beijing, next time, I promise. Look at the white dragon's weapon. A mere broken sword, which nearly snapped just now. As a master, how could I bear to see my disciple without a treasure? Zhu Beiji sulked. This weapon sounds impressive, a prized possession of the Lingxiao treasure hall. In truth, it is merely a ceremonial item, but I feel it pales in comparison to Wu Jing's demon exorcising staff. Lu Chuan looked at him in surprise. Beiji, I did not expect you to possess such self-awareness. It is indeed not without merit, forged by Taishang Laojun himself. Can an ordinary person easily obtain it? All right, I assure you, I will procure you a weapon that is both suitable and formidable. Sun Wukong interrupted. Master, we have arrived. Below lies Chiju Mountain. I have searched for a while and found nothing unusual. Lu Chuan signaled for everyone to descend. Upon landing, he stated, the red-scaled python is concealed within this mountain. Wukong, take the white dragon and search carefully. I am famished and desire snake meat. However, the great python does not speak. Once found, do not waste words. Just slay it and bring it back to roast. Lu Chuan instructed Xiao Wujing to start a fire and settle down to await his meal. I shall check on Xiao Zhu. Call for me when you return. Subsequently, Lu Chuan transformed the infinite cave into a space resembling a regular-sized room and stepped inside. There he found Feng Lingzhu by the divine water pool, soaking her delicate feet and resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Wait, why does something feel amiss? Remove your feet. This is a divine water pool, meant for drinking, not for soaking your feet. Feng Lingzhu stood up, fuming, and retreated to Lu Chuan's cave at the mountain's foot. During this time, Feng Lingzhu had come to regard this place as home. The cave was tidy, adorned with a set of bamboo furniture crafted by Kuei Mu Lang's children. What brings you in here? Lu Chuan sat beside the bamboo bed, ruffling her hair. Humans have their virtues and vices. Demons possess their good and evil natures too. Your compassionate heart is a liability. Venturing into the world, you shall encounter hardships. Feng Lingzhu swatted away his hand, asserting, I will experience it myself. That little monk was so pitiful. You are not good people. Lu Chuan sighed, thinking how this little demon had just transformed and was still unaware of the treachery among demons. He rather liked Feng Lingzhu, as pure as a blank slate. Initially intending to keep her by his side as a younger sister to nurture, yet sighed. Very well, but as I said before, I do not expect you to defeat any of those four. You are still young, and it is unrealistic. As long as you can withstand their attacks for the duration of a single incense stick, I shall allow you to roam the world. Feng Lingzhu leaped off the bamboo bed and exclaimed. You said it. Just as she finished speaking, her momentum faltered, and she weakly added, could you teach me a cultivation method? I know nothing. Lu Chuan produced the golden phoenix hairpin he had previously obtained, stating, for now, I cannot teach you a method. Let me gift you this small trinket, that, if you wish to learn from any of the four, I can arrange for them to instruct you. Feng Lingzhu accepted the golden phoenix hairpin and promptly affixed it to her hair. And to her surprise, the red hair complemented the ancient jade hairpin beautifully. That I wish to learn from Sun Wukong. He is the strongest. Very well, I shall ask Wukong later. If he is unwilling, there is nothing I can do. Remember, this hairpin is a weapon. Use it with caution. Emerging from the infinite cave, Lu Chuan was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. Turning his head, he was startled to find a massive python's head staring back at him. Just as he settled down and accepted a skewer of snake meat handed to him by the white dragon, he realized with dismay that the python was dead, yet the system had not prompted a successful check-in. System, Don't play dead. Speak. After several inquiries, the system remained unresponsive that Liu Chuan turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Are you certain this mountain harbors only this one large python?" Sun Wukong nodded, questioning what was amiss. Liu Chuan remained silent, contemplating that perhaps this python was not a monster arranged by the Buddhist realm, which could explain the failed check-in and the absence of any prompts. Without the successful check-in, even devouring the snake meat felt less satisfying. Are you not weary? Once you finish, extinguish the fire and let us proceed to the next destination. I wish to validate a hypothesis I hold. Chapter 24. I am willing to wander the world with you and recruit another general in the Shiji Cave of Qilin Mountain. A stunningly beautiful woman, adorned in a robe of vibrant colors, sat at a stone table with a furrowed brow. Sipping tea in solitude, a burly man with a lion's head approached and sat beside her, not daring to touch her. "Madam, I thank you for accompanying me, old Jean, for 3 years, as the 3-year period draws near. I believe it is time for me to depart." The woman stared blankly at the golden-haired beast, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "Today, I shall share my innermost thoughts with you. Many years ago, I passed through the kingdom of Zhubi with Guanyin Bodhisattva, during which time you must have first encountered the prince. The prince, a slayer of demons and beasts, saw you as the trial set before him by the Bodhisattva." The woman hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed anxiously, "I do not believe it. I do not believe it." In an instant, the golden-haired beast revealed its true form, even if it faced punishment from Guanyin upon returning. It still conjured the scene of that time for her. "Master, why do we not seek the necessary travel documents to enter the kingdom of Zhubi?" Liu Chuan scoffed and replied, "This king is a worthless fool. As a normal man, I ask you, Beiji, would you willingly give your wife to another?" Zhu Beiji bellowed, "I, old pig, would never do such a thing. Whoever dares to take my wife, I shall strike him down." Liu Chuan nodded in approval. "Indeed, a good pig. This king, out of fear, has pushed his own wife away." And no sooner had he spoken than they heard Xiao Bai and Sun Wukong cursing in agreement, with even Sha Wujing chiming in that he was unworthy of being human. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that the golden-haired beast from the Shiji Cave is a steed of Guanyin. Let it live for now, but be wary of that purple gold bell forged by Taishang Laojun. Thank you, my lord, for treating me with such courtesy over the past 3 years and for taking me to the palace. Do you truly wish to return and face the wrath of Guanyin Bodhisattva?" The golden-haired beast sighed. "You are but a mortal, and thus cannot comprehend that I was once cast aside by Taoism, gifted to serve as a steed for others. If I were to renounce Buddhism today, Taoism would not dare to shelter me. No, it would not offend Buddhism to take me in." Jin Shengong removed the colorful robe gifted by Zhang Zhenren and said, "Do you wish to accompany me? I fulfilled my heart's desire and left a letter for the king that if you do not mind my faded beauty, I am willing to wander the world with you." The golden-haired beast stood abruptly, slowly grasping her wrist, and hurriedly asked, "Madam, do you speak from the heart?" At this moment, Liu Chuan and his companions had arrived outside the Shiji Cave. "That we 3 shall go. Lao Sha, you protect the master. Wukong, if you cannot defeat them, remember to wear the sunglasses I provided. If you cannot seize the purple gold bell, then let it be." After giving his instructions, Sun Wukong and the others stealthily entered the cave. Sha Wujing took Liu Chuan to a high vantage point, where the two prepared to roast some snake meat. As the fire blazed, Liu Chuan was busy trimming the meat with the Li Guang scissors. Remarkably, despite being a defective item once used by Nuwa, it proved quite sharp with a little infusion of magical energy. Thing. Successful check-in at Qilin Mountain. Reward. 1 falling Saint Pill. Liu Chuan quickly checked. Why no magical treasures this time? And I just sat down. The meat isn't even roasted yet. The golden-haired beast cannot possibly be so fragile. Falling Saint Pill. An extraordinary treasure of the heavenly Dao. T shares lineage with the Zhentian coffin and the 6-soul banner, composed of the essence, energy, and spirit of the 3,000 great Taoist demons after their demise. There are 3 in total, capable of injuring the primordial spirit of heavenly Dao saints. Impressive. Sha Wujing returned with firewood. Master, what is so impressive? Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively and turned his gaze to the horizon, where several figures were approaching. Xiao Bai Long landed cheerfully and said, "Master, I have fulfilled my mission." Lu Chuan quietly inquired, "Xiao Bai, is this pale-faced young man the golden-haired beast? Has he surrendered?" Before Xiao Bai could respond, the golden-haired beast and Jin Sheng Gong both bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the holy monk." While Lu Chuan admired the beauty, he made no pretense and invited everyone to sit on the ground. "This golden-scaled python is truly delicious. You are in for a treat, since you have surrendered. Joining my ranks will be most rewarding. And this is Jin Sheng Yang, is it not? Wu Kong, why did you bring her here instead of sending her back?" Xiao Bai awkwardly replied, "Master, we didn't even fight. They are now a couple, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, munching on a piece of snake meat while nodding to Lu Chuan exclaimed in disbelief. "This defies logic. May I ask, did you not claim to have been celibate for 3 years? How then have you come together?" Jin Sheng Gong's face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at the golden-haired beast and said, "Holy monk, you are unaware. He has treated me exceptionally well. Initially, he did force me, but thereafter he never did again. Lu Chuan waved his hand. "Never mind, I have some understanding. That king pushed you away out of fear, indeed, but I did not anticipate that you two would end up together. Are you not afraid of Guanyin?" The golden-haired beast looked at Lu Chuan, who was heartily enjoying his meal. In astonishment, unable to believe this was the holy monk, stammering, he replied, "We shall take it step by step. I wish to guide her in cultivation, hoping for longevity." Lu Chuan set aside the skewer and said solemnly, "Do you wish to join my ranks? Rest assured, I am not of the Buddhist order. But I cannot disclose everything to you just yet." Before the golden-haired beast could respond, Jin Sheng Gong quickly replied, "I am willing. Can you make that decision?" Indeed, seeing the golden-haired beast nod, Lu Chuan generously produced 2 pairs of invincible sunglasses and a copy of the Great Vehicle Buddhist Teachings as a welcoming gift. "Master, you are truly generous. Just eat your food, pig brother," Xiao Bai snickered, that Lu Chuan explained. "These are called sunglasses. Wearing them allows one to ignore any harm for the duration of an incense stick. That should suffice to ensure your safety as for the Great Vehicle Buddhist Teachings. Consider it a communication tool for our sect." The golden-haired beast stood and allowed Xiao Bai to attack him. The two fought farther and farther away, soon disappearing into the horizon. Lu Chuan asked, "Do you truly wish to become his Tao partner?" Jin Shengong nodded. "Yes, he is sincere towards me, and I have come to understand why he is here. It has been 3 years. My heart is already warmed. We plan to wander the world, wherever it may lead us. However, you are not Tang Sung. Are you?" Lu Chuan did not respond, but Zhu Beiji remarked, "The more one knows, the more likely one is to meet their demise. However, we shall be family from now on. Beauty, you are smarter than this old pig. Beiji, do not be rude. She is now your master's wife. Show her some respect." And oh, sooner had he spoken than Xiao Bai and the golden-haired beast returned. "You would willingly bestow this treasure upon us?" "It is a life-preserving artifact," Lu Chuan chuckled. "Everyone in my sect possesses one. It is a mere trinket that I can easily refine. You two are now family, so if you have any issues, seek the organization. Otherwise, you may frolic outside." The golden-haired beast was taken aback. "What kind of sect is this, to possess such terrifying treasures? I am fortunate to have joined. The heavens are in upheaval. Oh, I forgot to mention, this item can only be used once every 3 days. If you wish to use it again, wait 3 days. Hand over that purple gold bell, and I shall help you erase the mark left by Guanyin. Do you doubt me?" The golden-haired beast quickly waved his hands. No. I simply momentarily lost my composure. I did not realize how ignorant I was, for beyond Buddhism and Taoism, there exists such a formidable sect." Lu Chuan smiled as he stowed the purple gold bell into the system, returning it to the golden-haired beast after half an incense stick's time. "Since you wish not to remain, you may leave. I suspect Guanyin will soon come looking for you. I advise you to find another place to hide for a month." Before departing, the golden-haired beast and Jin Shanggong bowed to Lu Chuan. "Thank you, Sect Master, for the precious gift that we shall return once we have achieved success in our cultivation." "Master, about that bell, pig brother, that does not belong to you. just as Gao Tsulan does not belong to you. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bai Long quipped. Old pig, I shall not share the same sky with you. Chapter 25. The first cultivation method. Lu Chuan instructed Jin Shanggong to discard the colorful robe gifted by Xiang Daoren. After watching the golden-haired beast and his companion depart, they were nearing the Pan Sea Cave. Beiji, do you remember what I just said? Those spider spirits are truly disgusting that in the future, I will find you a suitable match. Do not mess it up. Zhu Beiji, feeling their gaze upon him like that of a lustful demon, grumbled. Master, although I, old pig, desire to marry, not just any monster or spirit will suffice, that I promise I will not blink. I will strike them dead. Xiao Bai Long and son Wukong merely scoffed and refrained from further comment. Wu Jing, do you wish to join? Is it that you're always tasked with guarding me? And that makes you unhappy? Not at all. I simply wish to contribute that it seems I often enjoy the fruits of labor alongside the master. Lu Chuan chuckled. Then you may go. Do not mind what Wukong and the others say. When I enter the boundless cave, ordinary people will struggle to find me. It is quite safe. Here, take this Vajra pearl, as I have refined it for you. Sun Wukong and the others watched as Lu Chuan entered the boundless cave. Feeling reassured as they set out to find the spider spirits that in just over a month, their bond with Lu Chuan had seemingly deepened significantly. Within the boundless cave, Feng Lingzhu was once again soaking her feet in the divine water pool. You are meddling with my divine water again. Remove your feet at once. Feng Lingzhu wrinkled her delicate nose and huffed. What do you want? Are you here to lecture me again? I shan't listen. I want to cultivate. As Lu Chuan observed that she was unwilling to listen, he decided to disregard it and sat beside her, gently caressing her crimson hair. Let me first teach you a technique for escape, he said, clearing his throat. Alas, my cultivation has yet to fully recover, and I've forgotten some details. I shall have Wukong teach you later. Feng Lingzhu cast a disdainful glance at Lu Chuan and replied, Very well, I will learn. With his index and middle fingers converging toward her brow, Lu Chuan swiftly imparted the technique of the Wanli Jihong. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze complex as she looked at Lu Chuan and inquired, You dare to bestow upon me such profound magic. Why do you not treat me like the other monsters? Am I not a monster in your eyes as well? Do you intend to raise me only to consume me? Lu Chuan chuckled softly. What are you thinking? This is merely a minor art for fleeing. When I find an appropriate offensive technique for you, I shall teach you that as well. Furthermore, did I not mention that you align with my aesthetic? You are quite innocent. How could you be compared to those merciless monsters? Feng Lingzhu replied. Oh, I shall study it. There are many obscure aspects. Noticing that she had entered the cave without a backward glance, Lu Chuan sighed. Still eager to venture out, so young that I will strive to ensure you learn as much as possible. At this moment, Sun Wukong and the others had returned, still embroiled in argument. Upon seeing Lu Chuan lost in thought on a stone, they immediately fell silent. Master? Master? I was just pondering something. Have you completed your task? I do not consume spiders. You did not bring back a dead spider, did you? No. It seems you did not kill them all. Lu Chuan realized he had not received the system's notification of successful completion. Zhu Beiji looked troubled, while Sun Wukong and Xiao Bai shot him glances filled with deep resentment. Xiao Wujing quickly explained. Master, my elder brother accidentally let a spider spirit escape. Old Xia, do not play the good guy. Was it truly an accident? You were clearly entranced by that demon as calling you brother. Lu Chuan laughed. Beiji, is what Xiao Bai said true? The Panga banner I provided you should have turned that spider spirit to ashes with a little effort. Zhu Beiji hesitated to respond, while Sun Wukong and Xiao Bai snorted derisively. All right, I know where she has fled. Let us continue westward to find the Huanghua Temple. The group immediately set off, and on the way, Sun Wukong posed a question. Master, you are not one to predict the future. Rather, you have long been aware that the master of Huanghua Temple is a centipede spirit. They are siblings, and as far as I know, the centipede spirit possesses considerable abilities that do not hold back. Strive for a single decisive strike. During the journey, Lu Chuan, feeling bored, flipped through the great vehicle Buddhist scriptures and discovered new content had been added. Today, the Jade Emperor is in a fury, pondering the fate of my two children. I wonder if they have discovered my shift in allegiance and are now acting as spies. How thrilling! Today, however, I languish in the dull duty of guarding the heavenly palace. Surprisingly, the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity has not inquired about affairs in the mortal realm since my return, nor do I know how Baiwa is faring. After reading a few lines, most of which were about Kumu Lang's longing for Baiwa and the two children, he felt that this information held little value. "Master, we have arrived." I, old son, can see the Huanghua temple. Lu Chuan snapped back to attention, striving to discern more below, but lacking the eye of fire, he saw only clouds and small, indistinct shapes below. Thankfully, he was not afraid of heights. "I cannot see clearly. Let us descend and resolve this swiftly." Sun Wukong instructed Sha Wujing to stay by Lu Chuan's side, and the three of them charged into the Huanghua temple. The escaping spider spirit was lamenting to the Lord of the 100 Eyes when she noticed Sun Wukong and the others enter, her face turning pale. "Elder brother, they're the ones who killed my sisters. We truly did nothing. They came to us unprovoked." The Lord of the 100 Eyes waved his whisk and said, "Dear friends, I am unaware of my master. Wait, do not act yet. Let us speak. Sister, unite to confront the enemy." Seeing the Lord of the 100 Eyes reveal his true form, Sun Wukong instantly drew the 5-fire, 7-birds fan and fanned it 3 times. Xiaobai had already wielded the god-slaying spear with precision, while Zhu Beiji charged forward with the Panga banner. "Elder brother, save me! Elder brother, you are so ruthless." The spider spirit was pulled in front of the Lord of the 100 Eyes, blocking Xiaobai's strike, while the god-slaying spear pierced through her body, revealing her true form upon falling, utterly lifeless. That moment, Sun Wukong shouted, "Everyone put on your sunglasses. His eyes are peculiar." Indeed, once they donned their sunglasses, Sun Wukong and the others were no longer affected by the hundreds of eyes. And in less than half a minute, the centipede spirit was left with only a breath of life. Ding! Huanghua Temple check-in successful. Reward: Ziwei Kanshan Gong, which, when activated, automatically absorbs the morning and evening purple qi to strengthen oneself. A method for body refinement and heart tempering. By the heavens, I finally have a cultivation method. Lu Chuan reveled. Having treasures but lacking the means to utilize them, now I can cultivate. Who would believe it? Even as a golden immortal, I had no cultivation method. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Xiaobai rushed to check the situation. "Master, are you unharmed? Why are you kneeling on the ground?" Seeing Sha Wujing shake his head, Xiaobai leaned closer and whispered, "Master, if you do not speak, we would have killed that centipede spirit already, right?" Lu Chuan was absorbed in the joy of acquiring the cultivation method, entirely disregarding Xiaobai. "Elder brother!" After Xiaobai spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Before dying, the centipede spirit shouted, "Who are you? I curse you." Thousands of years of cultivation ruined in an instant. Chapter 26. I merely seek immortality. What is wrong with Master? Xiaobai shrugged. Old shot doesn't he know either. So how would I know? Big brother, it seems Master was softly chanting some cultivation method. Quite excited, he's been like this for nearly 20 breaths. Sha Wujing explained. Zhu Beiji squatted in front of Lu Chuan and waved his hand, while Lu Chuan's consciousness had completely immersed itself in the Ziwei Kanshan Gong. "Fool, step aside. Do not stand in front of Master, lest you be overwhelmed by this kneeling." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's warning, Zhu Beiji wisely moved aside. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lu Chuan had not awakened, they carefully lifted him into the Huanghua Temple. Since Zhu Beiji had previously let the spider spirit escape, the task of cleaning up the 2 monster corpses in the courtyard was left to him. "You all are bullying me, old pig." "Old Sha, you're the best. I am deeply moved. Leave that old Sha be. Let him do his work, that we just need to keep an eye on Master." Xiaobai decisively shut the door to AT this time. Dusk had fallen, and streams of rosy light filtered into the Huanghua Temple, enveloping Lu Chuan. Xiaobai and Sun Wukong exchanged glances but remained silent. Lu Chuan, lost in the ecstasy of newly acquired cultivation, felt his body gradually strengthening, as if he possessed the primordial force. Time passed, and as darkness enveloped the sky, oil lamps were lit within the temple. Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes, glancing down to find himself kneeling on a mat, then looking up to see what appeared to be one of the 3 pure ones. Who is this? How can I kneel before them? He rose and stretched his body as his joints audibly cracked, feeling rejuvenated, as if he could fell a pig with a single punch. Zhu Beiji happened to approach and heard, "Master, am I so unappreciated?" Lu Chuan turned and smiled. "Beiji, I did not mean you, it was a slip of the tongue." "Haha, where are Wu Kong and the others?" "In the courtyard, roasting meat. Xiao Bai and old Sha went to hunt some game." "You did not wait for Master to join you." Before Lu Chuan could finish, he dashed into the courtyard to join the feast. Once everyone had feasted, Lu Chuan decided to test his own strength against Sun Wukong, gradually increasing the force of his strikes, until the final blow caused him pain. "Enough, Wukong, how much strength is that?" Sun Wukong cleared his throat and replied, "Not even half." Feeling awkward, Lu Chuan suggested they rest for the night and continue their journey in the morning, before finding a room to enter the infinite cave. Xiao Bai and the others dared not laugh loudly, waiting until Lu Chuan left to share a quiet chuckle. The next morning, having absorbed the morning's purple qi, Lu Chuan stretched and prepared to depart once more. "Analyze for me, which of these three are easier to provoke? Manjushri Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, or the Peafowl King Bodhisattva?" Xiao Bai's scalp tingled, thinking that Master had lost his mind, while Sha Wujing maintained a stoic expression. Zhu Beiji shrank his neck, unwilling to respond. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked, "Master, are you preparing to wage war against Lingshan?" Lu Chuan explained, "No, the place we are heading to is called Shizhua Cave, where three powerful demons dwell, a blue-haired lion monster, an old yellow-toothed elephant, and a golden-winged Dapeng. The lion is the steed of Manjushri Bodhisattva. The old elephant is Samantabhadra's mount, and the Dapeng is someone even the Tathagata must respect. Now I am uncertain how to handle them, and it troubles me greatly." Zhu Beiji gasped, "Master, why don't we just bypass them? It sounds like no one can provoke them." Xiao Bai echoed, "This time I stand with Zhuge. If we were to summon the three great bodhisattvas, I fear for you." Master Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing exchanged grave glances, remaining silent. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Let us set this matter aside for now. There is another issue. On our journey to Shichuoling, we may encounter another Wukong." Sun Wukong gasped, "Master, what do you mean by another me? He is an exact replica of you, that if you were to stand together, even I might struggle to differentiate between you, though Tathagata could. However, I suspect he was sent by Tathagata to replace you. His name is Lu Ermi Ho, and he is equally adept in the arts of transformation, wielding the golden staff and riding the somersault cloud just as you do." Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. He was a unique existence in this world and wished for no one to supplant him. Little did he know, after 500 years of suppression by Tathagata, he had consented to protect Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west, only to find that his life was still at stake. "Wukong, what do you think? Should we eliminate him or simply bypass him?" Noticing the silence, Xiao Bai Long replied, "Master, in that case, I believe we should eliminate that false senior brother, that if he infiltrates our ranks, you may not discern the genuine from the false, and should this matter reach Tathagata, I fear for your safety." Lu Chuan looked at Xiao Bai Long in astonishment. "Xiao Bai, I hadn't anticipated you to be the most astute. What I know is merely speculation, yet in the future I have glimpsed. It is true that Tathagata has indeed killed one, though no one knows whether it was Wukong or Lu Er. Master, you indeed, Wukong, I have managed to catch a glimpse of the future. If it is truly Tang Sanzang accompanying you, the one who may perish in the west could be you, or perhaps not. I respect your opinion on this matter." Sun Wukong murmured, "I only wish for eternal life, to have my monkeys live a little longer. Why must this be so difficult? Everyone is scheming against me," with a resolute glint in his eyes. He declared, "Let us take him down." Lu Chuan nodded, "Very well, let us proceed slowly to Shichuoling and draw out Lu Ermi Ho." Xiao Bai, Beiji Wujing, what are your thoughts? Time seemed to freeze for 3 breaths. Then Xiao Bai and the others spoke in unison, "Let us eliminate him." Thus, the 5 of them finally appeared united in purpose. "All right, let us devise a strategy. Here is my plan." At that moment, Guanyin unknowingly passed by Qilin Mountain, observing for quite some time. After calculating, she discerned that Jin Mao Ho was not within the Xieji cave and subsequently transformed into a figure entering Qilin Mountain. After a short while, Guanin's expression turned grim as she called upon Wu Chao Dao run in secret. Miao Shan, what urgent matter compels you to meet? Did I not mention that now is not the time? Luya, appearing weary from travel, inquired, Your adopted son possesses remarkable abilities. Even stealing my steed, I cannot even ascertain the whereabouts of Zijin Bell now to know. Is that so? Are you certain it was my adopted son's doing? Guanin scoffed. If not him, then who? He continuously thwarts my plans. If Tathagata inquires, how shall I respond? This places me in a difficult position. Lu sighed. Since there is no evidence to prove it, you might as well feign ignorance. Moreover, he was originally one of the 7 celestial attendants, your peer, suddenly becoming your steed. Sigh, I cannot comment further. If he managed to leave unnoticed, let it be. But Chapter 27. The fall of Lu Chuan and his companions leisurely traversed mountains and valleys toward Shirdoa Kingdom, with Xiao Bai transforming into a white horse. However, Lu Chuan, feeling exceptionally robust and well-fed, no longer required Xiao Bai's assistance. This mountain is mine, this tree is also mine, if one wishes to be silent. You can't even articulate properly that this a robbery? Lu Chuan, feeling helpless, noted that the bandit leader was indeed a troublesome one ever since Lu Chuan cultivated the Z-Wei Shun Shan Gong. His senses had sharpened significantly, and he could distinctly detect the scent of blood emanating from these bandits. Since they were ruffians, he would not hold back, not act rashly. Allow me to demonstrate. Lu Chuan employed the technique of rapid movement, wielding the Li Guang scissors as he plunged into the crowd. The bandits, seeing Wukong and Beiji, appeared unafraid, charging at the approaching monk with knives drawn. As a citizen who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, Lu Chuan, though an orphan, had never acted against his conscience. Arriving in the journey to the West World, his first act of killing marked a significant shift in his mindset. The Li Guang scissors danced in his hands with finesse, a green light darting through the bandits. And in 3 breaths, they all lay sprawled in pools of blood. I now count as a benefactor to the people. I finally understand why the heroes in martial arts novels laugh heartily. Ridding the world of evil is indeed exhilarating. Xiao Bai long stumbled, exclaiming, Master is truly formidable. This is the first time witnessing his prowess. Precise and ruthless, I had always thought of him as kind-hearted. Sun Wukong brandished the 5-fire 7-bird fan, fanning at once, and dozens of bandits were reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind. Nearby, a tree on the hillside seemed to shiver, shaking involuntarily. Wukong discreetly signaled to Xiao Bai Long and Zhu Beiji, and the group ambled over to the hillside. Attack. None of them wielded their signature weapons. Instead, brandishing the weapons Lu Chuan provided as they surged forward, instantly turning the tree into mere ashes. Wait, ashes can't shine. Lu Ermiho had never anticipated being captured before even making a move. And in his injured state, he pleaded for mercy. Spare me, spare me. The ashes coalesced into a golden-haired figure wearing a coarse robe, a tiger-skin skirt around his waist, wielding a golden staff, and clad in deerskin boots, a face resembling that of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lu Chuan was indeed extraordinary, for someone was impersonating him, complete with a golden hoop and golden staff, as Lu Ermiho saw Sun Wukong preparing to fan him into flames. He cried out in terror, Bind him with the Vajrazwa. I shall confine him in the endless cave for further discussion. Before long, Lu Ermiho found his arms restrained, and in the blink of an eye, he was in an unfamiliar environment, gazing in fear at the 5 disciples before him. Master, I am Wukong. Lu Chuan, seeing him continue to babble nonsense, bellowed, Strike him. I shall go have a bite to eat. Do not kill him. Feng Ling Zhu, hearing the cries, emerged from the cave, perplexed at the sight of Sun Wukong and the others beating up Sun Wukong. It's Lu Chuan 8, he explained, and seeing her disbelief. Once satisfied, he brought her closer. There lay Lu Ermiho, groaning in pain. Lu Ermiho, how did Tathagata arrange for you? I hope you speak the truth. The feigning Lu Ermiho suddenly perked up, gazing incredulously at Lu Chuan. Master, you have been deceived. I am Wukong. Do not strike after a while. Lu Chuan grew weary and asked again, "This is your last chance. If you do not speak, you shall have no more." Lu Ermiho's eyes darted around, assessing his surroundings, and observed Sun Wukong and the others who were seated nearby, eating meat. Sighing deeply, he spoke solemnly, "You are not Tang Sanzang. Go on. You are indeed not Tang Sanzang. Tathagata, that old dog, has plotted against me. He sent me to replace Sun Wukong, and then devised a plan to capture me, utterly humiliating me. Why did he not kill me back then? The Buddhist realm is filled with hypocrites, so insincere, trash. I despise it. I believe in Tathagata's nonsense about attaining the way. What rubbish, Sun Wukong! Dare you engage in battle? I, Lu Er, do not fall short of you. Why can I not become a saint or a Buddha? I refuse to accept this." Seeing Sun Wukong approach with a face full of rage, Lu Chuan quickly intervened. "Wukong, do not fall for the enemy's provocation." He then turned and added, "I am indeed not Tang Sanzang, but I'm also not entirely unlike him. Ha ha ha. However, allowing a being like you to attain sanctity is one of Tathagata's greatest blunders. Absurd. I surmise that Tathagata promised you that I would surely be unable to distinguish between the two of you, culminating in a confrontation at Lingshan, where Tathagata would keep you, kill Wukong, and you would naturally replace him, enjoying the fruits of his labor in the end. How do you know? You are indeed a pawn arranged by Tathagata. I resign myself to this fate, yet billions of years hence I shall return to eradicate the Buddhist realm." Lu Ermiho murmured as if swearing an oath. Suddenly, Feng Ling Zhu rushed over, saying, "Can we spare his life?" You all heard, he was deceived too. "This is not his intention." Lu Chuan gazed at her sternly. "I have warned you repeatedly. You must not harbor a savior-esque mentality. You are not a bodhisattva here to rescue the suffering. You are merely a small demon struggling in a chaotic world. Why can you not comprehend this? If you let him go, do you know the consequences? He will not hesitate to report me to Lingshan. He has already deduced that I am not Tang Sanzang. In the end, I die, and Wukong, Beiji Xiaobai, and Lao Sha either face suppression or perish alongside me. Wukong, carry out the order." Lu Chuan held Feng Ling Zhu's waist with one hand and pressed her head down with the other, preventing her from seeing as he swiftly entered the cave. Sun Wukong approached Lu Er and said, "You should never impersonate me. Truly, you ought not to have provoked my master. Your petty schemes are utterly laughable. Ha ha ha, a prisoner at the foot of the stairs, dying without regrets. Fear not. You shall not meet a good end either. Ha ha." With that, Lu Er was obliterated by Sun Wukong. Thus the Lu Er monkey vanished from the world. Inside the cave, Feng Ling Zhu bit down hard on Lu Chuan's shoulder, tears streaming from her eyes. She could not comprehend. Her thoughts drifted to the bamboo forest where she once thrived. Had it not been for him, she would still be joyfully living among those little demons. She missed the flying Shaolu, the burrowing Hui Hui, and everything beneath the bamboo grove. Why? He clearly begged for mercy, yet you are the villain. Sob, sob, sob. Alas, fine. By the way, if you can kill me, you will understand in time. Feng Ling Zhu struggled out of Lu Chuan's embrace, her eyes reddened as she looked at him and declared, "I want to cultivate. You said that as long as I defeat one, I can leave." With that, she sprinted out of the cave. Lu Chuan opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words were stuck on the tip of his tongue. Ding! Mission to sabotage the Tathagata's plan successful. Reward: 1 lottery draw. Reward: Sun shooting divine bow, 3 divine arrows, capable of shooting 9 arrows simultaneously, with boundless power. Even without arrows, it can harm. One of the ancient artifacts. Chapter 28. The Strange Affairs of Lion Troop. Escape. Sun Wukong and the others saw Lu Chuan emerge and inquired, "Master, what happened to that little bamboo?" Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "Children, they do not understand. Ignore her. By the way, Wukong, she wishes to learn some skills from you. Would you be willing to teach?" "Master, R&T, I'm better than you at teaching." "You refuse to teach?" Lu Chuan countered. Sun Wukong replied earnestly, "My skills were taught by the ancestors." Forget it. I'll teach her. I want to make it difficult for you to do not touch the things he left behind, lest you get entangled in the karmic ties of Ling Mountain." After saying this, Lu Chuan collected the heart's desire iron rod left by Lu Er. The next day, at a location in Lion Troop Ridge, Liu Chuan gazed blankly at the legendary Lion Troop Ridge, which stretched across 800,000 li. Upon arrival, he first instructed son Wukong to find the local land deity, then took a tour around Lion Troop Cave, only to find it completely deserted. At that moment, a streak of white light shot toward them from the horizon. Master, I have investigated thoroughly. The mortals of Lion Troop Kingdom have never heard of any golden-winged great Peng. What about the Peacock Princess? Liu Chuan hurriedly asked. The white dragon shook his head. Currently, an old monarch rules Lion Troop Kingdom, and he has no daughter. Only 2 princes. No, I didn't say the Peacock Princess is the king's daughter. What news have you uncovered? Master, truly, there's none that I was forced to use this soul-confusing technique. And they all claimed ignorance. Who is this Peacock Princess? Liu Chuan replied irritably. If I am not mistaken, she is the daughter of the Peacock, great bright King Bodhisattva. It's troublesome. Let us not discuss it further. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Lion Troop Cave was deserted, and the golden-winged great Peng of Lion Troop Kingdom had vanished as well. It seemed someone had summoned the Peacock Bright King. With things unfolding this way, how could they gather materials? No. We must leave quickly. The path ahead has been intercepted. Son Wukong and the others followed Liu Chuan in utter confusion, as they had never been here before and were unaware that 3 powerful monsters had once resided here. Though Liu Chuan had informed them in advance, upon arrival and finding nothing, they began to doubt his memory. Wukong, use the cloud somersault to take me ahead. Quickly. In a rush, they traveled swiftly, passing through the Bhikshu Kingdom, the bottomless pit, and the hidden mist mountain. They finally halted at Fengxian County. Liu Chuan collapsed on the ground, muttering, "It's all gone, my treasures. It must be that Guanyin." "Yes, it surely is her. Don't you know that severing someone's wealth is akin to killing their parents?" Damn it. Sun Wukong watched as Liu Chuan raged toward the south, drenched in cold sweat, praying that Guanyin would not overhear. This had nothing to do with him. Master, perhaps you should take a break? You must be weary from the journey that I can roast some meat for you while we wait for Pigsy and the others. Meanwhile, in a pavilion at the South Sea Guanyin Temple. Brother Ya, may I take him as my disciple? Miao Shan, he is still a child, his nature not yet mature. He does not understand our relationship, nor that your actions are to protect him, which is a tremendous merit. Why bring him close to endure grievances? Here, try this. I specially brought you some ice heart tea. While Liu Chuan was gnashing his teeth, tearing into snake meat, as though it were Guanyin, he muttered incessantly. Damn that Guanyin. The Tefekita, even her real father. Why is she saving him? I shall push through Ling Mountain and strip her bare when I see her. Silence, unfilial child. A sudden roar echoed in his ears, startling Liu Chuan and causing him to drop the skewered snake meat. Father, father, do not speak. Eat your food and listen obediently. Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that cursing from behind can entangle you in karmic retribution? Some powerful beings can find your location instantly if you utter their names. If it weren't for me being in the South Sea, you would have already become a meat skewer with such filthy words. Whom have you cursed behind their back? After Liu Chuan quietly spoke the names of the Tathagata and Jade Emperor, Liu Ya's hand trembled, spilling a bowl of ice heart tea. Brother Ya, what happened? Is there a problem? Hee Miao Shan, do not worry. It's just an accident. I am merely teaching that unfilial child a lesson. Enjoy your tea. Seeing that no one responded, Liu Chuan thought to himself, Father, where is he? He has been scared off. Has he? Be silent. How could I acknowledge you as a son? Associating with you would bring immense karmic ties. Listen well. If you possess any means to save your life, hurry and hide for 5,000 years. No, 10,000 years. I suspect someone has already set their sights on you, that if you still regard me as your father, do not mention my name if captured. Father, father, smack. Master, what are you doing? Liu Chuan seized son Wukong and swiftly retreated eastward. Someone has set their sights on me. We must meet up with Beiji and the others. I ask you, are you willing to follow me? On the cloud somersault, son Wukong blurted out, I am willing. After a brief pause, a white dragon appeared, flickering in the mist ahead. Little by here, Master, why are you heading back? We are not far from Ling Mountain. Monkey brother is truly remarkable. We have chased this, Liu Chuan interrupted. There is an urgent matter. Before he could finish, a rainbow light raced toward them from the south point. 5 breaths later, Guanyin arrived, seated upon her lotus throne. Sun Wukong and the others called out in unison. We pay our respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Lu Chuan remained silent. Guanyin smiled at Lu Chuan, her eyes glinting with playful mockery, tinged with a faint hint of malice. Wukong, you and your companion step back. I have a few words for him. Once Sun Wukong and the others had retreated far enough to vanish from sight, Guanyin spoke. Who sent you to stir up trouble? Seeing him silent, she continued. If you do not speak, so be it. Since you are his adopted son, you can guess some of it. I shall grant you this favor. You may leave, but Sun Wukong and the others will not accompany you. You have less than a quarter of an hour. What quarter of an hour? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan recalled his adoptive father Lu Ye's words. To hide for 10,000 years, Guanyin, witnessing him vanish in an instant, could not help but be astonished. Such an unprecedented technique was intriguing. Just as she finished speaking, her brow furrowed, and with a flick of her right hand, she sent a willow branch from the jade purity bottle towards the direction Lu Chuan had fled. Not far from his escape, Lu Chuan, cursing loudly, suddenly felt a great calamity befall him. With a loud thud in his head, he spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring back in anger before fleeing without looking back. Shortly after Lu Chuan departed, Sun Wukong boldly hid behind a cloud to spy, but finding no trace of Lu Chuan, he somersaulted directly in front of Guanyin. Where's my master? Guanyin inquired. Are you two quite close? Not receiving an answer from Sun Wukong, she intended to say more, but abruptly fell silent at that moment. A golden cloud swiftly approached from the west. Chapter 29. Dragon bones severed, hidden cards revealed. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Chuan cursed while running, careful not to invoke any divine names. Back with Guanyin, Sun Wukong listened intently to their conversation, growing increasingly alarmed. Zhu Beiji, Little White Dragon, and Xiao Wujing dared not approach. Standing at a distance, watching silently, Guanyin Bodhisattva, I greet you. Have you seen Jin Shanzi? Guanyin was equally astonished. She had not expected the Tathagata to dispatch 8 arhats that I have not seen him. Then what is this? This matter does not concern you. Simply attend to your own affairs. One of them ought to be the golden-bodied arhat. Promptly spoke. Bodhisattva, do not take offense. We too bear the mission of Tathagata. As we have yet to lay eyes upon him, we shall take our leave. Before long, the 8 arhats paired off into 4 directions and hasten away. Sun Wukong anxiously inquired, Bodhisattva, have they captured my master? Guanyin lightly struck Sun Wukong's head, exclaiming, You impudent monkey! That is not your master. Did you not know this already? I entrusted you with the task of protecting Tang Sanzang on his westward pilgrimage for scriptures. Yet here you are, following a mere charlatan. You know the whereabouts of the true Tang Sanzang. Should he encounter peril along the way and meet his demise, can you fathom the punishment that awaits you? Sun Wukong, in a flurry of anxiety, exclaimed, That is my master, Tang Sanzang. He is the one who released me from beneath the 5 elements mountain that I know not what the Bodhisattva speaks of. I must go find my master. With that, Sun Wukong prepared to leap away. You wish to be trapped for another 500 years. Guanyin's words halted him in his tracks. After a moment's pause, Sun Wukong, lost in thought, turned resolutely towards the east and pursued. Upon reaching Pigsy and the others, he directly asked, Master is in trouble. Do you dare to confront them? Referring to the 8 monks, Xiao Wujing revealed the Vajra pestle on his wrist. The white dragon did not utter a word but swiftly produced the god-slaying spear. Pigsy, after a moment's hesitation, took out the Panga banner lent to him by Lu Chuan. Sun Wukong concealed the 5-fire, 7-bird fan in his bosom. Brandishing the golden staff in hand, the 4 of them raced eastward. Unexpectedly, they were blocked by a figure. Sun Wukong spoke in a deep voice, Bodhisattva, we must go save our master. Guanyin, holding the jade purity bottle, shook her head and replied, I cannot let you pass. The grand enterprise of the westward pilgrimage remains unfinished. You may proceed, but I shall accompany you as the 9th arhat. The 4 felt a mix of anger and helplessness, glancing at Sun Wukong for guidance, for he was the strongest among them. Guanyin intended to offer further gentle persuasion, but suddenly noticed their weapons. Aside from Sun Wukong's golden staff, the other 3 wielded. This spear, this banner, this is The Vudra pestle. Did he gift them to you? Why is it that only you, Wukong, lack one? You strive so hard for him. Is it worth it, Wukong? Complete the westward pilgrimage, and you may attain Buddhahood instantly. Consider wisely whether you wish to perish for counterfeit or seek glory in the West in the future. Sun Wukong, the White Dragon, Pigzi, and Sha Wujing, without exchanging silent signals, perhaps due to their implicit understanding over time, simultaneously sheathed their weapons, stating, "We are willing to proceed to Lingshan." Guanyin smiled and remarked, "A wise choice." With a wave of her hand, another figure appeared beside her, donning the Vimalakirti hat, holding the 9-section staff, clad in a splendid kasaya. Save for the different visage, he was identical in attire to Lu Chuan. Indeed, this was the true Tang Sanzang, returned from his disappearance. Have you not yet met your master? How lacking in perception you are! He is but a mortal, capable of walking to Lingshan on foot. With a wave of Guanyin's hand, the white dragon emitted a mournful wail and transformed into a white horse, his once vibrant eyes now devoid of their earlier luster, as if sealed, exhibiting not a hint of spirit. Xiaobai, Bodhisattva. Sun Wukong's veins throbbed with rage. Wukong, as a deity, one must understand the nuances of the situation. Moreover, you are a demon now. I shall take this spear for the time being. It shall henceforth be known as the Guanyin Spear, for it is of no use to him now. Safeguard him on the westward pilgrimage, should there be a misstep. Guanyin's words were conveyed privately to Sun Wukong and the others, and upon finishing, she gradually faded from sight. Sun Wukong, with keen eyes, noticed a corner of a book peeking from Tang Sanzang's bosom and snatched it away. Where did you acquire this item? Tang Sanzang replied, Amitba, this was bestowed upon me by my master. Disciple, disciple, quickly return it to your master. We must hasten our journey. Acquiring the true scriptures will benefit countless people and preserve the Tang Dynasty for a millennium. Sun Wukong, Pigzi, and Sha Wujing stared wide-eyed at the 4 characters inscribed on the book. Great Vehicle Buddhism. Disregarding Tang Sanzang, sharing a glance before erupting into laughter. Lu Chuan had pushed the art of rapid travel to its utmost limits, fleeing for a while before seeking refuge in the abyssal cave for half a day, swiftly escaping towards the east. Yet alas, he was still discovered. Hey, you bald donkeys, I am your father. After being pursued for days, he shouted, You still chase after me. Benefactor, I advise you to turn back while you can. I'm the tiger subduing Arhut. Quickly accompany us back to Lingshan to pay respects to Tathagata. Nonsense. I call myself Tiger Father. I have no such foolish offspring. With a swift motion, Lu Chuan launched a surprise attack with a light removing scissors, but miscalculated, muttering a curse under his breath, and took off running. Before he knew it, several days had passed, and Lu Chuan found himself encircled by the 8 great Arhats, panting heavily, his voice hoarse from the relentless escape and constant cursing. Yet the 8 Arhats remained unfazed, not the least bit perturbed. Speak, what do you intend to do? Human seed bags, the purple gold gourd for your life, will that suffice? Damn, I didn't expect you to be so unscrupulous. The innate essence of earth can surely suffice, right? Do not be too heartless. Curses, you lack martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks, you disgraceful scions of the Buddhist order. Ah, be gentle, do not strike my face, just as the 8 Arhats prepared to restrain Lu Chuan and escort him back to Lingshan. A dark figure sprang forth, seizing Lu Chuan and vanishing from sight in an instant. The leading Arhat, deep in thought, produced a stone given to him by Tathagata, searching in all directions, confirming that the man had disappeared without a trace. And then spoke, Let us return to Lingshan and accept our punishment. When Lu Chuan finally regained consciousness, he had lost track of time. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a dark figure seated by a stone table not far away, enveloped in an aura of shadow. The figure's voice, raspy, inquired, Awake? You have quite the fortune, managing to last so long in the hands of the 8 Arhats. Not bad. You are a good seedling, not search for it. I find this little trinket on your face quite appealing, and I shall save your life with it. Consider a form of payment. Where do you wish to go? I shall escort you there. We shall owe each other nothing. Lu Chuan stretched his limbs and asked, Who are you? Why did you save me? Who sent you? I can offer you my precious sunglasses. The shadowy figure snorted dismissively. Who dares to command me? You have 3 breaths to state the location. The capital of the Tang Dynasty, Chapter 30, a centenary family of cake sellers in the Tang Dynasty cake. Cake, delicious and inexpensive, 1 tael of silver per pound. A delicate little girl with a cherubic face said sweetly, Mother, I want to eat cake. All you do is eat, eat, eat. We can barely afford meals. Have you forgotten how the Shaosong family lost their home over a piece of cake? Go home, the rough-clad woman exclaimed, reaching to pull the little girl away. The cake vendor, seeing this, stepped forward and said, Hold on a moment. The woman instantly placed her hands on her hips and shouted, What do you mean? Are you trying to force a sale? The vendor shook his head and replied, If you recount the events of just now in detail, I will gift you these 3 pounds of cake. Seeing the woman's puzzled expression, the vendor was already aware of the Shaosong family's plight. The woman muttered under her breath, calling him crazy, and then hurriedly led her daughter away, the little girl turning back to offer the vendor a sweet smile. As the sun began to set, the cake vendor, illuminated by the evening light, slowly disappeared at the end of the road, outside the lush woods of Daxing Mountain. The vendor transformed into a young gentleman with striking features and a tall, graceful stature. With a few leaps, he arrived at the summit of Daxing Mountain, taking a step off the cliff, disappearing from sight. You have returned? Where's my candied hawthorn? A girl with red hair and purple eyes bounced over. Ling Zhu, too many sweets will rot your teeth. Eat less. After much deliberation, I shall buy some for you next time, the man replied, wiping his forehead. The girl scoffed, You are lying to me again. I will not talk to you. With that, she turned away and entered the wooden house. The man was none other than the long-missing Lu Chuan, and the girl was indeed Feng Lingzhu. Lu Chuan shook his head and approached a small river, splashing water on his face before slowly following her into the house. Upon entering, Feng Lingzhu began to complain, We have been hiding for so long. That person should have forgotten about you by now. I did not want to hide anymore. Lu Chuan poured himself a cup of water, commenting, 100 years is but a trifle for beings as ancient as they. I see you are quite content living here. Every day you have Kita and Kaer as your human punching bags, tending to flowers, making cakes, and I occasionally take you into the city for a stroll. Did I ask that not good? Feng Lingzhu wrinkled her delicate nose. And you, are you truly happy? Do not think I am unaware. 80 years ago, you secretly attended a Dharma assembly. I saw Sun Wukong and the others manifest their Buddha forms. Why did you not recognize them? Lu Chuan's smile vanished in an instant, as he continued sipping his tea. After finishing, he paused at the door and said, They have better choices. Why should I distress myself unnecessarily? Yes, I am sorry. I did not mean to. After Feng Lingzhu finished speaking, Lu Chuan's figure had already vanished at the doorway. Entering the newly opened cave dwelling, Lu Chuan sat in meditation to practice the Ziwei Shunshun Gong. However, it wasn't long before he furrowed his brow. Feeling increasingly restless, damn system. Can't you say a word? It's been 100 years, and not a peep from you that aren't you supposed to overturn the journey to the west? With my meager cultivation, what can I even overturn? Damn it. After venting his frustrations, he felt significantly relieved and took out the sun-shooting divine bow along with 3 divine arrows, beginning to polish them meticulously. Before he knew it, the day had turned to the next. Lu Chuan, wake up. The cake is ready. Can I accompany you to sell it today? I'm so bored staying at home. Feng Lingzhu said anxiously as she looked at him. All right. Yay. We can go out and have fun. The two strolled through the dense mountains and forests, with Feng Lingzhu occasionally darting up trees to observe birds or diving into tree hollows to tease squirrels, thoroughly enjoying herself. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed nearby. Go ahead. I'll wait for you up front. As soon as he finished speaking, a small cart appeared before him, which he pushed as he gradually walked away, having lived in this dense forest for 100 years. Lu Chuan had explored every corner and found no threat to her, so he felt secure letting her venture alone. Moreover, after practicing the Ziwei Shunshun Gong, Feng Lingzhu's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Naturally suited to thrive in the woods, she swiftly approached the source of the sound, her striking red hair standing out vividly. There, at the edge of a stream in a distant gully, a cheetah was poised to pounce on a young scholar. My life is at an end, he exclaimed, closing his eyes in resignation. Instead of feeling the expected claws, he slowly opened his eyes to see a woman squatting before him, gently stroking the cheetah's head. The once fierce creature now resembled a purring kitten, thoroughly enjoying the attention. My name is Chun Ming. Thank you so much for saving me, miss. The moment Feng Lingzhu turned her head, Chun Ming was struck by her beauty, red hair, violet eyes, fair skin, and naturally luscious red lips. Although she did not smile widely, her face radiated warmth, akin to a celestial maiden descending to earth, save for a red mark on her face, as if it had just been pinched. Miss, Feng Lingzhu addressed the cheetah. Go, remember not to harm anyone. If you're hungry, come find me. The cheetah let out a low growl and, with a few agile leaps, disappeared deep into the forest. Come, I'll take you out. In the future, don't wander too far. You might not even know how you end up dead. Chun Ming's face lit up with gratitude as he explained, Thank you, miss. I only came here to seek medicine. And now that I haven't found it, I cannot leave. What kind of medicine? Perhaps I might have it, she replied. Chun Ming quickly elaborated, tiger's heart, wolf's liver, leopard's gallbladder, snake. Stop right there, Feng Lingzhu interjected by Lu Chuan's words. You're engaging in poaching. You look all respectable, yet you are no better than a scoundrel. With that, she turned to walk away. Miss, if you possess such medicine, I implore you to share it with me. My mother is gravely ill, and I need the medicine to save her. If it weren't for my dire situation, I wouldn't dare take such risks. I have diligently pursued my studies, yet I have failed 5 years in a row. My family's fortune has nearly vanished. I am truly at my wit's end. If I cannot find a remedy today, I intend to be buried here. Feng Lingzhu paused, allowing him to catch up, and spoke as they walked. I think you might have been deceived. Coincidentally, I cough. My brother is a divine physician, and he could visit your home. If that doesn't work, then you can come back and rest here. As Lu Chuan waited, missing the freshest morning glow, he noticed the girl still had not emerged. Just as he was about to enter to find her, he thought, look how high the sun is. Forget it. You seem to be as unreliable as a fisherman. So just go to the city. I see the only one shouting for help. Seeing this, Chun Ming hurried forward to greet him. I am Chun Ming, and I have the honor to meet Master Feng. Lu Chuan smirked slightly. Master Feng, damn it, this girl needs a good talking to. Being polite now, Feng Lingzhu quickly sent a message to him, explaining the situation. That Lu Chuan looked at Chun Ming with surprise. Finding him increasingly familiar, he thought, what kind of strange doctors are there these days? Since this girl has agreed, we might as well check it out. Seeing his agreement, Feng Lingzhu generously sliced a piece of cake from Lu Chuan's cart for Chun Ming, not forgetting to promote it. Lingzhu Cake, a century-old brand. You know how much this costs. Faced with Lu Chuan's anger, Chun Ming found himself at a loss, unsure whether to eat or not. He had indeed heard of this cake, known throughout Chang'an City, though it was said to cut deeply into one's wealth. What surprised him even more was that not only was the sister stunningly beautiful, but her brother was also a refined gentleman. Contrary to the rumors circulating, Chapter 31, an unexpected encounter with the descendant of Xuanzang, and an unforeseen fainting pushing the cart ahead, Lu Chuan walked while Feng Lingzhu hopped around, glancing here and there. And with Chun Ming, the downtrodden scholar, they attracted the attention of passersby. Lu Chuan, look at that girl in the cart ahead. She keeps peeking out to look at you. Even after walking so far, she still watches. I must say, having hair makes one more appealing. Don't talk nonsense. Perhaps she is looking at him. Don't cause me any trouble. Years ago, you left that rich man's son blind, and I still haven't settled the score with you. You really are ruthless. Who told him to act like that? Chun Ming, upon hearing this, found a cake in his mouth suddenly tasteless. He nearly choked. Lu Gongzi, your cake is so delicious, being a century-old brand. Why don't you settle in the city? And why have you kept staring at me this whole way? Lu Chuan cast him a sidelong glance, noting, this lad is quite alert. So, you are Qin Gongzi? I merely think you resemble an old acquaintance of mine. No need to be afraid. I won't gouge out your eyes. Chun Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stretched his neck, and swallowed the last bite of cake. The earlier fright in the jungle and the fatigue of the journey dissipated instantly, leaving him inexplicably refreshed, causing him to glance at Feng Lingzhu and Lu Chuan a few more times. Where is your home? Near the Xingshan Temple in the eastern part of the city. Then let's go. We should check on your mother first. Lu Chuan recalled that those living near Xingshan Temple were mostly common folk. with some beggars mixed in, indicating he truly had fallen on hard times. Enough playing around. You promised to help, so you should take it seriously. Reluctantly setting down her candy, Feng Lingzhu pouted and followed him. They arrive at a row of low houses behind Xing Shan Temple. Although the streets were crowded, they were particularly clean, with shops and vendors organizing their goods, though not as grand as the streets of Chang'an. They had a more homely atmosphere that Lu Chuan instantly grew fond of. Here we are, Lu Gongzi, Lu Xiaojia. Chun Ming pushed open a dilapidated courtyard. I don't share the surname Lu. I am called Zhu Darren. Lingzhu, Lu Chuan shot her an exasperated glance. What's with you? Can I make a joke? Chun Ming, feeling awkward, explained, I hadn't inquired about your names, and I assumed you two were related. My mistake. Please, come into them. Why humble abode is simple. I hope you will forgive the lack of hospitality. Mother, I'm home. Mother, please wake up. Hearing Chun Ming's calls, Lu Chuan ceased observing the surroundings and hurried inside. He saw Chun Ming kneeling before an earthen bed, repeatedly calling for his mother, who lay there pale and with lips tinged blue. Upon entering, Lu Chuan sensed that the woman was not in immediate danger, but was captivated by the spirit tablet nearby. Chen Clan's grandfather, Master Xuanzang, eternal and immortal so, you are his descendant. No wonder you look so familiar. I cannot have outsiders disturb my treatment. Please step outside. I will call for you once I am done. After Chun Ming exited, Lu Chuan took the pulse of the woman on the bed and discovered a trace of dark energy lingering within her, her organs in disarray. It was indeed a miracle she still drew breath. Well then, considering our past acquaintance, I shall bestow upon her some purple energy. As Lu Chuan conjured a stream of purple energy to flow into the woman's body. The dark energy seemed to sense danger and began to flee. Just as the purple energy had started to mend the damaged organs, it was further tormented, causing the unconscious woman to furrow her brow in discomfort. With a cold snort, Lu Chuan grasped the woman's wrist with all his might. The dark energy became ensnared by several streams of purple energy and, with nowhere to escape, attempted to take the woman down with it. Not good. Just as he was momentarily distracted, the dark energy surged through the woman's meridians and suddenly burrowed into Lu Chuan's arm, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Outside, Feng Lingzhu squatted on the ground, bored, helping ants move their home, when she suddenly heard a thud from inside the house and swiftly dashed in. Chun Ming was startled, blinking in disbelief as the person vanished. Inside, Lu Chuan lay calmly on the ground, while the woman on the earthen bed remained unconscious. Chun Ming, upon entering, was taken aback, unsure of what to do. Pacing back and forth in the room, contemplating whether to call for a doctor, be quiet. He was startled by Feng Lingzhu's thunderous shout, instantly falling into silence. Lu, no, Miss Lingzhu, where are you taking young Master Lu? He stammered, my mother. She, unlike her previous playful demeanor, Feng Lingzhu cast a cold glance at Chun Ming, then swiftly scooped up Lu Chuan, transforming into a flash of green light and vanishing from sight. Although Chun Ming had anticipated this turn of events, he was still left in shock, collapsing to the ground. After a moment of dazedness, he scrambled to the bedside, only to see his mother's lips slowly turning red and her complexion beginning to regain its color, which finally eased his worries that, in a state of disarray, he poured himself a cup of water, realizing they were indeed celestial beings. Suddenly struck by some thought, he dashed outside and saw a small cart still parked in the courtyard, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Feng Lingzhu hastily returned to the Wujin cave, carefully placing Lu Chuan into the divine water pool, recalling how she had saved him in the same manner a century ago. Miss, what about the gentleman? Queried Kuei. I have a foreboding feeling this time that if he never awakens, you should leave. Thank you for accompanying me for 100 years, miss. We will not leave if our father and mother do not want us. Do you also not want us now? Kuei replied, his eyes brimming with tears that a century had passed, and the two children of Kuei Mulang had grown into adulthood, with Kuei and Kuei inheriting more of their father's robust lineage. He once said your parents were forced into their decisions. They did not abandon you. Surely, they have returned to the heavenly realm to serve. Seeking them would be a better fate. Hiding here with us is not a solution. If enemies come knocking, we will have no one to take revenge on us. Kuei glanced at Kuei, who solemnly stated, "Then we shall accompany the miss for 3 more years, if the gentleman remains unresponsive. We will head to the heavenly realm to seek our father's help." Feng Lingzhu nodded, no longer rejecting their goodwill. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a blink. Feng Lingzhu bid farewell to Kuei Da and Kuei Er as they left the Wujing cave, repeatedly instructing them not to disclose their whereabouts. After they departed, she sat vacantly at the cliff's edge, feeling the mountain breeze and gazing at the sunset. Creak. "Who's there?" She turned to find it was the cheetah from long ago. "Come, don't be afraid. You won't fall. Come lie down with me. Didn't I say you'd come to find me when you were hungry? Why haven't you come even once in 3 years?" The cheetah let out a low growl, seemingly aggrieved, as if to say it had come many times. Feng Lingzhu chuckled and patted its head. Ha ha ha. "My fault. From now on, you'll follow me." Chapter 32. A decade flees. Things change. Time reached the 5th year. Lu Chuan continued to float lifelessly in the divine water, and each time the cheetah approached the riverbank for a drink, it was startled, tiptoeing cautiously, drinking before scurrying away. The divine water was simply too delectable. Feng Lingzhu felt it was almost becoming sentient. "What are you afraid of? You've been drinking this water for 2 years now, yet each time you act like a little mouse." The cheetah affectionately rubbed against Feng Lingzhu's delicate white leg, tickling her. After a playful bout between them, she returned to the wooden house with a sense of melancholy. The cheetah remained motionless, puzzled as to why its master suddenly seemed upset, quietly lying on the steps and staring at Lu Chuan floating in the divine water. In the blink of an eye, the 8th year arrived. Feng Lingzhu lay by the riverbank, one hand submerged in the water, grasping Lu Chuan's hand, murmuring, "A century ago, you only fainted for 3 days. A soak. And you awoke. Yet, it has been 8 years now. Last year, I broke through to the golden immortal level that if you awaken now, I won't leave." Lost in thought, her eyes reddened slightly. "You always ask me why I gouged out that nobleman's eye, didn't you? He exposed himself in front of me, and I saw it. So disgusting. At that moment, I understood what you meant by the treachery of human hearts, that I really didn't want to, but I couldn't hold back. And I still remember his screams. I sent Kaeda and Kuei Er away. You won't blame me, will you? I've sensed for a while that they wanted to leave. Perhaps your intimidating presence frightened them, and they dared not mention it to me. Can you even hear me? Sigh, Xiaohua. Let us go, and let him float." That moment, Lu Chuan felt himself ensnared in the gaping maw of an abyss. An inexplicable force tugging at him, and he could vaguely hear a voice calling out to him. In that instant of unconsciousness, the great void divine armored had split into 2 beams of white light that penetrated his body, instantly vanquishing the dark energy. The reason for his prolonged slumber was tied to the sealing of the overturned journey to the West system. During these 8 years Feng Lingzhu spent with Lu Chuan, she never stepped outside, unaware that outside the dense jungles of Daxing Mountain, people were relentlessly searching for them. "Your Highness, this deep mountain forest is rather peculiar. Over the years, many of our brothers have perished. Yet we still cannot find a path to the mountain top," lamented a middle-aged man resembling a merchant. "Is that enough?" "Ha! More than enough. Your Highness, you are magnanimous," he chuckled. "Stop with the pleasantries. Send more men and continue searching." "I remember clearly. She said to look for her at the mountaintop." "Yes, Your Highness, please take care." The nobleman was none other than Chunming, who had earned the nickname Cupcake Prince among the common folk. His carriage passed through Chang'an Street, drawing much attention and discussion. "Did you see? He became a prince just by selling Cupcake. One day, he transformed into a phoenix. Bah! One day, he flew to the treetops. Wait, never mind. He making a fortune. That I've also heard that the current emperor is on his last legs, and his several daughters. I refuse to believe I can't do as well as this pretty boy. TCH, it's been 7 or 8 years. Look at how many people are now selling Cupcake in the streets. Stop dreaming and stick to learning how to butcher pigs from your father." After Chunming walked away, he sneered, ordering those gossiping vendors, "Take care of them, but I don't want to hear any more rumors about the Cupcake Prince. Understood? Return to the estate." From then on, those vendors disappeared from Chang'an, and no one dared to mention the Cupcake Prince again. Even the number of cupcake sellers halved. Time flew, and 2 more years passed. Chunming's extensive search for Daxing Mountain led to the gradual formation of a small market at the foot of the mountain. With an increasing number of treasure seekers venturing in, some, indeed, found incredible fortunes, while others met their demise in the depths of the mountains, becoming fertilizer. Today, Feng Lingzhu came to converse with Lu Chuan, as usual. Strangely enough, the cheetah, seemingly an ordinary leopard, had developed a degree of intelligence over the past decade. Though it could not transform into a human, it could now articulate human speech. Shawa, what do you wager this year? Will he awaken or not? The cheetah sneezed. Master, I still wager that he won't awaken. Finally, I can learn the secret of escape. Impudent. What escape? That's called agility. The pair waited from day to night, yet Lu Chuan continued to float lifelessly. Feng Lingzhu sighed. Shawa, the WINIT seems he won't awaken anytime soon. It's all my fault for insisting on treating Chunming's mother. Today, I searched that commoner district, and not a single person knew their whereabouts. It is all my fault. Master, you always tell me about the world beyond the Tang Dynasty, right? Why don't we go out in search of medicine? After all, it's so safe here. Feng Lingzhu gazed at Lu Chuan for a long time before finally nodding, murmuring, at most 100 years. No, 50 years, and if I don't find the medicine, I will return. I'm leaving now, Lu Chuan. Yes, she returned to the wooden house to pack her belongings. She discovered that from head to toe, everything she possessed was a gift from Lu Chuan. The invincible sunglasses, the golden phoenix hairpin, the colorful attire, the light-slicing scissors, and the little seed pouch. The cheetah, Shaohua, seeing her exit empty-handed, inquired, Master, where are your things? Feng Lingzhu cast a complex glance at Lu Chuan, who lay in water within her heart. Despite Xiaohua's mind full of questions, it followed Feng Lingzhu as she departed from the place where it had lived for a decade. The pair set off into the unknown, unaware of when they might return. Within the Wujian cave, where time stood still, an indeterminate period passed before Lu Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Ding! Cultivation for 100 years achieved. Ding! Luya has received a message. Ding! Wujian cave has met the conditions for upgrade. Ding! Upon awakening, Lu Chuan's mind was flooded with various system notifications, overwhelming him with information. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. The encouraging news was that the system had come back to life. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Chuan furrowed his brows, rubbed his temples, splashed some river water on his face, and with a swift motion, returned to the shore. Lingzhu? Little Zhuzi? Kuei. Not a soul was in sight. Had they all left together? Lu Chuan brushed off the moisture from his body and slowly made his way into the wooden cabin. At first glance, he noticed the neatly arranged tables and chairs within. It seemed that during my unconsciousness, this girl had not been idle. I intended to pour myself a glass of water, only to discover a letter seemingly pressed beneath the teapot. Lu Chuan, it has been 10 years. I initially thought you would sleep for a few days like before, but I never anticipated that you would slumber for an entire decade. I have sent Koeda and the others away. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? By the way, I've also acquired a pet, though sadly you will not get to meet him. His name is Shaohua. I have reached the pinnacle of my cultivation, meeting the necessary requirements. I am departing now. Upon reading this, Lu Chuan felt a tremor in his heart, a heavy sensation constricting his chest. If you are able to see this letter, it means you have awakened. I have grown weary of solitude and ventured out for a while. Do not worry. I shall return. After I've had my fill of fun, I will come back. Don't miss me too much. Oh, and after you fell unconscious, I visited Chunming's house, but it was deserted. You may wish to investigate further. Lastly, do take care of yourself. Should you fall unconscious again, there will be no one to bring you back. That is all. Do not dwell on it. Lingzhu. Chapter 33. Upgrading the cave abode. A missed opportunity. Lu Chuan exhaled a deep breath. His fists clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. He turned and sat upon the wooden bed he had crafted for her. His gaze fixated unwaveringly on the empty room. Well, it is perhaps for the best that you have left. After nurturing you for over a century, you turned out to be an ungrateful wretch. What if I were to languish in the river for a millennium? Who would rescue me? Just wait until you return. I shall make you rue the day. Oh, I nearly forgot. The system is finally awakened. Upon seeing the system panel, Lu Chuan was utterly astonished. Ding! Sun Wukong has sent a message. Ding! Zhu Beiji has sent a message. Ding! Cultivation for a century achieved. Ding! The Wujian cave abode has met upgrade conditions. Ding! successfully absorbed demonic energy since the last encounter with the 8 great Arhats, followed by an inexplicable rescue from Shadow. 110 years had passed without any response from the system. To his surprise, it had revived, revealing hundreds of unread messages. The Wujian cave abode can be upgraded. Upon opening this message, the wooden cabin began to shake violently. Surely, it wouldn't collapse like in the novels. He thought, terrified as he rushed outside. To his shock, the river of divine water that had once flowed before the cabin had vanished entirely, leaving behind a fissure that traversed the entire Wujian cave abode. The tremors intensified beneath his feet, and just as he considered waiting outside until the upgrade completed, the time dial in the system's repository began to stir restlessly. The moment Lu Chuan grasped it, the time dial flew from his hand, embedding itself atop the mountain where he had carved the cave. It seemed to trigger some switch, and the mountain began to tremble violently, boulders the size of grindstones tumbling downwards, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Damn it, leave my wooden cabin alone. After shouting this, the ground beneath the cabin settled into calmness. Yet, as he approached the fissure by the river, the earth beneath him began to quake once more. Lu Chuan leaped onto the roof of the wooden cabin, surveying the apocalyptic landscape around him. The mountain crumbled and the earth split. Words failed to encapsulate the chaos. After a moment of contemplation, he felt that the upgrade would take some time, so he returned inside. Having lost consciousness for a decade, he awoke to find himself utterly alone. He flopped on a Feng Lingzhu's bed, pulled the covers over his head, and drifted back into slumber. Time passed, and Lu Chuan awoke with a start. Lingzhu. It was merely a dream. He had realized he had truly fallen asleep. He threw off the covers, a waft of fragrance filling his nostrils. Momentarily dazed, he tidied the bed and pushed open the door. He stepped out of the wooden cabin. His eyes beheld a river at least 50 meters wide, winding endlessly, now dotted with numerous tributaries that sprawled across the entire Wujian cave abode. The once towering peak seemed to reach for the heavens, as if yearning to break free from its confines, atop which stood an object resembling a radar. The time dial. Lu Chuan began to ascend slowly. The cave that had once seemed so small now appeared boundless. To the north, several dozen miles away, lay an endless expanse of forest, eerily silent. The western side featured the mountain with the time dial, while the east revealed an expanse of grassland, possibly leading to an exit. The southern bank of the river was shrouded in mist, obscuring his view. Overcome with excitement, Lu Chuan perused the introduction to the Wujian cave abode. Laughing uncontrollably, primary Hongmeng space, a radius of 100,000 kilometers, automatically absorbing external spiritual energy and converting it into ancient Hongmeng energy, capable of time-space jumps, reversing time, subject to the host's cultivation level. After reading this, Lu Chuan inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of rejuvenation. So, the Wujian cave abode and the time dial were interconnected. Who would dare pursue me now? I can simply return to the past. Let us see how you would capture me then. Unbeknownst to him, the recent upheaval during the cave's upgrade had leaked a trace of ancient Hongmeng energy, transforming the dense forests of Daxing Mountain. An elderly farmer, while foraging for herbs, accidentally broke his leg. After calling out for a long time without any response, he resigned himself to becoming prey for wild beasts. However, a gentle breeze swept past, miraculously healing his legs. He descended the mountain. He found himself moving with remarkable agility, and upon returning home, he insisted that his family move to this area. Strangely, the news spread like wildfire, and soon the entire Chang'an city was abuzz with tales of an unnamed immortal appearing in Daxing Mountain. Countless wealthy gentlemen rushed to the site, and even individuals from the royal palace came to investigate. This moment, Lu Chuan had sealed the Hongmeng space and commenced his meditative cultivation. He had intended to check for messages from Yukong and Beiji, but, after much hesitation, decided to focus on enhancing his own strength instead. 0.5 years flew by, and as Lu Chuan continued his cultivation, Daxing Mountain became overcrowded. Nobles from Luoyang, Yuzhou, and beyond flocked to the area, hoping for a stroke of luck. By the 10th year, Lu Chuan was still engrossed in his training, while Daxing Mountain had been thoroughly searched. Aside from the peak, no one could ascend. Even catching a wild hare required a bowing gesture, for it was said that immortals possessed the ability to change forms at will. By the 20th year, the first batch of elderly residents had nearly all passed away, yet their descendants remained obsessed with seeking the immortal. In the 40th year, Lu Chuan awoke once, roused by the noise of a battle occurring in the cave below the mountain peak. Infuriated, he activated soundproofing. In the 46th year, Feng Lingzhu returned, initially taken aback. She was astonished to find a town had sprung up at the foot of Daxing Mountain. Without lingering, she made her way to the peak, attempting to enter multiple times, yet she did not know that this was no longer the Wujin cave abode, and that Lu Chuan had sealed it for his cultivation. "Master, can we not enter?" Feng Lingzhu bit her lip, taking out a pouch containing exotic herbs and arranging them into a small bundle. "Xiaohua, let us go. You must be fine now. Let us wander the world. First, we must deal with that foolish bear that nearly killed me. It was merely a few herbs I picked. Revenge is a must." Just as one person and one leopard took flight, she abruptly turned back to retrieve the bundle of herbs. With a complex expression, she cast a glance at the empty space opposite her before vanishing like a streak of rainbow light. Unbeknownst to her, whether through oversight or intention, a green flower remained at the edge of the cliff by the 51st year. Lu Chuan awoke, first deactivating the soundproofing that he stretched lazily and stepped out of the wooden cabin to wash his face in the river. To his astonishment, he spotted fish swimming in the water. Looking up, he noticed a few birds fluttering overhead. Could it be that birds and fish appeared out of thin air? He took another sip of river water. But the enchanting sensation he had experienced before was no longer present. Just as he thought he had regressed in his cultivation, he remained blissfully unaware of the pair of eyes watching him from beneath the riverbed unexpectedly. The Zhui Shunshang technique could only cultivate to the peak of the golden immortal. Closing and was surprisingly pleasant. That I now understand why those grandmasters frequently retreat into seclusion. It is time to venture out. As he stepped out of the Hongmeng space, a small green flower floated before him. Chapter 34. A farewell to Chun Ming. Gratitude to the celestial being. Lu Chuan grasped the green flower, recognizing the familiar aura it emanated. Lingzhu, he withdrew the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism and discovered that this essential introductory book had transformed into the Hongmeng canon. After flipping through it for quite some time, he initially intended to seek information about Feng Lingzhu within its pages, but suddenly halted. He had not accepted her into the fold, thus had never imparted the Mahayana scriptures to her. Lu Chuan, oh Lu Chuan, why have you chosen to isolate this place? She must surely be furious, perhaps even beside herself with rage. Lu Chuan cradled a small green flower in his hands, continuously forming hand seals. With a single gesture, the flower merged into the Hongmeng space, imbued with her essence. The next time he returned, even if he were to enter seclusion again, she would be able to come and go freely. After composing himself, he instantaneously appeared atop a massive rock beneath the mountaintop and began to stroll leisurely outward. Clad in white robes with hair cascading to his waist, Lu Chuan had begun to undergo gradual transformation since he embarked on his cultivation journey, now presenting himself as a quintessential young master from a prestigious family. How curious. When did so many people arrive here? It is rare for anyone to venture this deep. Wait a moment. Why have the trees grown so tall? Hey, are you here searching for treasure too? What tools do you have? What treasures have you found? A burly man inquired from several meters away. Lu Chuan had no intention of engaging with these individuals. But since the man was so familiar, he decided to inquire about the current circumstances. Why, good sir, may I ask what treasure you seek? I am merely wandering without purpose. The burly man set down his shovel and replied, You appear to be a person of wealth. Best not to delve too deep, lest you encounter danger in broad daylight. Who would dare commit such acts? Surely there are many others here searching for treasure. Are you attempting to frighten me? Lu Chuan replied with a smile. Do not doubt me. Do not deceive. Ever since the rumors of an immortal descending here began circulating, every few years someone meets a tragic end. There remains left in a pitiful state. With so many people around, I doubt anyone will find treasure. Pray tell, what tales of immortals do you have? I am quite fond of stories. It would not be in vain if you share. Upon spotting a piece of broken silver, Guo Dashing's face lit up with glee. Well then, let me share. 50 years ago, I cannot recall who spread the word, but it was said that an immortal resided here, saving someone. That person returned and moved their entire family here. Strangely enough, many ailing individuals who came to stay for a prolonged period did indeed recover. Those long-term patients miraculously healed, if it wasn't the work of an immortal. Could it be the doing of a ghost? As the tale spread, it became more fantastical. I even heard that people from the palace came to investigate, yet found naught but a silver mine, which was exhausted a decade ago. Gradually, this grand mountain turned into a town that I cannot specify the year, but as my grandfather recounted, someone ventured into the mountains at night, and the screams that echoed were chilling. Come dawn, that corpse was unearthed by mourning visitors that a few years later, incidents of harm began to occur, leading many to believe the immortal had taken offense, yet no one wished to leave, claiming the deceased had angered the immortal. Thus, we chant daily for the immortal's forgiveness that I have been digging for over a decade. And look at me, still in good health. Lu Chuan nodded, discreetly leaving a mark upon him before bidding farewell. Upon exiting Daxing Mountain, he estimated that the number of treasure seekers within the mountain exceeded 10,000. Shaking his head, he made his way directly to Chang'an City. His technique of rapid travel had reached its zenith. Allowing him to arrive at the place where Chun Ming once resided in mere moments, he wished to ascertain the identity of Chun Ming's mother, but the residence had long since changed hands. Have you heard? This year, that prince consort has grown younger again. Despite being in his 70s, he appears no older than 30 or 40. It is said that he has invited an immortal to his home. Alas, who could argue? My grandfather has passed, yet this old prince consort seems to grow younger with each passing day, that if only I had wealth, I would have visited the prince consort's mansion long ago. Just you, give it up, we are not destined for such encounters. Passing by the entrance of Xingshan Temple, the conversation between two passers-by left him quite astonished. Upon reaching the prince consort's mansion, Lu Chuan handed a few coins to the doorman before requesting entry, instructing them to announce the visit of an old acquaintance from 50 years ago. Before long, a middle-aged man in splendid attire hurried to the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chuan, who looked unchanged, his face instantly radiated joy, as if to say he had finally awaited his arrival. To Lu, "Young Master Lu, please, come in quickly. Go fetch my mother." "Young Master Chen, no, I should say Prince Consort. Did you know I was coming?" Chun Ming paused momentarily, then chuckled as an ordinary mortal. "How could I possibly know? However, my mother's been waiting for you, duh." "Your mother is still alive? I apologize, that was not my intention. Young Master Lu, your inquiry is entirely reasonable. As mortals often live to be 90, which is exceedingly rare, my mother is already over 100 years old. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude for saving her." Lu Chuan waved his hand, carefully scrutinizing Chun Ming, whose black hair was interspersed with white strands, his complexion rosy, stature upright, and bearing robust. He looked so vibrant that one could easily believe he was 30 years old, yet he was, in fact, a man over 70. "Young Master Chun, may I inquire, whatever happened to the cart of pastries I once provided?" Chun Ming hastily replied, "I assure you, I did not touch it. When Miss Feng returned, she took it away. To be honest, it startled me back then. She vanished in an instant." Lu Chuan nodded, refraining from pursuing the matter further. "Young Master Chun, did you perhaps take an immortal as your master?" He was plagued by an unsettling feeling, sensing a peculiar odor emanating from Chun Ming. "Young Master Lu, Lu the Immortal, you possess extraordinary powers. How did you know I wished to take you as my master?" Upon speaking, he suddenly knelt before Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt a wave of distaste for this individual. How drastically a person could change. The bashful demeanor of Chun Ming from 50 years ago was still fresh in his mind. Yet now he resembled a seasoned bureaucrat, evasive and tangential. Sighing, Lu Chuan raised his hand and effortlessly returned Chun Ming to his seat. Turning, he noticed someone standing at the entrance, Chun Ming's mother, who appeared unchanged, showing no signs of aging over the past 50 years. After closing the door, she bowed to Lu Chuan, expressing her gratitude for his gift of life. Lu Chuan regarded her coolly and inquired, "Pray tell, who are you?" She glanced at Chun Ming and responded, "I am Han Yin. a disciple of the Buddha of Zhantan, tasked with safeguarding the Chun family for a century to in a few years. Should the immortal not return, I shall have to report back. Chen Ming seemed to have been aware of this all along and exhibited no surprise, gazing at his mother with an expression of admiration. After a moment's pause, Han Yin appeared to have made a decision, beseeching the immortal for assistance against the demon. For Chen Ming had already fallen into darkness. I was injured by that demon. Fortunately, the immortal showed mercy, allowing me to retain my celestial roots. Chen Ming's complexion changed dramatically, nearly causing him to topple from his chair. Chapter 35. The Chen family's great change. The three realms may not be stable, Chen Ming stammered. Mother, no. Han Yin, how could you possibly know? I only venture out of the city at night, and I prepared a special residence for you. Are you surveilling me? Han Yin sighed. Han Sheng, do not blame me. You have harmed too many innocent mortals. The princess's sudden demise 20 years ago, was it not your doing? Chen Ming sprang to his feet, inadvertently toppling his chair, and said calmly, Is it not all your fault? I endured countless hardships to save you. Do you have any idea? Our ancestral home was sold off, and me, I sought Lu the Immortal for your rescue. How many years did I plead with you? I asked you to teach me the path. If that was not possible, I would have settled for a monastic life. All I desire is longevity. How difficult could that be? Huh. He then shouted, If it weren't for you, would I have fallen for that demon's trick? On the contrary, I should thank him. Every 3 to 5 years, if I can drain the life force from a single person, I can continue living indefinitely, remaining eternally youthful. That if you had taught me. Could I have become this way? Lu Chuan silently sipped his tea, saying nothing. Also, do you not harbor feelings for me? I can sense it, truly. I can feel it. You're not my biological mother. We could become husband and wife. We could have a child and attain immortality in the mortal realm. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Having said this, Chen Ming grasped Han Yin's hand. With a sharp sound, his dream shattered. Han Yin retreated, murmuring Amitabha Buddha, her resolve shaken, refusing to look at him again. Chen Ming suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Come in, mastered. Lu Chuan looked on in astonishment as an elderly man emerged from the inner hall. Holding a Buddhist staff, his demeanor sly, clad in the garb of a Taoist, the two exchanged glances, and seeing that Lu Chuan remained unmoved, the old Taoist prepared to act, striding directly toward Han Yin. Han Yin had been injured by him 50 years ago, nearly losing her celestial roots. As he approached, she fearfully sought refuge beside Lu Chuan. The old Taoist calmly addressed her. What brings you here? Friend, do you wish to intervene in this matter? My disciple claims you saved her 50 years ago. Here is the deal. I shall not hold past grievances against you, and you may leave through the door. And we shall part ways. What do you say? Han Yin looked at Lu Chuan with trepidation, fearing he might agree. She had already lost a significant portion of her powers upon descending to the mortal realm. Should she perish now, her tens of thousands of years of cultivation would be in vain. Lu Chuan set down his teacup and donned his sunglasses, saying, Who do you think you are? The old Taoist bellowed. Do you know who I am? I advise you not to wade into murky waters. Otherwise, it will be an irreversible calamity, and you shall vanish into thin air. How bothersome! Lu Chuan, with audacity, made his move. Lacking a suitable weapon, he could only resort to using the bow of Ho-E as a staff, having previously lent out the Pango flag to Wukong and the others to subdue demons and never reclaimed it. Upon seeing the bow of Ho-E, the old Taoist was struck with terror, barely managing to fend it off with his whisk, retreating several steps as the whisk disintegrated into dust. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of a fierce beast upon him. For Lu Chuan had drawn the bow, which prominently bore a divine arrow. Who are you? I am the vanguard officer under the command of the demon ancestor Luo. Who? You cannot kill me. The esteemed Ming Jiao protested, raising a pitch-black shield to defend himself. As Lu Chuan relaxed his grip, the divine arrow pierced through the old Taoist's brow in an instant. He had yet to finish his words before his body began to disintegrate inch by inch. After retracting the bow of Ho-E and the divine arrow, Lu Chuan discovered that Chen Ming and Han Yin had already vanished without a trace. Ascending to the heavens, he sensed his surroundings and pursued towards the southwest. Earlier, when the old Taoist had entered from the back hall, Chun Ming had already seized the opportunity to escape, having witnessed that his all-powerful master dared not confront Lu Chuan. Han Sheng, return with me. I believe the immortal will save you and dispel the demonic aura not err further. Chun Ming replied calmly. I merely seek immortality. What is wrong with that? Master dispatched me to the mortal realm solely to preserve a flicker of the Chun family's legacy. Do you truly wish to sever it? Han Yin implored anxiously. The Qin family? Ha ha ha. What concern is that of mine? As long as you do not impede me, I assure you I will ensure the continuation of the Chun lineage. Yes? Halt. Take one more step forward, and I shall not yield any further. Faced with his former mother and the woman he had loved, Chun Ming advanced step by step toward her, each step prompting her to retreat. Suddenly, a dark flying dagger shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Han Yin's face. She raised her sword to block, but her protective shield was on the verge of being breached, just as the shield shattered. A wave of dark energy surged from the dagger toward her brow. Having remained hidden for quite some time, Lu Chuan sighed and immediately positioned himself in front of Han Yin, grasping the dark energy and declaring, I sensed something was amiss. It seems you had a hidden agenda. Farewell. A.S.'s hand closed. A piercing scream echoed, quickly giving way to silence. Thank you, immortal, for saving me once more. His nature is not malevolent. Lu Chuan interrupted. He cannot. Even if he is a descendant of Chan Xuanzong, it does not justify it, especially since he just attempted to kill you, that if he can disregard the kindness of nurture. How can you perceive him as having a benevolent nature? Chun Ming sat forlornly on the ground. His once all-powerful master now felt utterly cold, murmuring repeatedly, I only wish for immortality. I only wish for immortality. As the purple energy in Lu Chuan's hand fell, Chun Ming vanished. His former first disciple, Chan Xuanzong, was extinguished. Perhaps it was time to refer to him as Jin Chanzi, the Bodhisattva of sandalwood merit. Han Yin closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I shall report truthfully to Master. Han Yin takes her leave. Lu Chuan watched her depart, shaking his head as he gazed at the distant Chang'an city. It seems the three realms are on the brink of chaos. Even the realm of humanity can be infiltrated by demonic entities. Upon returning to the Hongmeng space, he initially intended to continue his cultivation. Yet his mind was restless, making it impossible to concentrate. Since chaos loomed over the three realms, he contemplated venturing out to seek Fengling Bamboo, yet feared that she might return and be unable to find him. He opened the panel for the overthrowing journey to the West system and casually clicked on a message. Ding! Cultivation for 100 years completed. Reward, 10 draws, 6 soul flags, damaged, and a heavenly Tao, evil treasure. They share the same origin as the heavenly tomb coffin and the fallen saint pill, formed from the endless resentment of the 3,000 great Tao after the death of the heavenly demons. At their peak, they can harm the heavenly Tao saints. What the hell is this? I'm not a demon. Draw reward. Invincible sunglasses X8, acquired treasure. Dragon slaying blade, divine needled, I'm nauseated. The three realms are on the verge of chaos. And all I get are sunglasses that, they expect me to keep running without providing me with some formidable treasures or techniques? He had intended to exit and catch a few fish for a taste, but suddenly noticed another message below. Successfully broken the seal. Could it be that I've been unable to receive the system's messages due to being sealed? Damn, it was that shadow that saved me. Chapter 36. Overnight Wealth Ding. Successfully broken the seal. Reward. Choose anyone from the prize pool. Upon seeing this message, Lu Chuan nearly leaped with joy. Self-selection. What a marvelous phrase. Wait, self-selecting once, not one item, haha. Doesn't that mean I can take as much as I want in one go? Once he confirmed the selection, a multitude of stars flickered before his eyes, and Lu Chuan swallowed hard, rubbing his hands as he strode forward. Upon approaching the nearest light cluster, an introduction suddenly popped up. Acquired treasure. 7 repair sword can slice through stone and steel without exception, can instantly transform into 7 blades. Acquired treasure can slice through anything. This damn system is trying to confuse me with junk. The good stuff must be at the back. Lu Chuan ventured deeper, and the further he went, the more light clusters appeared. He ignored items like the blood jade of Nuwa and the 3 live stone, even spitting at the willow branch. As he scanned through the dazzling array, he suddenly spotted an object exuding a purple hue hidden behind several light clusters. Chaos Bell? He exclaimed. Could it be that by gathering the Taiji diagram, Pango Flag, and Chaos Bell, he could synthesize the heavenly opening divine axe? But wait, I remember the heavenly opening divine axe was so powerful that it was shattered for not being accepted by the heavenly Tao. Let me take another look. Liu Chuan aimlessly searched, when suddenly he heard the countdown for the treasure selection. 1 incense stick. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me this from start? Intentionally hiding the good stuff, you bastard. He refrained from cursing, remembering how he had lost the binding immortal rope after scolding the system once years ago. It nearly drove him to madness. AS time ticked away. Apart from the Chaos Bell he had accidentally discovered, he had not seen any other good items. Resolved not to waste time, he fully activated the Z-Wei Shunshan technique, releasing waves of purple energy centered around himself. He hoped these treasures would be discerning enough to approach him. Suddenly, it seemed he captured something. It felt as if an object was deliberately evading his purple energy. Patience has its limits. Countdown. 15 minutes. As the system announced the time, sweat beaded on Liu Chuan's forehead. Found you. Liu Chuan opened his eyes and swiftly approached a target, carefully avoiding those worthless treasures, fearing he might accidentally touch one and get sent out by the system. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Dozens of light clusters shimmering with purple hues flickered erratically. Taiji diagram. Heavenly opening axe. As he examined them one by one, he noticed the purple energy he released was swirling around a light cluster, glowing with golden light. Creation jade plate? Oh my goodness! Countdown. As Liu Chuan drew closer, he heard this countdown, and before he could think, he felt a powerful pulling force from behind, awakening him to the reality. I've been tricked by the damn system again. How could they skip straight to 1 after 19? Are you even on my side? In a panic, he reached out, and to his dismay, it was just a worthless bead. My jade plate. Come here. He exerted all his strength to pull the creation jade plate towards him using his purple energy. But the pulling force from behind was too strong, and after several attempts, he was nearly pulled out. He swung his hand vigorously, and Liu Chuan was expelled from the treasure selection area in the wooden house of the Hongmeng space. After an indeterminate amount of time, Liu Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he did was look into his arms. Nothing. The jade plate was gone, and at least that worthless bead he remembered placing in his arms was there. It seemed he had once again fallen victim to the system scheme. Filled with disappointment, he checked the system warehouse and found 2 new items, the Chaos Pearl and the Creation Jade Plate. A wave of immense joy engulfed him as he took them out, trembling as he caressed these 2 treasures. Creation Jade Plate, an unparalleled treasure containing the profound mysteries of the 3,000 Great Tao. Recording the ultimate truths of the heavenly Tao, it encapsulates various interpretations of the universe. Anyone who sees it will gain transcendent thoughts beyond the world and the heavenly Tao, better comprehending the essence of life. Liu Chuan swallowed hard and hurriedly checked the description of the Chaos Pearl. He remembered it was also a supreme treasure of chaos, a stroke of fortune, initially thought to be a worthless bead. Chaos Pearl, an unparalleled treasure formed from the primordial essence of Hongmeng, containing spatial laws and 49 prohibitions. The Chaos Pearl, the heavenly opening divine axe, the heavenly opening drill, the chaos green lotus, and the creation jade plate are the 5 great treasures of chaos. Within the Chaos Pearl lies a world of chaos. If one were to open the heavens and create land within the Chaos Pearl, one could achieve the status of a heavenly Tao saint through strength. A heavenly Tao saint, that means invincible in the world within the heavenly Tao, and outside of it, one could just pull their pants down, engaging in a battle of wits. Liu Chuan, despite his fervent desire to swiftly elevate his prowess, harbored reservations. Perhaps it was the plethora of knowledge from his past life that instilled in him a fear of becoming a mere puppet of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he chose to conceal the Chaos Pearl and meticulously scrutinize the creation jade plate. It was only the size of a palm, appearing azure yet tinged with a hint of green, truly remarkable in its intricacies, the myriad of patterns on its surface seemingly crafted by celestial hands. Captivated by its beauty, Liu Chuan found himself entranced, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden paradise, shrouded in mist, rendering everything indistinct. after calling out for what felt like an eternity without response. He ventured forward, unknowingly brushing against something that jolted him awake, as if struck by lightning, his mind nearly fracturing under the intensity. Taking a deep breath, he promptly settled onto the ground in a meditative posture. As time flowed, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, from the river adjacent to the wooden cabin, a head emerged, glancing left and right, its eyes fixated on the cabin, ensuring no danger lurked before it splashed back into the depths. It was a woman with the body of a human and the tail of a fish. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, obscuring her bosom, and in the sunlight, the corners of her eyes shimmered with iridescent hues. Her cherry-red lips glowed with a lustrous sheen, her features partially hidden by her long tresses, as her delicate arms, akin to lotus stems, rested on the riverbank, gazing intently at the cabin. Suddenly, she dove into the water with a splash. Vanishing from sight, the door of the wooden cabin creaked open, and Lu Chuan strolled to the riverbank, stretching lazily. The sun in this primordial space felt astonishingly real, almost blinding. Appearing in high spirits, he hummed a tune from his hometown while seated by the river. Abruptly, he wore an odd expression, chuckling at the river's surface, amused to discover a little creature hiding within. Had it not been for his accidental mastery of the path of deduction, he wondered how long she would have remained concealed. He muttered to himself, "Ah, nature calls, and since the river's waters no longer possess their original efficacy, a little relief should pose no problem." Just as he pretended to unfasten his trousers, bubbles began to rise from the center of the river. Had it transformed into a spring? Chapter 37. The Loyu Fish, the mysterious cave at the bottom of the Li River. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from the river, its gaze wary as it regarded Lu Chuan. This was Lu Chuan's first encounter with the creation jade plate. Unprepared, he had unwittingly tapped into the path of deduction, nearly overwhelmed by the vast information it contained. After a decade of seclusion, he had only begun to grasp a fraction of its intricacies. He had intended to experiment casually, but was taken aback to discover someone dwelling within the river. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. With a beaming smile, he addressed her. "How did you come be here? I must say, if you visit someone else's abode, a greeting would be courteous, wouldn't it? You seem quite young. Do come forth and clarify." "I assure you, I mean you no harm." The girl emerged fully from the water, and Lu Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Her long, dark hair framed a visage that epitomized Eastern beauty, a delicate cherry mouth and a flawless complexion. Exuding an air of youthful innocence that was truly heart-melting in a timid voice, she inquired, "You truly want to drive me away?" Lu Chuan nodded, stepping back a few paces, prompting her to cautiously approach the riverbank. "You can't possibly be a native of this place, can you?" he asked. The girl hesitated, nodding then shaking her head. "Are you, or aren't you?" he pressed, to which she fervently nodded again, retreating slightly. "Am I truly that intimidating? My hair has long since grown out," she said suddenly. The girl then posed a question. "Could you teach me the ways of cultivation? First, divulge your origins, and I will consider it. I know neither your name nor your identity. How can I trust you?" In response to Lu Chuan's inquiry, the fishtail maiden appeared troubled as she replied, "I only know that I belong to the Liu tribe. And I like a name. I vaguely recall awakening in the river 60 years ago, and since then, I have secretly observed you. Beyond that, I remember little." Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating points 60 years ago. The space had transitioned into the primordial realm, thus giving rise to this fish. Was that why the river's water had become ordinary? The logic seemed flawed. I recall feeling as though I were being watched. So, it was either you know why the river's water has changed? The girl pondered before responding. It might be connected to the shadow at the riverbed. I am afraid, and did not dare approach. "Come, lead me to it. Rest assured, you need only indicate the direction while keeping your distance." Seeing her nod, she submerged into the water, and Lu Chuan dove in after her, marveling at the exquisite beauty of the fish maiden. Enchanted by nature's artistry, her slender waist and fish tail transformed into shapely legs would have been perfect. Digression. Upon entering the water, he discovered an entirely different realm beneath the surface, far wider than the 50 or 60 meters visible above. Resembling a labyrinth filled with hidden passages, the girl gestured for him to follow. and soon they halted, gazing into the impenetrable darkness ahead. Liu Chuan communicated telepathically, advising her to wait there, and if she felt fear, she should retreat. He then accelerated into the depths of the shadowy expanse. Upon entering, he distinctly sensed the presence of demonic energy. Could it be that his prolonged unconsciousness in the water for 50 years was not due to the system's salvation, but rather the demonic energy that had emerged and concealed itself here? As he ventured deeper, the chilling sensation intensified, even for one at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of danger approaching, prompting him to draw his holy divine bow. Unbeknownst to him, the last encounter with the demonic energy had been thwarted by the great void divine armor. In an instant, he felt himself assailed by an unseen force. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a mass of demonic energy had taken the shape of a grotesque face, lunging towards him. What the hell? It's this ghastly thing again. In a moment of panic, he drew the bow and released an arrow. The face shattered upon impact, only to reconstitute itself and charge at him once more. Just as the demonic energy enveloped Liu Chuan, the great void divine armor emitted a tremor. A piercing scream echoed in his ears, and clarity returned to his vision. The waters of the river regained their original pristine clarity, revealing a cave entrance ahead. Liu Chuan gazed down at the great void divine armor, murmuring, "So it has always been you protecting me." Thank you. As the last remnants of demonic energy dissipated, a mysterious force surged from the cave entrance, propelling Liu Chuan a considerable distance. As he regained his composure, he recognized the familiar sensation of divine water, and the fatigue from his earlier exertions vanished instantly. The fish maiden, hidden from afar, sensed the transformation of the river, closing her eyes in blissful appreciation of the blessing. Liu Chuan intended to investigate the cave entrance, but as he approached, a transparent barrier obstructed his path. After several attempts, he ultimately conceded defeat. He led the fish maiden back to the surface, yet she resolutely refused to step ashore. "I want to force you. Do you truly wish to cultivate with me?" Upon hearing Liu Chuan's question, the fish maiden eagerly nodded. He gestured forward, yet she recoiled in fear. "What are you afraid of?" "I am merely imparting the methods of cultivation." The maiden, her cheeks flushed, edged closer. Liu Chuan placed his fingertip upon her brow, transferring the ZY Kenshin technique to her. Presently, he had no use for it. As the creation jade plate contained myriad paths, he estimated he could spend a millennium deciphering it all. Midway through the transmission, the maiden succumbed to unconsciousness, her low cultivation base rendering her unable to fully absorb the ZY Kenshin technique. Her foundation far inferior to that of the wind spirit bamboo. After transferring half of the technique, he retrieved her from the water. The moment he lifted her from the water, Liu Chuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. She informed him that her fish tail would vanish upon reaching the shore. He hastily removed his long robe to cover her, particularly her exquisite legs, which were quite distracting, and laid her gently upon the bed. Tucking her in, alas, after a century of celibacy, I managed to withstand such temptation. I must commend myself heartily. Liu Chuan sat on the steps of the wooden cabin, pondering for an extended period, yet he could not divine even a trace of the wind spirit bamboo's whereabouts. Casting a glance back at the fish maiden, still unconscious, he resolved to meditate on the path of deduction outside the cabin. As day transitioned into night, the night slipped away unnoticed. The fish maiden awoke. Surveying her surroundings, upon uncovering the blanket, she let out a shriek. Liu Chuan, startled awake by her scream, rushed into the room, only to find her tear-streaked face clinging to the blanket as she gazed at him. "What the hell? Do not think of pinning this on me. I'm still a virgin. Who knew you would be so weak?" Fainting partway through the technique. "I'm just upset. I felt that I am still pure." She lamented. Liu Chuan sighed with relief. "You could sense it yourself, so why cry? You nearly scare me to death? I'm simply saddened. You saw it all." Liu Chuan's face flushed crimson as he explained. "You cannot blame me for this. Had you fainted and drowned, you would have been the most unfortunate fish in existence. I did everything to save you. You wouldn't genuinely want to pin this on me, would you?" The mermaid's sister spat disdainfully, wrapped in her quilt, barefoot, and dashed out of the wooden cabin, leaping into the river with a splash. Alas, why must it be so? No, wait, she is a fish. My quilt. Before he could finish his thought, a drenched quilt was flung onto the shore. Swiftly catching the quilt, he watched the moisture evaporate, suddenly reminded of life on Earth. Back home, there was the Lee River, where he had lived since childhood. It had sustained generations along its banks, fishing, drying clothes and quilts by the river, helping the neighbor grandmother fetch water after delivering takeout. Having been in this world for over a century, those people must be long gone. Lu Chuan murmured to himself, "Perhaps I shall name you Lee River from now on." Chapter 38. Feng Lingzhu in peril. Chaos in the three realms. After naming the river, Lu Chuan returned to the cabin. The mermaid sister, seeing him leave, peeked out again, murmuring, "Jing Chun. Is that a person from his hometown? I have no name. I shall call myself Jing Chun." As Lu Chuan emerged from the cabin, she submerged herself back into the water. Not knowing where that girl had gone, he suddenly craved a slice of cake. Lu Chuan sat dazed at the peak of Daxing Mountain. Another decade had passed. Why was he so playful? Left with nothing to do, he idly checked messages from Wukong and the others, surprised they could still send him messages. "Master, it's Wukong. That I'm sorry I didn't follow you back then. I feared being trapped for another 5 centuries. Xiao Bailong has forgotten you." Upon reading this, Lu Chuan felt a ringing in his head. It seemed impossible. He had been kind to Xiao Bai as well. There was no way he could forget him in just a century. Back then, he had his dragon bones severed by Guanyin, and the god-slaying spear was also taken by her. Later, they retraced the journey to acquire the scriptures, successfully protecting Chan Xuanzong in obtaining the true texts. But after Xiao Bai was conferred a title, he never regained his memory. "Master, I sense something strange in Lingshan. Everyone seems to be scheming against one another. I miss the days we traveled together for the scriptures. Let us meet at Huagua Mountain." Wukong. Lu Chuan felt that Wukong wanted to convey something but hesitated, failing to express it clearly. "Master, it's Beiji. The Tathagata is truly oppressive. They have all become Buddhas, while I'm just a clean altar messenger. Except for tidying up their leftovers, they assign me nothing that I miss you." "Master." Lu Chuan spat in disdain. "All you think about is eating and chasing after beauty. It's no wonder the Tathagata doesn't give you any leeway." Taking a deep breath, he opened a message sent by his godfather. He anticipated that Lu Yu would only teach him a single incantation for messaging, which the system could still capture. "Lu Chuan, my son." He felt an urge to slap Lu Yu for being utterly useless while incessantly calling him son every day. "Lu Chuan, my son, it has been a century since we last met, and I have received no news. As your father, I have been worried. Please reply swiftly, and I shall seek justice for you. Save it. I won't fall for this trick. When Guanyin blocked me, and those 8 bald donkeys beat me, I didn't see you come to my rescue. If it weren't for the great void divine armor I wore, I might be 6 feet under by now." Hypocritical. After cursing furiously, Lu Chuan heard seductive music emanating from a cave at the foot of the mountain and cursed his bad luck. After all these years, had that cave become a haven for infidelity? With a wave of his hand, a stream of purple energy swept past the cave, instantly transporting the naked couple to the streets of Chang'an. "Don't blame me. It's your own fault for passing it down through generations." After saying this, he blocked the cave with a massive stone. Next, he opened the unread messages, which were all warnings addressed to him. "Host, are you there? Host, are you there? Unexplained disconnection. Warning 1. Warning 2. Warning 99, about to select a new host. Warning 285. Warning failed." Lu Chuan found himself laughing in anger. This dogged system, instead of finding a way to awaken him, had become addicted to issuing warnings. "System, stop playing dead. If you want to overturn Journey to the West, then provide me with resources. Do you understand? What's lacking is what you need to overturn Journey to the West. Resolve it yourself. I have done all I can. Get lost. Just get lost." 70 years later, Lu Chuan stepped out of the wooden cabin, let out a long howl, startling the birds that scattered in all directions. The mermaid sister Jing Chun also popped up with a bubble. "Jing Chun, after all these years, how has your cultivation fared? Haven't you finished half of your techniques yet?" Over the years, the mermaid sister had transformed and ventured ashore several times. Gaining considerable knowledge of the ways of the world, she confidently approached the bank, declaring, "I have a name. I'm called Jing Chun." Lu Chuan, astonished, asked, "Jing Chun? How do you know this name? The mermaid's sister stammered about overhearing something years ago. Lu Chuan sighed, realizing it was also his fault for not giving her a name all these years. Since you wish to be called that, so be it. To be frank, you only slightly resemble her. His thoughts were suddenly drawn back to earth, struggling to recall Liang Jingchen's appearance. She was the granddaughter of the neighbor grandmother next door, a graduate of a prestigious university, beautiful and graceful, who became a diplomatic translator after graduation. That Liu Chuan had fallen for her at first sight. Their few conversations revolved around thanking her for taking care of his grandmother. They were not from the same world. Lu Chuan had never attended university and made a living delivering takeout. Liu Chuan, why are you silent? If you're unhappy, I want to use this name. No, it's fine if you like it. I might have forgotten this name if you hadn't mentioned it. Thank you, Jing Chun. By the way, how is your cultivation progressing? I reached a bottleneck long ago. It's just that you were in seclusion, Jing Chun said. Lowering her head, Liu Chuan felt a jolt. It seemed the water of the Li River was indeed extraordinary. It appeared that Feng Lingzhu had been cultivating rapidly while soaking her feet in it. It must be related to the Li River's waters, after imparting the other half of the ZY Kenshin technique to her. Lu Chuan closed his eyes to begin deducing Feng Lingzhu's whereabouts. That moment, his divination had reached a small level of success. He should be able to find her. After an incense stick's time. Lu Chuan frowned. He could not determine the location, but sensed she was in peril. Thankfully, without life-threatening danger. There were still variables around her. A leopard? Was this the pet she had mentioned? Sighing, Lu Chuan realized he couldn't pinpoint the specific location, indicating that those pursuing her were formidable, at least not weaker than himself. With a heavy heart, he returned to the cabin to continue his cultivation. 50 years later, the sudden plop startled him awake. An outsider had entered. Lu Chuan rushed to the entrance, discovering a bloodied boy lying on the ground. He quickly placed the boy into the Li River, continuously using his own purple energy to heal him. Who is he? In response to Jing Chun's inquiry, Lu Chuan uncertainly replied, if I'm not mistaken, he should be that leopard. Only those who left their aura on that flower could enter here. Over the years, Lu Chuan had intermittently shared numerous stories about Feng Lingzhu with Jing Chun, proudly recounting their playful adventures on the journey for the scriptures, embellishing many details, which led Jing Chun to develop a different kind of affection for him. Of course, he himself had been solely focused on refining his divination path, lacking any sentiments in that regard. That a month later, when the boy awoke and saw Lu Chuan, he instinctively adopted an aggressive stance. With that little frame of yours, behave yourself. Quickly tell me, where is she? What danger has she encountered? Realizing who Lu Chuan was, the little leopard quickly replied, Master was captured by the heavenly beings. We must rescue her. They want to seize Master-S treasures. I was saved at the cost of Master-S life. The heavenly court and Lingshan are in conflict. Chapter 39. Already dead for quite some time, quickly save Master. Those people are too fierce, like robbers. If it weren't for Master saving me, she wouldn't have been captured. Lu Chuan interrupted the little leopard. You just said she was captured by the heavenly beings. How do you know they are from the heavenly court? The little leopard paused and replied, they claim to be under the command of the heavenly king, sent to capture nameless scattered mortals across the lands. They only needed cooperation, but the moment Master agreed, they suddenly attacked, injuring her. I am weak and nearly perished. Master saved me. Rest for now. Let me deduce this. In an instant, Lu Chuan was enveloped in hundreds of streams of purple energy. Muttering incantations, his hands, forming seals, began to tremble violently, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Both the mermaid Jing Chun and the leopard Xiaohua were terrified. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lu Chuan opened his eyes, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed found her in the heavenly court, but he could not ascertain the exact location. Don't panic, since they are capturing people everywhere. There must be a reason. Where have you all been these years? First, tell me the situation outside, and then I will think of another way. By the way, your name is Xiaohua. I just sensed a causal entanglement near her. Could it possibly be you? Xiaohua had only recently transformed, standing at the height of a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy. Upon hearing this, her delicate face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment, as this name had been bestowed upon her by her master during a time when she was still naive, and unaware. With a reminiscent expression, she continued, "In those days, I was utterly famished and sought something to eat. Let me recount the events from the moment you all departed from here. After leaving with my master, I randomly chose a direction in search of herbs. While making our way forward, Liu Chuan interjected, 'Searching for herbs?' Xiaohua pouted. 'Indeed. It was because of you that my master and I guarded you for a decade without you awakening.' She hoped to explore and discover rare flora that might awaken you to our dismay. My master was also lost. We wandered over an endless sea for an unquantifiable time before finally spotting an island. My master suggested we rest there for a few days, and unexpectedly, we stumbled upon a garden of medicinal herbs, including the legendary Lingji, known for granting immortality. Just as we were harvesting, a 9-headed python erupted from the ground, causing us to abandon most of the herbs, only managing to bring back a few unknown ones. The relentless python pursued us, and in our confusion, we took a wrong turn. It was only when we encountered a turtle sage that we learned we had wandered to the outer islands of Mount Shumi. This round trip consumed nearly 50 years. At this point, Xiaohua shot an angry glance at Lu Chuan. Upon our return, my master could no longer go home. You have no idea how heartbroken she was. And the herds you brought back for me? Naturally, they were taken away by my master in her fury. What good would they do if we couldn't return home? Lu Chuan sighed, feeling quite awkward. Who could have anticipated that he was in seclusion at that very time? Had it not been for the raucous sounds of those two ruffians battling in the wild, he would not have sealed off the Hongmeng space. And then, afterward, my master consumed all those celestial herbs, and I successfully transformed that I traveled with her, indulging in merriment and making numerous friends, though I also encountered many dangers. Now, my master has become incredibly formidable, commanding the respect of those minor demons. Yet, whenever I inquire about our return to Mount Daxing, she grows sullen, and soon after, we found ourselves being hunted. Those minor demons were all slaughtered by the celestial forces. They claimed they were worthless and executed them on the spot. Liu Chuan's anger flared. The celestial court. Do you recall any distinguishing features about them? Xiaohua pondered briefly before responding. They all wore masks, obscuring their faces. I only remember their silver battle armor and silver spears. For years, Lu Chuan had avoided contacting the Taoist Luya, fearing he might become a sacrificial pawn. After some contemplation, he decided to gather information first. He retrieved the Hongmeng Classic and sought out Kuei Mu Lang. Sigh. This monotonous life of guarding feels like my bivouac today. I played cards with the soldiers on the lower realm and lost several precious elixirs. What a stroke of bad luck. Wonderful news. Biwaxiu has sent word. The two children have returned. It seems the sect leader has begun to lay plans. Damn it. How could there be no useful information? Isn't that rascal stationed at the Western Celestial Court? Is he really that idle? He instructed Jing Chun to look after Xiaohua while he ventured alone into a cave. System, can I actively send a message to my disciples? Yes, but there's a risk of being discovered by those with exceptional cultivation. After some deliberation, Lu Chuan decided to contact Kuei Mu Lang directly. While Kuei Mu Lang was engrossed in his card game, a sudden voice startled him, causing his fellow soldiers to brace themselves, having heard of the recent unrest across the three realms. Stop your fuss. It's me, Lu Chuan. I've taken your subordinates away. Kuei Mu Lang expressed disbelief, and the celestial soldiers hushed, indicating their leader was a poor loser. Once the crowd dispersed, he asked, Sect leader, what are your instructions? I am grateful for your protection of my child all these years. Cut the formalities. I have urgent inquiries that you know of anyone whose subordinates wear masks, don silver armor, and wield silver spears. Kuei Mu Lang paused before replying. Celestial soldiers typically bear such armaments. What is the matter? Sect leader. Upon hearing this news, Lu Chuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. It was akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Can you access the celestial prison? Help me locate a person named Feng Lingzhu. With red hair, she is quite recognizable. Once found, notify me by silently repeating my name 3 times. Understood. I will bring you news. 3 days later, Kuei Mu Lang reported, Sect leader, I have inquired, and indeed, there was such a person in the celestial prison. But she has been dead for some time, having perished from torture before reaching the execution platform. Sect leader? Sect leader? Lu Chuan's face drained of color upon hearing this news, unable to accept its veracity. Are you certain? Did you witness this yourself? Kuei Mulang hesitated before saying, Sect leader, I did not see it firsthand. I had a friend investigate. Leaving my post could lead to my demotion. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, I need you to verify her status with your own eyes that not speak yet. I promise to grant you insight into 10 great principles. Kuei Mulang swallowed hard, unable to believe his good fortune. This was the essence of the great principles. 10 paths he had never encountered before, sufficient to elevate him to new heights. Sect leader. I will bring you news. 3 days later, Lu Chuan grew restless, flipping through the Hongmeng Classic, while Kuei Mulang had not even penned a diary entry. 5 days later, still no news. 7 days later. As the hour approached midnight, just as he prepared to contact Kuei Mulang, he suddenly received a message from Bihuaxu. Sect leader, help. Lu Chuan was taken aback and quickly inquired, Where are you? We are being pursued by celestial soldiers. My child and I have just crossed the southern continent and are fleeing towards the eastern divine land. Wait for me. In an instant, Lu Chuan retrieved the Ho Yi Bao, readied his divine arrows, and transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the Hongmeng space. I cannot expose myself just yet. There are surely many powerful figures in the 3 realms who specialize in divination. I cannot use the Ho Yi Bao. The 6-soul banner from the last reward. He had already pushed the 10,000-li swift movement technique to its limits. Had it not been for the enhancement of the Ziwei Kenshin technique, his internal spiritual energy would have been depleted even more rapidly. Bihuaxu, where are you? We are on a vast ocean. They are pursuing us too closely, heading straight for Mount Shumi. If things get dire, we will rush into the mountain. It is better than being captured. Lu Chuan quickly adjusted his direction, pursuing them. After a moment, he spotted several silver figures ahead. Indeed, they were the celestial soldiers. He discreetly followed them. Using the 6-soul banner, Bihuaxu, is Mount Shumi a place you can tread? Return with us for examination. We shall not harm you or your child. Nonsense, I no longer trust the celestial court. My husband was imprisoned without reason. Had he not warned me in advance, we would have surely fallen victim to their schemes. Stubborn, leave a breath. At the command of the leader, dozens of attacks surged toward Bihuaxu and her child. In a moment of crisis, Lu Chuan arrived just in time. With a wave of the 6-soul banner, the night, already dark, became an impenetrable blackness where one could not see a hand in front of their face. Devil's Path. Lu Chuan had already enveloped himself in the demonic energy of the 6-soul banner and calmly remarked, Is this the righteousness of the celestial court? To relentlessly pursue a mere celestial maiden is utterly despicable. The foremost celestial soldier shouted, Bold demon cultivator, why not hide away and cultivate in peace instead of seeking death? Suddenly, dozens of celestial soldiers surged forth. Lu Chuan unleashed his full power. 2 banners swept out, and the atmosphere transformed into a realm akin to the underworld, filled with wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. 3 breaths later, the celestial soldiers enveloped in demonic energy had vanished without a trace, leaving not even the slightest remnant. Seeing this, Bihuaxu quickly shielded her child behind her. She had not anticipated that having just escaped from a tiger's den, they would fall into a wolf's lair. It seems we are doomed today. Might I implore you to spare us? Lu Chuan turned around, retracting the demonic energy to reveal his true form. Bihuaxu gasped in shock. You, sect leader, are indeed of the demon clan? Without offering an explanation, Lu Chuan waved his hand, and they vanished from the spot. A quarter of an hour later, a group of monks clad in the garb of martial monks arrived at the site. Let us discuss our safety first. Once Lu Chuan returned them to the Hongmeng space, dawn had already begun to break. Kuei and Kei, these 2 mischievous children, gazed around the unfamiliar yet familiar surroundings. Yet they did not see the figure they had longed for. Sister Lingzhu, where is she? Lu Chuan led them into the cave and said, I am not of the demon clan, whether you believe me or not. After a complex eye, he continued, Lingzhu has been captured by the celestial court. What about Kuei Mulang? Bihuaxu hesitated for a moment before replying. Sect leader, you saved us, and I trust you died a few days ago. Kuei Mulang found me, saying he and T returned in 5 days, and urged me to flee with the children while seeking your assistance. Liu Chuan thought to himself that he had sensed something amiss. Or perhaps he had been ensnared in a trap. Could it be that Feng Lingzhu was not dead, but rather that false news was intended to draw him out? Qidai, take your mother to your former residence to rest. I will contemplate thoroughly. Rest assured, I shall not abandon a single soul. By the way, if you are injured, go to the Li River to cultivate and recover while I quietly devise a strategy. After the others departed, Liu Chuan furiously pounded the wall with his fists, exclaiming, "Who is it? Who dares to conspire against me? I pray she is unharmed." Taking a deep breath, he recited the unique transmission incantation shared with Liu Ya. "Father, this is Liu Chuan." After a prolonged silence from the other end, Liu Chuan did not press further. After all, they had not been in contact for a century, and he was uncertain if his godfather still recognized him as his adopted son. He despised this feeling of being restrained, of having the heart but lacking the strength. "Why have you suddenly contacted me? Speak swiftly." Sensing urgency from Liu Ya, Liu Chuan hastily narrated the events. "Father, I implore you to assist me this once. I owe you a favor or a treasure in exchange." After another stretch of silence, Liu Ya replied, "My son, do not panic. You underestimate me, that I am not a villain who forgets righteousness for profit. Moreover, the three realms are currently unstable, and the heavenly court is rife with undercurrents. No news can escape Ling Mountain. It would be wise for you to remain low-key as before. As for the two individuals you mentioned, I shall find a way to..." Liu Chuan found it hard to believe that this old fox would be so benevolent, dismissing both favors and treasures. "Father, if you refuse to accept anything from me, I shall be uneasy. Please, accept something. I will not hesitate to offer whatever I can." Liu Ya casually replied, "If that is the case, I shall not decline. The last time you gave me that little trinket, the sunglasses, could you perhaps part with a few more? 10 pairs should not be too much, right?" Liu Chuan inwardly cursed the old dog for robbing him, but still forced a smile, saying, "Father, you jest. I happen to have just 10 extra pairs. I cannot spare a single pair more. I thank you in advance and await your good news." "Very well. Wait for me in the Sky Abode. I shall send someone to retrieve them." Sky Abode? Liu Chuan truly did not know where that was. It is simply a place on the ground that is uninhabited. Just ride the clouds and wait amidst the layers. Just as Liu Chuan contemplated when he could rescue the person, the other side fell silent. "Damn it! The matter is not yet settled. I need my belongings first. Truly, my benevolent godfather." He shared this good news with Leopard Xiaohua and Baiwaxi, assuring them that he had made arrangements and that they should wait patiently. Upon exiting the Hongmeng space, the outside world was already bright. Liu Chuan instantly transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished from the spot, randomly seeking a place with dense clouds to await Liu Ya's subordinates. In less than half a jaw stick's time, a red-crowned crane suddenly descended from above, rushing toward Liu Chuan. The crane transformed into a young girl, coldly stating the items. Liu Chuan handed over the prepared sunglasses, and without uttering a word, the girl took the items and flew southward. What the hell? Returning to the Hongmeng space, Liu Chuan found himself disinterested in cultivation. Jing Chun had somehow procured some fruits, and after much coaxing, he finally ate one. After more than a month of waiting, during which Liu Chuan contacted Liu Ya at least 10 times, he received a response only once. Just wait. One day, Liu Chuan exited the Hongmeng space alone, sitting on the edge of the cliff at Daxing Mountain to watch the sunrise. Suddenly, he noticed a black that rapidly approaching from the horizon. He concealed the 6th soul banner in his bosom, feigning ignorance as it drew nearer. He realized it was Kuei Mu Lang, bearing numerous wounds and seemingly cradling something. Chapter 41. Cultivation completely destroyed, Heavenly Court enraged. Liu Chuan prayed fervently that it was not her corpse. He lacked the courage to fly out to greet them, merely standing there in a daze as Kuei Mu Lang slowly flew closer. Master, upon uttering those words, Kuei Mu Lang appeared to exhaust all her energy, plummeting straight down. Liu Chuan snapped to attention, flying over to catch her, and then he saw what she was cradling. A segment of bamboo. After bringing her into the Hongmeng space, he immediately submerged Kuei Mu Lang in the Li River, while Baiwaxi wept inconsolably nearby. Liu Chuan trembled as he held the bamboo segment. His eyes reddening, gaze icy as he looked up at the sky. He returned to the wooden house with the bamboo segment, summoned a piece of broken wood, selected an appropriately sized section, and crafted it into a flower pot, burying part of the bamboo within and watering it with Li River water. Thus a year passed, during which he watered the bamboo daily and let it bask in the sun. Kuei Mu Lang awakened. Lu Chuan was called by Bai Waxiu, but Kuei Mu Lang merely opened her eyes, her gaze blank and unfocused. The following day, Lu Chuan took her to the peak of Daxing Mountain to watch the sunrise when he suddenly heard Kuei Da's voice calling from within the Hongmeng space. "Father has awakened. Kuei Mu Lang, do you recognize me?" In response to Lu Chuan's inquiry, Kuei Mu Lang hoarsely replied, "Master, thank you, and no need for thanks. I shall not forget my promise to you that I will ensure you rise to greater heights. And when the time comes, you may seek your revenge. For now, rest for a few days to recover, and then tell me everything in detail." This time, Bai Waxiu had prepared well for her descent to the mortal realm, bringing along a substantial amount of supplies. For the past few days, she had been preparing spiritual rice for Kuei Mu Lang, and with the nourishment of Li River water, she was recovering rapidly. "Why do you never heed my words? I have told you 100 times. The world is fraught with peril, and human hearts are difficult to gauge. Yet you still ventured out, deceiving me by claiming you were merely going out to play. Do you know that the celestial herbs and spiritual medicines of the three realms are primarily controlled by the Buddhist and Taoist sects? Even if there are others, they're all cultivated by powerful loose immortals. Indeed, you narrowly escaped one calamity only to dare venture out again. You have not escaped this calamity either. Perhaps you will remember this lesson in the future." While Lu Chuan was lecturing the little bamboo, Kuei Mu Lang's voice resonated from outside the door. "Master, I have recovered. Although my cultivation has diminished significantly, I am no longer in grave danger." Inviting him inside, Kuei Mu Lang sighed and said, "I was betrayed by someone, bringing disgrace to your trust and nearly losing my life. Take your time. There is no rush from now on. Focus on your cultivation here." Kuei Mu Lang nodded and continued, "That day, I sought out a close friend to inquire about news that he informed me that the heavenly prison is directly overseen by the Jade Emperor, which terrified me, preventing me from continuing. He then mentioned that the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf leaves the prison every day at the hour of the rat for an hour. So I decided to go. However, as soon as I entered the heavenly prison, the Greedy Wolf Star Lord was waiting for me, and I was deceived." "Who was that person?" Lu Chuan could not help but ask. "He was Tianxiang, one of the 36 heavenly generals." "Very well, I shall remember him." Kuei Mu Lang went on. "I was immediately besieged and imprisoned, never even catching a glimpse of the person you mentioned. They burned my spiritual sea with heavenly fire daily, demanding to know who sent me and why I was inquiring about the red-haired girl. I told them it was the Tathagata, and they were frightened enough to rush to report to the Jade Emperor. Ha ha ha. They were completely fooled by me. Things only worsened. The food in the heavenly prison was terrible, and they beat me." Lu Chuan listened in amazement. Kuei Mu Lang was indeed a remarkable individual. "After an indeterminate amount of time, in a daze, I heard the warden mention that a noble was coming to rescue me. Having been continuously burned by heavenly fire, I remained in a half-conscious state. And when I regained consciousness, I found myself outside the southern heavenly gate, with a segment of bamboo beside me. I vaguely heard a girl's voice repeatedly uttering 'Great Tang. Great Tang.'" Lu Chuan hurriedly asked, "What else did she say? Why did you not send a message to me back then?" Kuei Mu Lang shook his head. "Nothing more. In O1, the heavenly prison could convey messages that I thought she was the person you were looking for. So I brought her to the mortal realm. Had I delayed even a moment longer, I would have been discovered by the patrolling heavenly soldiers. I never imagined you were indeed in the Great Tang. In this little mortal realm, that it seems I was destined not to perish. What caused her current condition?" Kuei Mu Lang pondered for a moment before replying. She must have had her spiritual roots shattered, her intellect destroyed, and her cultivation obliterated, revealing her true form. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in frustration. He could not comprehend why such a kind-hearted being as Feng Lingzhu would be captured and tormented by the heavenly court. "You should focus on your cultivation here. That it is time for me to enter seclusion As he witnessed the abrupt disappearance of the figure, Kuei Mulang allowed a deep sigh and set forth to find his wife. Bai Hua X Ayud long last. Their family was reunited once more that a century's worth of time passed in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, the four great heavenly gates of the celestial realm had been besieged periodically by demonic cultivators, with some skirmishes resulting in the annihilation of a patrol squad of celestial soldiers, while at other times, 100 malevolent spirits were unleashed to disrupt the celestial order. The Jade Emperor, incensed on several occasions, dispatched formidable figures such as Erlang Shun, Neza, and the great king of the pagoda to guard the heavenly gates, yet none had ever laid eyes on these demonic cultivators. Another century elapsed, and Lu Chuan's cultivation remained a mystery. The mermaid, Jing Chun, had ascended to the golden immortal stage, while the cheetah, Xiaohua, spent her days idly gazing at Lu Chuan's cave dwelling, captivated by a bamboo plant that had grown to a towering height of 3 meters. Its stalk gleaming and its leaves sharp as blades. The path of deduction had reached its zenith, rewarded with the river diagram and the Luo book, primarily for defense, to be utilized in divining heavenly secrets or arranging formations to suppress crucial points. It was once again time for him to educate the young bamboo. After a 50-year seclusion, he awoke. "Come here," Lu Chuan beckoned, dispelling the barriers before his cave. Xiaohua scampered eagerly before the bamboo, exclaiming, "Master, I come to see you. This time, you truly have not erred. It is indeed quite impressive. However, must you always listen while I speak? There is a precedence to these matters. Once I finish my words and step outside, you may speak freely." Upon witnessing Xiaohua's reluctance to depart, Lu Chuan chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, it was commendable, though a touch foolish and lacking in diligence. After 200 years, her cultivation had scarcely progressed. "Very well. Today, I shall show mercy and refrain from admonishing you. Stay home and continue to accrue some interest." The bamboo seemed to comprehend, swaying gently, and with a smile, Lu Chuan transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished, while Xiaohua immediately drew closer. Indeed, the demonic cultivator spoken of in the celestial realm was none other than Lu Chuan himself. The Six Souls banner had achieved great merit, and now his path of deduction had reached fruition. Half of his being was concealed within the mists, making it nearly impossible for anyone to locate him unless he was captured. Today, I shall not venture to the celestial realm. The southern Jambu continent has scarcely any Taoist temples. Instead, I shall head to the eastern Shengzhou and obliterate the statues of your greedy wolf of a master. 15 days later, the greedy wolf Star Lord, stationed in the celestial realm, sensed something amiss. After a quick calculation, he was filled with fury. The incense offerings of an entire domain were on the verge of vanishing. Chapter 42. The Path of the Cursed Miner, Accomplished Star Lord. "What are your orders? I cannot leave my post without permission. You all must descend to investigate. I suspect there are demonic entities at work in the eastern Xingzhou. IT would be best to conduct a thorough investigation of all local Taoist temples and report back any anomalies." The greedy wolf Star Lord suppressed his rage and commanded, "However, Star Lord, our duty is merely to guard the celestial prison. What if what? We are all working to alleviate the Jade Emperor's concerns. Enough with the chatter. Go, and return swiftly. By the time these celestial soldiers had thoroughly inspected all the Taoist temples in the eastern Shengzhou, Lu Chuan had already returned to the Hongmeng space. In recent years, he had noticed the fortunes of the Tang Dynasty gradually waning. He could not help but wonder if it was the handiwork of the celestial realm, given the numerous temples dedicated to worship scattered throughout. Perhaps it was the Jade Emperor's covert machinations. Over the years, Lu Chuan had imparted the Ziwei Shun Changong to many, intending it to be a foundational entry-level practice. Yet for reasons unknown, their cultivation progressed at an agonizingly slow pace. Somewhere in the celestial realm, can we ascertain the whereabouts of that dark artifact? Is it indeed a treasure of the demon clan? The greedy wolf Star Lord inquired. Jade Emperor, we have yet to determine its purpose. However, they reported that the little demon managed to endure for an incense's duration. Had it not been for their ambush, capturing it would have been uncertain. Should we seek the assistance of the Dao de Tianzun? The Jade Emperor frowned in contemplation. I shall investigate further. If necessary, I will consult with the great Lord Lao Jun. Remember, This matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I am well aware T present. Many of the spies from the Jiejiao and Chanjiao had been eliminated, and the patrol celestial soldiers maintained an impeccable watch, leaving no stone unturned. I have heard that the little demon is the disciple of Luya Dao Run. The greedy wolf star lord broke into a cold sweat. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I cannot afford to offend the Zen master. I have no choice but to let it go. However, that little demon has had its celestial roots severed, and its spiritual consciousness shattered and returned to its true form. It should pose no further issues. Though I cannot fathom why Kuei Mu Lang was also implicated. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Very well. It has come to this. Should any trouble arise, remember to report to me. Do you understand? It is not prudent for the celestial realm to establish any strong enemies at this time. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. The greedy wolf star lord wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Pondering whether the Jade Emperor would uncover the truth, in an instant, he transformed into a shooting star and vanished from sight. Master, do we not have a name for our sect? Upon hearing Xiao Hua's inquiry, Lu Chuan was momentarily taken aback, having always referred to their group as self-established without ever assigning a proper name. Now, they were scattered with not a single original member remaining, and he himself was but a shadow of his former self. Do not speak of your master in such a manner. What else could I say? She never heeded my counsel. A little lesson might do her good. You are quite protective of your master. Little leopard, Lu Chuan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. After all these years, if she were to awaken, she would have done so long ago. If you continue to languish in idleness, in a few short years, your lifespan will be exhausted, and you shall never see her again. Xiao Hua lowered her head, deep in thought. Sensing the truth in his words, that moment, she silently resolved that even if she were to be reduced to ashes, she would not abandon her master. Why did you leave? Did you not wish to hear me recount the old tales? Thus, a century sped by in haste, and the offerings at the greedy wolf star lord's temples had long fallen into disrepair. The statues across the 4 divine continents shattered by Lu Chuan's hand. Ding! Path of the Curse Miner accomplished. Reward, 7 repairing sword. A postnatal spiritual treasure capable of slicing through anything, instantly transforming into 7 blades. Dragon named Jin Tua. Toad named Shui Mu. Chicken named Tian Xiao. Rabbit named Yang Pe. Centipede named Chi Su. Turtle named Xian Gui. Snake named Qing Ling. Once again, it was a worthless reward. The path of the curse. What a treasure. Indeed. Time to give it a try. Successfully cursing the greedy wolf, Star Lord consumed 10 years of lifespan. Lu Chuan felt as though a fragment of himself had been lost. What the hell? Is this thing a life for a life exchange? The greedy wolf Star Lord was currently at the side of the great Lord Lao Jun, examining the treasures he had pilfered from the wind spirit bamboo. Suddenly, a stream of blood erupted from his nostrils. Heavenly Lord, do not blame me. I am unharmed. Perhaps I simply overindulged. The great Lord Lao Jun shook his head, continuing his study of the invincible sunglasses. Other items like the golden phoenix hairpin, the 9-colored rainbow robe, and the light dividing scissors, he recognized immediately, but this artifact eluded his understanding. After calculating, its trajectory pointed toward the chaotic void. How could that be? That was not a realm where such a little demon could enter. Lu Chuan was also uncertain about how cursing for 10 years would manifest, as there was no feedback from the system. Suddenly, an image appeared before Lu Chuan, a bearded man clad in golden armor. 2 streams of blood erupting from his nostrils, while beside him stood another figure, whose visage remained obscured. It seemed this was indeed the greedy wolf Star Lord, surrounded by swirling mists, with a faint silhouette lurking in the background. A decade of vexation, worth it, indeed. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Chuan stepped outside his cave, gazing at the bamboo that had ceased its growth, recounting how he had avenged it today. Noticing no response, he let out a sigh and turned around, only to find Jing Chun daydreaming by the Li River, with no one else in sight. I successfully earned a disdainful glance. You scared me half to death. You always frighten me. What are you thinking so intently about? I am merely testing your reflexes, yet each time ends in failure. Jing Chun propped her chin on her hands and inquired, Are we to remain here indefinitely? Lu Chuan's expression shifted. Do you wish to leave? Upon her silence, Lu Chuan resumed his educational efforts, speaking to the wind spirit bamboo. Suddenly, the Hongmeng space was under attack. Lu Chuan rushed to the exit, only to find thousands of celestial soldiers assembled outside. Led by someone he did not recognize, continue the assault. Let us see who dares to harbor a fugitive from the celestial realm, hiding behind a turtle shell, claiming to be a hero. Lu Chuan pondered his options. And the Kuei Mu Lang couple soon arrived, alerted by the commotion. Upon sighting the scene, Kuei Mu Lang blurted out, "He Tian Xiang. Is this your acquaintance?" Kuei Mu Lang, his expression grim, nodded. He had become an adversary, a life-and-death enemy. Having betrayed his friend for personal gain, cursed He Tian Xiang, 10 years of lifespan. Suddenly, He Tian Xiang outside collapsed to the ground, veins bulging, his face contorted in terror as he implored, "Cease, all of you. Cease. My apologies, immortal. I mean no offense. I am simply here on orders to apprehend a fugitive that I am but a guard of the greedy wolf star lord. Continue. 10 years immortal, spare my life." After his plea, his left arm abruptly turned black. And azure flames erupted forth. He Tian Xiang was not to be trifled with. He swiftly severed his own left arm. Lu Chuan altered his tone, declaring, "I care not whose subordinate you are. Today, consider this a warning." If He Tianxiang never anticipated that a mere recluse from the lower realms could possess such formidable power, he had assumed victory was within his grasp, only to suffer a significant setback. Fleeing in haste with the support of his subordinates. Chapter 43. A great change in Spirit Mountain. Kuei Mu Wolf, witnessing their panicked retreat, clapped in approval, exclaiming, "Ha! Serves them right. Does the sect leader still remember him?" Lu Chuan let out a cold chuckle. "How could I forget? If it weren't for that little brat betraying you, things might have turned out differently. I will eventually eliminate him." Kuei Mu Wolf shivered at the thought. "Sect leader, that kid harbors a wealth of deceit. He will undoubtedly distort the truth upon his return and will likely bring even stronger opponents next time. Let them come. They will all perish here. Unless the Jade Emperor and the Supreme Lord himself arrive," Lu Chuan asserted confidently. Kuei Mu Wolf felt a surge of trepidation. Lu Chuan suddenly appeared even more enigmatic in his eyes. He recalled hearing by Hua Xiu mention that Lu Chuan possessed methods of attack from the demonic path. But with such a formidable protector, he felt reassured. Jing Chen was about to speak when Lu Chuan abruptly departed, returning to his cave dwelling, leaving her to continue her cultivation at the bottom of the Li River. A decade later, Lu Chuan had long awaited the Heavenly Court's revenge, but was met with an unexpected visitor. "Master, help me. It's me, Ba Jie. I've escaped from Spirit Mountain and am being pursued." Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while. This pig was known for his cowardice. How could he have possibly escaped from Spirit Mountain? Had something transpired at Thunder Sound Temple? Why hadn't Ti Wukong sought help? "Ba Jie, where are you? I shall come to your aid immediately." The fleeing Zhu Beiji was overjoyed. "Master, this is wonderful. I just crossed West Nyohizhou and am about to pass over Mount Shumi. But they are right on my tail. Where are you, Master?" 50 years later, Lu Chuan awakened from his meditation. Sensing that his mastery of the Path of Curses was nearing completion, in truth, he had ignored Zhu Beiji's plea for help. Not believing that the pig would dare take such risks, he had opted to dive into cultivation, receiving no further news from Zhu Beiji since then. Damn it, let us deduce this. We share a master-disciple bond. Do not accuse me of callousness, Zhu Beiji. The Pure Land envoy of Spirit Mountain has been expelled from Thunder Sound Temple. Truly expelled? Ba Jie, I am your master. Where are you now? I have searched for you for 50 years. I am on the verge of embarking on a westward expedition to Spirit Mountain that I have sent you messages countless times, yet received not a single reply. At this moment, Zhu Beiji was holding a roast chicken in his left hand and a jug of wine in his right. Savoring the long-awaited feast, startled by Lu Chuan's voice, he hurriedly replied, "Master, you finally responded. I've been waiting for your reply for ages." Lu Chuan casually mentioned a location and summoned his companions, declaring, "I am off to see someone. You may continue your cultivation in peace. I shall carry this treasure with me. Be careful." Jing Chen cautioned. Lu Chuan nodded, advising Xiaohua to take good care of Feng Lingzhu, and then vanished in an instant. At that moment, the outside world was in winter. Daxing Mountain lay blanketed in pure white snow, yet all the trees remained strikingly green. The instant he retracted the Hongmeng space, all the vegetation on Daxing Mountain withered, triggering a stir in the current court. Rumors circulated among the populace that the reigning emperor lacked virtue, and unrest began to brew in the world. Liu Chuan had arrived early at their rendezvous point, waiting patiently when suddenly a distant black dot rapidly approached. It was Zhu Beiji, unmistakably. "Master, it's been hundreds of years. I've missed you dearly." Liu Chuan grasped his hand tightly, saying, "Ba, Jia, you've lost quite a bit of weight. Have you endured many hardships?" Zhu Beiji wiped the grease from his mouth and nodded vigorously. "Master, it has been terribly difficult. You cannot fathom it. Spirit Mountain is simply unbearable, aside from a few vegetables and tofu. There is nothing else. Although they are spirit materials, they are far too bland. Even Monkey Brother has turned aloof and ignores me ditto. Wukong wouldn't act that way, would he? I heard he is one of the 35 Buddhas." "The victorious fighting Buddha." Zhu Beiji nodded dejectedly. "Old Sha has been sealed as a golden body Arhat, and I am the weakest of us all. Tathagata has been terribly oppressive." Liu Chuan interrupted. "All right, enough of that. Tell me, why did you escape? How did you manage to evade Spirit Mountain's pursuit?" Zhu Beiji's face flushed as he stammered. "Spirit Mountain. Spirit Mountain. Enough. The Pure Land Envoy. Your mission is complete. You may return to report." Suddenly, a voice cut through Zhu Beiji's words that Liu Chuan scanned his surroundings and discovered that they were encircled by a total of 18 Arhats. Pure Land Envoy. What are you waiting for? Hurry and depart." Zhu Beiji looked at Liu Chuan with a guilty expression and said, "Master, I'm sorry. Old Sha has been imprisoned by Tathagata, and Monkey Brother has vanished. I had no choice but to act this way. Otherwise, Old Sha would." Liu Chuan listened in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. What had transpired in Spirit Mountain? Silence. Suddenly, a rohit hit Zhu Beiji, sending him sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. "Where's the treasure I entrusted to you? Was it also taken?" Seeing their silence, Liu Chuan realized they had all been deceived and were now defenseless. The information he had received seemed to have been sent under duress. When he produced the 6-Ol banner, the seated Arhat bellowed, "Indeed, this is undoubtedly the demonic path. The Buddha's foresight is unparalleled. Let us strike with full force. We cannot allow this demon to escape." Donning his sunglasses and wielding the 6-Ol banner, Liu Chuan unleashed his full power. However, he soon found that his fists were no match for their numbers, and before long, he was overwhelmed. These hypocrites of the Buddhist sect, they claim to be righteous while perpetrating atrocities against the innocent, shameless. Since you swore allegiance to me as your master, you are no longer associated with the Buddhist sect, as traitors. How can you claim innocence? Will you surrender peacefully, or shall we force you back to Spirit Mountain? Go to hell." In a flash, golden light enveloped Liu Chuan. For a brief moment, he fought desperately against the 18 Arhats, hoping to find an opportunity to break free from their encirclement, but he was repeatedly pushed back by their relentless attacks. Surrounded by the likes of the sitting deer Arhat, the seated Buddha Arhat, and the laughing lion Arhat, he found himself trapped with no escape in sight. Zhu Beiji, witnessing Liu Chuan's valiant struggle, felt a pang of regret. "Master, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I only want to save Old Sha. No, I am the villain here. I should have alerted you at the first instance, as the moment of peril drew nearer." Liu Chuan suddenly grinned, producing a pill from his robe, the fallen saint pill. "Let us die together. Ba Jia, run." Upon hearing this cry, Zhu Beiji summoned all his strength and fled, believing that his master would not harm him. Despite having betrayed Liu Chuan, in an instant, Liu Chuan was enveloped in purple energy, just as the invincible sunglasses shielded him. The fallen Saint Pill was held before him, and with a mighty strike, he unleashed his full power upon it. The combined forces of the fallen Saint Pill and the Buddha's light from the 18 Arhats caused the surrounding space to tear apart, with all 18 Arhats spewing blood in unison. The moment the fallen Saint Pill detonated, Liu Chuan vanished into the Hongmeng space, unaware of the repercussions it would have on the heavenly path. Just before losing consciousness, he uttered, Time-Space Leap, Chapter 44. Eastern Expedition to the Heavenly Court. Revival of Fengling Zhu. As Lu Chuan spoke the words Time-Space Leap, he instantly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji, who had escaped to an unknown distance, gazed in horror at the fracturing space before him, swallowing hard. The artifacts of the 18 Arhats were tainted, and their mounts turned to blood mist. Only the totem Arhat retained a flicker of awareness, albeit with his Buddha-given stupa shattered into pieces. Gritting his teeth, he transmitted his final message before plummeting to the ground like the others. Zhu Beiji, observing the collapsing space ahead, dared not approach. After circumventing the area, he beheld the fallen Arhats, a surge of fury igniting within him. Why provoke him? You have humiliated my brothers and me. I initially intended to tolerate it, but what I received in return was even more severe. The day Jin Chan was imprisoned, I knew our turn would come, that I never meant to drag my master into this mess, that we chose not to follow him initially. We should have borne the consequences ourselves. Yet you robbed us of everything. Everything. Do you understand? In a fit of rage, Zhu Beiji unleashed his fury upon the fallen warriors, unaware of the trials they had endured in Spirit Mountain. It could be said that after Lu Chuan was pursued by the 8 great Arhats, no further news had emerged, leaving only the first-hand accounts of those involved. After venting his wrath, Zhu Beiji hoisted the 18 Arhats and journeyed westward. Meanwhile, Tathagata was engaged in discussions with Guanyin when he suddenly performed a calculation, his brow furrowing deeply. Guanyin, it seems you must make a trip. They are in trouble. As Zhu Beiji arrived at the outskirts of Mount Shumi, he spotted Guanyin swiftly approaching him. What is happening? In response to her inquiry, Zhu Beiji grinned widely. It's all karma. My master brought them down. Ha ha. Guanyin frowned, flicking her willow branch, sending Zhu Beiji flying several hundred meters, blood spilling from his mouth. Coldly, she remarked, Firstly, you spoke out of turn. Secondly, to save you, the 18 Arhats now face an uncertain fate, while you remain unscathed. Do you understand? Zhu Beiji spat out a mouthful of blood, scoffing, Spare me the pretense. If you have the ability, go rescue old Shah. Guanyin cast a cold glance at him, striking him at the center of his brow, causing Zhu Beiji to instantly lose consciousness. Upon returning to the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin placed the individual on the floor of the Great Hall and declared, The person has been brought back. I shall return to the South China Sea. Before Rulai could utter a word, Guanyin had vanished without a trace. Rulai gazed at the sprawled figures of the Arhats and Zhu Beiji on the ground and inquired, Do you have any strategies? Manjushri Bodhisattva stepped forward and suggested, I propose an Eastern expedition. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva echoed, This is indeed our intention. Rulai, with an impassive expression, remarked, The 18 Arhats have been rendered ineffective. This matter requires careful deliberation. We shall await their reincarnation to fulfill our grand ambitions. For now, Manjushri Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, you two are tasked with dispatching various Buddhas and monks to ascertain if Ksitigarbha is willing to return. Bid farewell to our Buddha Rulai. Within the primordial space, Lu Chuan gradually awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Jing Chun, Kuei Mu Lang, and Xiao Hua all present. How long have I been unconscious? He asked. Over 9 years, Jing Chun replied. Lu Chuan rose, assessing his condition, which had nearly returned to normal. He sighed, reflecting on the previous events. He had believed Zhu Beiji might have betrayed him, only to discover the truth, that it was indeed betrayal, but born from persecution by the Buddhist sect, as he had lured Zhu Beiji out to save Sha Wujing. Are you feeling unwell? Jing Chun inquired with concern. Lu Chuan, pulling his thoughts back, forced a smile and replied, I am fine. You need not worry. I was simply outsmarted by those hypocrites of the Buddhist sect and suffered a hidden loss. Kuei Mu Lang exclaimed in astonishment. The Buddhist sect? Are you not? Lu Chuan laughed heartily. Tang sung. Not at all. I have merely been a target of their vengeance. Tang sung is, after all, the reincarnation of Rulai's second disciple, Jin Chanzi. I disrupted his path to rebirth and thus incurred Rulai's ire. All right, I shall take a walk. You all should hurry and cultivate. Rest assured, Liu Chuan approached the exit, first observing the surroundings to ensure no danger lurked before stepping outside. Once out, he surveyed the desolate landscape, which appeared barren and lifeless, resembling a wilderness. System, what era have I arrived in? He queried. System, are you pretending to be unresponsive again? Can I not survive without you? Liu Chuan aimlessly soared for several days without encountering a single soul. This cannot be the era of wilderness. No, even the wilderness has its inhabitants. Could it be that this is before the primordial chaos was initiated? He pondered that returning might lead to further schemes from Rely. Feeling utterly powerless, with a face full of disappointment, Liu Chuan returned to the primordial space, which instantly shrank to the size of a tiny grain of sand, hiding amidst the vast expanse of land. A century passed, and a rare new shoot sprouted from the bamboo at the entrance of the cave. After 200 years, Liu Chuan perfected his path of curses and gleaned insights into the path of slaughter from the creation jade plate, during which the system remained entirely unresponsive. 500 years later, the wind spirit bamboo once again developed sentience. Liu Chuan was called out by Xiao Hua, initially preparing to unleash his fury as he was on the verge of mastering the path of slaughter. Upon emerging, he found a little bamboo spirit with short legs gazing at him in fear, causing his eyes to redden. Master, you have awakened. Xiao Hua exclaimed joyfully, do not speak nonsense. She has always been alive. Merely asleep for too long. You are afraid of me. In response to Liu Chuan's inquiry, the bamboo spirit hid behind Xiao Hua. You are frightening. Do not eat me. I have not yet grown up. Liu Chuan looked at her with compassion, the aura of slaughter dissipating instantly as he softly asked, What is your name? I remember I am called Wind Spirit Bamboo. Liu Chuan murmured, Could this be a cycle of reincarnation? A lovely name, very melodious. Oh, not worry. I shall not consume you. Take good care of her. I am going into seclusion. Uncharacteristically, Liu Chuan did not draw close to her and continued his retreat into seclusion for another 20 years. Mastering the path of slaughter. Ding! Congratulations. Host has broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Rewards. Heavenly Suppression Coffin, the first malevolent treasure of the Heavenly Tao. Rewards. 10 consecutive draws. The primordial space subsequently upgraded. Capable of defending against any attacks from Great Luo Golden Immortals. Draw. Rewards. Invincible Sunglasses X5. A wisp of Heavenly Tao Purple Chi. Refining, it can transform into a Heavenly Tao Saint. Space Supernatural Ability. Cultivating to the extreme, can absorb all treasures from the opponent. Earth Escape Golden Light Technique. When casting, transforms into a golden light, traversing 1,000 miles underground in an instant. The Chaos Bell possesses the power to suppress chaos, invert time and space, refine yin and yang, and alter the universe. This treasure is infinitely profound and boundlessly creative, capable of imprisoning time and suppressing space. 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo. Conceal the 6 senses of a person during the draw. Liu Chuan had learned to be cautious. Even upon first seeing the sunglasses, he refrained from cursing. However, upon witnessing the Heavenly Tao Purple Chi, he sensed something different, that it was possible that the lottery was influenced by the different times and spaces, thus altering the prize pool. Of course, this was merely his speculation. After completing the draws, Liu Chuan exited the cave and directly gifted the 6 roots of purity bamboo to her. This thing is delicious. Consume it, and you will grow stronger quickly. I shall teach you a technique called Ziwei Kanshan Gong. The wind spirit bamboo murmured, Ziwei Kanshan Gong. Sounds so familiar. Chapter 45. She is merely my sister. Befriending Pengu. Upon hearing this, Liu Chuan's eyes brightened. Could it be that she retained a flicker of consciousness? He could not help but ask, Do you remember me? The wind spirit bamboo shook her head. I do not know you. You all are so strange. He calls me master. And you look even scarier. Liu Chuan sighed in disappointment, realizing he had been too eager. The wind spirit bamboo had accompanied him in the Tang Dynasty for over a century. While they were not entirely dependent on one another, they had hidden together to survive. I apologize for my haste. I shall go cultivate. Xiao Hua, you take care of her. Remember, do not go outside. Wait. Liu Chuan turned back, looking at the petite wind spirit bamboo, seemingly anticipating her to say something. Can you tell me about the past? Lu Chuan waved his hand, bringing the wind spirit bamboo into the cave. Xiao Hua gazed longingly at the sealed cave. Reluctant to leave. What do you wish to know? The little bamboo spirit leaped onto Lu Chuan's bed and spread her hands, asking for everything you truly wish to hear. The wind spirit bamboo's small eyes sparkled with mischief. Of course, long ago I unwittingly arrived in this world, leveling up through defeating monsters, and met a bamboo spirit along the way. Leveling up through defeating monsters? Listen carefully. I may have unwittingly provoked a great boss. And in desperation, she accompanied me for over a century. However, she was always yearning for adventure. With such meager cultivation, alas, speaking of it only brings tears, I gave her all the life-saving treasures I had. Yet she was still captured by villains. You think she was foolish? Foolish? The wind spirit bamboo nodded blankly. Indeed, too foolish to be why the time I rescued her, she had lost all her cultivation and consciousness. What is your relationship with her? Lu Chuan remained silent for a while before answering. A sister. A sister? Do you think I am her? You, perhaps, are her. I'm uncertain. A century later. Ding! Congratulations. Host is cultivated for 1,000 years. Rewards. Primordial Talisman. Contains the wondrous methods of the primordial chaos. Can be used as a communication tool. Lu Chuan awakened from his cultivation. After 100 years, he had finally perfected the paths of deduction. Curses and slaughter. It turned out that after conversing with the wind spirit bamboo, he had entered seclusion, intending to continue comprehending the 3,000 great paths within the creation jade plate. However, he had been unable to learn any new techniques, leading him to consider this method, hoping it would not disappoint him. To be honest, this talisman was somewhat lackluster. Anyone under my tutelage could send messages to me, but wait, others under my guidance cannot send messages. Is this suggesting that I should expand my influence? Lu Chuan lifted the seal on the cave and emerged, immediately captivated by a flash of red that caught his eye. She had transformed. Ew. The wind spirit bamboo playfully gazed at Lu Chuan. Does it look like me? This sentence once again pulled him back to reality, much like a haunting echo, yet it felt as though the very essence of his soul had transformed. Sensing Lu Chuan's disappointment, he explained, Jing Chun has opened a spring of Li He in the wooden cabin for me, and my cultivation speed has accelerated remarkably. I truly adore the ambience here. Lu Chuan managed a faint smile, expressing his approval. Feng Ling Zhu continued to inquire, is it not pleasing? Lu Chuan offered no further response and returned to the cave abode, when suddenly a thunderous sound reverberated from the outside world. He quietly observed the surroundings from within the Hongmeng space, when a large face suddenly loomed closer, inquiring, may I ask which fellow Taoist is present here? Might we meet? Lu Chuan wished them to remain silent within, for if the other party could detect the Hongmeng space, they might also overhear their conversation. Taking a deep breath, he instantly appeared in the outside world, discreetly retracting the Hongmeng space. Before him stood a towering man, wielding a mountain-splitting axe. What business do you have with me, friend? He inquired politely. I am Pangu, merely passing through this place. I was astounded that this desolate mountain could withstand my strike and scathe, leading me to believe a hidden practitioner resides here. I apologize for intruding. Lu Chuan's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Could this be the legendary Pangu? He had always felt his own power was meager, thus refraining from exploring this area, only to discover it was indeed a realm of primal chaos. Fellow Taoist, do you have any unspoken concerns? Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly, replying, please do not take offense. I was momentarily lost in thought that my name is Lu Chuan, merely a wandering cultivator. Judging by your attire, you must hail from a prestigious lineage. Panga chuckled, saying, a wandering cultivator possessing such prowess. Could you be an extraordinary talent? Would you consider joining my sect? Can you truly perceive my cultivation level? Lu Chuan inquired. You jest. It is precisely because I cannot discern your strength that I pose this question. My master, Hong Jun, along with myself, has 3 disciples. Might you be willing to accompany me to meet my master? If you find this disagreeable, please disregard my invitation. Lu Chuan's mind raced with calculations, pondering the ensuing conflicts between the teachings of the transtheistic and the intercepting sections. He suddenly recalled that Hong Jun was a disciple of the Primordial Spirit's founder, Should his true strength be revealed, his life could be in jeopardy. Fellow Taoist, do you harbor any doubts? Perhaps we could spar? Lu Chuan thought this was an acceptable proposition and replied, I kindly ask that you unleash your full strength. It would be a perfect opportunity for me to test my skills. He rummaged through his system's repository, discovering that the only weapon he could reveal was the Heartswell iron staff, which he had seized from the six-eared macaque long ago. He certainly could not brandish the Creation Jade Plate or the Chaos Pearl, as both were Pangu's companion artifacts. Retrieving them would only lead to a farcical encounter of true and false Pangu, likely resulting in his immediate demise. This is the Xianxin Qi bestowed upon me by my master. I have yet to fully comprehend it. Please observe closely. With that, Pangu brandished the heaven-splitting axe, a wisp of azure vapor swirling around the blade, and swung it towards Lu Chuan. Unyielding, Lu Chuan summoned the full force of his path of slaughter, his entire being radiating a murderous aura as he swung towards Pangu's head. The sound of metal clashing erupted like a symphony, their figures becoming indistinct to the naked eye. Crack! Lu Chuan halted, holding half of the Heartswell iron staff. Tears of frustration welling up in his eyes in less than 10 breaths. It had been cleaved in two by the heaven-splitting axe. He felt he had yet to reach his limits, while Pangu's strength was immense. Each strike left his hands tingling. He sensed that in a life-and-death struggle, he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Pangu, his expression grave, clasped his fists and said, I apologize. This is my companion artifact, and I cannot offer compensation. Nevertheless, it is a miracle that you have cultivated the path of slaughter to such an extent without any trace of bloodlust. Lu Chuan laughed heartily. No worries, brother Pangu. You jest. This minor artifact is of little significance. It is your formidable strength that I truly admire. Since you extend such warm hospitality, I shall graciously accept. I hope your master will not hastily dismiss me upon our meeting. Chapter 46. The Gathering of Hongjun and the Three Pure Ones. Brother Pangu, may I inquire about your fellow disciples? What is there that cannot be asked? My eldest brother is Laozi, and the third brother is Tang. They are both exceptionally amiable, and I believe they will welcome you warmly. Lu Chuan mused himself. If only you knew how the transtheistic and intercepting sects slaughtered each other for fortune. You would not speak so lightly, especially regarding Tang Tian, who had deceived Jiang Zia. It was truly disgusting. This was information he could not divulge to Pangu, for he wished to avoid entanglements in their vast karmic web. As they had yet to establish their respective sects, the thought of laying plans here excited him. You Taoist, what makes you smile? Oh, I was reminded of past events. I once had a few disciples myself. But alas, we parted ways. I envy your sect. Hearing you speak so fondly makes me wish to see it. 10 days later, Lu Chuan followed Pangu through the endless chaotic void, arriving at the base of a great mountain, where a stone tablet inscribed with 3 characters read, Hongjun Cave. Master, your disciple has returned, and I have made a friend, Lu Taoist. Shall we not enter? Hongjun, with an impassive expression, regarded Lu Chuan. After Lu Chuan paid his respects, he noticed Hongjun remained silent, feeling somewhat uneasy. Could it be that my presence has been discerned? Young friend, you are quite remarkable. You jest. I am merely a wandering cultivator, devoid of any sect affiliation or background. While Taoist Pangu is truly unfathomable. Hongjun smiled. Though my little disciple was born in chaos, he cannot surpass you. He has cultivated for 18,000 years in chaos to attain his current level, while you appear to be merely 1,000 or 2,000 years old. Pangu, taken aback, exclaimed, Master, is this truly the case? Of course, why would I deceive you? You persistently pester me about opening up the world for the benefit of all beings. I have pondered this for some time and have consented. Thank you, Master. Hongjun's tone shifted. However, it is not yet time. When a moment arrives, I shall not hinder you. Lu Chuan thought to himself that this escape was worth it, for he could witness such a scene. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, 2 others entered the cave abode, a young Taoist with an ethereal demeanor and another whose appearance seemed righteous, yet upon closer inspection bore a hint of ambition. Greetings, Master. Ah, you 2 have arrived. I have something to discuss, so please take a seat. What brings you to this, Master? The ethereal young man inquired. Pangu interjected. Eldest brother, This is my esteemed friend. Exceptionally powerful, a wandering cultivator whose strength is on par with mine. By the way, Master, during my duel with Lu Daoist, I accidentally damaged his artifact. Might I— Enough, you little rascal. Are you coveting my treasures? Hong Jun retorted, producing a gleaming stone. This is the dividing treasure rock. Young friend, take what you can. It is up to your fortune. Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as Tang Tian observed him, perhaps it is best to let it go. My artifact is of little worth, and if I were to choose, it would only be taking advantage of you. Tang Tian scoffed. Your eyes are glued to it. Why pretend otherwise? Panga defended. This is at the master's behest. Third brother, are you meddling too much? Silence. Why not learn from your elder brother? Always so restless. How can one establish a sect and lead the masses? Young friend, please don't mind. Choose one. It is better to sever ties cleanly. Lu Chuan understood that Hong Jun subtly wished to avoid deeper entanglements, and he did not hesitate, sending forth a wisp of purple chi to absorb the dividing treasure rock. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new artifact, the flame-devouring feather fan from the dividing treasure rock. Crafted from feathers of peacocks, cranes, eagles, geese, and pheasants, with a single wave, it can unleash flames that scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Humph! So, it is the flame-devouring feather fan. Upon witnessing Lu Chuan acquire an artifact, Tang Tian coldly snorted, having remained silent throughout. Thank you. In that case, I shall not impose further and will take my leave. Seeing that Hong Jun showed no desire to retain him, Pangu had no choice but to escort him out with disappointment. Lu Daoist, my master means no offense. Lu Chuan waved his hand. No worries, I appreciate your kindness, Brother Pangu, but I must caution you to be wary of your disciple, Tang Tian. I shall say no more da. It was a pleasure meeting you. This little trinket is for you. Once worn, it will reveal the incantation to activate it, as a token of gratitude for your gift of an artifact. As Lu Chuan uttered the words Hidden Gate, a sudden rumble echoed from the depths of chaos. Pangu paid it no mind, for such occurrences were common in the unformed chaos. He merely held the invincible sunglasses in a daze until Lu Chuan had walked far away. At which point Pangu scrutinized the invincible sunglasses, which, when activated, could ignore any attack for the duration of an incense stick. When Pangu donned the invincible sunglasses, they became his exclusive possession. Master, look! Hong Jun took the invincible sunglasses and examined them closely. Did this young friend gift this to you? Tang Tian scoffed. What a worthless trinket to display. How laughable. Eldest brother, your nature is too naive. Do not be deceived by ill-intentioned individuals. Junior brother, why do you harbor animosity towards Daoist Lu? When it is evident that this is your first encounter? Hong Jun interjected. Tang Tian, I fear you have misjudged. He is not inferior to either of you, and may indeed surpass you both. This treasure is not ordinary. I cannot see through it. After Pangu conveyed a message to him, Hong Jun's expression drastically shifted. Is it truly so? He inquired. Master, I am uncertain. Perhaps we should test it? Pangu, upon activating his dark glasses, emanated waves of golden light. Hong Jun's finger shot forth a stream of profound and clear energy towards him, which was effortlessly neutralized by the golden radiance surrounding Pangu, causing no harm whatsoever. After a brief moment, Hong Jun remarked, I have indeed misjudged. This is your opportunity, so cherish it. Tang Tian, puzzled, queried, Master, what riddle are you two playing? Hong Jun chuckled. Some things are best left unsaid. Now to the matter at hand. I have summoned you today because the time has come for you to step forth from the mountains. The primordial chaos remains unbroken, and I wish to send you down to establish your own teachings and enlighten the world. You may each select 10 items from the treasures within the Faban. What you choose will depend solely on your own fortunes. As for the eldest, you have long surpassed your predecessors and shall reincarnate in the mortal realm to enlighten humanity. The second shall descend only after fully mastering the Jade Xian clear energy. With the choice of destination left to your discretion, Tang Tian, you two must attain a comprehensive understanding of the Xian clear energy before descending to establish your teachings. I shall heed your command. Master, after emerging from the Hongjun cave, Lu Chuan wandered aimlessly, Aware that many extraordinary treasures within the primordial realm were unclaimed, he wished to test his luck, hoping to encounter a few individuals destined for greatness. Suddenly, he observed a battle of spells taking place on the land below. Chapter 47. I am no longer pure Taoist friend. Do you truly wish to contest this small tower with my younger sister? Humph. To the victor belong the spoils. I have my sights set on the glazed bottle in your hand, concealed within the chaos. Lu Chuan watched the skirmish between a man and a woman, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Wait, is that not the jade pure bottle? Could this be Guanyin in her youth? The man coldly retorted, Sihong. In this unbroken chaos, with treasures countless, you choose to rely on your lineage to contend with me? Humph. Who does not know you as the duo Bao Daoist, who has seized countless treasures? You wield innumerable artifacts, and yet claim that this treasure is fated for you? Pa! Today, I shall not yield. Sihong, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lu Chuan also noticed the tower-shaped artifact, initially contemplating an opportunity to snatch it, but the two continued to battle around it. Suddenly, the duo Bao Daoist produced a sword, which surged toward Sihong's face. I am doomed. Although there had been prior discord with Guanyin, she was ultimately a disciple of Pengyu. Lu Chuan wished to weaken her influence before her teachings could even be established. Sighing, he drew forth the heaven-burning feather fan he had recently acquired, unleashing a flame that effortlessly severed the sword aimed at Sihong. Who dares? Lu Chuan descended beside Sihong, stating, Let us show mercy. I believe there is no need for lethal force. Is there? The duo Bao Daoist squinted at Lu Chuan, sneering, Fortunate indeed, that wherever you go, you find protection. However, this treasure shall not be relinquished to you. Not even a semblance of courtesy. You truly mirror your master. Then let us engage. With that, Lu Chuan made the first move. Nonsense. I am the carefree immortal, free within heaven and earth. What master? The sword domain in my hand. Facing the myriad sword intent assaulting him, Lu Chuan remained unfazed, reflecting that Tang Tian's insight was indeed commendable. The duo Bao Daoist was remarkably powerful, and it seemed surpassing Tang Tian would be a matter of time. Not wishing to entangle himself in too much karma, he refrained from using lethal force and merely shattered the sword domain. With his techniques disrupted, the duo Bao Daoist staggered back a few paces and clasped his fists, saying, I thank you, esteemed immortal, for your mercy. I shall no longer contest this treasure. Until we meet again with that. He departed swiftly. Sihong gazed at Lu Chuan, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Lu Chuan broke the silence. I saved your life, and I shall take the treasure. You have no objections, I trust? No, esteemed immortal. None at all, Sihong stammered, fearful of him silencing her. That is well. I am a close friend of your future master. Do remember to send my regards after you become his disciple. Furthermore, I advise you to treat others kindly. Harboring too many suspicions is not beneficial. With that, he collected the small tower and departed. Once Lu Chuan had distanced himself, she muttered, relying on his profound cultivation to bully a junior like me. How despicable! And what of this future master? Who does he think he is? As Lu Chuan sped through the chaos, he did not immediately investigate the nature of the small tower. He discovered numerous large beast carcasses, but found no other treasures. Thus, he ventured deeper into the expanse, swiftly penetrating the Hongmeng space, which transformed into a speck of dust, drifting within the chaos. Lu Chuan, how are you? Are you unscathed? Who was that person outside? Feng Lingzhu inquired, approaching with concern. Hey, where are you touching? Do I appear to be in trouble? Wait, have you regained your memory? Faced with Lu Chuan's scrutiny, Feng Lingzhu lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, stammering, No, I was merely worried about you. What if we were trapped here forever? Look at me when I speak. As her head sank lower, he abruptly lifted her onto his shoulder, returning to the cave abode. Jing Chun observed with a complex expression, saying nothing, and dove headfirst into the bottom of the Li River. The leopard cub, Xiaohua, remained motionless, disappointment etched on her face. Within the cave, Feng Lingzhu curled up in the corner of the bed as Lu Chuan casually asked, When did you remember? Tell me. The first day, no. Not today. Faced with his approaching visage, Feng Lingzhu froze. I wanted to tell you, but I heard Xiao Hua say you fled here to escape pursuers. So what? I will eventually return and deal with them. Seeing her nod, Lu Chuan dismissed. You underestimate me. You place too much importance on yourself. Feng Lingzhu suddenly raised her head, glaring at him in anger, before leaping onto him. Lu Chuan, what do you mean by that? Lu Chuan swallowed hard, lying on the bed and gazing up at her, his heart racing uncontrollably. Why you? You are a girl. Get off me. Don't move. I don't know what you meant earlier. Do you like that fish spirit? No, not at all. Feng Lingzhu leaned closer, their faces nearly touching. Then why does her name resemble that of your former crush? Don't think I've forgotten. You told me once. Lu Chuan explained. Is that all? Is it such a big deal? Fine, I will tell you. After you left, I lived here alone for many years. Sometimes, feeling lonely, I would sit by the river and talk to myself. Who would have thought a mermaid resided in the river? Later, when this place evolved, she emerged, and thus I named her. Mermaid? Fish? I suspect after all these years, you've not done well. What kind of logic is that? We call them mermaids. Feng Lingzhu's lips curled slightly upwards as she asked, Am I beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful. You are the most beautiful. Now let me up. Such insincerity. W, what are you doing? Where did you learn that from? As their lips parted, Feng Lingzhu whispered closely, I will tell you later. Don't you want to know? Stop pretending. I want you to be my man. Here, 100,000 words are omitted, after an indeterminate amount of time. The rain ceased and Lu Chuan, expressionless, dressed himself, muttering, I am no longer pure. Feng Lingzhu chuckled coldly. Men are just like that. I thought turn the tables on you. Lu Chuan once more pressed forward. As time flows. A century passed. A resounding boom startled everyone within the Hongmeng space. Lu Chuan watched as the chaotic energy outside gradually became transparent, until it vanished completely. Panga had finally opened the heavens. The contest for fortune had begun. Feng Lingzhu embraced Lu Chuan's arm as they both watched this grand spectacle. Mountains rose from the ground, rivers coursed east and west, and the chaotic mist dissipated little by little, triggered the Hongwang task. Compete for the heavenly Tao's fortune under the name of the Hidden Gate. Time, no limit. Chapter 48. Turmoil and Strife. Establishing dominance upon Lu Chuan and Feng Lingzhu's return to the Hongmeng space. Kuei Mu Lang appeared pensive, standing there like a chrysalis. Old Kuei, speak your mind. Master, I feel I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Another 100 years have passed with no progress, Lu Chuan retorted. So, you wish to venture outside. Kuei Mu Lang hesitated briefly before nodding and explaining. In such an extraordinary era, the records and books are but a scant few that I feel that my arrival here is destined by the heavens. The paths of lurking and ruling that you have bestowed upon me are invaluable. Yet, never mind, your heart is troubled. Go forth and traverse the world under the name of the Hidden Gate. However, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal my identity. Can you manage that? Indeed, he replied. Well then, here is the Hongmeng Talisman, which not only contains supreme mystical principles, but also serves as a means of communication for our sect. Refine it. He then produced a pair of sunglasses and said, This is a little gadget I crafted. It may save your life in critical moments. Take it. Kuei Mu Lang stared blankly at Lu Chuan. Master, have you been orchestrating today's situation all along? You even prepared the means of communication within the sect? Sort of. Since you're venturing out, you represent our hidden gate, and I certainly cannot let you go out to suffer. Exercise patience in all things. In chaotic times, heroes emerge that a small lack of patience can disrupt grand plans. Go now. Rest assured, everyone possesses a communication talisman. Should you wish to contact your wife and children, do so at any time. Thank you, Master. Kuei Mu Lang will never tarnish the name of the Hidden Gate. Lu Chuan suddenly added, Wait, I have an idea. Would you be willing to infiltrate the Jiejiao? Ultimately, Kuei Mu Lang bid farewell to his wife and children, embarking alone on the path of destiny's contention. Lu Chuan sighed. What fortune awaits? It all depends on you. He intended to utter some grandiose words, but upon turning around, he found himself surrounded by women and children, instantly deflating his spirit as he began to miss Sun Wukong and the others. Upon returning to his cave, he initially planned to analyze the next steps, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Feng Lingzhu, who began tearing at his clothes. Later, he mused, I shall resume my cultivation. Today was quite commendable. Liu Chuan leisurely donned his attire, continuing to ponder the tasks assigned by the system on how to contend for destiny. Forget it. I shall delve deeper into enlightenment. I refuse to wander aimlessly. Once invincible in the world, I shall then flaunt my prowess. 20 years, 50 years, then another 100 years passed. Ding successfully comprehended the paths of fate, causality, and celestial bodies. Reward: 1 upgrade for the Hongmeng space. Upon completing his seclusion, Lu Chuan lifted the restrictions of his cave, expecting Feng Lingzhu to arrive promptly, only to find no one upon exiting. How foolish of me. Back to cultivation, then. Wait, something feels off. Why is there such a flow of people outside? Seizing an opportunity, he teleported out, discovering traces of construction surrounding him. At that moment, a man transporting timber in midair approached. Hey, who are you? Why are you in our sect? Lu Chuan had kept the changes to the Hongmeng space minimal, concealed within the rocks, so it was normal for others not to notice that he replied curtly, I should be asking who you are. Are you unaware that this place has been claimed? The man looked puzzled. Impossible. This is a site meticulously chosen by the elders of our sect. We have been here for days without seeing a soul. You're not here to seize territory, are you? Call your superior. You cannot make decisions on your own. The man, infuriated, dropped the timber, saying, just wait. Seeing the man soar away, Lu Chuan swiftly relocated the Hongmeng space nearby and concealed it. Shortly after, the man returned, flanked by 2 elders. Fuming, you young one, I hear this is your sect, and you dare deceive us? Don't blame us for being rude. Lu Chuan remained silent, gesturing for the protective barrier of the Hongmeng space to retract, revealing the mountains and waters within to the onlookers a spatial treasure. The dark-faced elder's eyes gleamed. Liu Chuan intended to offer words of reason, but was met with a blade and a whip instead. With a clang of metal, he remained motionless while the 2 elders spewed blood and were sent flying to Deluo Jin Xian. Spare us, senior. We were momentarily bewitched. Please grant us mercy. Lu Chuan sneered. As long as you remain still and allow me to strike, I shall let you go. What say you? Senior, do you mean it? Naturally. Exchanging glances, the 2 elders rose from the ground and abruptly fled in opposite directions, shouting, Master, save us. We're under attack. Lu Chuan sighed. What necessity is there for this? Why provoke me? The young man who had led them was paralyzed by fear. Witnessing the 2 elders dissolve into nothingness before his eyes, his heart ignited with excitement. This is true strength. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? No, not afraid. Quite intriguing. What is your name? Ma Sui. You are Ma Sui. Lu Chuan inquired, surprised. Senior, do you know me? Lu Chuan shook his head, intending to ask further when, from behind the mountain, a group of over 10 people approached with great force. Lu Song from the Jingguang sect. May I inquire why you have intruded upon our mountain? They sought to kill and plunder. I merely retaliated, which is quite normal. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Song replied. I find that hard to believe. Elders Li and Wang are known for their kindness. They could not possibly commit such acts. Ma Sui interjected, Master, I witnessed it myself. It is indeed. Silence. You traitor, Lu Chuan, intrigued, remarked. It seems the upper beam is crooked, leading to a tilted lower beam. Let us resolve this. I hereby declare that this sect, whether Jingguang or Yinguang, shall cease to exist from this day forth. Arrogant. Let us join forces to capture this rogue. Lu Song bellowed. Liu Chuan sighed, wielding the fan of burning heaven, unleashing torrents of fire dragons that obliterated all but Ma Sui into ashes. Why must it be this way? Fewer than 100 dare to establish a sect. Truly, the world is in decline. With a thud, Ma Sui knelt, pleading, Please, senior, take me as your disciple. I am willing to toil endlessly. Ignoring him, Lu Chuan called out, All unrelated individuals, leave this mountain. After 10 breaths, there will be no mercy. Before long, 30 or so individuals flew from the mountain, hastily retreating. After 10 breaths, only Ma Sui and Lu Chuan remained. But aren't you afraid of death? Afraid, but I desire strength more. Lu Chuan, astonished, had not expected to find such a disciple. After a moment of contemplation, he said, We lack the bond of master and disciple. but I can plant a seed of the heavenly path in your heart, known as the path of celestial bodies. Do you wish for it? Ma Sui's eyes sparkled with eagerness. I do. Very well. This path is commendable, and how far you can cultivate it depends solely on you. When perfected, you may wield the power of the stars for both offense and defense. You may leave now. I must seal this place. Seeing him hesitate, Lu Chuan waved his hand, sending Ma Sui flying away step by step. That he shouted, in my heart, you are my master. Can you tell me? Which sect do we belong to? Hidden Gate. Ma Sui was cast 100 miles away, staring blankly at the slowly disappearing mountains, murmuring, I belong to the Hidden Gate. Chapter 49. Jiangxia delivers himself. The demon child emerges, having bestowed upon Ma Sui an opportunity. Lu Chuan incorporated the mountain into the fold of the Hidden Gate. Initially, he had thought that this desolate mountain range would see no visitors. However, on this day, as Lu Chuan was engrossed in his cultivation, he was abruptly interrupted, causing his anger to flare. Xiaohua, go outside and see who dares disturb my peace. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Ling Zhu stormed in. Why am I not pregnant yet? Lu Chuan certainly would not divulge the fact that he had controlled his yang energy, for merely indulging would not lead to pregnancy. He reflected on when exactly he had developed feelings for her. As they had inexplicably ended up together, in such chaotic times, bringing a child into the world would indeed be foolish. Cough. Ling Zhu, perhaps one of us has a physical issue, or maybe our cultivation is too high, making it difficult to conceive. Are you so determined to have a child? Since her death, Feng Ling Zhu had transformed remarkably, sporting long red hair, which she claimed was to display her femininity, while her appearance remained unchanged. However, her temperament had shifted. She often tore at his clothes, prompting Lu Chuan to retreat into seclusion out of sheer apprehension. That I don't care. I want a baby. Give it to me. It's still daytime. Let go of me. I've had enough. I'm getting angry. With tearful eyes, Feng Ling Zhu looked at Lu Chuan. Are you tired of me? No, yes, you are. At that moment, Xiaohua called from outside the cave, Master, the visitor has been sent away. He claims to be Jiangxia, and says he was sent by his master to seek out extraordinary individuals. He wishes to meet you. Lu Chuan grasped Feng Ling Zhu's hands, whispering, stop causing a scene. Return and wait for me. I will attend to my matters first. Very well. Xiaohua waited for a while without receiving a reply, only to see her master emerge from within, wearing a face filled with indignation. She assumed her master had once again been scolded by Lu Chuan. Master, has he bullied you again? Feng Ling Zhu turned her eyes, nodding with a look of impending tears, and in an instant, she turned around and cheerfully returned to the cave dwelling. Xiaohua, that person hasn't gone far. Bring him in. Have you bullied the master again? Lu Chuan glared. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. Hurry up. Before long, Xiaohua returned, leading a gaunt Taoist into the room. Master, the person has been brought here. Please, have a seat. Jiangxia initially thought he would encounter a reclusive cultivator, but upon being led in by Xiaohua, he was astonished to find two exceptionally robust young men staring at him. A beautiful maiden playing by the riverbank, and a middle-aged woman seemingly busy with some confectionery, the delightful aroma wafting in the air. Strangely, the spiritual energy here appeared to be several times, possibly dozens of times, more potent than that of the outside world, a detail he could not ascertain. The young man before him, the master, this individual exuded an oppressive aura reminiscent of his own revered master, unfathomable in depth. Thank you. Shortly thereafter, the maiden he had seen playing by the river entered with tea. With a clatter, she placed down the teapot and cups before departing. Lu Chuan gave a tactical cough. Please don't take offense. They're not fond of outsiders. Enjoy your tea. Jiangxia took a sip, his eyes lighting up. This is exquisite tea. It feels even better than my master's top-quality Dao. Lu Chuan was quite generous with him, cutting straight to the chase. Are you a disciple of Pangu? Jiangxia's face flushed. I am a registered disciple. Oh, you know my master. It has been many years. The last time was before the heavens and earth were opened, when I met them in Hongjun Cave. You have met Hongjun Laozu? Naturally, at that time, the world was in ignorance, chaos yet unformed, and there were countless treasures. Jiangxia was quite excited, never expecting to have accidentally arrived at the secluded abode of his master's friend. May I ask, Senior, could you lend me a few individuals? Your master has instructed you to prepare in advance to assist Zhou, correct? Jiang Zia was taken aback. Senior, Lu Chuan waved his hand. Do not panic. I'm a friend of your master, and certainly will not be at odds with your teachings. On the contrary, I can lend you a helping hand. Jiang Zia restrained his excitement and inquired, What is your intention, Senior? Me? I lack nothing, seek nothing, only desire peace and stability for the world. He spoke with such conviction that even he believed I teed it by the way. What about the influence of lousy S. Rinjiao? Jiang Zia retorted, Rinjiao? There is no such teaching. The Chan teaching was jointly founded by Lao Jun and my master, while the Jie teaching was established by Tang Tian Shibua. Are you perhaps mistaken? Lu Chuan thought to himself that his arrival might have inadvertently affected the course of history. Unfazed, he said, It seems I might have remembered incorrectly. Since you could find this place and are a disciple of Pangu, how about this? I will impart a technique to you as a greeting. Without waiting for his response, Lu Chuan pointed at his brow. After a moment of infused fragrance, Jiang Zia opened his eyes. Thank you, Senior. This technique, which I obtained by chance, is called the Earth Escape Golden Light Technique. Traversing 1,000 miles in an instant is not out of reach, that if danger arises, it should assist you significantly. Furthermore, aside from the girl who just served tea, among the others outside, whom would you like to take with you? Jiang Zia pondered for a moment before saying, May I choose that pair of brothers? Lu Chuan nodded and called in Kuei and Kuei Air. Over the years, these two mischievous youths had matured into adults. Their cultivation reaching the mid-stage of Earth Immortal, he had previously promised Kuei Mu Lang that if he rescued Feng Lingzhu, he would help him comprehend 10 heavenly Tao principles. Unfortunately, Kuei Mu Lang had also fallen into a trap. Fortunately, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. The day Feng Lingzhu awakened, Lu Chuan had summoned the three of them. Ultimately, Kuei Mu Lang grasped the principles of lurking and dominion, proving to be a talented commander. Kuei Da and Kuei Air respectively comprehended the paths of transcendence and entanglement, with Kuei Da excelling in offense, and Kuei Air adept at controlling souls, turning enemies into mere puppets. He had even offered by Hua Xiao an opportunity to enter the creation jade plate. But she had declined, and Lu Chuan still did not know why. Lu Chuan asked, Do you both wish to venture out of the world? I must warn you, there's a chance of death and dissolution, but it is also possible to achieve divinity and surpass your father. Kuei Da and Kuei Air exchanged glances and replied in unison, We are willing. However, please ensure our mother is well looked after. Rest assured, with me here, your mother will be in no danger. Take these little gadgets. I know you have long coveted them. Remember, no matter the circumstance, your life is paramount. If the heavens press down, I am still here. Do you understand? Lu Chuan, as expected, gifted them 2 pairs of invincible sunglasses for their protection. Understood. Go now. Bid farewell to Lingzhu and your mother properly. This left Jiang Zia filled with envy. He had descended the mountain with nothing, while others were gifted treasures and given a safe retreat. Chapter 50. The celestial demons beyond the domain by Hua Xiao tearfully saw off Kuei Da and Kuei Air, while Jingchen shot Lu Chuan an annoyed glance before going to comfort her. Lu Chuan felt helpless, thinking, I am doing this for their own good. Is the great trend of the universe. No, wait, it seems I have inadvertently placed a father and son in opposing camps. I hope they want to end up harming each other. Never mind, I will deal with that later. Sigh, the household is growing increasingly desolate. With only Xiao Hua and me left, the atmosphere feels too. Lu Chuan, upon seeing Feng Lingzhu enter, he sighed, instinctively began to shed his clothing, and casually set up a barrier. Another day of tumultuous affairs. Afterward, Lu Chuan embraced her slender waist, unconsciously reminiscing about his solitary life in his previous life. It had already been hundreds of years. Surely, technology on Earth must have advanced further by now. Why do you women enjoy drawing circles on men's chests? Feng Lingzhu suddenly sat up, disregarding her modesty. Her large eyes fixed on Lu Chuan. Do you have other women? Is it that girl Jing Chun? Is it her? What have you two been up to? Lu Chuan, feeling cornered, surrendered, asserting that he currently had only her as a woman, even presenting her with a jade plate inscribed with spatial abilities and a pair of sunglasses, which finally quelled her anger. Her reasoning was that the last one had been taken from her, and she had been waiting for him to gift her another. Unfortunately, Lu Chuan was oblivious, and thus she had to take the initiative. Tell me, why have things turned out this way? Do you remember how I wept over those monsters we encountered on our journey for scriptures? You were so compassionate back then. How could you suddenly... Feng Lingzhu pouted and asked, you don't like it? I do. I should not question you. Please, go into seclusion and cultivate, all right? You need to catch up to me, or in the end, I will achieve immortality while your lifespan is exhausted, and I will find someone new. Huh. I haven't finished speaking yet. You aren't really angry, are you? Lu Chuan dressed and continued to contemplate the 3,000 great Dao. After all, he had yet to settle the score with those who sought revenge against him. Time flew, and a century passed. Feng Lingzhu always found it hard to settle down and cultivate properly. During this 100 years, she had exited her seclusion several times and even sneaked out a few times that, of course, Lu Chuan had noticed and had secretly attached a wisp of his primordial spirit to protect her. Just as he was embroiled in a dispute with Jing Chun, a sudden clap of thunder startled everyone. The target was Lu Chuan's cave dwelling. Master, we must not approach. The master is in seclusion, and that must be his practiced divine ability. Let us wait, Xiao Hua remarked, while Jingchen also held her arm, preventing her from going closer. Feng Lingzhu huffed, shaking off both of them, her worry directed toward that direction. Inside the cave, Lu Chuan was drenched in sweat, a voice in his mind persistently tempting him. I am you, you are me. Let me out, and we shall share the prosperity. Who are you? Get out of my world. Ha ha, I am you. Lu Chuan stared at the man before him, who looked identical to himself but donned in red robes. His gaze wicked. You're seeking death. Lu Chuan resolutely struck out. Both of them mirrored each other's moves and techniques, neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, in the 36th layer of the heavens, Hongjun Laozu was sipping tea when three figures suddenly flew in. What brings you here, junior brother and sister? Niwa was the first to speak. Elder brother, I do not believe you have not noticed someone undergoing the tribulation of the heart demon to attain sanctity. If he succeeds, he will be on par with us. Junior sister, the two younger brothers. There is a fate in the cosmos that is beyond our control. Why trouble ourselves? Can you find that person? Master Kuan pondered. He is not within the 5 elements. Taoist Luya also furrowed his brow and nodded in agreement, indicating that he too could not discern the truth. Elder brother, do you know who it is? Hongjun Laozu poured a cup of tea for each of them. Cannot say my speculation may be incorrect, but it is likely close. Niwa rolled her eyes. What you said is tantamount to saying nothing. Elder brother, can you not reveal even a little? Hongjun Laozu shook his head in silence before suddenly uttering. It is nearly over. Within the primordial space, Lu Chuan remained locked in a fierce struggle against his inner demons for an indeterminate duration. He suddenly recalled the principles of good and evil he had comprehended years prior. The inner demon seemed to sense something amiss and barked, What are you doing? Are you attempting to transform into a demon and usurp my existence? Lu Chuan let out a cold laugh, declaring, I am who I am. Even if I become a demon, I will still be myself. But you are no longer you. Perish, you great fool. Just as he prepared to strike, the inner demon abruptly morphed into an otherworldly fiend, cursing Lu Chuan as a madman, unwilling to share a body, even in demonic form. In that moment of distraction, the otherworldly fiend made its escape at the residence of Hongjun Laozu in the Deluo heaven. Niwa and her companions observe his alternating expressions of furrowed brows and calmness, utterly perplexed by their senior brother's antics. Strange, indeed. One moment, he predicted the overcoming of the inner demon tribulation, and the next, there seemed to be no conclusion. Niwa inquired, Senior brother, what does this mean? Has he succeeded or not? Hongjun sighed. To speak honestly, I truly do not know. The final divination shows no result. Both the Grand Master of the Primordial Chaos and the Taoist Lord Luya furrowed their brows in dismay. What does it mean to have no result? The Grand Master had 2 disciples, the Taoist of Salvation and the Taoist of Provisionality, who were also striving to become saints, although Niwa and Luya had no disciples. Their urgency stemmed from a desire to discern who among them would be the first to attain sainthood, as allying with such a figure would grant an advantage in the future struggle for fortune. Frustrated at not receiving answers from Hongjun Laozu, they harbored resentment, believing he was deliberately withholding information, and thus took their leave without further delay. Within the primordial space, Lu Chuan opened his eyes, his heart still trembling. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of the otherworldly fiend, which had nearly driven him to mental disarray, but fortunately, it had fled in fear upon witnessing the lifting of the cave's restrictions. Feng Lingzhu and others rushed over. Bai Huaxiao, seeing her leader unharmed, expressed concern before taking her leave. Feng Lingzhu conducted a thorough examination of Lu Chuan, making him quite uncomfortable. "What are you doing?" "I am perfectly fine." Lu Chuan replied, "I am unscathed. I merely encountered a slight mishap during my meditation. You may all return now." Just as he intended to assess Feng Lingzhu's cultivation progress, a notification chimed. Host cultivation time exceeds 1,500 years. Reward: Primordial Space's spiritual energy increased tenfold. Lu Chuan sensed the change. The concentration of spiritual energy in the primordial space was now 30 to 40 times that of the outside world. Feng Lingzhu also felt it and exclaimed, "Husband, did you do this? Husband?" She pouted. "What? Do you not wish to acknowledge it?" Lu Chuan smirked. "No, it's just that we haven't settled things here yet. It hardly seems appropriate to speak of marriage at this time. Regardless, you are my husband, and I enjoy calling you that." Lu Chuan sighed, at a loss for how to handle her. He was tempted to invade her primordial spirit to ascertain whether she had been possessed. "Please, can you not be a bit more reserved? I will manage on my own." Chapter 51. Farewell to Pangu. Life is like chess with that. Feng Lingzhu departed with satisfaction, while Lu Chuan donned his long robe. Resembling a timid bride, suddenly a voice echoed in his ear. "Young friend, it has been many years. I hope you are well." That Lu Chuan was taken aback, startled for the first time, and felt compelled to respond to the enforced telepathy within the primordial space. "May I inquire who this esteemed elder is?" "Young friend, you forgetful one, I once gifted you a treasure." Lu Chuan smacked his forehead, realizing it was the great Hongjun, his heart racing. "You terrified me, esteemed elder. I thought I had offended someone. I in the Deluo heaven." Hongjun Laozu continued playing chess while speaking. "Given your current cultivation, you're not inferior to my eldest disciple. However, I have a question. Would you be willing to visit the 36 heavens and enlighten me?" Lu Chuan pondered deeply. First, though his association with Pangu was merely amicable, he had never offended Hongjun. Second, he had been meticulously concealing himself here in seclusion. "Esteemed elder, I am unwell. Might I?" Hongjun chuckled. "With your cultivation level, akin to that of Laozi, Pangu, and Tang Tian, how can you be so timid?" "Very well. If you will not come to my abode, I shall visit yours instead. Do you dislike my company?" Lu Chuan quickly replied. "Esteemed elder, please refrain. I shall make my way there instead. You need only await my arrival. I would not want to trouble you." He called for Feng Lingzhu and instructed her that he was going to meet a superlative being. "In case of any mishaps, remain here and focus on your cultivation. Do not venture outside, nor trust anyone's words unless they are capable of forcibly entering the do you understand?" Feng Lingzhu nodded, then anxiously shook her head. "If you sense danger, can you not avoid going?" "I fear. Do not worry. I am merely taking precautions. Keep this heavenly Tao, purple chi, close. If the time will atop the mountain loses its luster, you must refine it. I believe that with your current aptitude, you shall attain sainthood in 10,000 years." With a quivering voice, Feng Lingzhu protested, "I do not want it. Let us flee instead." "Flee? Where to?" "I have already stated, in case of unexpected events. Even if we return to our previous state, I still cannot contend with the likes of Tathagata and the Celestial Court." "Enough. Do not dally. I will return shortly." As Lu Chuan vanished from sight, Feng Lingzhu felt an emptiness within, her hand clutching the jade pendant as a stream of purple energy danced around it like a dragon. Lu Chuan stood high above, gazing down at the world post-creation. The mountains and rivers became discernible, unlike the previous chaotic obscurity. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself towards the four sages' heavens, with 4 more layers to ascend before reaching the pinnacle of heaven. Upon arriving at the 33 heavens, he felt a presence scrutinizing him. Uninterested in recognition from those below, he pressed on to the 35 heavens, the realm of the pure and quiet. Yuan Shi Tianzun, also known as Pangu, was deep in discussion with the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school regarding grand plans. Sensing an outsider's presence, he hurriedly approached and, upon seeing Lu Chuan, was filled with joy. Lu Dao friend, Pan brother, or rather, the esteemed leader of the Chan school. Ha ha ha. Lu Dao friend is jesting. After so long, I see your cultivation has not waned. What brings you here? Lu Chuan, without hesitation, replied, Your master summoned me. I know not the purpose. Why master? He has not shown himself for hundreds of years. You are unaware of the matter? Seeing Lu Chuan shake his head, Pangu continued, May I inquire if you have joined sect? Would you be interested in joining my Chan school? You and I could stand as equals, guiding the world together. I have established a small sect of my own. Though its numbers dwindle, I have grown accustomed to my freedom and cannot bear the burden. However, if you face difficulties, I will not hesitate to assist. I am simply too laid back. I hope you will forgive me. Pangu sighed and conceded, Very well. I am not one to force anyone. Since your master has extended the invitation, you ought to hurry along. After Lu Chuan departed, Pangu furrowed his brow. Fixating on the direction he had taken, he had hoped to draw Lu Chuan into the fold, augmenting the Chan school with a formidable ally. Yet to his dismay, Lu Chuan had so brazenly declined, he hoped they would not end up as adversaries in the end. Upon arriving in the Deluo heaven, Lu Chuan indeed found a wondrous realm. Gazing out, he beheld countless ethereal palaces, all exuding an atmosphere of tranquility, yet with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Young friend, do not gaze too long. I'm not within that realm of palaces. Look a bit higher. Is this not the highest? Lu Chuan soared upward for another quarter of an hour, suddenly feeling immense pressure, as if an unseen force were compressing him. Upon reaching the top, he spotted a pavilion not far away, where Hongjun Laozu sat, his white beard, white hair, and white robes radiating an aura of celestial elegance, as he quietly played chess alone. Sit, and let us engage in a game. As Lu Chuan took his seat, he felt his perspective shift. The chessboard before him no longer appeared as a mere game, but rather as a reflection of past and present, causing him to hesitate in making a move. Esteemed elder, may I inquire if this chessboard is a treasure? Hongjun Laozu set down a piece and remarked, Your hesitation suggests you have seen something. Remember, life is like chess. You are on the board. And you must be bold. Lu Chuan thought to himself, cursing under his breath. Did he not wish to be bold? He simply lacked the means, were it not for Tathagata constantly arranging for others to trouble him. In his inability to retaliate, would he have fled to the past? Feigning curiosity, he asked, And you, esteemed elder? Me? Ha ha ha. You are the second to inquire about this. I am merely an observer of the game. Lu Chuan, realizing further conversation was futile, understood the truth in the writings he had read. Those great figures relished the art of mystery, of course. He dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Esteemed elder, may I ask why you summoned me? Surely, it cannot be merely for a game of chess. Hongjun Laozu directly stated, You are the one who faced the inner demon tribulation, were you not? Lu Chuan was taken aback. How did this old man know everything? Indeed, however, I am uncertain whether it was successful. Ultimately, that young lad managed to escape, he escaped. This time, it was Hongjun who was taken aback, urging for a detailed account. Thus, Lu Chuan recounted the events surrounding his tribulation, leaving nothing concealed as he lacked experience in such matters. Transforming into a demon, did you frighten him away? This is the first time I have heard of such a scenario. One either transcends the tribulation of the heart or is replaced by their inner demons, thus starting anew. Allow me to ponder this thoroughly. Upon hearing the notion of starting anew, Lu Chuan felt a surge of frustration. His very soul had been exchanged, and yet the idea of beginning again was akin to a heartless execution. Noticing that Hongjun had remained silent for a considerable time, he cautiously inquired, Ancestor, is this matter solely due to that? Chapter 52. I have a master, engaging with Tang Tian. Hongjun, with his hands clasped behind his back, concealed his palms within his voluminous sleeves, his fingers moving swiftly as if calculating something. Observing Hongjun's indifference, Lu Chuan, feeling a sense of ennui, contemplated playing a game of chess. Not permissible, Hong Jun exclaimed. Unfortunately, at that moment, a black piece had already been placed. Suddenly, as if a switch had been triggered, thunder rumbled across the sky, only to settle into calm within moments. Hong Jun gazed at the chessboard, murmuring, "Divine will indeed," before turning his attention to Lu Chuan and commenting, "Since you could place a piece on the board, it seems I have misjudged you." That Lu Chuan's hand paused in midair, hesitant to move further. Genuinely startled, as he appeared to have caused a disaster. "Ancestor, you suggested I play chess, and seeing you deep in thought, I merely placed a piece." Hong Jun regarded him with a knowing gaze and remarked, "That move of yours is not trivial. It may alter the course of certain outcomes. Enough, it is all divine will." Seeing that Hong Jun bore no ill will towards him, Lu Chuan sighed in relief and asked, "Have you deduced anything regarding the escape of the inner demon?" Hong Jun nodded and then shook his head, questioning, "Who exactly are you?" A cold sweat broke out on Lu Chuan's brow. Fearing he had been seen through, he stammered, I am merely a humble loose cultivator, lacking background or sect, only wishing for longevity. Only wishing for longevity. Only wishing for longevity." Hong Jun repeated, not pursuing the inquiry further. "You surpass Pangu and Tang Tian. I cannot be compared. Do not jest," Hong Jun solemnly explained. "Alas, my disciples, I am overly prudent, neither competing nor seizing. Pangu was too arrogant, utilizing divine power during the creation of the world, resulting in his foundation being compromised. You, however, should be regarded as his first acknowledged friend. Tang is overly benevolent. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" After saying this, he hastily added, No, that would be inappropriate. Forget it." Lu Chuan inwardly cursed. "I would be more than willing. I need a formidable ally. Moreover, benevolence from Tang Tian? Goodness, where is that evident? He targeted me upon our first meeting. Ancestor, would you reconsider? I am indeed willing." He gazed expectantly at Hong Jun. Hong Jun laughed and chided, "You are quite cunning, but since you are willing, I shall also bear some of the consequences." Lu Chuan promptly knelt, exclaiming, "Master, please accept your disciple's 3 bows." Suddenly, Hong Jun proclaimed, as chaos begins to unfold, "The primordial spirit is at liberty, with the primordial spirit above. I, Hong Jun, pay my respects. Today, I take on a disciple. As the cycle of causality unfolds, in the days to come, thunder will be received by Hong Jun." Initiate. Hong Jun placed a finger upon Lu Chuan's head, expecting it to be an unparalleled technique. Yet he felt nothing. A 4-petaled lotus flower appeared at Lu Chuan's brow, only to vanish in an instant. The heavens above Deluo trembled with thunder, resembling a cataclysmic scene that in the palace Lu Chuan had previously observed. Nuwa, the ancestor of Hunkin, and Dao Junle all lifted their heads to gaze upwards. After exchanging glances, the 3 moved in unison. "Enough. Rise. From this day forth, you are my 4th disciple." Lu Chuan swallowed hard, genuinely startled by the recent events. "Master, this, that." Hong Jun chuckled, shaking his head, and transmitted his mysterious pure energy to him, producing a small cauldron, known as the Qian Kuan Ding. Its specific effects you shall ponder yourself. Lu Chuan eagerly accepted the Qian Kuan Ding, his mouth stretching into a wide grin, only to suddenly see 3 figures approach, swiftly snatching the small cauldron away. "I pay my respects to the master." Arriving, Hong Jun called the 3 of them forth to announce an important matter. "Lu Chuan, your junior disciple, is now my closed-door disciple." Pangu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled as he patted Lu Chuan's arm, addressing him as junior disciple. Laozi nodded at Lu Chuan, uttering, "Greetings, junior brother." Tang Tian, upon seeing Lu Chuan, bore an expression of disdain, as if the 2 harbored a deep-seated grudge from a past life. He snorted coldly, saying nothing further, while Lu Chuan chose to ignore him. Hong Jun, appearing oblivious, continued, "You have all met before. I merely wish to state that the struggle for fortune is inevitable. I only hope that the victor in the future can show mercy to the defeated. You may depart." The 4 responded in unison, "We shall remember the master's teachings." Descending through the 36 heavens, Tang Tian intercepted Lu Chuan, asking, "What treasure did the master bestow upon you?" Lu Chuan scoffed. What concern is it of yours? A good dog should not block the way. Tang, unfazed, retorted with a cold snort. Regardless of what it is, I am willing to exchange it with you. I have stated, what concern is it of yours? Even if you offered me a single strand of hair, I would not trade with you. You are quite amusing, dreaming lofty dreams. Tang, enraged, declared. I have endured you for long enough. Are you forcing me to take action against you? Laozi and Pangu stood by, showing no inclination to mediate, as if watching a performance that Lu Chuan, intrigued, queried. Since our first encounter centuries ago, you have harbored grievances against me. Have you not? Speak up. Is it jealousy over my superior appearance? Tang fell silent, suddenly brandishing a sword, stating, I will test your abilities on behalf of the master. A beam of sword light severed a strand of Lu Chuan's hair. Lu Chuan was no pushover. He drew forth the burning heaven feather fan gifted by Hong Jun centuries prior, concealing other treasures, and unleashed a fire dragon aimed directly at Tang Tian's face. After a stick of incense, the two remained evenly matched. Lu Chuan did not exert his full strength, and Tang Tian appeared to be at ease at this moment. Laozi interjected, Enough, my two junior brothers. Let us end this sparring. Do not let true anger arise. For the master is observing from above. Tang Tian coldly huffed, disappearing in a flash. Pangu and Laozi nodded at Lu Chuan before departing together. Lu Chuan had anticipated that Pangu would invite him to his cave for a visit. But upon hearing that he was the fourth disciple, Pangu's demeanor turned indifferent, leaving him puzzled that homeward bound. There is nothing better than the warmth of family, though wait, it seems I have no children. After Lu Chuan departed, Pangu reappeared, gazing contemplatively in the direction Lu Chuan had left. After a short while, he also took his leave and on his journey. Lu Chuan, feeling bored, silently reviewed the mysterious pure energy technique passed down by Hongjun. When suddenly he sensed someone awaiting him ahead. Which fellow Taoist is here? Why not reveal yourself? Before him, three figures materialized in the void. It was Niuhua, the ancestor Hunkin, and Daojun Luya. Niuhua smiled and said, Truly. No surprise that the new disciple of the master possesses such keen perception. Being able to sense our presence, Lu Chuan was taken aback. Senior brother? The master's elder and younger siblings? That must be Niuhua. Having encountered the three esteemed uncles, Lu Chuan pondered what they wished to convey. Niuhua laughed. Nephew, your discernment is commendable. Would you care to join us for a cup of humble tea? Chapter 53. Do you see me as a spy? The four energies unite within one. Lu Chuan sighed inwardly and followed the three esteemed figures back to the palace. Nephew, please sit. There is no need for formality. We harbor no ill intentions, so you need not be tense. Upon hearing Niuhua's words, Lu Chuan relaxed slightly and asked, What do the three esteemed uncles seek from this junior? I hope you will be forthright. At that moment, the ancestor Hunkin spoke. We merely wish to observe what remarkable young talent could be chosen as a closed-door disciple by the master. It is surprising to see someone so young nearing half-saint cultivation. After saying this, the three exchanged glances. Initially, upon hearing Daojun Lia's name, Lu Chuan had thought of his rather unremarkable adoptive father. However, he soon realized that Daojun Lia was the only remaining Jinwu of the era, and could not possibly be of the same generation as Hong Jun. Yet, the difference between Daojun and Daoren was negligible, leaving him utterly perplexed. Nephew, you seem distracted. Do you have urgent matters to attend to? Or perhaps you are unwilling to engage in casual conversation with us three old fellows? Niuhua inquired. Lu Chuan quickly denied. Esteemed uncle, you have misunderstood. I was merely contemplating the master's words. The master has admonished me to show great respect to the three esteemed uncles. Disciples should support one another, and when the senior brothers and sisters have time, they ought to introduce me to you. The master of Mixed Kun secretly conveyed a message to Niuhua and Lord Liya. It appears that our disciple is the most slippery one among us. Is this plan feasible? Niuhua replied coolly, Lu Chuan, the truth is, the three of us have summoned you today for a matter of great importance. I wonder if you possess the courage for it. Speak plainly, master uncle. Very well. Regardless of your acceptance, you must swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. Not a word of this must escape. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Chuan's back. What monumental secret could this be? He truly wished to remain oblivious. We suspect that our senior brother is no longer himself. A cataclysmic battle may erupt in the 36 heavens ahead, and we require substantial support and hidden pawns. To be frank, the three of us may not be able to defeat him, Lu Chuan sighed. So it has come to this. After finally having a master, you now tell me he is an impostor? Master Uncle, do I strike you as a spy? Without hesitation, Nuan, a master of mixed Kuan, nodded in agreement, while Lord Lia, who had remained silent throughout, also gave a slow nod. Master Uncle, I am truly a good person. Then you should be even more inclined to assist us, replied the master of mixed Ku. Lu Chuan recalled his earlier encounter with the venerable Hong Jun, their dialogues indistinguishable from those of a century past. Masters, do you possess any evidence? After a prolonged silence, Lord Lia spoke. Our senior brother has transcended, right before our very eyes. Impossible. Nuwa sighed. We have witnessed it with our own eyes. Could we all have been mistaken? Ever since senior brother returned, the world has undergone tremendous upheaval, with various sects vying for fortune. The mortal realm has become the main battlefield. We can no longer bear to see the suffering of the people. We must secretly devise plans to prevent chaos before it erupts. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, unable to believe it. If what they said was true, then the Hong Jun he knew was a counterfeit. Undoubtedly lacking the true power of Hong Jun, have you not tested him? Nuwa retorted sharply. Do you think we have lived for so long without discernment? We are evenly matched with him. I even suspect he has not exerted his full strength. Enough, we have disclosed all that is necessary. Now it is time for you to express your stance that I cannot be the most unfortunate pawn in this game. Can I? Lu Chuan spoke cautiously. The master of mixed Kuan laughed heartily. Do you think becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal is as simple as a mere mortal's task? We have witnessed your capabilities. You are on par with that lad Tong Tian, that we will assist you from the shadows. Simply continue your normal cultivation. Today, we merely wish to know if you will join us. Lu Chuan had acknowledged Hong Jun as his master, originally believing him to be a formidable figure, only to find himself entangled in such matters. Life had been far more carefree before this. Can I? No. Nuwa's voice was resolute. Reluctantly, Lu Chuan acquiesced, but with a caveat. I shall not involve myself in any sect disputes. If my master truly intends to do something, then I will take responsibility. What benefits will there be? Nuwa glared. What benefits do you seek? Such great merit is something others can only hope for. Lu Chuan sighed. Masters, I am but a humble, loose cultivator. My foundation is far too weak. Alas, given this, I may not be able to contribute much in the future. Speak. What do you desire? Cultivation methods. Yes, cultivation methods that if one's strength is lacking, even the most powerful treasures can be taken at any moment. However, cultivation methods are different. Once learned, they are ones. Lu Chuan's explanation garnered the attention of the three masters. Nuwa smiled. Do you know how many years we have cultivated to reach this realm? Around 20 to 30,000 years, perhaps? Ignorant, Lord Lia fumed. It has taken us a full 120,000 years merely to enter the door. Lu Chuan inhaled sharply. 120,000 years? Are you jesting? You have all attained sainthood and are just now entering the door? Master Uncle, I have made my decision. I desire no treasures, only the cultivation methods you possess, even if I ultimately cultivate something unrecognizable. I shall harbor no complaints and will accept it willingly. Nualia, what do you both think? Can he master our cultivation methods in a short time? Senior brother, we all know the difficulty. Why not pass it to him? By the time he has completed his cultivation, 500,000 years will have passed, and the state of the world will be of no concern to you in the end. Lu Chuan departed with an expressionless face, while the three masters found themselves with a small black object in hand. Upon returning to the Hongmeng space, Feng Lingzhu burst out of the wooden house and leaped into his embrace. Their bodies pressed tightly together. Cough? Why are you coughing? I have long found you displeasing. Are you trying to seduce my husband? I tell you, that is not possible. As long as I live, you can forget it. Feng Lingzhu glared at Jing Chun like a small wildcat. Though Jing Chun remained silent, she defiantly returned the glare. Liu Chuan felt as though his head would explode. He had just escaped the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's lair. It has only been a few days. Ah, you choose to remain silent, do you? Implicitly agreeing. I knew it. I knew you coveted my husband's beauty. Jing Chun seemed to have struck a nerve. What about my admiration for the sect master? My name is the same as his first love in his past life. I will also tell you, I shall be just like you sooner or later. Liu Chuan pressed his forehead, unwilling to speak further, and slowly withdrew from the battlefield. He now wished to return to his cave dwelling and properly digest the Xianqing qi that Hong Jun had already imparted to him. Although Nuwa and the others claimed it was false, he felt that Hong Jun would not harm him. He had mastered the Xianling qi of the master of mixed Kun, the Xuan qi of Lady Nuwa, and the Xianming qi of Lord Luya. He had studied them extensively along the way, yet they remained obscure and difficult to comprehend, eluding his grasp. Halt! Ignoring the simultaneous scolding from the two women, he instantly returned to his cave dwelling and set up a barrier. Chapter 54. She has left. You are fated for the West. A.S. Liu Chuan settled down to meditate, preparing to delve into the 4 Xian characters. A notification chimed in. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the foundational 4 qi. Reward. Lifespan increased by 500,000 years. Puffed. He jumped out of bed, astonished by the number. 500,000 years, system. Did you make a mistake? 500,000 years. Why not just tell me I am immortal? Furthermore, there is something I have endured for a long time. Why are you so timid and fearful when Wukong and the others were around? You reported everything. Now that there are great figures present, you dare not utter a word. Detection of host's insult. Deducting 100,000 years from lifespan. What the hell? You cowardly wretch. Deducting 100,000 years from lifespan. I was wrong. Liu Chuan gritted his teeth. That is 20,000 years. I only scolded you a couple of times, you dog. Liu Chuan calmed himself and examined the Qian Kuan Ding gifted by Hong Jun. Qian Kuan Ding. Returned to the source. Enhanced the quality and rank of treasures, weapons, and spiritual materials. An idea for an experiment suddenly struck him. He discreetly released a bit of the restriction. The two women seemed to have finished their quarrel. Feng Lingzhu sat alone on the wooden steps nearby, mumbling to herself. Come. Upon hearing Liu Chuan call her, Feng Lingzhu's face lit up with joy as she hurried over to the cave dwelling. Husband, I knew you care about me. Hurry. She began to tug at Liu Chuan's clothes. Wait. Let me show you a treasure. Feng Lingzhu's cheeks flushed. Treasure. I'm shy. Why not lie down and watch? Liu Chuan scolded. You impure girl. I meant this treasure. The Qian Kuan Ding. How can your mind be so fixated on such matters? Feng Lingzhu sulked. If you give me a child, I wouldn't think about it. Enough? Always talking about pregnancy. There will be plenty of time for that. Come see, this thing can enhance your aptitude. Give it a try. Feng Lingzhu's eyes widened in surprise. Is it true? Did I expose your little affair with Jing Chun? And now you want to refine me like a medicinal pill? Liu Chuan rolled his eyes dramatically, lifting her slender waist and directly placing her into the Qian Kuan Ding. The cave dwelling was filled with her cries. Help! I'm being killed! Save me! Xiaohua! As Feng Lingzhu entered the Qian Kuan Ding, the runes on its surface began to glow. Golden light radiated within, enveloping Feng Lingzhu, who appeared like a divine maiden descending from the heavens. Exuding an aura of purity, in less than a quarter of an hour, her red hair gradually transformed into a dark crimson hue, and her face took on a cooler demeanor. As the golden light faded, Feng Lingzhu opened her eyes, staring blankly at Liu Chuan. He was slightly taken aback, fearing he had ruined her transformation. Lingzhu, are you all right? Feng Lingzhu remained silent, merely gazing at him. Just as he reached out to touch her, she suddenly lunged into his embrace and bit down on his shoulder. Ouch! That hurts! Did you wear a turtle shell? You're crushing me. Hearing this, Liu Chuan's heart finally settled. Her mind was intact. Smack. Hey, what was that for? Smack. Liu Chuan feigned indifference as he remarked. Do you dare to continue? Your true nature belongs to the realm of spiritual materials. This can only benefit you you still dare to intimidate me. Oh dear, please stop. My husband thought, weren't you going to show me your treasures? Time passed, as garments slipped off one by one, only to be donned again. Feng Lingzhu limped back to the wooden cabin. Jing Chun, observing stealthily, soon approached Lu Chuan's cave dwelling. "Master, I have something to discuss." With a wave of his hand, Lu Chuan ensured that the interior of the cave was pristine. "Come in. Master, I wish to venture out into the world." Noticing his silence, Jing Chun continued, "I am capable of self-protection. I do not wish to remain here for eternity. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore. Lu Chuan twitches lips and retrieves some items from the system's repository. "This is the communication talisman of our sect. You may lose your magical artifacts, but this cannot be misplaced. Should you encounter peril, summon me, and I will come to your aid. Take these sunglasses. They may save your life in critical moments. You should have also sufficiently practiced the Earth Escape Golden Light technique. With these items, you will be well equipped for self-preservation. Have you truly made up your mind?" Upon hearing his words, Jing Chun softly inquired. "Will you not keep me here?" Lu Chuan inhaled deeply. He was not a fool. After spending time together, he could sense Jing Chun's affection for him. Yet, he could not reciprocate the same feelings he harbored for Feng Lingzhu. "I apologize, but I will impart one more technique to you. Which path you comprehend is entirely up to you. Enter now." When Jing Chun emerged from the creation jade plate, half a month had already elapsed. She took her belongings and departed the cave without a backward glance. Lu Chuan had intended to inquire about which path she had understood, but it seemed he had inadvertently heard her, and she was now ignoring him. Moments later, Feng Lingzhu re-entered. "Have you two been up to no good? What does your silence mean?" "She is leaving, and you ought to see her off." Feng Lingzhu was momentarily taken aback. "All right, fine." Subsequently, Lu Chuan's voice echoed throughout the Hongmeng space. "I am in seclusion. Do not disturb me, unless it is a matter of life and death." Jing Chun spoke softly. "You have won. Your victory lies in having known him before I did. In truth, I envy you, not for the treasures he has given you, but perhaps it is best left unsaid. I shall take my leave." Feng Lingzhu did not engage in a retort this time, and, with a look of blessing, said, "I believe you will encounter something better. Why compete with me? Safe travels, and take care. The best is with you." With this final remark, Jing Chun exited the Hongmeng space, forever free to soar as she wished. At this moment, Kuei Mulang was idly traversing the skies. Having recently visited the renowned Chan sect, only to be turned away, he then ventured to the mortal realm, hearing tales of Jiang Ziya's campaign against the tyrant Zhou. To his surprise, upon their brief reunion, he departed swiftly, unwilling to contend for any divine position. Jiang Ziya had insisted on his stay, but he had become merely a street vagabond. How the mighty have fallen. Once a distinguished figure in the heavenly court, reduced to this, I emerged with such conviction, yet encountered not a single disciple of the Jie sect. What a disappointment. Truly, I have failed the master's expectations. Jie sect. Who among them is truly from the Jie sect? Young friend, have you been cast out from your sect? It seems we share a fateful connection with the West. Kuei Mulang regarded the monk, who appeared quite disheveled. "Who are you?" "I wish to join the Jie sect, not become a monk. I am one of the Western sect's leaders, known as Zhuan Ti. You wish to enter my fold? I see great potential in you. This opportunity awaits you in the West. Currently, I am in need of someone to protect our hair." Seeing Kuei Mulang's silence, Zhuan Ti continued, "In that case, I shall designate you as the Wolf Sovereign. Come, follow me." As the two figures departed, Kuei Mulang's voice lingered. "I will not go. I have no connection to the West." Chapter 55. The Gatekeeper Wolf Sovereign, plaguing the fish spirit, cursing little Kuei Mulang followed Zhuan Ti to a chamber within the monastery, utterly astonished to discover that the future Bodhi Patriarch had once been a charlatan. "Master, no. I cannot accept the title of Wolf Sovereign. I have a wife and children at home. My child has just turned a month old. I cannot be absent." Zhuan Ti smiled faintly. "You are destined for the West, Wolf Sovereign. You must not decline. Once the contest for fortune concludes, I may grant you a position among the Buddhas." But Kuei Mulang hesitated, only to be silenced by Zhuan Ti's intimidating gaze. I agree, but what shall I do in the meantime?" Zhuan Ti waved his robe. "Do you not understand why I have conferred upon you the title of sovereign? You see this monastery. You are one of the 4 sovereigns. I'm currently seeking the other 3, that your sole duty is to protect this place. With no alternative, Kuei Mulang could only acquiesce, fearing that angering this old man might cost him even the title of sovereign. Once Zhuan departed, Kuei Mulang roared, "Heaven is unjust! I am merely a gatekeeper in the heavenly court, and now I return to be a gatekeeper here. I refuse to accept this." Crash, a thunderous roar erupted, and Kuei Mulang recoiled, hastily shutting the door, temporarily subdued. Meanwhile, far away on the battlefield of Shang and Zhou, the fighting raged fiercely. Jiang Ziya furrowed his brow. According to his plans, he should have lost no more than one of these confrontations. Yet now, either both combatants were becoming possessed, or flames erupted unexpectedly. Something was amiss. He suddenly gazed skyward, where a woman in white hovered, intently observing the unfolding battle. Lei Jinzi, take Kuei Air up to investigate. As they approached, Kuei Air's eyes widened in surprise. Senior Jing Chun, equally astonished to see Kuei Air, suddenly recalled something and halted them. "Little Air, do not come near me." Senior Jing Chun, what brings you here? Are you here to assist us? Seeing their acquaintance, Lei Jinzi relayed Jiang Ziya's instructions, and Jing Chun agreed to meet them at the camp below. Inside the tent, Jiang Ziya was equally astonished to see Jing Chun. "Isn't this the esteemed senior? What brings you here?" "Young lady, is it under Elder Lu's directive?" Jing Chun replied, "No, I did not anticipate encountering you engaged in a battle of magic. I merely stopped by to observe." Just then, Kuei Air had called for Kuei Da, and as the two entered the tent, they stumbled clumsily, while the soldiers delivering provisions inexplicably bled from their noses. Jiang Ziya furrowed his brow, realizing this is a calamity star. Seeing his expression change, Jing Chun understood that her cultivation of the calamity path had been exposed. She had become a calamity star. Wherever she went, disaster followed, be it minor or severe. The reason she had abruptly left Lu Chuan was to prevent bringing him misfortune. Hence her hasty departure from the Hongmeng space, wandering ever since. "Miss, would you lend me a hand? We are in need of assistance from Elder Lu." "Certainly, I will seek an opportunity to join the opposing side." Jiang Ziya clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." Jing Chun addressed Kuei Da and Kuei Air. "In the future, do not initiate conversation with me unless I approach you first," until Jing Chun soared into the distance. The two remained bewildered, pondering what had transpired. Jiang Ziya clarified, "You need not speculate. You have long followed me. It is understandable that you are unaware. She cannot remain here. Her cultivation of the calamity path means that in her current state of incomplete control, anyone near her will be affected, at best, tripping as you did, or at worst, succumbing to possession in their cultivation." Kuei Da and Kuei Air exchanged alarmed glances. "Then what was your conversation with the senior just now?" "Indeed, she has gone to the side of the tyrant Zhou, that I suspect this battle will soon come to an end." As time flew by, Lu Chuan awoke from his meditation, thoroughly satisfied with his progress. Not only had he perfected the techniques he had previously learned, but he had also uncovered a method to cultivate the four chi of Xian together. How the later generation Tathagata has targeted me so. It is only right that I do not let him escape without paying some interest. Cursed Tathagata. Let me begin with a curse of 10,000 years of lifespan. Curse successful. Why is there only this feedback? At the very least, let me know what state he has been reduced to within the lightning temple of the Spirit Mountain. The Tathagata was occupied with arranging matters for the Eastern expedition when suddenly he felt a tremendous weight strike his chest. Puffed. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Who dares to cause trouble in the Spirit Mountain? The assembled Buddhas glared suspiciously around them. 35 Buddhas had already surrounded the Tathagata in midair. Yet they still could not detect the source of the threat. The Tathagata slowly raised his head. "I am fine. Merely a mishap in my cultivation. You may all withdraw." Once the Buddhas exited the Grand Hall, the Tathagata's fury ignited. He had sensed it. This was a curse from the past. It could not be. Absolutely impossible. During the contest for fortune, the god of curses had perished, and even if he had somehow survived until now, it should not be. No, could it be that someone has traveled back in time? Do they not fear the retribution of karma? Do they not fear being consumed by the flames of karma? Impossible. Just as the Tathagata prepared to focus on healing, A sudden wave of heart-pounding dread surged through him once more. Puffed. This time, fresh blood seeped from the mouth and nose of the Tathagata. A sight most terrifying, he gazed skyward and roared in fury. Who could it possibly be? Overcome with rage, he fainted. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan, residing in the primordial chaos, appeared as a petty individual reveling in his momentary triumph. He had just received feedback. Sacrificing 500,000 years of his lifespan, the Tathagata birthed a heart demon. Huh. Serves you right. You sent people to hunt me down, and I have made my decision. Every 100 years, I shall curse you once, and when you finally go mad, I shall return to uphold the celestial order and deal with the lunatics. Ha! How exhilarating. Are you deaf? Stop playing dead. I know you're awake. Outside the cave, Feng Lingzhu was frantically kicking at the barrier. Just as Lu Chuan had begun to revel in his thoughts, he quickly realized what was about to transpire, and a sense of dread washed over him. After allowing Feng Lingzhu to enter, she lunged at him, leaping directly into his embrace and effortlessly straddling his waist. Are you trying to avoid me? You've been in seclusion for such a long time? Lingzhu, calm down. I have no idea how long I've been in seclusion. Which cultivator doesn't practice diligently every day? Immersed in, Feng Lingzhu shouted back. It's been over 200 years. Do you even know? How do you know there's no protection here? Be gentle. Feng Lingzhu retracted her small hand and sniffed, prompting Lu Chuan to explode with anger. What do you mean by that? She replied nonchalantly. Nothing much, a lonely man and woman. What do you imply? Lu Chuan lay on the bed in despair, allowing her to have her way. Before long, the two had changed positions, had he not laid down the barrier in advance. He might have been oblivious to how far their sounds would carry. After their encounter, Feng Lingzhu served Lu Chuan like a devoted wife, helping him dress, as was her custom, once she had her way. She became unbearably gentle. Lu Chuan gazed at her profile and, unable to contain himself, cradled her face in his hands, earnestly proposing, "How about we become Tao companions today?" Chapter 56. The Chaos Pearl has an owner. The celestial court is established. Feng Lingzhu's eyes glistened with a hint of red as she softly inquired, "Husband, is that true?" Lu Chuan nodded, "Of course, but you might not be able to conceive for a while. I have been controlling the primal yang." Feng Lingzhu's expressions shifted rapidly from touched to incredulous to furious within mere seconds, ultimately asking through gritted teeth, "If you do not give me a satisfactory answer today, you are bullying me." Lu Chuan embraced her, allowed her to hit him while he slowly explained, "Before I attain sainthood, I will certainly leave a seed for you, if something unexpected occurs now. I cannot guarantee my own safety. Do you understand?" Feng Lingzhu sniffled, choking back tears. "Are you telling the truth? You want to deceive me again, will you? I wondered why I could never conceive. It turns out you are the bad seed. All right, don't you want to become Tao companions with me? Today I, Lu Chuan, and you, Feng Lingzhu, shall become Tao companions, sharing life and death, enduring hardships together, taking heaven as our witness and earth as our medium. Never to part in life or death. Should we break this vow, may heaven and earth forsake us." Feng Lingzhu gazed at Lu Chuan with affectionate eyes, as if still lingering on the earlier moment. Her gaze soft and flirtatious, her small hands fidgeting restlessly. "Stop fooling around. Did you consume the 6 pure bamboos I gave you last time?" "Yes, I did. My cultivation has surpassed what it was before. I have reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm." Lu Chuan then set up several more barriers and gradually produced the Chaos Pearl. "This item, you shall refine it and use it as your life treasure. When not in use, swallow it. No one besides me can be allowed to see it." "Husband, what is this? You want me to eat it?" "This is the Chaos Pearl, an unparalleled treasure formed from the primordial source. With it, attaining sainthood is merely a matter of time. Therefore, you must understand its significance. No one can know of its existence, understood? Even if we have children in the future, it must remain a secret unless we become invincible." Seeing Lu Chuan's cautious demeanor, Feng Lingzhu understood the gravity of the matter. "Understood, but if you give it to me, what about you? Becoming a saint is no simple feat. I am an unparalleled genius." "Ha, you're just bragging." Lu Chuan then spoke seriously. "Refine it here in my cave. I will protect you. 3 months later, Feng Lingzhu had yet to awaken when suddenly, a voice that pierced through heaven and earth resonated throughout the cultivation world. The Celestial Court is newly established. I am the newly appointed ruler of the Celestial Court. I welcome all those with Tao to come and witness. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow tightly. After a single retreat, how had the Celestial Court been suddenly established? Who was the Heavenly Emperor? Had the War of the Gods concluded? Just as he was in a daze, a message from his master, Hongjun Laozu, arrived. Disciple, you must attend the Celestial Court's inauguration in 100 years. You should at least make an appearance and become acquainted with various factions. Yes, master. Your disciple shall certainly attend. He was eager to venture outside and discern what had transpired. Yet he feared that something untoward might occur while Feng Lingzhu refined the Chaos Pearl. Suddenly, another voice transmission came. Lu Chuan, will you attend the Celestial Court's inauguration in 100 years? Lu Chuan thought. Niwa, why is she looking for me? Could it be that they plan to rebel in 100 years? That seems unlikely. Master Uncle, my master has just informed me that I will go. What about you, Master Uncle? Niwa responded. There is no need to think too much. That I will introduce you to the disciples of our lineage when the time comes. Just come. There is nothing else. Lu Chuan felt a surge of anxiety, wondering if they truly regarded him as a SPYT that moment. Within the cave, Feng Lingzhu slowly opened her eyes, a flash of purple gleaming within them. The Chaos Pearl had transformed into an ordinary orb, its original form no longer discernible. Husband, there is a small world within this Chaos Pearl. I got lost and almost couldn't come out. Fortunately, I am clever, and now I have completely refined it. But there are many barriers within the small world that cannot be unraveled in the short term. Lu Chuan patted her head. As long as you've refined it, it serves as an additional means of protection. Unless you face life-threatening danger, do not use it to confront enemies. Once it is used, you must eradicate all traces. Do you understand? Feng Lingzhu swatted his hand away, scoffing. Do you still think I'm a child? I haven't forgotten that incident last time. I will never trust those people again. They're all liars and bad people. All right, when we return, I will personally avenge you. At that moment, far away in the Kunlun Mountains, within the Yuanshe Hall, Pangdu sat listening to his subordinates discussing fervently. Why can't Brother Guangqingzi be in charge of the Celestial Court? Yes. It's simply someone we've never seen or even heard of. What is this in Taoist? Exactly. Isn't this just seizing the opportunity? We have fought and bled, yet the Taoist of virtue somehow found silence. With Pangu's rebuke, the hall fell silent. I am aware of your discontent, but this has been decreed by the ancestor. Do not speak recklessly. The Yin Taoist may become our fourth saint in the future. Do you believe he is unworthy? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in uproar. Pangu was the first to attain sainthood. Known as Yuanshe Tianzun, followed by Laozi, referred to as Dao de Tianzun, and Tong Tianjiao Master, who was called Ling Bao Tianzun. Now a fourth saint was to emerge. They could hardly believe it. Yet Yuanshe Tianzun would not speak without reason. Where had this Yin Taoist come from? Enough. I am weary. You may return to your duties. Ensure your disciples are well behaved and do not provoke the Jiejiao again. The world has just begun to stabilize. We must not create chaos. We shall obey the Tianzun's decree. 100 years passed in the blink of an EY. Lu Chuan awoke a day early, feeling that he was not far from attaining sainthood after this retreat. The spiritual energy within the Hongmeng space was dozens of times that of the outside world, making it possible for him to achieve sainthood at the age of over 2,000. Should the outside world learn of this, it would undoubtedly stir a storm of blood and chaos. Feng Lingzhu meticulously arranged his attire, ensuring not a single hair was out of place. Husband, are you truly not in any danger when you go? Rest assured, would they dare ambush me? That would be nonsensical. I am not foolish. If I sense something is off, I will return immediately and take you with me. All right, I will wait for you at home. Lu Chuan then inquired, all these years has no one returned? Feng Lingzhu shook her head. Little Hua has been gone for many years, and Bai Hua Xiao has been in seclusion in the northern forest for an extended period, never venturing out. It's just the two of us here. Liu Chuan never imagined that the hidden gate was gradually withering away. With everyone gone, he planned to observe the Celestial Court's inauguration, hoping to find some rebellious elements to manipulate. Husband, why don't you take me with you? I absolutely. No. Those people have many tricks up their sleeve. If they discover your existence, you would become a threat to me. I wouldn't be able to escape even if I wanted to. Just wait for me here. Chapter 57. Difficulties in achieving sainthood. As Liu Chuan exited the hidden gate, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to curse that dog thief. The Tathagata, no, since I previously made such a grand vow, I cannot allow that old fellow to feel at ease. 100,000 years. 100,000 years. The curse was successful, consuming 200,000 years of lifespan. Exacerbating the wounds of the Tathagata, Liu Chuan clicked his tongue, exclaiming, Tathagata, who would have thought that I could still deal with you after traversing back to the past? Ha ha ha. Junior brother, what brings you such joy? Tang Tian, Liu Chuan coughed. Why have you come here instead of attending the banquet in the heavenly court? The master of Tang Tian landed before Liu Chuan, remarking, I did not expect this place to be your cave abode. My disciples reported that there was a hidden sage here, and who would have imagined it would be you? Junior brother? SK, have you yet to transcend the tribulation of the saints? Liu Chuan retorted with irritation. Are you here to flaunt your prowess because you didn't go to the heavenly court's feast? Achieving sainthood is merely a matter of time. You merely got there a step ahead of me. The master of Tang Tian waved his hand dismissively and scoffed. How foolish to be deceived and remain unaware. Where is your wit? Although Liu Chuan was no strategist, being indirectly called foolish by someone he had always been at odds with only fueled his anger further. Tang Tian, what exactly do you mean? You've ruined my good mood upon emerging from seclusion. Are you looking for a fight? Preposterous. Can you even contend with me now? Were it not for the Master's commission, I would not have come to this desolate place. By the way, after our last separation, did our 3 uncles come seeking you? A shock ran through Liu Chuan. Could he have been betrayed by Nuwa? Had she just delivered a message before turning around to sell him out? Well, what if they did? Can I chat with my uncles? The master of Tang Tian sighed, deceived and yet oblivious. That speaks of you. Surely you haven't truly learned their Xian character techniques? Liu Chuan swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, does the master know? Am I to be punished? Surely they won't expel me from the sect. Enough, I'll tell you. I cannot fathom why the master took you as a disciple. Foolish. The master once said you were the most promising among us 4 to become the first saint of opening heaven. Yet here we are, hundreds of years later, with the other 3 having attained sainthood while you remain stagnant. Have you ever pondered the reason? The master of Tang Tian spoke with disappointment. When I first met you, I held animosity towards you, believing you to be merely a pawn of the second brother. Yet, what is the point of explaining all this now? Just know that you will never achieve sainthood in this lifetime. That is the message the master entrusted me to convey. And as for why we do not learn their Xian character techniques, do you think it is because they refuse to teach? Liu Chuan hastily asked, why not? Stop beating around the bush. Is there something wrong with these techniques? Speak quickly. Thirsty, if you don't want to know, then I shall take my leave, as I have no desire to concern myself with you. Wait, my good senior brother. Come inside and have a seat. The banquet is not until tomorrow. What is the rush? With their path blocked at the door, Liu Chuan had no choice but to invite him in. Ling Zhu, remain in the cave to cultivate and do not come out. After conveying the message, he immediately opened a restriction, and Tang Tian followed him inside. Upon entering the Hongmeng space, the master of Tang Tian marveled. This place is a realm unto itself. The concentration of spiritual energy is astonishing. Junior brother, you have quite the treasure here. Liu Chuan laughed heartily. I merely happened upon this place, which is an unclaimed treasure, and have taken root here for almost 1,000 years. It is nothing remarkable. Senior brother, would you care to sit? The master of Tang Tian cursed Liu Chuan in his heart for being so selfish, failing to share such a splendid place. Yet he reflected that had it not been for the master's request to visit Liu Chuan, he would not have approached him at all. Junior brother, this truly is a beautiful locale, but what lies across the river? That distant mountain is shrouded by your restrictions, which I can discern, yet the mist across the river appears as if it has not yet emerged from chaos. And it unsettles me. Senior brother, I believe it is best we conclude our discussion swiftly and attend the grand ceremony in the heavenly court. There will be ample time for you to visit again later. After all, I cannot simply run away. Lu Chuan's heart filled with regret for inviting him in, realizing he had forgotten that this troublesome fellow had already attained sainthood. Fortunately, he had placed restrictions on the mountain where the time hourglass was located. Once seated, Lu Chuan personally brewed tea for Tang Tian, secretly wishing to give him a piece of his mind for flaunting his newfound knowledge. Senior brother, you have had your tea, and you have seen my place of seclusion. Can we speak now? The master of Tang Tian immediately set a restriction and declared, no need for doubt. It is indeed necessary. We are discussing the 3 ancient saints who have yet to emerge from chaos. Recently, I visited the master, who expressed regret for not clarifying the implications to you in advance, which led you astray. Your future has been jeopardized due to this, and the master asked me to convey his apologies. Lu Chuan quickly waved his hands, genuinely unprepared to accept an apology from his master. As one who has taken on a disciple, should not apologize. Junior brother, that Xian character energy can only be learned in part due to its difficulty. How much have you learned? All of it. The master of Tong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. In a wonder. No wonder the master claimed your future was doomed. You have truly walked down a dead end. Since you have learned it all, I shall speak plainly. Unless you comprehend the unification of the 4 energies, you will never achieve sainthood, Teodate. Only the origin spirit has succeeded. The teacup in Lu Chuan's hand clattered to the table as he muttered. I must confront them. They are harming me brazenly. The master of Tang Tian consoled him. Do not dwell on it. Even with your talent, without 1,000,000 years, no, even 1,000,000,000 years, you may never succeed. Your life is essentially over. Do not think about it. Come with me, and I could arrange for you to be a vice-master. Lu Chuan never anticipated that the techniques he had coveted would become a burden. Recalling that day, when Yuan and the others had exchanged knowing smiles, it felt like a blatant mockery. As for their claims about Hong Jun being false, it seemed they had deceived him as well. Junior brother, speak to me. The master instructed me to guide you. You would not contemplate suicide, would you? With gritted teeth, Lu Chuan replied, not only will I not contemplate suicide, but I will also master the Xian character 4 energies. Aha! Junior brother, forgive me. I could not help it. Mastering it. Ha ha ha. Leave me be. I shall not attend that banquet. Please convey my regards to the master. I shall not see you off, my good senior brother. To deliver such crucial news only now. Chapter 58. Thief Tang Tian. Meeting Du Bao again, the master of Tang Tian departed, lingering with reluctance. Had Lu Chuan not been his junior brother, he would have seized this splendid place for himself. Before leaving, he even took away half of the Lijiang River, leaving its water level almost depleted. Lu Chuan sighed as he stepped out of the wooden cabin, where Ling Zhu was already squatting by the river. Weeping, what is the matter? Has Baiwa bullied you? Ling Zhu cried out with a breaking heart. Thief! The person you brought in is a thief. Look, he has almost drained the river. How will I bathe in the future? Only then did Lu Chuan realize the Lijiang River was nearing depletion. That scoundrel Tang Tian, I shall not rest until I settle this with you. Husband, perhaps we should let it go that I fear you cannot defeat him. The river will surely replenish, right? Even if it replenishes, that is not enough. I must seek him out for retribution. Ling Zhu quickly held him back. No, please let it go. We can still wash. Lu Chuan's heart was already brimming with joy. In less than a century, the river's water level would undoubtedly return to its former state. Now that this rogue had been caught red-handed, it would be remiss not to take advantage of the situation. Perhaps he could even sell his misfortune to Hong Jun. Ling Zhu, why do you not call me wife? Cough. I'm not yet accustomed to it. Wife, I shall be off and return swiftly. You may cultivate in peace. Before long, Lu Chuan arrived at the 36 heavens, fearing discovery by Niuwa and the others, whispering, Master, Master, open the door. It is Lu Chuan. Suddenly, a large hand descended from the 36 heavens, snatching him up. Upon arrival, Lu Chuan immediately knelt. Beginning to weep, Master, is everything Tang Tian said true? I cannot believe it. I wish to hear it from your own lips. Hong Jun sighed. I anticipated you would come. I thought you might sneak over during tomorrow's grand ceremony in the heavenly court. But I did not expect you to come directly. so impatiently. Alas, perhaps I underestimated you. Master, my fate is dire. Am I to become a homeless orphan in the future? Hong Jun took a deep breath, astonished at Lu Chuan's brazen demeanor. Realizing he had miscalculated Lu Chuan, recount to me the events surrounding the ancient Koan and their search for you. Then Hong Jun sighed. It seems they have been manipulated. What stage have you progressed in your training? Lu Chuan said with a long face. Aside from the faint signs of a Xianqing Qi imparted by my master, the other 3 Qi remain elusive. After speaking, he anxiously glanced at Hong Jun. Do you not understand the principle of too much leads to failure? The 4 Qi of Xian were individually imparted according to each person's unique constitution, yet you are so greedy, and you dare question my authenticity. Come, feel for yourself. Am I not real? Master, I was wrong that I should not have listened to the ghostly words of my uncles, especially since I gifted them sunglasses as a sort of exchange. Those trinkets you gave to Pangu? Seeing him nod in affirmation, Hong Jun's anger flared further. I asked there any remedy. That item was crafted by you. Did you leave a contingency? Lu Chuan nodded and quietly transmitted a solution to Hong Jun. Master, what about my cultivation? After contemplating for a while, Hong Jun replied, there is but one course of action, to exchange your body. Are you willing? What? No, absolutely not. The body and skin are gifts from my parents. How can one change them at will? If not, I will try my best, and if, after 10,000 years, I still cannot succeed, I shall come seek you again. Hong Jun sighed. I fear it won't be long before the heavenly order collapses. Centuries ago, I glimpsed the heavenly secrets and stumbled upon a peculiar star. And after calculation, it pointed directly to you. Just the other day, I noticed your life star dimming, a harbinger of great misfortune. I spent some of my lifespan to deduce that you have encountered Nuwa and her companions. Now, it seems we can only leave it to fate. The calamity appears beyond my control, Lu Chuan inquired. Could it result in becoming someone else? It need not necessarily be me. Hong Jun shook his head. Unless the destined individual perishes, since the outcome is already set, let it unfold naturally. You should cultivate here today. Tomorrow, you will attend the ceremony. Master, I have one more question. Speak. Master, I gathered from the words of Brother Tong Tian that I should not get too close to second senior brother. What is the reason? After a moment of silence, Hong Jun explained, it is permissible for me to inform you. His time is short. Just know this and do not spread it. Cultivate well. I shall step out for a while. You may leave on your own tomorrow. Lu Chuan intended to ask further, but in the blink of an eye, Hong Jun had vanished without a trace. The next day, Lu Chuan awoke languidly, glancing around and finding no sign of Hong Jun, and thus departed on his own. He descended, eventually arriving at the 32nd heaven, where he discovered a bustling scene. This was indeed the realm of the heavenly court. Lu Chuan presented his invitation, but the small celestial on the opposite side, racking his brain, failed to find his name, and his face instantly changed. Where is the enforcement team? Someone has forged an invitation. With a celestial shout, dozens of figures appeared in a flurry. Among them were the god generals Kuei-Shing and Gongxing, who approached Lu Chuan with respectful bows. We greet the gate master. The celestial in charge of checking the invitations felt a chill run down his spine, as if stepping on thin ice. Kuei-Shing and Gongxing, you both have attained divine status. However, this position of God General is somewhat low. Kuei-Shing explained, Gate Master, you may not know my brother and I are the foremost among the 36 God Generals. We are not treated poorly by the Prime Minister, so please do not trouble yourself on our behalf. After all, today is a significant occasion. Lu Chuan waved his hand. Enough, since you two are willing. I shall not press the matter further. May I enter? Kuei-Shing and Gongxing immediately smiled apologetically. Gate Master, you jest. There must be some misunderstanding, and we will surely provide you with a satisfactory explanation thereafter. Once Lu Chuan entered, the small celestial finally breathed a sigh of relief. He suspected Tauntaun might have set a trap for him. That scoundrel. Gentlemen, the celestial indeed did not find this esteemed immortal's name. It was by no means intentional. Kuei-Shing took Lu Chuan's invitation, which only bore the words, I hope Taoist Lu Chuan will grace us with his presence. A clear mismatch. The two brothers exchanged glances. Deciding to pursue accountability after the grand ceremony, Lu Chuan strolled through the newly established heavenly court, where clouds swirled and stone pillars stood tall, resembling a celestial paradise. A hint of that essence was indeed felt. "Is it you?" Lu Chuan turned around to find, to his astonishment, Dao Bao Daoist. "Goodness, so many years have passed, and yet you remain at this level of cultivation. Did you ever imagine we would meet again? What, do you seek to avenge past grievances? You should kneel and call me Master Uncle." Chapter 59. It seems I've been toyed with the heavenly court battle. Dao Bao Daoist glared at Lu Chuan in fury, exclaiming, "How dare you insult my master? Do you presume to stand on equal ground with him? Seeking death." With that, a yellow light surged around him, charging directly at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan instantly activated the stellar path, manifesting a protective shield of starlight within a meter around him. "Today marks the inauguration of the heavenly court. I advise you to temper your actions. I shall not hold you accountable for not calling me Master Uncle, but you must not slap the face of the court's ruler." Dao Bao Daoist switched to various magical artifacts, yet found himself unable to break through. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The cultivation level clearly indicates we are equals. I refuse to believe even your turtle shell cannot be shattered. "Break for me." Lu Chuan merely stood with his hands behind his back, watching Dao Bao Daoist, feeling rather helpless. With so many powerful figures present today, he did not wish to expose his strength, so he could only tease him with the starlight aura. "Cease! How dare you act so recklessly in the heavenly court? Is this how Tang Tian teaches you?" Dao Bao Daoist was struck by a mysterious force, sending him flying, and he stumbled back several hundred steps before regaining his footing. "I greet the Taoist of morality, Master Uncle. It was this scoundrel who provoked me first." "Silence. If you wish for a short life, keep speaking." With a wave of his hand, the dust swept away, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Junior brother, how have you been? Why stoop to quarreling with a younger generation?" Lu Chuan clasped his hands and replied, "I am well, Master brother. I was merely forced into defense. This young one insisted I robbed him of his belongings." "Please adjudicate, is that even possible?" Dao Bao Daoist hastily interjected, Master Uncle. He is lying. By the way, Sihong Daoist can testify. Years ago, we competed over a magical artifact, and he snatched it from me. With a mysterious invocation, a green light shot off into the distance. Moments later, Sihong Daoist indeed arrived, casting a glance at Lu Chuan. "That I greet the Taoist of morality, Master Uncle." Dao Bao Daoist gaped, realizing everyone knew the identity of this little thief. Leaving him in the dark? "Master Uncle? Master Brothers Jr. How can this be?" He swallowed hard. "Master Uncle, this scoundrel cough. Is he truly my Master Uncle?" Lu Chuan coldly snorted. "Sihong, Dao Bao claims that Lu Shidi robbed you of your treasures. Is there any truth to this?" Sihong Daoist replied, "Master Uncle, that is not the case. Back then, I had just undergone a transformation. My body had not fully recovered, and when I spotted a tower-like magical artifact, I pursued it, only to have Dao Bao snatch it from me multiple times and use force. That I was saved by Lu Shixiang." Dao Bao Daoist stared at Sihong in disbelief, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. "It turned out that after I left, the artifact was still given to you. Scoundrel, Dao Bao, speak. How will you atone to your Master Uncle?" Faced with the questioning from the Taoist of morality, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Regretting agreeing to serve in the heavenly court and stirring up trouble for himself, it is entirely up to Master Uncle. As long as the auspicious hour has arrived, the ceremony begins. Lu Chuan glanced at Dao Bao Daoist, saying, "After the ceremony, I shall settle this matter with you. Go on, Sihong. You should also proceed." As the two departed, Lu Chuan smiled warmly at Lu Chuan. "Junior brother, are you satisfied with how this was handled?" Lu Chuan smiled slightly. "As long as Master brother decides, I am content. I have received no substantial harm. After all, he is just a younger generation, full of youthful vigor. Does Master brother have any further matters?" "The ceremony is about to commence. Junior brother, what is there to see? It is merely conferring titles and ranks. That if you are free, would you care to visit me in the Do Shui Palace for a brief respite?" Lu Chuan nearly had an acute stress reaction. In a way. Is he planning to set a trap for me again? "Ahem, Master brother, I have not seen much of the world, and am genuinely curious about how the conferring of divinity occurs. With a firm grasp on Lu Chuan's arm, he exclaimed, "Yin Daoist is my only disciple. I will have him come to meet you personally. Let us go." With that, he pulled Lu Chuan toward the Do Shui Palace. Having already devised a strategy in his mind, ask, do not participate, and remain detached from worldly affairs. Upon reaching the Do Shui Palace, Lu Chuan was captivated by the grand alchemical furnace. This was a place Wukong once resided, truly a splendid sight. "Master brother, may I stay here for a few days?" "Delighted to hear that. If my junior brother likes it, I shall grant you the Do Shui Palace." No, master brother misunderstands. I meant the furnace itself. Indeed, I wish to reside there for a few days. Junior brother, within this 8 trigrams furnace resides one of the 4 divine fires. The looting divine fire. I cannot allow such a jest. Ordinary immortals who enter will be reduced to ashes within the span of a single incense stick. Have you encountered some difficulty? Lu Chuan waved his hand and said, "I am merely curious. I would never jest with my own life, so do not worry." Laozi sighed, "Junior brother, I understand your reluctance to draw near to me, but there is no need to refuse with such reasoning." "Very well. Please take your leave." Lu Chuan was bewildered. What in the world was happening? He merely wished to test whether he could cultivate the fiery eyes of insight. Yet his senior seemed agitated. "Brother, let us consider this a jest on my part. Ha ha ha. Now, back to the matter at hand. May I inquire why you have summoned me? I believe you are already aware of my circumstances. I am but a wasted talent, with no hope of attaining sanctity in the future." Laozi explained, "Junior brother, I have heard of your plight, yet I firmly believe you are no ordinary being, with the heavenly court newly established. Would you be willing to send a few disciples to serve there?" Lu Chuan thought he must have misheard and asked again, "Is that truly the reason?" Laozi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Junior brother, what did you think it was?" Lu Chuan inhaled deeply, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. "Brother, 2 of the 36 divine generals are my disciples. I have already exhausted my strength in support of them." Suddenly, a knocking sound was heard at the door, and a young boy entered, saying, "Heavenly Lord, the Comet Star has summoned heavenly retribution during the ceremony, resulting in floods and possibly an ice spear disaster. A battle seems imminent." Laozi furrowed his brow, and Lu Chuan was equally perplexed. How could a mere comet star possess such power? The two made their way to the Lingxiao Palace, and upon Lu Chuan's arrival, he found that Laozi had already regained control of the situation, though the ruler of the heavenly court also appeared to be involved. "Stop! What is the meaning of this? I have met with the moral heavenly lord," just as Laozi was about to inquire about the situation. The comet spirit seemed to see something and attempted to flee. "Seize her. If you have no malicious intent, why do you flee upon seeing the heavenly lord? According to the heavenly emperor's decree, we should strip her of her celestial roots and expel her from the heavenly realm," exclaimed a burly man wielding a long spear. "I dare anyone to try." As soon as he spoke, the gathered deities turned their gazes towards him. A few recognized Lu Chuan, but most did not. The previously speaking man continued, "Who are you? What is your celestial position? The esteemed gods have yet to reach a decision. And who are you to speak?" Lu Chuan cast a cold glance at this unfamiliar deity and retorted, "Who dares to bark like a dog? State your name. How dare you insult a true deity?" "I'm the Western God of Thunder." Chapter 60. Return home with me. The hidden gate emerges. Laozi intended to rebuke him, but upon seeing Lu Chuan's gaze, he held back, knowing that blood would inevitably be shed today. He then turned his attention to the comet spirit. As if attempting to see through her, Lu Chuan provocatively beckoned with his hand. "What nonsense about being the God of Thunder? Here's your chance. Withstand one of my strikes, and I shall spare your life." The Western God of Thunder, enraged, directly challenged the heavenly emperor Yin, who turned to his master, the moral heavenly lord, recognizing Lu Chuan as his rather unorthodox uncle. Seeing Laozi's subtle nod, Yin took a deep breath and consented to the challenge. "Younger generation, make your move and state your name. I do not slay nameless individuals." Lu Chuan scoffed, scratching his head. In an instant, a murderous intent enveloped the Lingxiao Palace. With a mere gesture from him, the Western God of Thunder cried out in fear, paralyzed and unable to move. "You shall perish." As soon as the words left his lips, a violet-black beam of light shot towards the Western God of Thunder. In that moment, Ian leaped in front of the Western God of Thunder, the force of the strike forcing him to stagger back repeatedly. The Western God of Thunder collided with Yin's back and spat blood, while Ian himself retreated to his throne, stopping only when blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Unbeknownst to the crowd, a crack had formed in the throne behind him. "Junior brother, are you satisfied now?" "Perhaps." Lu Chuan fixed his gaze on Laozi and said, "Brother, let me confess, she is my sworn sister. Thus this so-called God of Thunder shall surely die today." Indeed, the comet spirit was none other than Jing Chun. Her path of calamity, until it reached completion, brought misfortune to anyone who drew near her. The events of the day were shrouded in mystery, yet upon hearing Lu Chuan refer to her as his sister, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Upon hearing this, the Western God of Thunder collapsed to the ground. "As senior, he is also a heavenly lord. My fate is sealed." Ian wiped the blood from his mouth, leaped to the center of the hall, and bellowed, "Uncle, is it truly appropriate to humiliate a junior like this? May I take his place to spar with you?" "Oh, brother, is this your intention?" Lu Chuan disregarded Yin's words and directly addressed Laozi, causing Ian to burn with indignation, feeling that his dignity as the heavenly emperor had been utterly trampled. Laozi replied coolly, "Ian, step back. This matter does not concern you. Master, I am the newly appointed heavenly emperor. Gao Ping is one of my divine subordinates, the Western God of Thunder. How can I turn a blind eye? I will not permit anyone to so brazenly disrespect the dignity of the heavenly court." Ian declared with righteous fervor. Noting Laozi's silence, Ian assumed his actions were tacitly approved and continued, "I have long heard of my uncle's esteemed name, and today I finally witness it seems you have yet to attain sanctity. Would it not be fair to engage in a match with your nephew?" Lu Chuan smiled at Laozi and said, "Brother, it seems the junior must cultivate a bond with his nephew Dada. Junior brother, please show some restraint." Before the battle commenced, Ian heard his master plead for him, instantly feeling the gaze of the gods upon him shift. "I will fight with all my might." Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead. Let me see what you have learned from your brother." Ian, wielding a magical sword, unleashed several streaks of sword light, but upon realizing that even Lu Chuan's protective barrier could not be breached, he became enraged. He summoned an ink wash painting, and Lu Chuan suddenly felt an overwhelming force, as if his very soul were being drawn in. Not employ the Taiji diagram. As Laozi's words fell, Ian also summoned the Taiji diagram. That Lu Chuan was instantly enveloped like a rice dumpling, while Jing Chun struggled free from the grip of two celestial soldiers, eager to inspect the situation. Laozi warned, "Do not approach. You may not be harmed, but you will certainly perish first. Heavenly Emperor, retract that diagram. I granted it to you to enhance your fortune. It must not be misused again." Jing Chun glared at Ian and declared, "If he comes to harm, I will not let the heavenly court rest in peace." Ian scoffed and prepared to withdraw the Taiji diagram, when suddenly the heavenly court shook as if the earth itself were quaking. The gods struggled to maintain their footing. The Taiji diagram emitted a blinding golden light, and with a sound, Ian spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chuan stood unharmed in his original position. Now holding the Taiji diagram, Laozi gazed at Lu Chuan in astonishment, unable to believe he had broken free from the binding of the Taiji diagram, which now seemed to have changed ownership. Ian looked at him as if he were a monster. You deceived me. Have you attained sanctity?" Lu Chuan shook his head, casually tossing the Taiji diagram to Laozi, and turned to Jing Chun, saying, "Come, let us return home." "What? Others wish to kill you, and you still wish to remain here." He then turned to Laozi and remarked, "Brother, is it not true that your judgment in choosing disciples is somewhat? Are you coming or not? If not, I shall depart alone." Without waiting for Jing Chen's response, he turned to leave, only to feel a cold hand grasping him. "I will return with you." Sensing her interfere, Lu Chuan comfortingly patted her shoulder, then declared loudly, "Today at this grand event, I announce that the Hidden Gate shall begin recruiting disciples, with no acts of humiliation and treating all equally." His voice was so powerful that it resonated through the 36 heavens. Ian, upon hearing this, regained consciousness only to faint once more from anger. "Disciples of the Hidden Gate, follow me home. We shall no longer remain in this heavenly court. The assembled deities exchanged glances, wondering if there were hidden disciples among them. As the heavenly Kuaiji general, heavenly gang general, the Jiejiao disciple Ma Sui, and the Buddhist figure Lang Zun stood forth, the crowd was astonished. The hidden gate had infiltrated various sects. Who else might be concealed? Just as the deities thought these were the only ones, Jiang Zia suddenly entered from outside the hall, declaring, "I too count as a disciple of the hidden gate." What? Jiang Zia as well? Is he not a disciple of the Primordial Heavenly Lord? Who knows? Perhaps my own disciples are also members of the hidden gate. I must investigate thoroughly upon my return. Lu Chuan initially intended to flaunt his status, bringing Jing Chun and Kue de Kue back with him. But unexpectedly, Ma Sui also stepped forward. And what of that Lang Zun? How absurd. The Kue Mu Wolf had even entered the Buddhist sect. Jiang Zia joined the fray, and now, rather than impressing others, he had unwittingly offended various factions. As if he had orchestrated this all along. Jing Chun, Kue de Kue, shall we return? Do you know these individuals? Kue de cautiously inquired, should we know them or not? Lu Chuan sighed, realizing he should not have trusted Kue da's intellect, and explained, Ma Sui, we have only met once. You are a disciple of my elder brother Tang Tian, so how can you rashly claim allegiance? Ma Sui pondered and, recognizing his impulsiveness, retreated. And you, a monk, dare to claim to be one of my hidden gate disciples. Are you not ashamed, as you continue to slander me? Do not be surprised if I turn to the Buddhist path. Kue Mu Lang, with a look of helplessness, simply departed. Indeed, he left before the grand ceremony of the heavenly court had concluded. Jiang Zia, how am I to express my regard for you? I merely lent you two individuals. Never did I claim to admit you into the hidden sect. Are you not inciting discord between me and my senior brother Pangu? I deem it more fitting for your divine whip to strike you first. Laozi gazed at his little disciple with a complex expression. The master spoke of being detached from worldly affairs. Yet it seems his little disciple harbored grand ambitions. Chapter 61. Yinjing's forceful intentions. Lu Chuan uttered no further words, instead enveloping Jing Chun and the two brothers of the Kue family into a beam of light that swiftly vanished into the horizon. Ma Sui then promptly stated, Heavenly Lord, given the circumstances, I shall take my leave. Heavenly Lord, we bid you farewell. Shortly thereafter, the Lingxiao Hall was nearly emptied of its attendees. I could see this moment. The newly appointed Heavenly Emperor, Yinzheng, slowly awakened. Casting his gaze around, aside from a few familiar faces who participated in the conferment of deities, the various factions that had come to congratulate had essentially departed. Gritting his teeth, he rose and declared, Master, this is too much. He is slapping your face. The moral Heavenly Lord waved his hand, signaling the other deities within the hall to take their leave, leaving only the two of them behind. Yinzheng, I did not anticipate you to be so impatient. Do you think Lu Chuan became my disciple for no reason? Even if he ultimately fails to attain sanctification, he is not to be compared with an ordinary sage. Today's grand ceremony was thoroughly disrupted by your actions. Do you have nothing to say to your master? In essence, the Heavenly Emperor Yinzheng was merely a puppet pushed to the forefront by Laozi. The Chan teaching was jointly established by Laozi and Pangu. Having both achieved sanctification, they would never squander time on the trivial matters of the three realms. Although the primordial Heavenly Lord had many disciples, none were suited for the position of Heavenly Emperor. Only Yinzheng, having been taken as Laozi's sole disciple, had never revealed himself to the outside world that a rare talent. He was the most promising candidate for sanctification in nearly a millennium. Thus he was brought forth. Laozi even gifted him the Taiji diagram, hoping to safeguard the fortunes of the heavenly court and his only disciple. Yinzheng was stunned for a while before suddenly kneeling, exclaiming, Master, the disciple is at fault. I assure you, the face lost today will be reclaimed doubly in the future. The origin of today's incident is it is the disciple's mistake. Although the broom spirit is but a minor celestial official, I have secretly investigated her, and she cultivates the path of calamity, nearing completion. Moreover, she belongs to the chaotic Luoyu tribe. When she reaches maturity, she can cause mountains to collapse and seas to surge with a mere gesture. I'm aware of the Luoyu tribe. Continue. Yes, master, her power is not inferior to that of the loyal and martial war gods. I initially considered her strength and potential, wishing to take her as a Tao partner. However, she not only rejected me, but also sought to resign from her celestial position that I thought, since she is not one of us, it would be best to confine her for a while to teach her a lesson, lest she join the opposing forces. Laozi replied calmly, "Very well, I understand. How is your injury?" The disciple is unscathed. A few days of rest will suffice. Then, once you have recuperated, immediately send someone with gifts to the various factions to apologize. Farewell, master. Watching Laozi's figure recede, Yin Zheng's expression darkened, muttering, "Dare to defy this heavenly emperor, to compare me with a useless person. Humph. When the day of my sanctification arrives, I shall see who can protect you." At that moment, a black eagle unexpectedly appeared from nowhere, landing upon his shoulder. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had already brought the three of them back to the hidden sect, inside the wooden house by the Li River. None spoke, until Bai Huaxiao, hearing her children return, entered to diffuse the tension. Eldest, second, "Mother, you two have been away for so long and haven't bothered to check on me, just like your deadbeat father." Not even a word did Lu Chuan, surprised, inquired, "Did they not send you any messages?" The two Kuei brothers awkwardly replied, "Mother, sect master, we have been engaged in battles daily, and with the establishment of the heavenly court post-war. There are numerous affairs to attend to, so. However, we did see father, mother, please don't be angry. He has become a monk. A monk?" Upon hearing these words, Bai Huaxiao nearly lost her balance. Was this a sign of disdain for her? Lu Chuan, observing the brothers' increasingly grim expressions, explained Bai Hua, "Do not overthink it. I assigned him a task, and perhaps something unexpected occurred, prompting him to enter the Buddhist path. However, he can return to secular life at any time. It will not affect your marital feelings. He even mentioned having some grievances today and intends to apologize to you personally." Before he could finish, Bai Huaxiao turned and stormed out of the wooden house. "What are you two dawdling for? Go comfort your mother. You two, what nonsense are you spouting about in becoming a monk? Hurry!" At that moment, the atmosphere within the house became even more peculiar. Feng Lingzhu had said not a word since Jing Chen's return. And Jing Chen too remained silent, her anger boiling over as she witnessed the Li River's water nearly dried up, yet she held her tongue. "Enough? What are you two squabbling about? None of your business." The two women retorted in unison that Lu Chuan slammed the table, exclaiming, "Presumptuous! Have you lost your minds?" Seeing the two women intimidated, he quickly questioned, "Now, tell me, why did that heavenly emperor want to capture you?" Feng Lingzhu seemed intrigued, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Jing Chen. Jing Chen opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Where did your spirit of competing for a man go? Faced with Feng Lingzhu's mockery, she paused before stating, "Yinzheng wishes to take me as a Tao partner." After speaking, she fixed her gaze intently on Lu Chuan. Under the scrutiny of the two women, Lu Chuan cleared his throat and said, "That doesn't seem feasible. You have no background, no power. How could my senior brother allow it? Is there something you haven't disclosed?" Jing Chen lowered her head, saying, "He intends to force me." Lu Chuan stood up abruptly, shouting, "Did he succeed?" Feng Lingzhu tugged at his sleeve, and only then did he realize he had lost his composure. Jing Chen glared at him, saying, "Did you not all despise me? What harm is there in him succeeding? From now on, I would be one person beneath many." Lu Chuan rose again, stating, "Are you foolish? Who is he?" "My senior brother's closed-door disciple, the moral heavenly lord. He is backed by 2, if not more. Saints. Do you think he would allow you to become the primary consort? Naive. I am willing. Is that not enough?" Just then, as Jing Chen exited, Feng Lingzhu stumbled and fell, the chair suddenly breaking beneath her. Lu Chuan helped her up, saying, "I understand now." "What do you understand?" "I comprehend what path she is cultivating. It must be the path of calamity. No wonder those in the heavenly court avoid her." And she was assigned the role of a broom spirit. Until her great way is fulfilled, it is best to keep a distance from her, as she may inadvertently bring misfortune to those around her. Feng Lingzhu asked blankly, "You did not know?" "I know not what." "Never mind. It is nothing." "Hey, do not leave. Clarify it, my lady, my lady. Feng Lingzhu walked to the edge of the Li River and addressed Jing Chun. Why did you not tell him? Jing Chun retorted, why should I tell him? No one cares about me. I will stay a few days and then leave. You need not harbor animosity towards me. Chapter 62. A perfectly intact hidden sect, yet desolate. I did not mean it that way. I care not for your intentions. He merely regards me as a younger sister. Rest assured. Does my returning for a few days pose an issue? Feng Lingzhu attempted to step forward to explain, but unexpectedly, she slipped and fell headfirst into the Li River. Huffed, Jing Chun could not suppress her laughter. It is all your fault. What on earth are you practicing? Feng Lingzhu exclaimed, rising from the water, the river now just over her thighs. Jing Chun retorted with annoyance, just keep your distance. I do not require your false concern. After Feng Lingzhu left, she remarked, I will inform him. Jing Chun murmured, what of it? He holds no place for me in his heart. At that moment, Lu Chuan paid no mind to the two women outside. After all, no harm would come of their quarrel. Merely some bickering. Instead, he took out the Hongmeng talisman to send a message. Old wolf, the family misses you dearly. Please send a letter home when you have the chance. After waiting for a long time with no response, he stepped outside to find the two women had disappeared. Lu Chuan decided to return to his cave abode and seal the exit of the hidden sect. Why have you taken so long? What happened? Lu Chuan looked at Feng Lingzhu in surprise. What is wrong? Your hair is wet, and you have changed clothes. Is it really so serious? She has returned, and you are preparing to dress up? Stop it, stop it. I was just teasing you. What is the matter? Speak. Feng Lingzhu bit his lip in frustration before sitting upright and saying, Jing Chun is still a perfectly intact maiden. What did she not say? Well, it seems you have angered her, and she did not finish her sentence. Once, she confided in me that the women of the Lizu tribe bear a unique mark on their foreheads after marrying and losing their virginity. Observe her closely, but she bore no such mark. Lu Chuan interjected, wait a moment, when did you two become so chummy? She shares such matters with you. Feng Lingzhu blushed and stammered, weren't you in seclusion all this time? I was bored and sought her company that we happened to chat about it, and she even mentioned having a crush on you. But I don't like her. Lu Chuan pinched her cheek and remarked, is that so? There are plenty who fancy me. Do you think I can accommodate them all? Actually, it's not entirely out of question. Lu Chuan, how dare you? I'll bite you to death. Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters. Today I will announce the emergence of the hidden gate in the heavenly court and start recruiting disciples. Keep an eye out to see if anyone shows up. Feng Lingzhu pouted and replied, fine, but she then patted her belly. Lu Chuan, understanding her implication and recalling what Master Hongjun had said about being unable to achieve sainthood in this lifetime, nodded and said, all right, I promise you this time. We'll have a little bamboo shoot. With her face flushed with embarrassment, Feng Lingzhu dashed out of the cave. Lu Chuan muttered darkly, Yinzheng, very well, you've crossed me. Let us see how I deal with you. Cursing the heavenly emperor Yinzheng, he drained 50,000 years from his lifespan. Ding! Curse successful. The target experiences a surge of inner demons and falls into a coma. I thought this kid was formidable. Even the Tathagata has been plagued by my inner demons. Let us see how long you can withstand my games. As time flew by, 50 years later, the hidden gate welcomed its first seeker. Today, it was Kuei-er's turn to stand guard. Ever since Lu Chuan had arranged this for Feng Lingzhu, she had sought out her childhood companion and target of teasing, Kuei-da and Kuei-er, to watch the gate, instructing them to notify her should anyone arrive. Madam, someone has arrived at the mountain gate. Feng Lingzhu, having not made cake in ages, despite having already begun fasting, pulled by Hua Xiao along to prepare some pastries to satisfy her cravings. Suddenly, upon hearing Kuei-er's message, she froze for a moment and hurried towards the hidden gate's exit point. 50 years had passed, and finally, a disciple had come. Otherwise, she would have had a difficult time explaining to Lu Chuan upon his emergence from seclusion. Upon seeing the man outside the prohibition zone, she felt he looked familiar, but couldn't quite place him. Thus, she relaxed some of the restrictions, allowing them to converse while ensuring no outsiders could force their way in. Who are you? Have you come seeking the Tao? I am the disciple Ma Sui, here to pay my respects to my esteemed master. Please inform the lady. Esteemed master? Who is that? This is the hidden gate. Are you certain you haven't taken a wrong turn? Indeed, it is the hidden gate, and my esteemed master is Lu Chuan. Feng Lingzhu, still skeptical, replied, What proof do you have? I've never heard him mention you. At that moment, Kuei Air transmitted a message. Madam, I know this person. He is the Golden Hoop Immortal Ma Sui of the Jiejiao, skilled in the art of binding and the manipulation of stars. He is quite formidable. During the grand ceremony in the Heavenly Court years ago, he claimed to be one of us in the Hidden Gate, but the sect leader immediately denied it. So, what now? No way. He is in seclusion and must not be disturbed. Feng Lingzhu, seeing he had no evidence, stated, He is in seclusion, and I cannot ascertain the truth of your words. That if you wish, you may wait here. But he might emerge tomorrow, or it could take 100 or even 1,000 years. The choice is yours. With that, she turned and walked away. Ma Sui, undeterred, called after her, I will wait here, even for 10,000 years. Fellow Taoist, I hope you are well. It has been quite a while since our last meeting in the Heavenly Court. Humph. Kuei Air ignored him and simply sat down to meditate. Ma Sui sighed and settled outside the hidden gate to wait. The next day, Kuei Air awoke, glanced outside, and scoffed, as expected, just a fraud. Didn't he even last a day before running off? Before long, Ma Sui returned with several hundred pieces of wood, and within an hour, he had constructed a doorless wooden hut right outside the hidden gate, facing its exit, and began to meditate inside. Kuei Air opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, just as Bai Huaxiu arrived. Hey, try this. I picked these wild fruits from the northern woods, and Mother made them into fruit-flavored pastries. Kuei Air eagerly accepted and began to feast, while Ma Sui outside watched, drooling that Ma Sui remained there for 20 years. While he was meditating, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. His eyes sparkled as he stepped out of the wooden hut to wait that a person with a shiny head appeared, a monk from the Western Buddhist sect. The monk asked, Fellow Taoist, may I inquire if this is the hidden gate? Upon hearing this, Ma Sui assumed he was also a seeker, so he replied, Greetings, I am Ma Sui of the hidden gate. Are you here to seek the Tao and pay your respects? The monk glanced at him dismissively and said, I am Ling Ji, a disciple of the Wolf Honored One from the Western sect, here to deliver a message. Since you are of the hidden gate, please pass this message to your sect leader. Farewell. Ma Sui wanted to explain that he couldn't deliver it himself, but Ling Ji had already taken disguise. What now? Ever since I arrived, they've been absent. How can I get this message to them? Ma Sui reached out to hand the letter over, but was blocked by a transparent barrier. With no choice, he returned to the wooden hut to continue meditating, hoping they would fulfill their duties and maintain their watch. Time sped by, and another 30 years passed. He watched eagerly, and finally, he discerned a dark figure approaching the exit. Chapter 63. The Wolf Honored One's Message and an encounter with an old friend. Ma Sui stood outside the hidden gate, waving his hands vigorously. In his eyes, the dark figure was rapidly drawing closer. Suddenly, a luminous portal appeared before him. Upon a fleeting glance, the boundless scenery within the hidden gate, with its overflowing spiritual energy, left him awestruck. Is this truly what lies within the hidden gate? Hey, are you coming in or not? Ma Sui glanced at the girl he had met once in the Heavenly Court, Jing Chun, who stumbled as she entered. Perhaps this was the unfortunate consequence of his misfortune. Apologies, may I ask why you suddenly allowed me to enter? Jing Chun replied irritably, Didn't you say Lu Chuan was your esteemed master? After waiting 100 years, do you not wish to acknowledge him? Ma Sui immediately shook his head. Of course not, just a bit surprised. Enough chatter. Follow me. Ma Sui, captivated by Jing Chun's retreating figure, silently chastised himself for harboring improper thoughts towards his masteress woman. Before long, they traversed a vast grassland and a winding river, coming upon an unassuming wooden hut. Lu Chuan was seated at a stone table by the Li River, sipping tea, while Feng Lingzhu sat beside him, feeding him morsels. Jing Chen scoffed, It's like feeding a dog. Ma Sui swallowed hard, his heart racing as he approached. Have you arrived? Sit down. No need to be formal. I heard you've been waiting for me outside for 100 years. Esteemed master, a mere 100 years is nothing. By the way, I almost forgot. About 30 or 40 years ago, a monk named Ling Ji came, claiming to be a disciple of the Wolf Honored One from the Western sect, asking me to deliver a letter to you. Lu Chuan set down his teacup, took the letter, and soon furrowed his brow, slamming his right hand against the stone table. Feng Lingzhu, upon reading the letter, also frowned deeply and handed it to Jing Chun. This is utterly outrageous. Poor old wolf. Huh. Bai Hua has arrived. Let us see. Bai Hua Xiao, having received the transmission, rushed over from the northern woods, where she had moved in with Kuei Da and Kuei Er. Kuei Da, after reading the letter, angrily exclaimed, "The letter doesn't explain why. Why is father imprisoned?" Bai Hua Xiao analyzed. If he can still send someone with a letter while imprisoned, it's either a ruse or a deliberate act by the Western sect, likely with some hidden agenda. Lu Chuan gazed at her in surprise. This woman had become quite clever. You're right. Regardless of its authenticity, I must investigate. Lingzhu, do not worry. They wouldn't dare harm me. After all, we share the same lineage. Feng Lingzhu, feeling interrupted, was somewhat displeased. But what if it were true? She knew Lu Chuan wouldn't stand idly by in the face of danger, especially since Kuei Mulang had entrusted his family as fate to him. You all should return. There is no need to rush. Since the letter has arrived, the person must be safe for now. Wait for my return. Once Bai Hua Xiao and her family departed, Jing Chun followed suit. Still unable to shake off her unease, Lu Chuan turned to Ma Sui and asked, "Now, speak up. What brings you here with such fanfare?" Ma Sui nervously rubbed his hands together and replied, "Esteemed master, would you take me in?" UVE withdrawn from the Jiejiao. Ma Sui awkwardly admitted, "I was expelled by the sect leader." "Is that so? You should have been a prominent figure under Tang Tian. How did you offend him?" Lu Chuan inquired with astonishment that I consider myself a disciple of the Hidden Gate. This news has reached the ears of the leader, and before everyone, I had a fierce argument with him. Now, I find myself homeless. Lu Chuan gazed at him with profound meaning, remaining silent for a long while before suddenly nodding and saying, "Very well, you may stay. Thank you, master." Huh. Don't be so quick to thank me. Take this and read it until you can no longer turn the pages. Once you finish, you shall be a member of the Hidden Gate, the Hongmeng Sutra. Noticing that Ma Sui was engrossed in reading, Lu Chuan pulled Feng Lingzhu aside and cautioned, regarding the old wolf. "I truly must make a trip, yet I feel somewhat uneasy." Feng Lingzhu discreetly pointed at Ma Sui, and seeing Lu Chuan nod, she patted her chest and declared, "Who am I? Silly. I am a mistress. If he dares to pull any tricks, I fear no one within the Hidden Gate." "Surely not? Are the control methods you taught me all lies?" Lu Chuan shot her an exasperated glance. "Forget it. I'll consider in my meddling that I shall take my leave, but I'll be back shortly. Darling, a kiss and a hug?" "What a nuisance!" Upon his sudden disappearance, Feng Lingzhu shouted, "If you have the ability, don't ever come back." Not far away, Ma Sui was startled, thinking to himself how formidable his master was to conquer such a fierce woman. Lu Chuan journeyed leisurely, as if wandering through the mountains. From above, the scenery appeared uniquely enchanting. Suddenly, he noticed a man clad in white, his body marred by whip marks. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a mortal mining area, and instantly, a middle-aged man resembling a merchant appeared not far from the mine. "Halt! This is private property. There is no path ahead. Go back the way you came," one of the thugs declared. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Chuan swiftly produced a silver pouch and tossed it to the thug. "My good fellow, I am a traveling merchant. I encountered some ruffians, and my servants have scattered. I heard that you have strong men here. Might I purchase a few to take back? I have goods waiting to be loaded." The thug jingled the silver pouch greedily, stuffing it into his clothes. "I'm not the one in charge, but since you're so accommodating, I can let you in. Just make sure to offer something to the overseer." "Understand?" "Understood, of course," Lu Chuan replied, bemused. He found it odd that such a black market existed so close to the territory of the Western Church. He hoped he was mistaken. Accompanying the thug, Lu Chuan soon spotted the man in white and gasped. "How can this be? Do not speak carelessly. Which one do you wish to buy? I will bring him over." Lu Chuan initially thought he had misjudged from above, but upon approaching, he confirmed it was indeed Xiao Bailong. How could he have arrived in the Primordial era? Why was he so certain? Because the red string on Xiao Bailong's hairpin was a gift directly from Lu Chuan. Furthermore, due to his practice of the law of cause and effect. He felt an intricate connection upon seeing the man in white. Where did he come from? Ah, he's just a bookworm, I suppose, who was snatched here by someone that he doesn't speak. A slap gets him a work for a while. Strangely, he feels no pain, and the overseers take turns whipping him. It's quite exhausting. Are you sure you want to buy him? If you don't beat him, he just stands there like a fool. Lu Chuan was filled with an unnameable fury at the thug who was whipping Xiao Bailong, and in an instant, the thug exploded into a mist of blood. Xiao Bailong, seemingly oblivious, continued mindlessly moving stones. The thug beside Lu Chuan was so frightened he urinated himself, trembling, when suddenly a scream escaped his lips. Murder! This cry of despair failed to attract anyone's attention. After all, how could mortals perceive Lu Chuan if he wished to remain unseen? With just a glance, the thug who had soiled himself vanished inch by inch, for Lu Chuan sensed that the grievances tied to him were even greater. Lu Chuan reverted to his original form and said, Xiao Bai, it is I that you still remember your master. Xiao Bailong's gaze slowly shifted to his face, and in a hoarse voice he uttered, Xiao Bailong, who am I? I am a dog. Yes, I shall be a dog from now on. After saying this, he resumed moving stones. Lu Chuan fought back tears as he grasped him and disappeared from the spot. Shortly after his departure, all the thugs and overseers in the mining area, as well as those connected to them by fate, met untimely ends. Out of course, their families were spared, for Lu Chuan had not sunk to that level of depravity. The illegally captured miners turned upon realizing they were alone in the mining area and promptly scattered in all directions, with the bolder ones even raiding the overseers' quarters for gold and silver. At this moment, Lu Chuan had taken Xiao Bailong to the riverbank, where he cast a binding spell that rendered Xiao Bailong immobile. During the journey, Xiao Bailong had continuously shouted that he could fly. Resembling a child in his innocence, manipulating the river water, Lu Chuan gave Xiao Bailong a thorough cleansing and subsequently channeled his spiritual energy into him. But not a trace remained, as if a voracious beast resided within him. Lu Chuan peeled back his clothing to reveal a back riddled with scars, not from whips, but from unhealable wounds of the great Tao. How could this be? Hundreds of scars from the great Tao on his back. What have you endured? Xiao Bai. Lu Chuan immediately activated the path of reversal to deduce Xiao Bailong's past experiences. He had fallen out with the Dragon King of the East Sea and was sentenced to death. Eagle Cry Ravine, seeking scriptures. No, this isn't me. This is Jin Chan Zi. Was he sealed by the eightfold heavenly dragons of the great strength Bodhisattva? Impossible. Continue the calculations. Suddenly, it seemed he had touched upon some forbidden zone, and Lu Chuan was met with a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, a faint scar appearing on his arm. Though shallow, it would dissipate with time due to his cultivation. Why can I not deduce further? Did the Tathagata intervene? The scene shifted, and Lu Chuan had brought Xiao Bailong to the Western Church. Pardon me, do you have an invitation? What brings you here? Inquired a young monk at the gate. Lu Chuan of the Hidden Gate. The young monk's expression altered, and he hurriedly dashed into the temple. Moments later, a monk with lice on his head emerged. Please, come in. And this is my disciple. May he not enter with me? Of course, please follow me. Lu Chuan and his companion were led to a secluded courtyard. Upon entering, Lu Chuan encountered yet another monk afflicted with lice, this one appearing middle-age. As the door closed, Lu Chuan asked, The Western Church summoned me, yet I have to inquire myself. The Taoist master, Zhuni, you could consider him my junior brother. This time, Lu Chuan, impatient, interjected, Enough with the familial ties. I am pressed for time to... you not see, I have a patient beside me. Speak plainly. Is that acceptable? My good senior brother. Zhuni Taoist was taken aback by the abruptness of Lu Chuan's response. He had not anticipated such a fiery temperament. Then let me first have a look at your esteemed disciple's injuries. Lu Chuan raised a hand. Be my guest. Zhuni Taoist placed a hand on Xiao Bailong's wrist, and curiously, upon seeing the monks within the temple, Xiao Bailong fell silent, obediently following Lu Chuan. Alas, I am powerless to help. My apologies. Lu Chuan scoffed. Is that all? Speak of something else. Zhuni Taoist smiled faintly. Brother, do not be hasty. Just because I cannot heal him does not mean others cannot. My master, the primordial chaos ancestor, can treat injuries of the great Tao. Upon hearing injuries of the great Tao, Lu Chuan felt a flicker of hope. Indeed, those who could attract the attention of such eminent figures were far from ordinary. A mere pulse revealed the nature of the injury. There was substance to this claim. Lu Chuan chose to sit on the ground, locking eyes with him. "Speak, what are the terms?" Zhuni Daoist, hands clasped, replied, "Brother, you possess great wisdom. Let me be direct. As long as the entire Hidden Gate submits to my master and integrates into the Western Church." "Impossible. Your calculations are quite audacious." "Brother, allow me to explain. The injuries of the great Tao can only be resolved by my master. Do you wish to seek assistance from the ancestor Hongjun?" "Heh, I can wait. You may ask all your questions before answering me. Will you join or not?" Lu Chuan had indeed considered seeking ancestor Hongjun. Given Zhuni Daoist's confidence, he felt compelled to ponder, setting aside his disciple's plight. He was but a pawn, after all. If he had not brought his disciple today, what would they use to persuade him to join the Western Church? Zhuni Daoist smiled slightly. To attain sanctification. Lu Chuan's heart jolted. Sanctification? Surely they must be aware of my situation. Achieving sanctification is virtually impossible for me. Why would they offer me such an opportunity? And why are they interested in a useless individual like myself? Can you enlighten me? Cannot. Then may I see Kuei Mulang. You have not harmed him, have you? As the venerable figure of the Zhuni Daoist waved his hand, Lu Chuan was instantly transported to another courtyard. Within, a monk, with his back turned, was savoring a chicken leg and gnawing on pig's head meat with great delight. Upon hearing the sound, the monk turned to look, and their eyes met. "Old wolf, haven't you renounced the world? How can you still partake in meat?" The Kuei Mu wolf joined his hands in prayer, exclaiming, "Buddha's teachings prevail. Wine and flesh pass through the body, but the great way remains in the heart. Benefactor, I am the wolf patriarch of the Western teachings. Let the past be the past. I have taken refuge, so do not revisit it." The Zhuni Daoist gazed at Lu Chuan with an amused smile, as if to say, "Well, aren't you going to take him away? It seems you cannot. He is destined to be with my Buddha." Just as Lu Chuan was following the Zhuni Daoist out of the small courtyard, he suddenly noticed Kuei Mu Wolf winking at him. Seeing the Zhuni Daoist turn away, he feigned nonchalance. "Let us hurry. I've forgotten my oily hands. It's uncomfortable to wipe my eyes." "Master, I take my leave to offer incense. Go." My good disciple, Lu Chuan was certain he and T misjudged. It appeared this rogue harbored his own intentions. Having ideas is a good thing, but why the hell didn't you tell me? Your wife and children are still in my hands. Bah! Junior brother, harboring such anger is unwise. I await your news at any moment. In truth, you share a connection with my Buddha. Get lost. Lu Chuan departed with the little white dragon. Not anticipating the Zhuni Daoist's incessant chatter, he might as well become Tang Sung. There are no good people in the West. It seems all these troubles have been passed down from ancient times. I would rather die than renounce the world. I'm done playing with you, off to embrace my wife and sleep. At that moment, within the abode of the Zhuni Daoist, Kuei Mu Wolf knelt respectfully aside, saying, "Master, his insults were so harsh, it cannot be. Wisdom, your heart is in turmoil. I punish you to continue eating meat and reciting scriptures. I trust he will make the right choice." Kuei Mu Wolf bore a look of despair. Thinking to himself, "I've been consuming meat for 200 years. I quit this spy business." Chapter 65. You must be the fisherman Lu Chuan, accompanied by the little white dragon, exited the Western teachings. Realizing that there were likely unseen complications, or else Kuei Mu Wolf would not have acted thus, he then observed the little white dragon, troubled and forlorn. Poor child, during the journey for scriptures, he had no idea he was escaping with me. Zhu Beiji had claimed his intelligence was wiped by Guanin. He never pursued the truth of that matter, and now he suddenly reappears here. Where exactly did things go awry? In the blink of an eye. He had brought the little white dragon to the 36 heavens. "Master, I have matters to request of you, disturbing your quietude. I wish to see you. Alas, before I accepted you as my disciple, you were never one to wander about. How is it that after a century, you emerge again? Come up." Upon seeing the venerable Hongjun, Lu Chuan respectfully saluted, addressing him as master, and proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding the little white dragon. Hongjun pointed at the little white dragon's brow, and the latter displayed an expression of pain, suddenly calming as if falling into a slumber. Still not speaking the truth with me. Assuming Hong Jun had uncovered something. Lu Chuan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Forget it. I shall not force you. You all have your little secrets, but your excuse is rather flimsy. He is your disciple. Pray tell how you could accept a being from tens of thousands of years hence as your student. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing Hong Jun had discerned the little white dragon's origins, he flattered, Master, your might is unparalleled. I knew I could not deceive you. Indeed, he is not my disciple. I merely stumbled upon him, felt a connection, and wished to see if I could save him. If you, Master, cannot assist, then it would be his misfortune that I am merely performing a good deed. Hong Jun regarded him with a hint of profundity and stated, I have two methods. Really? How wonderful. Oh, you seem very invested in him. This picked-up child, burdened with the wounds of the Great Way. There's something else you are concealing from me. Lu Chuan broke into a cold sweat. Laughing awkwardly, it's all about fate, you see. Very well, the first method. Since he bears the wounds of the Great Way, if he could receive nourishment from the purple qi of the heavenly Tao, these wounds would transform into blessings. The moment he absorbs the heavenly Tao purple qi, he would leap forth as a saint of the heavenly Tao, soaring like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. I observe this child possesses considerable talent. He may even become the supreme sage of the heavenly Tao. He is a child of heaven. Of course, all this is contingent upon the presence of the heavenly Tao purple qi. Do you possess the heavenly Tao purple qi? Why are you not the least bit surprised? Lu Chuan hastily shook his head. No, I was just pondering where I might obtain the heavenly Tao purple qi. Hong Jun chuckled. In this era, under the heavenly Tao, everything develops in a stable and orderly manner. Gods, immortals, humans, and spirits each fulfilling their roles. Only when the heavenly Tao collapses and the world is redivided will the heavenly Tao purple qi emerge. And there are only 49 portions of it.as for you. You're the one I'm most concerned about. If within a millennium you cannot attain sainthood, I fear those 49 spots will be filled. Thank you, Master, for your concern. I shall leave it to fate. Since I was deceived, I shall bear the consequences myself. I cannot blame anyone, especially since I was the one who initiated the exchange, Lu Chuan said with a bitter expression. Now, what is the second method? The second method can only be accomplished by your Uncle Han Kun. Lu Chuan felt a jolt of shock. It seemed the Zhuanti Taoist had spoken the truth. Master, why is it that only Uncle Han Kun can do this? Are you not the strongest among the four? Hong Jun laughed heartily. You must never speak of this outside. As for why only your Uncle Han Kun can do it, that is a matter of his essence. Your Uncle Han Kun, whose true form I do not know, is in fact the progenitor of all demons. Many of his disciples are beasts and birds that have attained enlightenment. He cultivates a technique of wind and thunder, which is his innate divine ability. You understand that the core of these wounds of the Great Way is indeed wind and thunder. As long as one is afflicted, the torment of the flesh and the consumption of one's essence will be relentless. This child has managed to endure until now, largely thanks to his lack of intelligence. Otherwise, he might not have lasted until you found him. Lu Chuan quickly inquired, Master, is it absolutely necessary for Uncle Han Kun's wind and thunder technique? Indeed, it must be him, and even if I were to beseech him to save someone, I fear he would still refuse. Why? Once he expels the wounds of the Great Way, he too will suffer severe repercussions. The wounds of the Great Way are a punishment for those who defy the laws of the heavenly Tao. To forcibly remove them, the one who does so must also face punishment. Lu Chuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your enlightenment. I understand now. I will not put you in a difficult position. Perhaps this is simply his fate. By the way, Master, how is the heavenly Tao purple qi utilized? What does it look like? Hong Jun nodded with a smile, seemingly confirming his expectations. The heavenly Tao purple qi and the wounds of the Great Way exist in a relationship of mutual enhancement and consumption. As long as you possess the heavenly Tao purple qi, the moment you approach him, the purple qi will automatically enter his body. The remainder is merely a matter of time. There's no danger. Naturally, there is. Just think, if two powerful beings were to enter your body and engage in battle, what would be the outcome? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, the strong would suffer mutual destruction, and I would benefit as the fisherman, or I could be tortured to death by the strong. Ah, you are teachable. With sparks flying, they returned to the Hong Meng space. Feng Lingzhu looked at the little white dragon with astonishment. Stammering, is he real? Lu Chuan helplessly nodded. Of course he is real. The red headband on his head. I gifted it to him. I have no idea how he ended up here, Sai. Little white dragon, do you not recognize me? Faced with Feng Lingzhu's question, the little white dragon stared blankly, not blinking an eye. Has he gone daft? Lu Chuan said with exasperation. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said anything. He bears the wounds of the Great Way and could lose his life at any moment. I plan to bring him into seclusion with me. During this time, the hidden gate shall not accept outsiders. Feng Lingzhu rolled her eyes. You really dare to dream. 100 years ago, you said something similar, yet you ended up accepting not a single disciple, with Ma Sui being the exception. Liu Chuan had suffered a mute loss and directly took the little white dragon back to the cave abode. He retrieved the long-preserved heavenly Tao purple chi, and suddenly, the dragon-shaped purple chi within the jade plate surged violently, as if a parched fish had encountered water. After a moment's hesitation, he assisted the little white dragon into a meditative posture and placed the jade plate in his hands. The dragon-shaped purple chi burst forth from the jade plate, penetrating into his body in an instant. Little white, this purple chi was originally prepared for Lingzhu, since you were injured and I happened upon you. It seems our fated bond is not yet severed. Whether it be poison or fortuity, it all rests upon you. I hope you will be the ultimate fisherman. Upon uttering these words, a barrier was immediately cast to isolate Xiaobai. Sitting on the stone bed, he suddenly found himself engulfed in confusion. In this moment, Lu Chuan had achieved immortality, yet he could not discern the purpose of continuing his cultivation. He had never harbored grand ambitions. In Huaxia, he delivered meals merely to survive. His unexpected arrival in the world, a journey to the west, was also for the sake of existence. Now that he had attained eternal life, what remained? Suddenly, Lu Chuan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, a voice resonating in his mind. Kik, since it has come to this, allow me to live in your stead. The novel can be downloaded using the open source Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through an agent's download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xing@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201759371. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me FQ tool. Chapter 66. The nameless saint. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, enduring the cacophony of voices in his mind. While setting up dozens of seals before Xiaobai, he had even sent forth the ethereal purple chi of heaven. Should Xiaobai perish due to his influence, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Lu Chuan grimaced, his teeth stained with crimson, cursing, "It's you again, you jester, Kik. I am you, and you are me. Why do you refuse to coexist with me?" Fury surged within Lu Chuan. "Silence, you insignificant foreign demon. Let us see how you meet your end this time. He who will emerge victorious remains unknown. I shall claim your body." As time progressed, Lu Chuan and his inner demon engaged in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. The last trick he employed to transform into a demon failed to intimidate the inner demon this time, and this deadlock persisted for 50 years. Lu Chuan's consciousness gazed at the inner demon, which bore his exact likeness, and he sighed. "Hey." The inner demon opened its eyes to glance at Lu Chuan before swiftly shutting them again. "Are you not bored? You cannot do anything to me. Do you intend to remain locked in this stalemate for eternity?" The inner demon scoffed. "What of it? Rest assured, I possess the endurance for this. This existence hinges on patience. My brethren have sought out all sorts of misfits, the most wretched of beings. Even if they seize a physical form, they are ultimately constrained by the innate talents of that body, either dying prematurely or aging into oblivion. It is a tragic fate. I refuse to follow in their footsteps. I find you agreeable. I have chosen you to—" Liu Chuan smirked slightly and said, "Very well, since you are so fond of it, take it. I relinquish my claim." The inner demon sprang to its feet, asking, "Really? Of course, I, Lu Chuan, never deceive. Then why not hurry and step outside? We can exchange places. You can experience the ways of the foreign realms. And I shall savor the joys of being human. Lu Chuan's mind began to curse, but he maintained a calm demeanor. 50 years have passed. Why fear a little more time? Let us converse for a while. Once we finish, I shall have no further wishes. The inner demon cautiously replied, Do you harbor some conspiracy? What conspiracy could I possibly have? It has been 50 years, and I have yet to find a way to overcome you. I merely wish to end this stalemate. You see that body not far from me. That is my disciple, who does not have long to live that I intend to replace him, and this body will be yours. The inner demon inquired, What do you wish to discuss? Lu Chuan replied nonchalantly, Even if I were to gift you this body, I ought to know to whom I am giving it, correct? What is your name? What is the foreign realm like? Do share. I am quite intrigued. Upon hearing this, the inner demon, with a casual demeanor, stated, My name is, curse you, grant me 1,000,000 years of life. Lu Chuan shouted, and, as he did so, the inner demon instantly dissolved into nothingness. Vanishing without a trace, he examined himself thoroughly, finding no abnormalities. Ding, curse successful, body perishes, and the path dissipates, in an instant. Lu Chuan's consciousness returned, and he opened his eyes. Damn, had I known this fool was so fragile, I would have expended less effort, not 1,000,000 years. Let it be obliterated. Ding, congratulations, host. You have overcome the trial of the inner demon. Reward, body enhancement by 1,000-fold. Far away in the 36 heavens, Enhua. Han Kuan and Lu Ya, along with Hong Jun of the outer heavens, simultaneously opened their eyes, exclaiming in unison, a newly ascended saint. With their subordinates in motion, command were dispatched, as all corners of the world were set to investigate a nameless saint. The three pure ones, equally astonished, convened, inquiring among themselves whether this individual was one of their disciples. The master declared it was not a typical ascendance to sainthood. Might there be another method to bypass the heavenly laws? The Tang cult leader asked first. Laozi analyzed, Beyond the heavens, our master cannot trace the origins of this individual. We have done our utmost, yet we wonder why no heavenly tribulation has manifested. Pangu concurred. What brother says is reasonable. We all faced heavenly punishment upon our ascendance. Why is it that this person is exempt? With a wave of his hand, the Tang cult leader retorted, What concern is it of mine? I shall take my leave. Pangu and Laozi exchanged knowing glances, understanding the urgency to locate this individual before other factions did, to draw this person into their fold. In the west, the seldom-seen Jin, having secluded himself for nearly a millennium, emerged from his retreat. Brother, you have yet to achieve the Tao. Is it necessary for you to emerge for this matter? Jin replied, You fail to grasp the Master's intent. We seek not merely a saint, but the means by which he circumvented the heavenly tribulation to achieve sainthood. Zhu Ti's eyes lit up. Indeed, I felt something was amiss. What if we find this individual? Yet he is unwilling to cooperate. Jin smiled faintly. He shares a connection with our Buddha. Zhu Ti agreed. Indeed, our Buddha is compassionate and certainly requires this fated individual. At this moment, two figures descended from Enhua Palace. The forms of two graceful maidens, their attire billowing, yet their features obscured by mist, rendering them impossible to discern. After a stick of incense had burned, the two maidens departed, leaving the events within Enhua Palace shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Lu Ya, unaware of the happenings, lay upon a cow's back, drinking heartily and exclaiming, In this tumultuous world, I seek solace during idle hours. Should you ask where the nameless dwells, I cannot say, as two ethereal figures descended. Lu Ya had already vanished without a trace from the cow's back. Brother, why has Master fled again? Alas, brother, let it be. Since Master shows no concern, we need not involve ourselves, that I shall take my leave as well. Hey, brother, do not depart. Our talents are dwindling. We must at least find someone to inquire. Unbeknownst to Lu Chuan, who was currently being chastised by Feng Lingzhu, he lamented, Are you idle? Why did you breach Jingchen's cave in your own? Lu Chuan, on the verge of tears, explained, I was elated upon hearing the enhancement of my body by 1,000-fold, and with a slight exertion, I inadvertently caused a rift. Had I not been quick enough to pull Jingchen out of the range of my power, she might have vanished entirely. How many times must I ask you to explain? I truly did not do it on purpose. I merely broke through a little, and I lost control, resulting in this cave state. If you do not believe me, ask Jingchen. I saved her. Had I not pulled her out, she would have perished. Feng Lingzhu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Jingchen as if attempting to unveil a secret. Jingchen, maintaining her composure, replied, "Do not inquire of me. I know nothing that I only know he suddenly embraced me and pulled me away. I am utterly clueless." After speaking, she departed, her heart racing. The terrifying aura from earlier had rendered her immobile. Had it not been for Lu Chuan, the consequences would have been dire. Naturally, the instigator was Lu Chuan himself. Lu Chuan opened his mouth, only to let out a resigned sigh. He lifted Feng Lingzhu into his arms, silencing her protests as he proceeded towards another cave. You must explain this clearly. Chapter 67. Yin Zhang's trial of ascendance. Feng Lingzhu lay in Lu Chuan's embrace, drawing circles on his chest. Glancing up at him as she said, "Do not think you can bribe me like this. If you cannot bear a child, do not expect to enter seclusion." Lu Chuan took a deep breath, reminiscing about her appearance a millennium ago, wondering how she had transformed into this. How many occasions had they shared? She still clung to the matter of him emerging with Jingchen. The ancient times were far more favorable. With 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, never a repeat in a year. What ancient times? Speak of something I can comprehend. You have yet to explain what transpired. Upon her inquiry, Lu Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do I have the leisure to explain? How long have you been here? Have I even left the bed? My mouth is nearly worn raw. To put it plainly, I merely had a slight breakthrough. I did not anticipate such overwhelming power. Had it not been for the Master's explicit instruction to halt here, I might have doubted my own ascendance to sainthood. Feng Lingzhu expressed her astonishment. What? Such a significant matter, and you did not inform me. What do you mean by halting here? Lu Chuan candidly recounted how he had been deceived, while Feng Lingzhu's eyes flickered with a fiery anger, her heart secretly cursing the 3 old wretches. After only a few exchanged words, she mounted again, questioning, why is it that men in the mortal realm are so enamored? Throughout my years among mortals, I have encountered many, some of whom sought companionship outside their marriages, planning their exits whenever a pregnancy occurred. Such is the cruelty of fate. As the cave was reinforced with additional barriers, a sense of boundless freedom filled the air. Meanwhile, within the hidden gate, the others speculated that Lu Chuan had once again entered seclusion, engaging in idle chatter by the wooden cabin beside the Li River, while only Jing Chen's gaze seemed fixated on a particular direction. "Sister, who is that person?" Bai Hua Xiu reminisced, "One of the Master's disciples, but I am unaware of the specifics. We owe much to the Master. They too have benefited from his care, or else if they had returned with us." Ma Sui, noticing her unusual expression, interjected, "Is that little white dragon a formal disciple of our esteemed teacher?" Bai Hua Xiu teased, "Are you envious? They share a bond that spans over 1,000 years. To be honest, the Master is the least like a cultivator I have ever encountered at Ma Sui." Somewhat discreetly, cast glances at Jingchen, who was clearly not oblivious to the situation. "Little Ma, share your story with us." On Penglai Island, within the Bayou Palace, the celestial teacher listened with surprise to the reports from his disciples. "Master, based on all the gathered intelligence, it appears there is not a single clue. It is as if they vanished into thin air," Taoist Duo Bao stated. The celestial teacher then inquired, "What of the other individual?" Taoist Duo Bao's expression turned troubled. "Master, could it be that the ancestor was mistaken? I believe there is indeed a great calamity ahead. Yet an individual capable of influencing this calamity has suddenly appeared, which is perplexing. The Master has never spoken falsely. Very well, since you cannot find them, I trust that those on the other side are equally unlikely to succeed. Remain vigilant regarding their movements, and conduct the search discreetly. As for the extermination of a mortal's sword array matter, yes, Master, I will heed your words." Time passed, and suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the tranquility of the heavenly realm. With a resounding boom, the Emperor Yin, clad in a yellow robe, emerged from his seclusion, standing majestically before the southern heavenly gate. The celestial beings were commanded Today marks my tribulation to become a saint, and one is permitted to approach from any direction. You may observe from within the heavenly court's formations. The Tai Bai Jinxing has issued an edict to prepare for the feast celebrating the emperor's ascension in a century. Li Jing assist with the arrangements. Before he could finish, the first heavenly tribulation descended in an instant. At that moment, Lu Chuan had already acclimated to the power of his physical body and solidified his cultivation. And upon hearing the commotion, he mused about which fortunate soul had stumbled upon the serendipity of becoming a saint. Suddenly, Jing Chun rushed over in a panic. He has become a saint. Who? Yin Zheng. Upon hearing this name, Lu Chuan's smile vanished. How do you know? I just received an edict from the heavenly court, summoning the celestial beings stationed outside to return in preparation for the emperor's celebration of ascension. Is your celestial position still intact? Well, I'm not certain. Lu Chuan interrupted. No matter, pay no heed to such trivial commands. Focus on your seclusion. With that, he hurried back into the cave. Cursing Zheng, a lifespan of 100,000 years. Ding! Curse successful. He gritted his teeth. 500,000 years. Ding! Curse successful, weakening his great Tao protection. Great Tao protection. What is that? Protect yourself. I have granted you the means to transcend tribulation, and yet you dare to live ungratefully. Continue. A lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Ding! Curse successful. The great Tao protection dissipates. As the Emperor Yin was undergoing his tribulation, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The celestial beings watching from within the southern heavenly gate gasped in shock. Yin Zheng believed the heavenly tribulation had harmed him and paid it no mind, continuing to dedicate himself to the tribulation, for he had the protection of the Tai Chi diagram. He would surely attain sainthood. Lu Chuan's heart bled. He had not anticipated that a mere great Tao protection would consume so much of his lifespan. Would he truly be left in the lurch due to this insignificant Yin Zheng? After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth. Continue cursing? 200,000 years. Ding! Curse successful. Yin Zheng experiences heart demons. Ha! Let us see how you perish. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Yin Zheng's visage began to shift erratically, leaving the celestial beings bewildered, sensing that it was anything but a good omen. Some went to seek the Taoist of virtue. Upon hearing this, the Taoist was equally astonished, as it had been foretold that today he would undoubtedly succeed in his tribulation. How could it be that after such a brief period, he was already spitting blood and suffering other distress? Upon arriving at the southern heavenly gate, he finally understood. Heart demons. How could they manifest so early? He then calculated swiftly, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Someone is intervening from the shadows. After pondering for a moment, he hastily exclaimed, Summon the Primordial Heavenly Master and the Heavenly Master of Spiritual Treasures. As time trickled by, Yin Zheng's complexion grew darker, an ominous sign. The Taoist was anxious but could not intervene. He did not understand why Yin Zheng was not utilizing the Tai Chi diagram for protection. Now, he could only await reinforcements. Just as Yin Zheng had spat out several mouthfuls of blood, the Primordial Heavenly Master and the Pangu Great Deity arrived, albeit fashionably late. Senior brother, do you see any suspects? The Primordial Heavenly Master furrowed his brow. Senior brother, what kind of magic could interfere with the tribulation from such a great distance? The Taoist blurted out, Junior brother, do not beat around the bush. Techniques of causation, techniques of destruction, techniques of cursing. There are countless possibilities, yet the source remains elusive that I have already calculated this, only to discover that someone is interfering, but what I have found is merely a fog of mystery. He narrowed his eyes. Has Tong Tian not arrived? Chapter 68. Cursing Pangu away. Welcoming Tong Tian, the Primordial Heavenly Master countered, Senior brother, it cannot be my junior brother's doing. Although our sects differ, we share a common lineage. And his principles align with ours that he would not employ such underhanded tactics. Perhaps he is in seclusion. The Taoist called over a minor celestial to inquire, Have you seen the Heavenly Master of Spiritual Treasures? To both Heavenly Masters, forgive my oversight. The Heavenly Master of Spiritual Treasures has been in seclusion for 100 years, as informed by Taoist Duo Bao. The Primordial Heavenly Master waved his hand, dismissing the minor celestial that in truth, he bore no fondness for this disciple, and only came due to their shared sect. Senior brother, have you devised a plan? At this moment, the Taoist maintained a calm demeanor. Let us observe a while longer. It is all a matter of fate. Should there be any threat to life, I hope junior brother can lend me a hand to save my young disciple. A month later, Lu Chuan stood on the hillside outside the hidden gate, having listened intently and performed calculations, concluding that Yin Zheng was still holding on. Continue cursing. A lifespan of 100,000 years. Curse successful. Yin Zheng's injuries worsen. Delightful. Today a sun feels splendid. Just as he was about to utter some sardonic remark, he suddenly noticed someone approaching at great speed, prompting a change in his tone. Before long, the figure was upon him. It was Pangu. Senior brother? Esteemed guest, what brings you here? Pangu, having lost the kinship they once shared millennium ago, stated directly, Junior brother, I come at the behest of another. May I inquire what you are doing here? Lu Chuan, who had been smiling, instantly changed his expression upon hearing this. Whose errand is it? Am I not allowed to bask in the sun before my own door? I acknowledge your contributions during the chaos of creation, but must you meddle in all affairs? Pangu's face grew stern. Junior brother, tread carefully. I am merely inquiring. Why do you react with such anger? Lu Chuan scoffed. Inquire. More like interrogate. Speak plainly. If I can assist, I will. If not, do not blame me for being unfeeling. Pangu, unwilling to engage in a pointless argument, stated, Are you aware that today marks the day of the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation? He has been secretly harmed. Do you have any clues? In truth, the Taoists have been tasked with finding Lu Chuan, but he had 1,000 reasons to refuse, for he could not see through this former friend who had transformed into a younger disciple. He was unaware of his cultivation techniques, his precise level of power, and had never even been a guest at the hidden gate he had established. Now, the two were worlds apart. One had become a saint and the leader of the Chan sect. The other, confirmed to never attain sainthood in this life, had founded an obscure minor sect, such as the Way of Fate. Upon hearing Pangu's inquiry, Lu Chuan could not help but laugh. My dear senior brother, if you suspect me, just say so directly. Why beat around the bush? I confess it was I who did it. What can you do to me? Pangu, infuriated, initially intended to teach him how to be a good disciple, but reconsidered. This was merely an inquiry. Why meddle further? If their master were to learn of this, he might blame Pangu for failing to maintain harmony among the brothers. Junior brother, you must not speak carelessly. The elder brother is already quite angry. Why should I care? If there is nothing else, I shall return home. What concern is the Heavenly Emperor to me? After Lu Chuan finished speaking, he instantly returned to the Hongmeng space. In that fleeting moment, Pangu was taken aback, realizing that the spiritual energy within the hidden gate surpassed even that of his own Kunlun mountain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This place was merely a desolate mountain, devoid of any human presence. How could it be so rich in spiritual energy? With this thought, he waved his sleeve and departed. However, just as he left, he was intercepted by Tang. Oh, what's this? Your face is as black as charcoal. Have you bitten off more than you can chew? Pangu snorted coldly. What? No longer in seclusion. What brings you here? Tang Tian chuckled me. Of course, I came to bond with my junior brother. Unlike some people, I don't change my demeanor just because someone has severed their path to sainthood. TSK, how the times have changed. Different paths for different people. Don't you understand this principle? Our disciples are on the verge of transcending the tribulation of sainthood. Do you expect them to call Lu Chuan Shirshu in the future? A saint addressing a Deluo Jinxian as Shirshu? Do you think that's appropriate? Pangu retorted. Tang Tian sneered. I don't care about your affairs, and why Jia Jiao has already formed a cooperative alliance with my junior brother's hidden gate. What you think matters little to me. Go protect your precious disciple. Don't let him get struck by lightning. At that moment, Lu Chuan was eavesdropping on their conversation. He had not anticipated that Tang Tian would dare to come. The last time, he had stolen a river from him. The entire Li River, in fact, and its water level had yet to return in normal. Seeing Pangu being led away by Tang Tian, he decided to ignore that fellow. He continued his curse. 1,000,000 years of lifespan. The curse succeeded. Yin Zheng's heart demons surged. Chaos enveloped the Tao. He was gravely injured, and he might even face death, just as he was about to revel in his success. Tang Tian interrupted his thoughts. Junior brother, stop hiding. I'm here to apologize. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? I come bearing sincerity. I'm leaving. Leaving, Lu Chuan stood at the exit, watching him perform, and was surprised when Tang Tian actually turned to leave. He had intended to step out and take a look, but unexpectedly, Tang Tian emerged from the nearby bushes. Boring. I'm going back. Hey, Junior brother, don't panic. Last time was my fault, but I'm really poor. When I see something good, I can't help myself. Coincidentally, that day, many disciples in the sect were injured, so I borrowed a bit from you. I didn't expect you to still hold a grudge, Tang Tian said with a shameless grin. Lu Chuan was not swayed by such antics. He had never thought that they would go from mutual disdain to friendly chat. Speak up. That river of mine is long and deep, and you stole. Borrowed, not stolen. Fine, borrowed. But since you borrowed so much, how do you intend to repay it? I suspect the water around Panglai Island is my contribution. Tang Tian chuckled awkwardly. How could I be so extravagant? I dug a river on the island. Cough, and use it all for the disciples. I'm here for a serious matter. Can we discuss it inside? Lu Chuan regarded him with suspicion. What do you intend to steal this time? Just say it. I'll give it to you. Tang Tian pretended to be angry. Junior brother, do you underestimate me? Saying this, he pulled a necklace from around his neck, which had a small lock attached, and handed it to Lu Chuan. What is this? It's a heart-piercing lock, a life-saving treasure given by our master when I was young that I don't need it anymore. Consider an apology gift. Lu Chuan accepted the heart-piercing lock, noticing it was shaped like a longevity lock. Golden yellow with strange Taoist inscriptions on either side, and 3 white jade chains below. Smooth as jade, he inquired, Are you truly giving this to me? Tang Tian waved his hand, saying with apparent reluctance, Take it, take it. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a heart-piercing lock. Heart-piercing lock. Gift from Tang Tian. Once activated, the 3 white jade chains will instantly unleash 9 black jade chains, causing the victim to lose all 3 flowers atop their head. Their 5 energies to dissipate, and their 3 souls and 7 spirits along with their internal organs to be tightly bound and unable to move, subjecting them to excruciating pain, unable to seek life or death, at the mercy of the caster. Even a Deluo Jinxian who has attained enlightenment would find it difficult to escape this calamity, making it a supreme treasure for capturing and scheming against others. After reading this, Lu Chuan was astonished. This truly seemed to be an exceptionally powerful spiritual treasure. What schemes did Tang Tian harbor against him? Chapter 69. Yin Zhang's failed tribulation, Tang Tian's proposal for cooperation, with a treasure offered so readily. To refuse would be foolish. Lu Chuan promptly pocketed it. Come with me. Tang Tian grinned, following Lu Chuan into the hidden gate. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't help but exclaim, Your place is indeed rich in spiritual energy. Perhaps I should join your sect. Lu Chuan inwardly cursed the old dog for his naive thoughts, attempting to take advantage without offering anything in return. Such good fortune rarely exists in this world. While the 2 brothers were deep in discussion, chaos erupted in the heavenly court. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Yin Zhang finally managed to summon a sliver of his consciousness to activate the Taiji diagram for protection. However, the heavenly tribulation had reached its final moments, its power immense. Mere defense would not suffice to ascend to sainthood. Coincidentally, Pangu had returned from his investigation, confirming that Lu Chuan was not a suspect. When I went, he was leisurely basking in the sun atop his mountain. I even ran into Tang Tian, who was on his way to find Lu Chuan. The Old One asked sternly, What about the West? The Western sect has also intervened. Jin and Junti are currently lecturing their disciples, so it shouldn't be them. The Old One analyzed, The 2 disciples of Nuwa have been absent for a long time and hold no grudge against us. So they could be ruled out. As for Luya, that's even less likely. Who could it be? Could there be forces we are unaware of? Panga's side. It seems we can only ensure his survival for now. He appears unstable. If this drags on, he might lose his celestial roots. Brother, if a decisive action is required, then act. With a commanding shout, Panga charged into Yin Zhang's tribulation area. He summoned the Chaos Green Lotus to shield Yin Zhang's physical body, then shouted to awaken him. Yin Zhang slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with rage, and upon realizing his master and uncle were by his side, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I can do it. I will definitely succeed. If I fail, I shall die. Master, uncle, you must leave quickly. Do not let your fates be entangled with my tribulation. Silence. First, overcome this tribulation, as long as your celestial roots remain intact. There is still room for maneuvering. I will certainly uncover the true mastermind behind this and restore justice for you. Focus. Do not heed the temptations of your heart demons. Once you pass this tribulation, I and your uncle will forcibly sever your connection to the heavenly tribulation. Tears of blood streamed down Yinzheng's face. Only he knew the hardships of his cultivation journey. From being an unnoticed individual to becoming the heavenly emperor, today, everything was at stake. He felt hatred. Hatred for his own weakness, and secondarily, for the unseen puppet master. In that moment, he silently vowed. Now, the celestial beings within the southern heavenly gate were abuzz with speculation, puzzled as to why both the Taoist of morality and the primordial heavenly master had entered the fray. Suddenly, Yinzheng vanished, and both the Old One and Panga disappeared in an instant. The heavenly tribulation outside the southern heavenly gate became chaotic, like a headless fly, ready to strike yet unable to find its target. Before long, the tribulation clouds gradually dissipated. Father, has the heavenly emperor failed his tribulation? Neza, speak cautiously. Follow your father and do not discuss. Within the hidden gate, Lu Chuan received a notification from the system. Curse successfully. Yinzheng has failed his tribulation. Delightful. Tong Tian, perplexed, sipped his tea. Is it really that serious? Junior brother, it seems that my earlier plan has your approval. Lu Chuan squinted. Your calculations are ringing clear. You see this as a training ground. Don Tiu, exchanges, they aren't my people. I have no obligation to... Tea simply won't work. Tong Tian was furious. Then why were you laughing just now? Were you mocking me? Seeing that he was genuinely angry, Lu Chuan reassured him. Don T be upset. It's not entirely impossible. However, I want to accept that duo Bao Daoist. I don't want to see him if I do. I'll hit him. Junior brother, has my disciple offended you? Would you like him to personally apologize? Tong Tian proposed that we are preparing to establish an alliance. ISNT having more people a greater guarantee. Lu Chuan waved his hand dismissively. We'll talk later. First, send over a batch to test the waters. I'll state this up front. If you don't heed my words, don't come crying to me if something goes wrong. Tong Tian gritted his teeth, cursing Lu Chuan for being a scoundrel. Was it merely because he saw the abundant spiritual energy here and wanted to send a batch of disciples over to cultivate, and he still had to threaten him? As if the heart-piercing lock was given for free. Suddenly, Lu Chuan and Tong Tian frowned in unison. Master S summons? Yes, let us go together. Before long, Lu Chuan and Tong Tian arrive at the 36th layer of heaven, where they saw Hongjun Laozu lying before them. Were it not for the rising and falling of his chest, Lu Chuan might have mistaken him for a corpse. Upon closer inspection, he saw the face, dark as coal. It was actually Yinzheng. You have arrived. Please take a seat on the ground. Lu Chuan and the two others sat obediently, distancing themselves from Yinzheng as if avoiding a plague, which incensed Laozi, making him glare in anger. Today, the Grand Master announced that other forces were targeting our disciples undergoing tribulation. Hence, I have gathered you all to devise a strategy, and secondly, to unite our efforts in saving Yinzheng. This child must not perish. After listening to the words of the venerable Hongjun, Lu Chuan secretly curled his lip. He could feign effort while remaining idle, for as at Ini well, none could reproach him until he attained sanctity. Let us commence. With a flick of his finger, Hongjun ignited an orange flame directed at the prostrate Yinzheng. Laozi, Pangu, and Tong Tian followed suit with a gesture, and Lu Chuan glanced and pretended to comply as well. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Laozi opened his eyes to regard Lu Chuan, saying, Younger brother, I hope you will exhibit your true strength. After all, he is also your nephew. You wish to witness him being consumed by the fire of inner demons? Upon hearing this, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. Lu Chuan hastily explained, Elder brother, do not slander me in front of our master. I am but a mortal, lacking the profound foundation you possess, if the outcome is already foreseen. Why summon me? Pangu clarified, Do not be anxious, younger brother. My elder brother is merely concerned for his beloved disciple. Just do your best, for we all cultivate the Xianqing Qi, sharing the same lineage. Seeking assistance from others may not yield the desired effect, and we may risk losing Yin Zhang's foundation. Hongjun remarked calmly, "Rest assured, I am merely a projection. Every additional use diminishes my essence. Aside from Lu Chuan, all of you must exert your full strength." Laozi ceased to speak, his agitation palpable. Had the master not been away, leaving behind only a projection to guard this place, there would have been no need for Lu Chuan to intervene. The master alone could have dispelled the fire of inner demons. 10 days later, Yin Zhang's complexion had regained considerable vitality. After 3 months, he finally opened his eyes slowly, and the 5 of them simultaneously withdrew their efforts. The moment Yin Zhang beheld Hongjun, he fell to his knees in gratitude. "Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, esteemed uncles." Upon reaching Lu Chuan, he abruptly halted, as if struck by a fly, feeling discomfort. "What? Am I not your uncle? Did I not exert effort to save you?" Yin Zhang gritted his teeth, murmuring, "Thank you, uncle, for bestowing me a second chance. Now that is more like it." Chapter 70. Yes, it was I who did it. Save Yin Zhang. 3 months had elapsed, leaving the venerable Hongjun somewhat weakened. He waved his hand, saying, "You may leave. Lu Chuan, stay." Laozi and Panga bowed respectfully and exited, while Tongtian shot him a knowing glance. Yin Zhang glared at Lu Chuan with malice, as if he understood the connection between his tribulation failure and Lu Chuan. Observing their departure, Hongjun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and sank into a seat. Fatigued, Lu Chuan hurriedly inquired, "Master, are you well? Here, drink this potent brew. I use it for my baths whenever I am injured. It should be effective." Hongjun furrowed his brow. Rebellious disciple. "You would have me drink your bathwater? Master, what I've bathed has been pilfered by Tongtian. This is fresh. Your hand is practically transparent. Drink up that." Lu Chuan produced the Li River water. Hongjun sensed its abundant spiritual energy to sustain this projection. He had no choice but to consume it in one gulp. Shortly thereafter, the venerable Hongjun's figure slowly solidified. "This water, where did you acquire it?" Lu Chuan fabricated a tale. "I stumbled upon a small pool by chance. Usually I hesitate to drink it, but for you, master, I would sacrifice anything." Hongjun rose, stretching, feeling considerably rejuvenated and entirely capable of awaiting his true form's return. "Is there more?" Lu Chuan reluctantly pulled out another ceramic jar filled with Li River water, a habit of his, for one never knows when it may prove life-saving. "Master, that's it. This is all I have on me." In truth, thousands of such jars lay within his system's warehouse. Hongjun smiled as he accepted the jar, then inquired, "Are you not curious as to why I retained you?" "I am unaware," Lu Chuan replied. Suddenly, Hongjun's expression darkened. "Do you not comprehend what you have done? He is still your nephew. Why would you harm him?" Lu Chuan was taken aback. How did Master know? Would he be expelled from the sect? Realizing this, he swallowed hard. "Master, you are already aware?" At that moment, Hongjun appeared momentarily stunned. Retorting, "It was truly you." Lu Chuan nodded uncertainly. "So, was it good or bad for me?" Hongjun retrieved a slender willow branch and struck Lu Chuan's arm, which surprisingly did not hurt. "Truth be told," Lu Chuan said gravely, "I must report to you, Master, that was indeed I who acted. This child is truly unworthy of his position. It is better he perishes." "Provide me with a valid reason." Lu Chuan recounted everything Jingchuan had conveyed, embellishing it as he spoke. "Master, you are unaware. This child clearly disrespects his elders in the sect. Am I not his uncle? Yet he dares to call me by my given name. Before the multitude of celestial beings in the heavenly court, he even attempted to use the Taiji diagram to attack me. While enmity towards me is one thing, he must not insult my sworn sister. Such disloyal and unprincipled individuals, should they not be eliminated?" Hongjun's projection remained uncertain of the true instigator, as Laozi and Pangu had requested to test him, not anticipating that the young disciple would admit to it directly. "Master, why do you remain silent? Have I acted incorrectly?" Hongjun hesitated. Lu Chuan burst into laughter. "I knew it. You support my cause. Rest assured, I shall dispose of that child in due time, ridding our sect of this malignancy." Hongjun found himself at a loss for words. While he had long recognized that Yin Zheng was an uncertain factor, he adhered to the natural order of Tao. He had not anticipated Lu Chuan's radicalism, nor his candor, or that he would possess such extraordinary skills. Alas, my disciple. Let it be. Return now. Be more cautious next time. When committing misdeeds, do not admit it outright. Lu Chuan stood bewildered, unsure of what to say. Had this been tacit approval? It seemed Hongjun also held disdain for Yin Zheng. Then I take my leave, master. Rest well. The potent brew is exceptionally delightful. Here, these 10 jars are truly my last stock. Once it is finished, just call for me, and I shall come at your beck and call. As Hongjun observed Lu Chuan's hasty retreat, he gazed at the Li River water left behind, silently collecting it, sitting upright and waiting. Shortly after his departure, Laozi and Pangu indeed returned. Master, was it the younger disciple's doing? Hongjun replied coolly, from the beginning, I have urged you all to coexist harmoniously, assisting one another. This is the righteous path. You must not follow the path I once walked. How long has it been since you last saw those 3 uncles of yours? Enough? You may return. Laozi and Pangu entered in confusion, leaving just as perplexed. Elder brother, what does master truly mean? After pondering, Laozi concluded he must be subtly reminding us not to suspect our fellow disciples that so. It was not Lu Chuan's doing? Laozi nodded indeed. Besides, he should not possess such capability. He is merely a great Luo golden immortal. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan was merely flying back when, unexpectedly, a dog blocked his path. Nephew, why so formal? Come to see me off? Yin Zheng's face twisted with fury as he questioned, was it you? Were you behind this? Lu Chuan sneered coldly. What? Haven't you had enough pain? Do you wish for another round? Indeed, it was you. I knew my suspicions were correct. You have sabotaged my path to sanctity. I shall reduce you to ashes. Just as Yin Zheng made his move, he was suddenly blasted away by a wave of energy, only to find Tang Tian before him. Tang Tian, are you going to stop me? You heard it. It was him. He destroyed my chance of becoming a saint. Tang Tian replied nonchalantly, you should address me as Tianzuan or Lingbao Tianzuan. Elder brother, this is your esteemed disciple. Our good heavenly emperor. Moments later, Laozi and Pangu emerged from behind a cloud, something Lu Chuan had failed to sense initially. Rebellious disciple, do you not hurry and apologize to your Uncle Chuan? Yin Zheng's eyes reddened, almost teary, as he reluctantly uttered, I'm sorry. Those 3 words seemed to drain him of all his strength, and in an instant he vanished without a trace. Tang Tian chuckled, ah, truly a fine disciple, though lacking in wit. Come, younger brother, did you not mention going to drink in my place? Lu Chuan understood Tang Tian's good intentions. He feared that Laozi and Pangu might turn against him and wished to protect him. After they had flown a distance, Lu Chuan suddenly heard a voice. Younger brother, master has informed me it was not your doing that. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards Yin Zheng. Do visit me in my Doshui palace when you have the time. What is it? Tang Tian inquired. Lu Chuan smiled faintly. It's nothing. Let us go that I truly wish to visit your Penglai island for a drink. You aren't just toying with me, are you? At that moment, he genuinely felt that Tang Tian was a good person. Indeed, a good person. Suddenly, the heavenly court issued an edict. The moral celestial sovereign temporarily governs all affairs of the heavenly court, awaiting the return of the heavenly emperor. This decree resonates not only within the heavenly realm, but also extends to the Western Church, all of which have taken heed. Some rejoice while others lament. Kue Mu Lang, within the Western Church, relishes in his feasting, delighting in the spoils. Chapter 71. Collaboration in the rivers and mountains. Yin Zheng's descent into darkness atop the peak of Penglai Island. Lu Chuan stood transfixed, gazing at the disciples of the soaring through the skies. Indeed, it is a paradise untouched by the world. I have never encountered such breathtaking beauty. Truly, the ethereal mist envelopes the 3 ridges, and the gentle breeze caresses the 8 directions. The Tang Tian regarded him with astonishment, as if gaining a new understanding of Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan inquired, you have concealed your sect amidst this vast sea, with fishing boats passing by. Do you not fear scaring these mortals? They may never witness a true cultivator in their lifetime. The Tang Tian replied with hands clasped behind his back. What do you think of my Bayou Palace, nestled within the verdant thicket? Does it not resemble a realm of immortals? In truth, they were born and died here long before my arrival. The IT is merely due to the distinction between the celestial and the mortal that the sect remains hidden. Yet, I do not wish to forsake the last vestiges of humanity if I were to isolate them far from their homeland. This land, upon which they depend for survival, would gradually become desolate and devoid of life. Lu Chuan turned to Tang Tian with surprise. I did not expect you to possess such compassion. Well, that does not negate the fact that you are a thief. The Tang Tian chuckled helplessly. Is this matter beyond redemption? What do you think? Now that we have toured, how fare my disciples? After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuan spoke with gravity. I shall forego the preamble and ask directly, what is your opinion of your great disciple? Tang Tian explained, he is my foremost disciple. Although he may not possess striking looks, do you know why he is called Duo Bao? It is because I have bestowed upon him numerous treasures, most of which he has distributed among his fellow disciples. This is what they named him, why regard for him stems from his lack of greed. Observe the others, who squander their time obsessing over treasures and spells, yet their foundations remain limited, leading to a misalignment of priorities and stagnation in their cultivation. Duo Bao, on the other hand, dedicates all his time to comprehending the Tao. He is not merely a genius, but surpasses one. His position as my foremost disciple is entirely justified. Lu Chuan was taken aback by Tang Tian's esteem for Duo Bao. For as time progressed, many events had transformed, akin to the Fengshan War, where the higher-ups of both factions refrained from battle, leaving Lu Chuan perplexed. Previously, Hongjun Laozu had hinted at a monumental conflict in the future, suggesting that all variables would unfold within that cataclysmic clash. Given this, let's collaborate. However, I must caution you, should the world undergo drastic changes, you must not jeopardize yourself over trivial matters and expose yourself to danger. Do you agree? The Tang Tian furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean by drastic changes? Lu Chuan found himself at a loss for words. Should he disclose that a sect would face annihilation in the future, leaving the Western Church to reap the benefits? It seemed implausible, and he knew Tang Tian would not accept such a notion. Do not concern yourself with too many details. Promise me that if a great upheaval occurs, you will not act impulsively, but will contact me first. The Tang Tian gradually nodded. Very well, I promise you. Enough of this weighty conversation. It feels as though the world is on the verge of collapse. Come, let us return to Bayou Palace for a drink. In the farthest reaches of the heavenly realm, desolation reigned supreme. Yinzheng observed as an unnamed black eagle abruptly halted before him. A grand voice echoed in his ears. Yinzheng, you have profoundly disappointed me. You cannot even withstand a minor tribulation, and now the moral celestial has usurped your power. What use are you to me? Yinzheng could not help but recall a scene from 10,000 years prior. Trembling in fear, he felt his knees. My lord, I still have value. It should have been foolproof. As long as I achieved sanctity, I could proceed as planned. Yet, during my tribulation, I felt as though I were cursed. My heart tightened, and I was struck by an unseen force, leaving me grievously injured, nearly succumbing to madness and death. A face began to materialize from the darkness, questioning, oh, a curse? Could it be that someone was quicker than me, cultivating a master of curses? Yinzheng, do you still believe in me? Of course. I revere you above all. Everything is for your sake. Ha! Splendid. Suddenly, Yinzheng felt an immense force pulling him towards the chaotic darkness. My lord, spare me. Fear not. I would not wish for your demise, only to make you stronger. With that, Yinzheng's vision faded to black, and he lost consciousness. In the darkness, the voice murmured, so it is indeed the power of curses. Who has thwarted my plans? Could it be him? Yinzheng, do not blame me. Blame your own inadequacy. Keep a close watch on him. Report any movements from the heavenly realm to me at all times. The day I return will herald the destruction of the celestial realm. A piercing eagle cry echoed, and tranquility returned to the desolate land. Time passed, and slowly, Yinzheng opened his eyes, jolting upright to find no discernible changes. He sighed in relief, scanning his surroundings, only to discover that the great being had vanished, prompting him to return to the heavenly realm. As he soared through the air, he was astounded to realize he had achieved sanctity. Just as joy surged within him, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. I have fallen into madness. Xiaohe, is it you, my lord? In response, a cry of an eagle echoed. Yes, he thought crossed his mind. His gaze turned resolute. The distinction between immortals and demons is a falsehood. What harm is there in embracing madness? Master, do not fault me. Had you not rejected me back then, none of this would have transpired. Subsequently, the black eagle vanished into his body, and a stream of black light surged rapidly towards the northern gate of the heavenly realm. At Bayou Palace on Penglai Island, Duo Bao Daoist sat restlessly within the grand hall. Duo Bao, are you disregarding my words? Rest assured, your master uncle is not one to hold grudges. Would I truly sell you out? Duo Bao Daoist spoke solemnly. Master, I simply wish to devote myself to cultivating and comprehending the Tao. Without involvement in other matters, I implore you to grant me this. Liu Chuan hastily intervened. Tang, let it be. Do not press the issue. My humble village cannot compare to your Bayou Palace. Let us be content with our agreed-upon disciples. The 3 holy mothers and their disciple from the 3rd and 4th generations are sufficient. It is not worth it for just one more. He is already halfway into the Dragon Gate and cannot even best someone as useless as me. Your foremost disciple seems to have faltered. You ought to find a new one. The Tang Tian gritted his teeth. Tang, is it truly appropriate to address me thus in front of my disciples? Very well, I shall endure, seeing that his master remained silent. Duo Bao Daoist assumed that Tang Tian was indeed contemplating this, and quickly added, Master, I am willing to engage in a fair contest with my master uncle. How about a decisive battle of 3 exchanges? Lu Chuan scoffed. Who do you think you are challenging? If you can withstand even a single blow from me, I shall bestow upon you a treasure from the hidden realm. The Tongtian's eyes gleamed, recognizing the opportunity, and subtly urged Duo Bao Daoist to agree. Very well. I shall take my leave, dear master uncle. Lu Chuan and Duo Bao soared from the great hall, standing in mid-air before the palace. Chapter 72. Unveiling True Cultivation. The awakening of the little white dragon, my esteemed disciple. Our cultivation levels are evenly matched, yet I am older than you. You shall strike first to avoid any accusations of bullying. Duo Bao Daoist, infuriated, shouted. Unarmed submission to the enemy. The Tao is formless. Lu Chuan activated the full force of the stellar path, enveloping himself in celestial energy, drawing closer as Duo Bao Daoist launched a powerful punch. In an instant, Duo Bao spat out blood, hurtling backward for hundreds of meters before finally regaining his footing. I have lost. I cannot even breach your energy shield. Lu Chuan was taken aback by the fragility of the young man's resolve. Nephew, I have yet to make a move. What if we were to draw? Duo Bao Daoist's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, how had he not considered this? Lu Chuan was universally acknowledged as incapable of achieving sanctity. They should be evenly matched. As for the past incident with the heavenly realm, it was a bygone matter. After enduring hardship for so long, he could not believe Lu Chuan could defeat him with a single strike. With that, Lu Chuan lightly swung his fist forward, while Duo Bao, employing all his strength, braced for impact. Unexpectedly, the punch seemed to crawl towards him at a glacial pace, igniting his fury. Is this an insult? Initially, the Tang Tian dismissed it, but felt something amiss and prepared to rescue his foremost disciple. Duo Bao intended to rage, yet realized the punch had reached him in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, he was sent flying for dozens of miles, creating a breach in the protective formation of Penglai Island. When Duo Bao Daoist was brought back by the Tang Tian, Lu Chuan was already seated on the steps before Bayou Palace, basking in the sunlight. My dear disciple, thank you for your mercy. Not you dare forget to apologize to your master uncle. Duo Bao Daoist respectfully bowed. Disciple Duo Bao greets Master Uncle Lu. I was narrow-minded. Please punish me. As he spoke, he prepared to kneel. Liu Chuan quickly raised his hand, preventing him from doing so, as he did not wish for Duo Bao Daoist to harbor resentment. And no need. Indeed, the past was my oversight. Treasures are rightfully held by the strong, and that small tower does not belong to me. Today, I shall impart a technique to you, and we shall put this matter to rest. You consent. All decisions rest solely in the hands of Master Shushu. Lu Chuan pointed to his own brow and directly stated, "This technique is known as the Golden Light Technique, which I have refined into a method for escaping, for traveling swiftly. Once you fully comprehend it, you will naturally appreciate the intricacies of this art." "Thank you, Master Shu Shu," came to reply at the appropriate moment. Tong Tian spoke, "Very well, go practice. Take your junior brothers and sisters and select some outstanding disciples that in a few days, you shall set off with your master." "Yes, master." "Junior brother, shall we converse within the palace?" Lu Chuan nodded with an air of pretentiousness and stepped into the Bo palace first. Once seated, Tong Tian began to grumble. "Junior brother, you have caused your elder brother much distress with your secrecy. Everyone knows you are fated to be far from the sacred position, yet they are unaware that you have already achieved the embodiment of a saint. I am indeed impressed." Lu Chuan had not intended to unveil this so soon, but given that Xiaodubo had persistently harbored animosity towards him, resenting the incident from years past in which Lu Chuan had seized a small tower treasure, he felt compelled to give him a little lesson, as a reminder to Tong Tian that he was not only a great Luo golden immortal, but also a bona fide saint in the flesh. He stood on equal footing with Tong Tian. Such trifles are hardly worth mentioning. What is there to be proud of? Tong Tian gazed at this pretentious individual, saying, "Your tactic of playing the fool to ensnare the tiger is truly commendable. Should anyone dare to belittle you again by invoking the sacred position, do not laugh so lewdly. Do we strike such a figure? Regardless, the point remains, we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied." "Can we?" Tong Tian concurred. "Indeed, you and I, as brothers united in strength, are not to be underestimated. However, you have not encountered many disciples of the hidden sect. It would be wise to plan ahead." Lu Chuan nodded solemnly. For he too desired this, but alas, after publicly announcing his intention to accept disciples, not a single soul had come forth. Well, except for Ma Sui, who could be considered half a disciple. By the way, why did you let Ma Sui go? Tong Tian's expression turned to one of anger. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have been fine, but now I am filled with rage. I have been with the GS sect for many years. Although I did not offer him my entire knowledge, I did grant him a position as a servant to the celestial beings, and I did not place him in peril. Yet upon hearing of the hidden sect's recruitment of disciples, he resolutely decided to leave our sect. Kneeling before the hall for several days, in my moment of weakness, I allowed him to depart. Am I not as good as you?" Lu Chuan chuckled and replied, "Brother, let me share a secret. It was I who encouraged Ma Sui to seek refuge with you." Tong Tian was left speechless, muttering, "You actually planted a spy in my midst beforehand. How foolish of me to consider the heart-piercing lock an offering. You truly have made a mistake. Spit it back to me." Lu Chuan explained, "Do you remember 6 or 7 centuries ago, when we first met, you harbored animosity towards me? Am I mistaken? Later, upon learning that our master had taken me as a disciple, you continued to speak in riddles. Was it not you? I thought you viewed me as a significant threat, so I felt compelled to give you a warning." Tong Tian opened his mouth, then closed it again, ultimately explaining, "In truth, I had already clarified my stance. I feared you would end up like the others, acting in the name of righteousness." Lu Chuan quickly interrupted, "All right, no need to elaborate. I understand now. The misunderstanding has been resolved. There is no need to dwell on it. I have spent several days here with you, and it is time for me to return that I will take your advice to heart and recruit more disciples." With that, he soared out of the grand hall, calling, "Xiaodubo, assemble. We must depart." Tong Tian mused to himself, realizing that Lu Chuan truly did not regard him as an outsider. Soon after, he saw Xiaodubo leading nearly 100 disciples through the air. Alas, they are all but untrained fledglings. The 100 disciples stood in neat formation, and Xiaodubo declared, Master Shu Shu, this is the number of us for now. We cannot leave Master alone to guard the Bo Palace." To the uninformed, it would appear as though Tong Tian were selling his sons and daughters. Upon arriving at the hidden sect, your primary purpose is to enhance your cultivation. Do not neglect your training, for this is the most fundamental aspect. Secondly, heed the arrangements of your Master Lu. Do not disregard your elders. Thirdly, strictly abide by the commands of your master or ancestor. 5 days later, outside the hidden sect. Feng Lingzhu and the others had already received Lu Chuan's message and were waiting eagerly. Upon Lu Chuan's descent, he was momentarily taken aback, Xiaobai. Indeed, the little white dragon had finally awakened, bursting into tears as it clung to Lu Chuan. Lamenting, "Master, sob, you have finally rescued me. Master, we suffered greatly on Ling Mountain. You must take charge for us, Master. That Jin Shanzi is no human being, Master." Lu Chuan awkwardly embraced the little white dragon, uncertain whether to comfort or remain silent. Xiaodubo and the others stood by, watching this scene in a daze. "Ahem, Xiaobai. We shall discuss this matter later, M.A. Sui. You are familiar with everyone. Assist your master in settling all the others." M.A. Sui was overjoyed. "Master, does this mean you acknowledge me as your disciple?" "Indeed, Master. Brothers and sisters, please follow me." Chapter 73. Who has disturbed my wife? At this time, most disciples of the Jia sect had already entered the hidden sect. While the little white dragon continued to cling to Lu Chuan, recounting the hardships of the past years, Xiaodubo was the last to enter, teasingly saying, "Master Shu Shu, your bond with your disciple is truly deep." Ha ha ha. Once there was no one left at the entrance, Lu Chuan patted the little white dragon's back and said, "Enough, there is no one around. Will you not rise? Have you become addicted to this embrace? Speak, what is the purpose of this display? By the way, when did you awaken? Share the entire story." The little white dragon wiped its tear-streaked face, casting a sly glance at Lu Chuan, and said, "Master, I missed you terribly." After glancing around to confirm no one was watching, it continued, "Master, has that little bamboo been following you all this time?" "You too." Lu Chuan lightly tapped its head. "What little bamboo? Why do you ask this?" "She is now your master's wife." The little white dragon's expression sobered as it replied, "Master, I have my suspicions. She may not be genuine, or perhaps she is not entirely so." "What?" Lu Chuan's voice involuntarily rose several degrees. When Kuei Mu Wolf had brought back a piece of bamboo, he had confirmed its authenticity multiple times. "How could this be? Master, I mentioned my concerns because I feared you might not be able to handle it." "Speak." The little white dragon, with a hint of nostalgia, recounted, "About half a month ago, I awakened and visions akin to murals began to unfold before me that it took a long while for me to regain my senses. Upon exiting my cave, I found it resembled your spatial world. Just as I was lost in thought, I saw the bamboo. No, I saw Master's wife in that moment, I was stunned, unable to discern whether my memories or the sight before me was real. Master, I actually encountered your wife near Ling Mountain, but at that time, she had already transformed into her true form. How can you be so certain it was her? Master, have you forgotten? It was I who discovered your wife alongside Zhuge. The ethereal aura surrounding her true form is something I cannot forget. Continue." The little white dragon took a deep breath. At that time, my spiritual awareness was nearly erased, and the only reason I could recall that image was instinct. I saw your wife as true form being divided in two. One segment was taken by someone, while the other was brought back. Lu Chuan's gaze grew colder as he asked in a low voice, "Did you see clearly? Who were the two parties?" The little white dragon shook its head. "No, I could only vaguely see half of a person. Their face was obscured, but if I were to encounter those two again, I would undoubtedly recognize them. Furthermore, at that time, I was like a soulless puppet, a mere beast." Lu Chuan, pained, gently rubbed its head. "All of that is in the past. The fact that you are here proves our bond as master and disciple remains unbroken. As for past grievances, I shall one day seek retribution for you, with interest." The little white dragon nodded vigorously and continued, "Later, I encountered her once more, but it was the last time. Your wife had transformed once again. I stole a glance at you, Master, and upon seeing your silence, I continued. At that time, your wife appeared just as she did in the past, with red hair. Aside from the difference in clothing, I could discern no other changes. She was beside Guanyin Bodhisattva. After that, I lost all awareness until I awakened to see you. Master, perhaps my thoughts are in disarray." Lu Chuan waved his hand. "I shall make my own decisions. Husband, everyone is waiting for you. What secrets are you two whispering about?" Feng Lingzhu, having settled everyone, emerged in search of Lu Chuan. The little white dragon lowered its head, unable to meet Feng Lingzhu's gaze, while Lu Chuan acted as if nothing were amiss. Gently patting her head, informed Zaidibo that some trees in the northern forest can be cut down to construct cave dwellings, and have Baiwa and her son move closer to us that I have urgent matters to attend to outside for a bit. Xiaobai, assist your master's wife with the arrangements. I shall return shortly. Master. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chuan had vanished into the horizon. Feng Lingzhu gazed thoughtfully in the direction of his departure, pondering, what is the matter with him? The little white dragon hastily explained, You wouldn't know. How could I? Master must have pressing matters. Shall we return first? Feng Lingzhu nodded gently, with Xiaobai following suit as they entered the hidden gate. By this time, dusk had descended, and in the heart of the western sect, a figure landed heavily on the ground. It was Lu Chuan, the little monk who had previously obstructed his path. Upon recognizing him, did not bother to inquire but directly reported to the temple. After a brief wait, to Lu Chuan's surprise, not only did the Zhuan Ti Daoist fail to make an appearance, but Kuei Mulang had also come in person, saying, Benefactor, please follow me. With a stern expression, Lu Chuan followed him to the same small courtyard as before. Upon entering the side room, Kuei Mulang finally relaxed and whispered, Why have you come again? Has Baiwa caused you trouble after hearing the news? Lu Chuan coldly queried, Years ago, I entrusted you to rescue someone from the heavenly prison. Recount the events precisely, without omitting a single word about when you saw her. Kuei Mulang had never witnessed such a serious demeanor from him and pondered earnestly. Back then, do you still remember the person named He Tianxiang? He deceived me into believing he was guarding the heavenly prison, stating that the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star was absent, and that day I could visit any time, so I went directly. Wait, you were stationed at the northern gate of the heavenly court at that time. Did your subordinates know of this? Master, do you doubt me? Lu Chuan replied solemnly. Answer my question first. Afterward, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Kuei Mulang shook his head affirmatively. I absolutely did not mention it to anyone, including as soon as I entered the heavenly prison, its barriers activated comprehensively. Due to insufficient magical power, I was captured thus, so you never laid eyes on her at all. Seeing Kuei Mulang nod, Lu Chuan's heart sank. It seemed the situation had exceeded his expectations. What happened afterward? When did you see her? As for meeting the lady, Master, I can't recall the date. I was unconscious for several days. Lu Chuan murmured, That aligns perfectly. It was during those days of your unconsciousness that they took her to Lingshan, and then Kuei Mulang inquired. Then what? Lu Chuan smiled slightly and replied, It's nothing. It should have been during your days of unconsciousness that they coerced her with threats and possibly took her to Lingshan, ultimately exhausting her cultivation, reverting her to her true form. In any case, your wife and child miss you dearly. Do take the time to visit them, that I must take my leave shortly after he departed. Another figure appeared in Kuei Mulang's chamber. Jin Daoist. Hui Xian, why do you think he brought up old matters? In response to the Holy One, the disciple is dull-witted. Jin Daoist remarked, It must be that significant changes have occurred regarding past events. I believe you should return to see your wife and child. After all, they miss you greatly. Kuei Mulang respectfully replied, Yes, I shall set out soon, but when shall I return? Jin continued, The day of severance is the day of return. Chapter 74. The twin saints of the Hidden Gate faced tribulation at this moment. Within the Hidden Gate, there was a fervent atmosphere of expansion and cultivation that a group of outsiders was busily chopping wood and constructing houses, their laughter echoing continuously. Master Duo Bao, this is far superior to the Three Immortals' cave, truly a blessed land, exclaimed a heavily made-up woman, curvaceous in form. The Taoist Duo Bao, engrossed in his pursuit of enlightenment and shunning the company of women, reprimanded, Yin Xiao, do not act recklessly here. Otherwise, even the sect leader cannot save you. Do you understand my meaning? Yin Xiao, having already severed 3 corpses before the creation of heaven and earth, possessing considerable cultivation, could not help but scoff. My dear master, you truly lack romance. The doors of Yin Xiao are always open for you. While construction of their respective abodes progressed vigorously, Lu Chuan returned, burdened with thoughts. Xiaobai long sat by the riverbank, lost in his own musings as he drank, having frightened off the horse. Master, Lu Chuan waved his hand and took a seat, filling a cup with wine and downing it in one gulp. Muttering, "It's about right," Xiao Bailong sighed. "I'm sorry, master. I've brought you bad news. How could this be your fault? You haven't been split in two as well, have you? After centuries apart, you're not quite yourself. There's no need for apologies. I'm grateful to you." Lu Chuan reflected. "Had you not come here unexpectedly, I might have remained in the dark forever. I will retrieve her other half. And also, do not mention this to her. Not a word." "Understood." Master Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "All right, let us put this matter aside for now. How do you feel? Is it better than before?" Xiao Bailong's eyes lit up. "100 times stronger, no, 1,000 times stronger. You didn't feed me some extraordinary spirit material, did you? Ha ha. I suspect you wouldn't be willing to. You little rascal. I've given you my most precious treasures. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful." "Wrong, master. I was wrong. Don't hit me." "Wait, don't take off my clothes." "Master, stop, I don't like that." Lu Chuan clapped his hand down on Xiao Bailong. "Behave. Did you not remember anything about your previous injuries?" Xiao Bailong obediently removed his clothing, revealing a robust physique, with the wounds from the great Tao having vanished from his chest and back. He then shook his head. "No, I don't know where this is." Lu Chuan recounted everything to him. "For the ultimate essence of the heavenly Tao's purple aura is the great sage of the heavenly Tao. Though it grants immortality, it can never compare to the freedom and unrestrained nature of the great sage of the Tao. Thus, bound under the heavenly Tao, Lu Chuan hoped you would understand." With red-rimmed eyes, Xiao Bailong said, "Thank you, master. No one has ever treated me so well. Why father wanted to execute me. My brothers ostracized me. This has become something unattainable for cultivators, and now it is within my grasp. How could I blame you?" Lu Chuan mused. "Among our 5 disciples, only 3 remain to gather. Once we return, I will take you all to the scriptures once more." A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Purple-black lightning spiraled above the hidden gate, lingering without dissipating. The disciples who came from Jiejiao had already changed twice, apart from the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples who continued their cultivation here. Outer disciples and younger disciples had already undergone several waves of replacements. Now, several wooden palaces have been erected within the hidden gate, the path paved with bluestone leading directly to the exit of the hidden gate. Not far from the Li River, there was a massive square spanning 10 miles, where hundreds of disciples stood, gazing upward. 2 figures hovered silently in the sky above the square, seemingly awaiting something. "Husband, do you think Xiao Bai and that plump Taoist are merely dozens of miles apart? Surely they won't affect each other, right? Why must they face tribulation together? If something goes awry, saving Xiao Bai first would surely displease the other." Lu Chuan lowered his head and smiled. "What are you thinking about with that little head of yours? It's akin to asking whether to save a wife or a mother when they both fall into water. A timeless dilemma. Not worry. Someone has already arrived uninvited." And no sooner had he spoken than a figure burst into the hidden gate. It could only be Tang Tian. Duo Bao Daoist was his first disciple. How could a master not care when his beloved disciple faced tribulation? "Junior brother, I must say, you are truly ungracious. My disciple is facing tribulation, and you did not notify me?" "Oh, who is that?" Lu Chuan smiled mysteriously. I guess a ghost. It must be that young prodigy you mentioned before, right? So young. All right, enough. It's about to begin. Do not disturb their composure. Do not even think about it. You cannot change disciples. Tang Tian spread his hands. "I haven't said anything." "Sister-in-law, you haven't conceived yet, have you? Is he incapable?" Feng Lingzhu shot him a glare. "You are not welcome here. Why bring up such matters?" "Keep your distance." Tang Tian, feeling out of place, had no choice but to focus intently on his beloved disciple. That moment, the first heavenly tribulation arrived as anticipated, manifesting as purple-black lightning. Lu Chuan and Tang Tian exchanged glances. Sensing something amiss, if any accidents occurred, they were prepared to assist at any moment. Both faced the purple-black lightning of the heavenly tribulation, an event rare over millennia. This was merely the first strike. Could the subsequent ones all be black lightning? Was the heavenly Tao intent on causing harm? Even if they possessed remarkable talents, it seemed unlikely they would be denied an opportunity right from the start. While the two silently communicated, the first heavenly tribulation was successfully weathered. The second heavenly tribulation descended violently, appearing as red lightning. Wait, senior brother. Let us observe a bit longer. Together, we can surely rescue the two young ones. But something feels off. Heavenly tribulations usually escalate from small to large. Yet this time, it's the reverse. Unprecedented. Tang was ready to intervene at any moment. The third and fourth heavenly tribulations struck simultaneously. Both black, Lu Chuan and Tang darted towards Xiao Bai and Duo Bao, when suddenly the two exclaimed in unison, "Master, retreat!" As Lu Chuan and Tang halted, Xiao Bai shouted, "Master, I can endure. Since the heavenly Tao plays tricks on me, I shall defy it." Taoist Duo Bao spoke at the appropriate moment, saying, "Master, I have devoted myself to the path of enlightenment for many years, waiting for this very day. Even if I were to turn to dust, I would not live a life of compromise. I implore you, Master, to grant me this. Please do not save me." Lu Chuan sighed and replied, "Senior brother, let us respect their wishes. I believe that those individuals are undoubtedly aware of this scene and are observing us from the shadows. Let us watch how it unfolds. Should there indeed be a threat to life, we must heed the wisdom of our elders. We cannot simply indulge their whims." Tang quietly gave a thumbs up, saying, "Very well. I will heed my junior brother's counsel that I, too, wish to witness this once-in-a-millennium tribulation." As he spoke, the fifth heavenly tribulation descended once more, this time manifesting as golden lightning, indicative of a lower-grade tribulation. Chapter 75. The Contest of Fate Within the Hidden Gate. Everyone remained anxiously fixated on the two individuals undergoing their tribulation in midair, now facing the sixth heavenly tribulation. "Senior sister, do you think they might fail this tribulation?" Yin Xiao exclaimed. "Do not speak such nonsense," she retorted. "Focus your gaze. Perhaps we too will face a similarly extraordinary tribulation in our turn." As the words left her lips, the heavenly tribulation struck again, having brewed for a considerable time. This time, it transformed into a dark hue. Xiao Belong and Taoist Duo Bao remained composed, firmly anchored in their positions, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught, showing little signs of fatigue. Taoist Ao, do you not feel that something is amiss with this heavenly tribulation? Taoist Duo Bao, having observed others endure their tribulations, I am at a loss. Since we have come this far, we shall proceed. It does not seem as daunting as Master described. It feels quite manageable. Taoist Duo Bao smirked, wanting to chastise him. Manageable? Is that even a sensible thing to say? My calm demeanor is merely a facade I've maintained for your sake. Subsequently, the seventh and eighth heavenly tribulations fell in succession. The dark clouds above gradually dispersed, and some disciples in the plaza of the Hidden Gate had already begun to celebrate. Suddenly, the Tang master bellowed, "Something is amiss. That is, a colorless lightning tribulation. You too must resist with all your might. All disciples, retreat 100 miles. Lu Chuan, still bewildered, had assumed the tribulation had passed. Upon hearing Tong Tian's booming voice, he scrutinized the scene. Beneath the clouds, it appeared as though something immensely scorching was brewing, as if surrounded by a steamer. The air distorted around it. Taoist Duo Bao, should you not thank me? If it were not for my influence, would your master have bestowed upon you the protective sunglasses? Remember to return them after you complete your tribulation. They are merely on loan." Lu Chuan and Tang both heard Xiao Bai's remarks, infuriating Lu Chuan, who retorted, "What nonsense is this at such a time? If you two truly perish here, I shall not come to your aid." Taoist Duo Bao muttered, "Why am I even being dragged into this? I have said nothing." Just as those words left his mouth, both he and Xiao Bai sensed an overwhelming threat and simultaneously activated their invincible sunglasses. A faint golden light shield enveloped them, crackling with energy. Even as the dark clouds receded, the existence of the colorless lightning tribulation remained a shocking revelation. "How did you discern the colorless lightning tribulation?" Xiao Bai inquired. "That I initially overlooked it." Tang took a deep breath and replied, "How many times must I say this? Do not call me a Tong. That aside," he sighed, "apart from you, the three of us brothers have all faced the colorless lightning tribulation." Lu Chuan was taken aback, realizing there was such hidden knowledge, and asked, "Then why the sigh? If the tribulations are the same, does that not prove that our disciples are all extraordinary talents?" Tang explained, "Before Master accepted you as a disciple, he mentioned that the colorless lightning tribulation would not appear again, that if it were to resurface, the heavenly order would surely be thrown into chaos. The three of us faced our tribulations in the final fragment of chaotic void. This world is one formed after the opening of the heavens, and the emergence of the colorless lightning tribulation confirms that the chaotic period may be imminent." Luchuan still struggled to grasp the concept. "I only recall Master mentioning the contest of fate. He did not speak of this matter." Tang chuckled bitterly. "This is indeed the contest of fate. Alas, the arrangements are still incomplete. What are your thoughts?" Luchuan pondered for a moment before responding. "If you can ensure your own safety, take your disciples back. If not, you may bring them to my hidden gate. Are you not afraid I might seize power? That this place may change hands?" Tang countered. "Haha, I trust those I employ. Those I doubt shall not be employed. Since we chose to collaborate back then, I shall not suspect you of foul play. Such a principle of trusting those I employ and doubting those I do not? Little junior brother, who would have thought that our first meeting over 2,000 years ago would mark the beginning of our fateful bond? Spare me the sentimentality. It's more like a cursed bond." Tang suddenly spoke earnestly. "I believe it is best for me to take them away. In chaotic times, we rely on our own capabilities. Let us support one another. Chaos can also be an opportunity. As the two discussed their next steps, the overlooked Xiaobalong and Taoist Duobao were on the verge of completing their tribulations. Xiaobalong was the first to open his eyes, his body instinctively ascending into the sky. Above him, a rootless purple-golden aura appeared, as if descending from another realm, directly infusing itself into him. With a resounding roar, Xiaobalong transformed into his true form. A majestic five-clawed white dragon emerged, his horns instantly turning golden, and a faint golden hue shimmered across his white scales. "Master, I have lived up to your expectations. I have attained sanctity." Luchuan felt a rush of emotions, akin to witnessing a child grow into adulthood. Suddenly remembering something, he withdrew his hand from his sleeve and said, "Rise. This is your own fortune. You may go wherever you wish. Unexpectedly, you have surpassed Wukong and the others." Xiaobalong continued, "Thank you, Master, for rescuing me all those years ago, and for shaping my form. Otherwise, I might still be lurking at the bottom of that ravine as a demon that I was meant to be a dragon, yet I lived less freely than a fish. At this moment, I feel an unparalleled sense of freedom. I am no longer bound by anyone. Enough with the I. Go, and stay behind. Take care to Master S. wife. After receiving a light smack, Xiaobalong sulked as he went off in search of Lingzhu. Tang filled with envy, asked, "Junior brother, how have you managed to cultivate such a relationship with your disciple, one that is both teacher and friend? Do not be envious. Your disciple is nearing completion as well. Junior brother, he is not yet finished. Be mindful of your wording that he is close to completing his tribulation, but that is not entirely accurate." Tang became ensnared in a loop of his own words. Luchuan interrupted, "Are you just here to construct sentences? It is already done. I pay my respect to Master. I was slow, and it brought shame upon myself. Please punish me, Master." Luchuan was taken aback, thinking, is this really a competition? You are a step slower than Xiao Bai, and still come to ask for punishment? What kind of reasoning is this? This is the kind of obedient disciple one would desire. Tang coughed and said, "Rise, continue to strive." "Well, never mind. Keep up the good work. I shall not hold it against you as long as you are safe. That is sufficient. Now that you have attained sanctity, you shall take charge of the affairs within the sect. Unless we reach a critical moment of survival. Do you understand?" Taoist Duo bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for the new appointment. I shall not disappoint your trust. Junior brother, it is time to say farewell. The path of immortality is long. Take care. I estimate that within a month, the heavenly order will undergo significant changes. You should prepare early," Tang advised. Luchuan nodded, refraining from any sorrowful parting words, simply saying, "Safe travels." He abruptly disrupted Tang subsequent remarks, who opened his mouth but ultimately could not voice them. With a wave of his hand, he led hundreds of disciples from the GS sect away. As soon as they departed, Lu Chuan muttered, "Damn it, such a superficial brotherhood, eating and drinking for 1,000 years without paying rent. What a misfortune." Chapter 76. The onset of chaos for many years. The hidden gate had been lively, but suddenly it felt empty, leaving everyone quite uneasy as they sat in a row atop a pavilion, lost in thought. "Gather!" At Lu Chuan's commanding shout, everyone snapped back to reality and slowly flew toward the divine hidden hall. Upon entering the hall, Lu Chuan, feeling bored, leaned languidly in his seat, instantly deflating the mood. Ma Sui broke the silence. "Master, why did they all leave so suddenly? This pavilion, cave, and scripture repository have all been built. We have coexisted for 1,000 years. Did something unpleasant occur between you and the master?" Lu Chuan did not respond, glancing around and noticing a lack of people. "Where is Ling Zhu?" Xiao Belong replied. "Master said she is waiting for you in the cave." "You know how it is that—" Lu Chuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he pretended to be stern, saying, "She's gone too far. I shall punish her later. I called you all here to convey an important matter, which relates to Ma Sui's question. They have left because chaos is about to descend." Now that Xiao Belong had attained sanctity, and as one of Lu Chuan's earlier disciples, his status had risen remarkably as the others looked at him. He directly inquired, "Master, why do you say that?" Lu Chuan sighed. "The reasons are not for you to understand. Today, I wish to ask you, do you desire to compete for fate and attain sanctity like Xiao Bai? Or do you wish to remain in the hidden gate, cultivating in peace?" In this tumultuous period, the tribulation faced by Xiao Bai and Duo Bao marks the onset of chaos within the world. The heavenly principles are on the verge of turmoil, and it is anticipated that the celestial purple chi will autonomously select its master. However, being chosen does not guarantee one will become a sage. Those who are unable to survive may still have their fortunes usurped. Ma Sui comprehended this, and, gritting his teeth, declared, "Master, I am willing to venture forth. The path to sanctity seems unattainable for me, but should this opportunity arise, I would embrace death without regret." "Excellent, since it is just the few of us. Let us discuss in turn." Jingshun lowered her head, contemplating for an extended moment, before replying, "I, too, wish to venture forth. I yearn for immortality." Lu Chuan nodded in silence, and turned his gaze towards Bai Huaxiao and her children. Bai Huaxiao was about to speak when an unknown presence intruded upon their mountain gate. Ma Sui went to investigate, while Bai Huaxiao remarked, "I primarily worry for the two of them. In truth, I wish to explore the world. I have been cooped up for far too long, and it is time I ventured out." Kueda and Kuei Air echoed her sentiment, stating, "Master, we wish to accompany our mother." Lu Chuan expressed his agreement, and suddenly a familiar voice resonated from outside the hall. "Madam." Bai Huaxiao's eyes brightened as she turned to see Kuei Mulang, the wolf sovereign of the Western sect. "You actually returned." Kuei Mulang embraced Bai Huaxiao tightly, and her sobs gradually subsided. Kueda and Kuei Air simply observed their father silently. "Madam, alas, I have my own burdens, yet here I'm not." He glanced at his sons, who ignored him, and continued, "Master, I have urgent matters to report. May we speak privately?" Once the others departed, Kuei Mulang began, "Master, I must confess, I was sent back by them to gather intelligence. Initially, they intended for me to return after a century. But with the success of the tribulation by the twin saints of the Hidden Gate, they have grown anxious, though they remain unaware of who is undergoing the tribulation." Lu Chuan smiled faintly and inquired, "Who do you suspect it might be?" Kuei Mulang shook his head. "I do not know. However, also bring other news. The Gai Daoist has seduced 5 individuals from the Chan sect, namely the Lingbao Master, the Manjushri Vast Dharma Celestial, the Compassionate Navigator, the Universal Virtue True Man, and the Jade Cauldron True Man. They have already secretly visited the Western sect. My Master, the Juni Daoist, foretold of the onset of chaos and widespread turmoil. Master, Kuei Mulang implores you to protect my wife and children." Lu Chuan listened attentively, then remarked, "It seems the Western sect has long been aware of this news. Yet, how could they have entrusted you with such sensitive information?" Kuei Mulang offered an awkward smile. Ah, I may soon be appointed as the deputy leader. Lu Chuan nearly spat blood in disbelief, astonished that a spy could ascend to such heights. Congratulations! However, concerning Bai Huaxiao and her children. You ought to persuade them yourself. They've already decided to leave the hidden gate to explore the world after waiting for you for over a millennium, and you only just return now. Kuei Mulang sighed. I have long since blocked the transmission talismans of our sect. The guide and Juanti are indeed formidable. I fear revealing my identity, and I may have disclosed some secrets of our sect. What secrets? Lu Chuan pressed. For instance, the master is quite youthful, possesses numerous magical treasures, boasts unparalleled cultivation, and employs an array of stratagems. Kuei Mulang's confidence waned with each word. Lu Chuan sighed, his fury erupting. You are a spy for the hidden gate. Why not just sell me out entirely? No wonder they're so keen on recruiting me. You've already sold my information. Haven to you. What else did you divulge? Kuei Mulang weakly replied. Nothing more. Nothing at all. That I did not reveal the internal techniques, architectural matters, or anything else. I fabricated a story about joining midway due to dissatisfaction with resource allocation, which led to my departure. And regarding the two saints, Lu Chuan shot him an exasperated glance. To speak frankly, those two are Duobao, Daoren from the Chan sect, and now you have seen for yourself that only a few of us remain in the hidden gate. The disciples of the Chan sect have all departed at My master showed me an image of Xiaobai. Xiaobai has also arrived? Lu Chuan sighed. Indeed. What you witnessed earlier was the corporeal form I recreated for him, using a fragment of his spirit. His original body, having suffered profound injuries from the great Tao, is beyond salvation. Kuei Mulang nodded, then took his leave to find Bai Hua x Ayu. Lu Chuan discreetly communicated with the members of the hidden gate. Excluding Kuei Mulang. Within Bai Huaxiao's cave dwelling, Kuei Mulang inquired about various matters. Since Lu Chuan had already provided instructions, they merely recited them. Bai Huaxiao also discerned certain clues. In less than half a day, Kuei Mulang departed. Bai Huaxiao and her children hurriedly approached to ask, Has he ceased to be my husband? Lu Chuan sighed. He is still himself. However, the one who has returned is not the same. He is under external control. Bai Huaxiao was taken aback. Master, please save him. I cannot. Bai Hua, do not panic. Kuei-da, assist your mother. We are all family. There's no need for such distress. To speak candidly. He is merely under temporary control, likely by one of the two saints from the west, but he is now the deputy leader of the Western sect, so he is not in immediate danger. Rest assured, I can sense him, and I will intervene if any peril arises. Having reassured Bai Huaxiao and her children, Lu Chuan let out a cold laugh. Regardless of who you are, you have set foot in the hidden gate. I await your move. Kuei Mulang returned to his small courtyard within the Western sect. Waking in a daze, he seemed to recall something but could not quite grasp it, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. He mused that perhaps he had consumed too much meat recently, leaving him in a chamber of the Western sect. Three figures were engaged in a secret discussion, the hidden gate. Rich in spiritual energy, is dozens of times greater than the outside world. One of the two saints, Duobao Daoren, is genuine, while Lu Chuan is at appears the Wolf Sovereign is not held in high regard. As Lu Chuan converses with him in a manner that is half-truths that I fear revealing my identity. There are two places within the hidden gate shrouded in mist, obscuring visibility. Thus, after relaying the information to them, I returned. As he finished speaking, a tremendous sound erupted, as if the sky had opened its mouth, scattering countless celestial purple chi into the ether. The chaotic era has arrived. Chapter 77. The system revives again and again before the divine hidden hall in the hidden gate. Lu Chuan gazed skyward. Despite the barrier in place, he could still sense the overwhelming changes occurring in the outside world, as if the heavens were leaking. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in his ears, leaving him slightly dazed. Ding, 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 ding. A barrage of messages from the system bombarded him like an explosion. After several moments, tranquility returned, and as he regained his composure and prepared to check the messages, Ma Sui arrived abruptly. Master, I humbly request your permission to venture forth for training. Though we are in chaotic times, there are also opportunities. Lu Chuan teased, Is it not a bit premature to be so restless already? How have you fared in your understanding of the star path? Ma Sui shook his head in disappointment. I have made no progress for several centuries. The great Tao consists of 50, the heavenly cycles of 49. One must evade 1.9 represent supremacy. Currently, aside from those innate saints, I suspect the Western sect has discreetly nurtured saints as well. Coupled with solitary cultivators hidden in deep mountains, the newly ascended may have already exceeded a double-digit number. Excluding great saints like Duo Bao, that leaves over 30 celestial purple chi yet to be claimed. Are you certain you can contend with those mighty factions? Lu Chuan countered. Master, I have made my decision. I cannot waver. I understand the principles of our sect, not to contend or seize. Rest assured, I shall not act under the name of the hidden gate when outside. I will not bring shame upon you. Lu Chuan sighed, producing the fan of burning heaven. As your master, since you wish to venture forth, this is all I can offer you. This is the fan of burning heaven, capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. You may study it at your discretion. Go now. A Sui accepted the fan, bowed deeply, and departed the hidden gate without looking back. Jingxin also came to bid farewell, with the invincible sunglasses in her possession and her cultivation of the disaster path. Anyone who provoked her would meet misfortune. Thus, the two left in succession. Those two? Could it be? Could it be what? Are you feeling jealous? Wind Spirit Bamboo suddenly appeared. Lu Chuan pulled her close. You are more than enough. If they find success, I am genuinely happy for them. By the way, I have something to tell you. What is it? Wind Spirit Bamboo was drawn into the cave dwelling, her curiosity piqued, causing her thoughts to wander. Husband, why are you so proactive this time? Lu Chuan, devoid of playful banter, replied earnestly, do you recall why you were captured by the heavenly court all those years ago? Wind Spirit Bamboo furrowed her brows, pondering for a long while before shaking her head and asking, it has been so long. I cannot recall. No, it is not that you cannot remember. Someone tampered with your memory. Let me ask you again. Do you still remember the letter you left for me? Did I truly do those things? In response to her inquiry, Lu Chuan took a moment before revealing everything. After a stick of incense had passed, Wind Spirit Bamboo asked, is the other version of me still in the place where we used to live? Am I not complete? Upon seeing his nod, she further inquired, is it true that my inability to conceive is related to this? Lu Chuan hesitated, offering solace. Perhaps there is, or it may be that I have achieved immortal sanctity. Though I cannot be entirely certain that not fret. I have calculated our future, and our descendants will be numerous. The pressing question now is when we shall return. You not like the current me? What nonsense is that? You are my Tao companion, Lu Chuan, and whether in the past or present, my fondness for you remains unchanged. I simply do not wish to see a part of you being manipulated by others. Feng Lingzhu hesitated before Lu Chuan interjected, you are not thinking about venturing out again, are you? What do you mean by again? I am suffocating for being cooped up all the time. Sister Baiwa has been urging Kwaida and Kwai constantly. I am truly bored. Then where do you wish to go? Would you like me to inform Tong Tian and have him send you to Penglai Island for a while? It is situated over the sea. And if there is nothing to do, you can enjoy the pleasures of the mortal realm. As for the territory of Jiejiao, I would not worry too much about you. Feng Lingzhu's eyes brightened at this suggestion, immediately expressing her agreement. Let's go now. If you do not escort me, I shall go by myself to not be hasty. This is a heart-penetrating lock. You wear it, and it is a top-tier, innate attack spiritual treasure. How many layers of restrictions has the Chaos Pearl been refined through? Lu Chuan inquired. Fewer than 20 layers. Be more specific. Feng Lingzhu replied timidly. 9 layers. I know it's a bit lacking, but you have said it is the territory of Jiejiao. Who would dare to bully me? Oh, just agree. Please. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. I remember you told me hundreds of years ago that you had refined it to over 10 layers. I did not expect this. Fine. I will have him keep an eye on you. Should you cause trouble, I will have Xiao Bai bring you back. You will not personally escort me. I have urgent matters to attend to. Xiao Bai has now attained sanctity. There are no realms too vast for him to traverse. With him escorting you, I can rest assured. Very well then. With reluctance, Feng Lingzhu mounted a dragon, accompanied by the brothers Kuaida and Kuai. They were not permitted to ride the dragon. Indeed, they were being carried by Xiao Bai's claws. The hidden gate returned to its former tranquility, as Bai Hua spent her days either in seclusion or experimenting with pastries. Showing little concern for her husband, as she put it, she was never consulted before he chose to leave, and she would not worry about the future, so long as he was not dead outside and did not disturb her. Lu Chuan returned to his cave dwelling, opening the system messages one by one. Ding. System has resumed normal operations. Ding, hold on. After over 1,000 years of silence, shouldn't you explain yourself? Due to the upheaval in the journey to the West system. Influenced by the chaos of the heavenly Tao, it was temporarily shut down 1,600 years ago and has now been restarted, returning to normal point 1,600 years ago. You already knew there would be chaos? Why did you not inform me earlier? There will be no further unexplained disappearances. The heavenly Tao has rebooted. There will be no more disruptions. Upon hearing this, he felt considerably relieved. What if something else went awry in the future? How could he handle a sudden explosion? He casually opened another message. Ding! Congratulations, host, for cultivating for over 3,000 years. Reward. Smoke Luo Robe, a defensive magical treasure that changes shape according to the host physique. Capable of resisting some spiritual attacks. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully cursing an enemy to betray. Reward. Enchanted Boots, which accelerate the host's speed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving mortal sanctity. Reward. Insight Symbol, which increases efficiency in comprehending the way when used. As he perused the messages, Lu Chuan had amassed over 1,000 pairs of invincible sunglasses and dozens of miscellaneous magical treasures and symbols. Donning the Smoke Luo Robe, Enchanted Boots, and Starry Crown. His demeanor underwent a complete transformation, shifting from that of a bookish scholar to the image of a dashing young nobleman. With a jade belt fluttering, an exquisitely tied crown, and luxurious boots, increasingly resembling a pretty boy. Damn system, are you trying to turn me into a pretty boy? Chapter 78. Conflict at Jiao. Lu Chuan cursed the system for several minutes, this time receiving no retort. While checking the system warehouse to inventory his treasures, he discovered a dark message blending almost seamlessly with the system's background. Ding! Hongmeng Space has unlocked a new area. Please explore it at your convenience. Lu Chuan hurriedly exited the cave to investigate, but found nothing amiss. Suddenly, he recalled that he had placed restrictions on the mist at the southern bank of the Li River. Upon lifting the restrictions, he noted a stark contrast to the northern bank. The southern area was entirely shrouded in darkness, with not a hint of color among the flora. The Li River seemed to serve as a dividing line. The northern bank was lush and vibrant, filled with celestial energy, while the southern bank was a dismal expanse, steeped in deathly stagnation, utterly detestable. Lu Chuan intended to venture forth for a closer look when Xiao Bai returned. Master, I safely delivered Master Mother. Uncle Tong Tian arranged for several disciples to protect and care for her. All is well. That Penglai island, truly. What are you gazing at? Lu Chuan pointed across the river. It was understandable that Xiao Bai had not noticed. The area across the river had been sealed for centuries, and everyone had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Bai, do you sense anything? Master, should I speak honestly? Of course. Well, to be truthful, I did not feel anything. Lu Chuan was furious. You are a saint, yet you are useless. Come, let us investigate. They did not fly directly across, but walked step by step. Lu Chuan discovered that this area was filled not with spiritual energy, but rather demonic energy, and its density rivaled that of the northern bank. Master, what sort of treasure is this? How can it coexist with both celestial and demonic energy? Lu Chuan retorted, I suspect you have undergone a false tribulation. Celestial and demonic energies are both forms of the world's spiritual energy. At our level of cultivation, it no longer matters what we absorb. We can convert it to suit our needs. What concerns me is why there is a patch of demonic energy here. Is there any explanation for it? Xiao Bai shrugged. This is your territory. How would I know? However, this area does not seem unusual. Aside from the similar density of spiritual energy, it is not much different from the other side. Master, look, there is a lake ahead. Lu Chuan hurried to keep up with Xiao Bai's pace. Upon arrival, he found a lake that seemed eerily familiar. Master, do you not remember? when we were on our quest for scriptures. The Li River was merely a small puddle. Yet here the water is black. Liu Chuan scooped up a handful of water, and indeed, it had the same properties as that from the northern bank. Just as they were about to continue their exploration, they were suddenly interrupted by the sounds of battle outside the hidden gate. Bai Xiao, if you surrender, you may preserve your millennia of cultivation. If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for being merciless. Bai He, spare me your feigned concern, you lapdog of the heavenly court. I may not know why the heavenly emperor is capturing my sister and me, but I have already sent word to the celestial lord. If my sister cannot survive, neither shall you. Attack. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged forth, sending Bai He flying back dozens of miles. I shall quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Immortal, for your rescue. I am a disciple of Jiejiao. In a hurry to save someone, I must return to fetch reinforcements and shall repay you handsomely in the future. As she spoke, she attempted to leave, but Bai He and his companions surrounded her once more. Bai He inquired, "What brings you here, friend?" "The heavenly court is conducting affairs. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation." Xiao Bai, indignant, delivered several slaps across Bai He's face, leaving red handprints on his cheeks. Bai Xiao could not help but stifle a laugh. "I care not for the heavenly court or the underworld. Do you not see that this is private territory? I am fighting at your doorstep. What do you think? Not only are you fighting, but you also have the audacity to act pretentious and chatter on. Who the hell are you?" Bai He, suppressing his fury, glared at Xiao Bai. "I am the White Crane Boy, a disciple of the Primordial Celestial Lord. Who are you? Are you also a vile creature of Jiejiao?" Xiao Bai scoffed. "Let your master come personally. You haven't even grown hair yet. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being ruthless." Before he could finish counting, Bai had already left, vowing, "The humiliation today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. We shall take our leave. Damn it! How dare you threaten me?" With another flurry of slaps, he struck Bai He again. Bai He was dumbfounded. In this vast world, whenever he mentioned his master, the Primordial Celestial Lord, others treated him with utmost respect. How could he endure such humiliation? He intended to retort, but saw Xiao Bai raising his hand once more and hastily fled. Bai Xiao gazed at Xiao Bai with admiration and softly thanked him. "I am Bai Xiao of Jiejiao. I am grateful for your rescue. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Xiao Bai pondered for a moment, unable to recall which great figure she might represent in the future, and replied, "You truly are of Jiejiao." "Yes, Immortal, do you doubt the words of a humble girl?" "Not that. You are a disciple of Jiejiao. Yet you have never been to the Hidden Gate," Xiao Bai queried. "What? This is the Hidden Gate. How wonderful! I beseech you, esteemed Immortal, for the sake of our sex friendship, please save my sister." As Bai Xiao spoke, she prepared to bow in supplication. "Master, I can handle this. Why have you come out?" Liu Chuan stepped out from the Hidden Gate, having observed the situation for a while. "Pray tell, who is your sister?" Upon hearing the address of Master, Bai Xiao immediately recognized the true authority and promptly bowed in respect, saying, "I must inform the heavenly sovereign." "I am no heavenly sovereign," came the reply. "Let us dispense with formalities. You are the junior disciple of my revered ancestor. Thus you are indeed of celestial rank. Today, as I was preparing to return to Panglai Island with my sister Qiong Xiao after paying homage to my brother, we were inexplicably pursued by a white crane that my sister was captured while shielding me, and for reasons unknown, my primordial golden dipper proved ineffective against them, leaving me no choice but to flee for my life." Liu Chuan waved his hand, enveloping Bai Xiao within the Hidden Gate, and began to relay a message to the Lord of Heaven. Bai Xiao, having devoted a millennium to rigorous training without ever visiting this land, thought to herself that she and Qiong Xiao had only heard tales from Yun Xiao. She was astonished to find this place even grander than Panglai Island, with a far richer spiritual essence. No wonder they all yearned to return to Tang. "Respond if you hear me. Tang, your wife has perished." The Lord of Heaven, having just entered seclusion, was so enraged that he leaped up. Liu Chuan, are you even human? No need for insults. One of my disciples, who is called Qiong Xiao, has been captured by the Celestial Court. Why other disciple has just rescued a certain Bai Xiao. Would you care to pay a visit? The Lord of Heaven swiftly regained his composure. contemplating the situation and potential strategies. After a moment, he replied, "I shall send Duo Bao to investigate." "Thank you. The three realms are currently unstable. Do remind your disciples to exercise caution. I suspect the Celestial Court is undergoing changes. This is not the first incident. There have been several conflicts in recent days, the reasons for which remain unknown. Duo Bao is currently investigating, but the audacity to seize individuals is intolerable. Can you provide assistance, brother?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuan replied, "Very well. You owe me a favor. I will dispatch Xiao Bailong to rendezvous with Duo Bao at the Hidden Gate." Chapter 79. The emergence of the demon clan Lu Chuan had already returned to the Hidden Gate with Bai Xiao. While Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Daorin set off towards the Celestial Court at Aikati that moment, outside the southern gate of the Celestial Court, the Celestial Generals observed Duo Bao Shangren's arrival and did not impede him. Seemingly unaware of the capture of Jiao members, the duo proceeded directly to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, only to find that aside from the Guarding Star officials, the Heavenly Emperor Yinzheng was absent. They then made their way to the Do Shui Palace, where Laozi's attendant informed them that his master was in seclusion refining elixirs and could not be disturbed. Xiao Bailong immediately sent a message to Lu Chuan. "Master, it appears the Celestial Court is deliberately avoiding us. The Taoist Heavenly Sovereign is also using seclusion as an excuse. Shall we create a disturbance?" Lu Chuan took out the He Tu and Luo Shu. Employing his divination arts, and calculated they are located in the primordial chaos. How could this be? He then called upon Bai Xiao, taking a drop of her blood from her brow to deduce the whereabouts of her closest kin, one on Pulai Island and the other indeed in the primordial chaos. "Tang Tian, is there any place in the Celestial Court that remains in a state of primordial chaos?" Upon receiving the message, Tang Tian immediately recalled the location, the far northern realm beyond the Celestial Court. A sealed area. Within the three realms, it was perhaps the only place that remained in a state of primordial chaos. What could be happening? Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Chuan hurriedly relayed the news to Xiao Bailong and the others, then attempted to calculate Yin Zheng's position, but to no avail. After another attempt, he still could not ascertain the location, indicating that the individual had indeed been captured. Damn it! Cursed be Yin Zheng. May his lifespan be cut by 500,000 years. At this moment, in the extreme northern realm of the Celestial Court, a man and a woman were bound together by celestial cords. Before them sat Yin Zheng, appearing rather unwell after a millennium apart. Muttering incantations incomprehensibly, suddenly he spat out a mouthful of old blood, sitting cross-legged with his head bowed in silence. After a short while, Yin Zheng raised his bloodshot eyes, spitting forth a frothy, red liquid. His face twisted in a grimace. "Here it comes again. Huh. Every time at a critical juncture, you appear to curse me. Who are you? Why do you torment me so? A millennium ago, I was destined to become a timeless emperor, renowned for eternity. It was you who ruined me, transforming me into this wretched state. Today, no one can prevent my ascension to sainthood." The man and woman before him had just regained consciousness. "Heavenly Emperor?" Yin Zheng chuckled softly. "Jiao's golden hoop immortal. Taoist Ma Sui. Ha! I have sought a pure-hearted individual for a millennium, only to find that it is you to not blame me. It is merely your misfortune." The man turned out to be Ma Sui, who did not know when he had been captured. He glanced at the woman beside him, confirming he had never seen her before, and coldly remarked, "Heavenly Emperor, are you not seeking revenge for past grievances? Still holding on to the grudges from your defeats at my master's hands? Do you truly believe you resemble a heavenly emperor?" Yin Zheng scoffed. Pulling Ma Sui and Xiong Xiao closer, "The humiliations I have suffered shall be returned in kind. Why provoke me further? Would it not be prudent to assist me instead?" Ma Sui, grasped by the throat and unable to move, rolled his eyes. Yin Zheng released him, saying, "Fear not, neither of you shall die in vain. Once I become the true sovereign of the three realms, I shall not forget your contributions." Yin Zheng placed them in a great formation at either end, while he positioned himself at the center, preparing to conduct some ritual. Just then, Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Daorin arrived at an opportune moment. Duo Bao Daorin immediately drew forth his ancestral sword. Unleashing it, but a sound of iron striking iron echoed as it failed to inflict any damage upon the formation. How can this be? Xiao Bailong transformed into his true form, a massive dragon that blotted out the sky, unleashing flames upon the formation where Yin Zheng resided. Impossible! Yin Zheng's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Regarding Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao with derision, he abruptly made a hand gesture, prompting Ma Sui and Xiong Xiao to fly into the chaotic mist. Simultaneously chanting, "With my blood, I offer to the demon ancestor. With my spirit, I awaken the demon realm. By my name, I beseech the return of the demon ancestor Luo He." "Duo Bao Dao," Ren exclaimed. "How can this be? Wasn't Luo He exterminated by the ancestor Hong Jun and his ilk? Quickly, notify your master." As the chaotic mist slowly dispersed, a three-headed, eight-armed figure emerged. "Where is the god-slaying spear?" After a long pause, the spear failed to materialize. The demon ancestor Luo He appeared to be somewhat irked. "Where is the god-slaying spear?" Xiao Bailong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of fear, primarily concerned for Ma Sui and Xiong Xiao. After the demon ancestor's emergence, they had seemingly vanished without a trace. He considered the worst outcome, that the two had been sacrificed. He then reflected that the god-slaying spear had long been seized by that Guanyin woman. Destined for the tumultuous future, "Master, hurry!" It seemed that the demon ancestor Luo He had heard Xiao Bailong's thoughts, turning to look at him. "What do you mean after many tens of thousands of years? Did Hong Jun and the others send into the void's chaotic flow?" Xiao Bailong hurriedly waved his hands. "I do not know. Do not ask me. I am but a humble bystander." Yin Zheng, with fervent eyes, approached Luo He, exclaiming, "Congratulations, great demon ancestor, on your arrival in the three realms. They are all disciples of Hong Jun. You must not trust their deceitful words." "Hong Jun?" Luo He narrowed his eyes, and the two heads behind him suddenly turned forward, shooting forth a beam of black light that enveloped Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Dao Ren. 10 breaths later, Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Dao Ren stood unscathed, leaving Luo He dumbfounded. A heavenly Dao saint, or rather, two. Yin Zheng's heart sank, thinking to himself, this demon ancestor, usually so formidable, cannot possibly be a coward in the face of light. I have betrayed the three realms to bring you forth. You cannot be weaker than a saint. With this thought, he began to slowly retreat. Xiao Bailong took a deep breath, declaring, "Demon ancestor, is this all you've got?" You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you were on par with the ancestor. But it seems you are merely a pretentious fool. Duo Bao, what say you? Duo Bao Dao Run, gripping his ancestral sword, charged forward, by the heavens. Duo Bao, you are truly fierce. Feeling the pressure mount, Luo He pondered. What has happened to this world? Has everyone grown stronger, or has Yin Zheng betrayed me? Why do two saints target me upon my emergence? He was utterly bewildered, and under the relentless assault from Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Dao Run, he began to falter. This is bad. Ancient texts have recorded that this is his desperate maneuver. We must unite our strengths to withstand it, just as they prepared to confront the demon ancestor in a decisive battle. Their constructed defenses remained unharmed. Xiao Bailong glanced around. Where have the others gone? Duo Bao, is this what you call a desperate maneuver? The opportunity to capture them has been let slip. Chapter 80. The Celestial Court changes hands. The landscape is set as Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Dao Ren exchange bewildered glances. Lu Chuan, Tong Tian, Pangu, and Laozi arrive together. The lingering demonic aura caused Pangu to frown. Where are they? Both Xiao Bailong and Duo Bao Dao Run, having attained sainthood, thought, "We are all heavenly Dao saints. Why boast of your achievements? Is it merely because you opened the heavens? If I could turn back time, I could do the same. Master, the demon ancestor Luo He has escaped, and all that has transpired here is the doing of the heavenly emperor Yin Zheng." Upon the conclusion of Xiao Bailong's remarks, he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Pangu and Laozi. Pangu, with his hands clasped, cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Bailong and remarked, "Junior brother, it appears your disciple speaks with hidden meanings, such as the distinction of a newly ascended sage. However, young ones should temper their exuberance." Lu Chuan scoffed and interjected, "My esteemed senior brother, Revered Lord of Heaven, what is youth without a touch of fervor? Moreover, Xiaobai is not mistaken. The celestial Emperor Yinzheng was your selection. Is it so wrong to cast a glance his way? Laozi then turned to Duobao Daoist and inquired, Duobao, please elucidate the circumstances of that time. Although Duobao Daoist had attained sainthood, he maintained a respectful demeanor towards his elders. Uncle Master, the words of the White Dragon Sage hold true that we witnessed with our own eyes as the Celestial Emperor employed a sinister formation to perform a blood sacrifice on Jingu Xianma and Xiongxiao. Subsequently, the demonic ancestor Luo Ho emerged. However, Pangu hastily questioned, however, what? Returning to my Uncle Master, it is worth noting that the demonic ancestor Luo Ho did not engage us, but rather fled in panic. And the whereabouts of Celestial Emperor Yinzheng remain unknown. Laozi let out a long sigh. Yinzheng is my sole disciple. I bear my share of responsibility. Apologies, dear brothers. The matter of whether Jingu Xian and Xiongxiao have perished remains open to debate. Xiaobai long muttered, if they are gone, what is there left to debate? Lu Chuan tugged at Xiaobai and, with cupped hands, stated, Senior brother, please forgive me. My impudent disciple speaks without restraint. Though you are a sage of the heavenly Tao, one must not forget the principles of etiquette and hierarchy. I shall impose 1,000-year meditation upon you. Xiaobai Long shrank his neck and fell silent. The ever-quiet Tongtian Jiao Zhu inhaled deeply and declared, Ma Sui was once my disciple in the Jie Jiao, and Xiongxiao is also my grand disciple. It seems they perceive my Jie Jiao as easy prey. Should I not receive a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter? I shall not rest easy. Humph. With that, he soared into the air, and Duobao Daoist immediately followed suit. Liu Chuan also cupped his hands and said, Esteemed brothers, I too take my leave that my disciple Ma Sui was sacrificed by the Celestial Emperor, which is indeed laughable. I wonder how my master perceives this. Is this the realm of the Celestial Court or the demonic realm? Xiaobai Long accompanied Lu Chuan in disguise, turning back to make a face. Inciting Pangu's ire on the journey back, Xiaobai complained, Master, are you truly going to punish me with 1,000 years of wall-facing? Lu Chuan sighed and responded, Have you begun to feel fear? That is the consequence of your careless words. Did you think that after ascending to sagehood, you could best Pangu? Do you have any idea how formidable those seasoned sages are? Even if you and Duobao combine forces, you would likely find yourselves overpowered. Have you become arrogant simply because you attained sainthood? I see you have a selective memory when it comes to lessons learned. Xiaobai Long, with a furrowed brow, acknowledged, understood, I shall exhibit more restraint in the future and only bully those weaker than myself. Oh, come now. It seems you are simply itching for trouble. Do not flee. I shall refrain from striking you. Go fetch your master mother, for with the emergence of the demon race, safety is compromised. After all this time, it is time to settle down. Upon returning to the hidden gate, Tongtian Jiao Zhu and Duobao Daoist were already waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Follow me. Upon seeing Lu Chuan and the others return, Bai Huaxiu no longer accompanied by Xiao Xinzi. After paying her respects, she took her leave, having met with the two esteemed celestial lords and the sage Duobao, my sister, Duobao Daoist, noticing the gazes of Lu Chuan and the others upon him, spoke Bai Xiao. I fear Xiongxiao may be beyond salvation. She accompanied Jingu Xian, so at least she has a companion. Bai Xiao Xinzi lost her footing and collapsed to the ground, tears like pearls cascading down her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. Sister, it is my fault. Had it not been for my desire to pay homage to Brother Gongming, you would not have suffered this calamity. Suddenly, a decree resonated in the ears of Lu Chuan and Tongtian. In an instant, they vanished, leaving behind the sounds of Duobao Daoist and Bai Xiao Xinzi's weeping. In the 36 heavens, in the palace of Zixiao beyond the heavens, the avatar of Hongjun Laozu sipped tea brewed with Lihe water that Lu Chuan had sent. Accompanied by a young man of remarkable beauty, soon the four brothers gathered together. Please take a seat. I am already aware of the upheaval in the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court cannot remain leaderless for a single day. What are your thoughts? Lu Chuan muttered, Master, this seems to have little to do with me. Perhaps I should excuse myself. Hong Jun set down his teacup, his unwavering gaze causing Lu Chuan to feel uneasy. He quickly corrected himself. The three realms belong to all beings. It is my duty to contribute. Merely jesting. Seeing that only Lu Chuan had interrupted, Hongjun Laozu continued, Howard, do not you see your elder brothers? The young man named Howard immediately bowed. Disciple Howard greets the four esteemed brothers. Noting their lack of reaction, Hongjun Laozu interjected, Howard has been with me since childhood, though I have not formally accepted him as a disciple. By all accounts, he is your junior brother, that he has long been in seclusion and, many years ago, achieved enlightenment that I intend for him to oversee matters of the three realms. What do you all think? Pangu's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. Laozi was the first to respond. I, the disciple, agree. It is at the master's discretion, the master's discretion. Lu Chuan mused, at this moment, to not flatter and praise the master is pure foolishness. While Pangu wears a long face, such a simpleton, Hongjun Laozu stroked his beard and smiled. Excellent. From this day forth, Howard shall be known as the Heavenly Emperor Haoyin, overseeing all affairs of the three realms. A decree shall be issued immediately, and there shall be no delay. You have any other objections? Very well, I shall remain, while the four of you may depart for now. Laozi, sitting upright, spoke before Hongjun could begin. Master, I have erred in my judgment of character, leading to this situation, and my heart is burdened that I wish to follow in your footsteps, leaving only my avatar in the celestial court. I implore you to grant me this. Hongjun Laozu sighed. You had already considered this, had you not? Laozi nodded. I nearly caused a grave mistake and have lost face before others. Very well. Make the necessary arrangements henceforth. Your avatar in the celestial court shall be known as Taishang Laojun, assisting Hao Qian in overseeing the three realms. Go now. Yes, disciple takes leave. At the very moment Laozi departed, a decree spread throughout the three realms. The celestial emperor is lacking in virtue, bringing disaster upon the populace. Henceforth, the celestial rank of Yinzheng is revoked, and his celestial status is stripped. The heavenly emperor Haoyin possesses boundless merit, safeguarding the nation and its people, bringing blessings to the three realms, after enduring 1,250,000,000 years to achieve this result. Taishang Laojun of the Doshui Palace shall assist the heavenly emperor Haoyin out on the way. Lu Chuan jested with Tongtian Jiao Zhu. Elder brother still fled, leaving behind a mess. Ah, what is it to me? Chapter 81. The Jiejiao stronghold is raided. Lu Chuan and Tongtian Jiao Zhu bantered as they made their way back, preparing to discuss the newly appointed heavenly emperor and why Haoyin had garnered Hongjuan's favor, when suddenly a white dragon approached rapidly. It's Xiao Bai. Lu Chuan hurried to meet him, and Xiao Bai long exclaimed, Master, Mother is missing. I cannot find her. Penglai Island seems to have been attacked by unknown assailants, thrown into chaos, and the Yinxiao fairy who accompanied her has also vanished. Upon hearing this, Tongtian Jiao Zhu transformed into a streak of rainbow light and disappeared. Lu Chuan took out the He Tu and Luo Shu to begin divination, pondering who would dare to assault the Jiejiao stronghold, especially in the absence of two saints from the sect. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Chuan squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. Yinzheng. Xiao Bai long gasped. Is it that fleeing celestial emperor Yinzheng? How could he possibly know that there are no strong figures within the Jiejiao? Lu Chuan sneered. Then it must be that a traitor has emerged. What a clever ambush! You return to the sect and safeguard the home. I shall make a trip to Penglai Island, to the west of the continent. Amid the ruins of a dilapidated structure, the demonic ancestor Luo Ho sat with closed eyes, seemingly sensing something that a figure suddenly materialized, dragging a small tower and obsequiously stating, Demonic ancestor, your brilliance shines bright. The majority of the disciples from Penglai Island have been captured within the 9 demonic tower. Time is of the essence, so I did not dare to linger. Demonic ancestor, this time I have also discovered 2 exquisite beauties. It took immense effort to bring them here. Luo Ho held the 9 demonic tower, revealing its contents to be shrunken versions of Jie Jiao disciples. And indeed, Fengling Zhu and Yun Xiao were among them. Are these the 2 young ladies you mentioned? Yinzheng leaned forward to take a look and quickly nodded in affirmation. With a resounding slap, Yinzheng found himself sporting a large handprint on his face. These 2 are clearly not maidens. You expect me to pick up discarded shoes? Or do you think there is no one else worthy of my attention beneath me? Am I to be mocked?" Yin Zheng immediately knelt down, trembling as he stammered, "I had no such intention. The demonic ancestor should know that I am completely loyal to you." Luo Ho Mo Zhu ceased to pay him any further attention, instead retracting the nine-demon tower and beginning to chant incantations. Suddenly, a demonic wind swept through the area, stirring up flying sand and stones. Before long, the remnants of crumbled walls were whisked away by this tempest, revealing a seal on the ground. This moment, Lu Chuan had already arrived at Penglai Island, entering the religious formation. Before him lay the dilapidated pavilions and towers, as if a cataclysmic battle had recently transpired. Strangely, he did not observe any corpses. Numerous young disciples were diligently tidying up the aftermath. Many of the young disciples who had visited the hidden gate bowed to him, but Lu Chuan merely waved his hand and proceeded directly into the Bayou Palace. Inside the spacious palace, dozens of corpses were arranged methodically, with Tang Tian seated in the upper position and Daoist Duo Bao standing silently within the hall. "You have arrived, junior brother. My apologies, sister-in-law." Lu Chuan waved his hand and declared, "Now is not the time to shift blame or discuss punishment. That I am already aware of who is responsible. Let's take a journey together." Tang Tian's posture straightened instantly. "Let us depart at once. Who dares to wreak havoc upon my GS sect? Who seeks death?" Yin Zheng came to reply. "It is he. That heartless wretch." The eldest brother was bemused, having left behind a mere fragment of the Taishang Laojun. While he himself had fled, the thought filled him with indignation. "And oh, more words. Let us set forth and deal with him." At this moment, in the far west of the continent, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sun, reminiscent of the apocalypse. Yin Zheng swallowed hard as he beheld a horde of demons surging forth from the depths of the earth. Truly, chaos had descended upon the day, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The black clouds dispersed, and not a single demon emerged from the sealed exit below. However, the place remained shrouded in darkness, as the sky was now veiled by the demonic army. Suddenly, demons with wings began to fall from the sky, one after another. Luo Ho Mo Zhu had intended to deliver a rousing speech, but it was interrupted as he examined the situation. The demons that had descended were already devoid of life. "How could this be?" As he murmured, a spot of light suddenly pierced the sky, revealing that the demonic army had been decimated. This light seemed to mock him. Darkness cannot overshadow the brilliance. Who can tell me why this has come to pass? In an instant, the demonic army fell to the ground, half kneeling, with one hand placed upon their chests, roaring in unison, "We welcome our ancestor." Yin Zheng, too, realized that their landing marked their true awakening, their consciousness restored. Luo Ho Mo Zhu proclaimed loudly, "My kin, my second son has suffered, but why could they not wait a little longer for me? I'll obey. The contest for fate has descended. Exert all efforts to seize resources. Whether our clan can stand above the myriad races depends on all of you. I, Luo Ho, vow to lead the demon clan to restore the glory of the ancients and reign supreme." Majestic, majestic. Despite the loss of some demons, the remaining thousands still exuded an unyielding spirit, causing even Yin Zheng to feel a surge of blood and vigor. "Yes, that's so. I suspect you will find it difficult to escape today." A voice suddenly interrupted them. "Yin Zheng, Ling Bao Tianzun." Luo Ho Mo Zhu discreetly summoned the ninth demon tower with one hand behind his back, addressing the young ones. "You are disciples of Hongjun?" Tang Tian bellowed in fury. "Luo Ho Mo Zhu, do not spin any tales of relations. I ask you, why did you ambush my GS sect, and even target those who have just embarked on the path of cultivation? Do you not find yourself shameful? What right do you have to call yourself an ancestor? Do you deserve it?" Luo Ho Mo Zhu glared at Yin Zheng in rage, though he was of the demonic race. He held principles that if the weak could avoid conflict, they should. He understood that if he slaughtered the younger generation, his own kin would inevitably face the same fate. Furthermore, to defeat an opponent honorably was paramount. He would never resort to despicable tactics. Thousands of years ago, he had perished at the hands of cultivators. Even now, he recognized the supremacy of strength. His prior agreement to allow Yin Zheng to ambush GS sect was due to his incomplete recovery. hoping to gain leverage and buy time. Little did he expect that Yin Zheng's actions would entirely infringe upon his bottom line. Suddenly, Luo Ho Zhu seized Yin Zheng by the throat with one hand, lifting him high. "Did I not warn you? Do not defy my orders. And Master Ancestor, cough. I am only considering your best interests. The immortal realm is filled with hypocrites. If you speak of righteousness, they will seek to annihilate your entire clan." Luo Ho Zhu released his grip on Yin Zheng, turning his gaze towards Lu Chuan and Tong Tian. "Young ones, make your move. Defeat me, and you may take anyone you wish." He shook the 9-demon tower in his hand. Tong Tian's eyes widened with rage. Among those within were his own disciples. Lu Chuan immediately noticed Feng Ling Zhu. A miniature version of Feng Ling Zhu seemed to spot Lu Chuan outside, opening her mouth as if to speak. Yet no sound reached the outside world. Chapter 82. Unprincipled conduct, hostility with the Western teachings, I shall meet you. Tong Tian was the first to strike. He wielded a purple thunderhammer, smashing it down. A black lotus suddenly appeared beneath Luo Ho Zhu's feet. Before the hammer light could reach him, it was repelled, leaving Luo Ho unscathed. 12th rank annihilation black lotus. Has it not vanished? Luo Ho scoffed. At that time, Hong Jun and the others thought I was dead. Foolish. Tong Tian suddenly summoned 4 swords. Bellowing, "Junior brother, assist me. Exterminate immortals formation, arise." Luo Ho Zhu roared in fury. "Second sons, retreat quickly. Indeed, there is not a single good being in the immortal realm." Daring to secretly summon the Exterminate Immortals formation, Yin Zheng attempted to sneak away, only to be struck down to the ground by Luo Ho Zhu's palm. "You shall remain here and await my triumphant return." Tong Tian instantly summoned the Exterminate Immortal Sword, the Slaughter Immortal Sword, the Trap Immortal Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. Lu Chuan also seized 2 swords. Although he had achieved sanctification of the flesh, he had comprehended his unique Ling Xian clear chi. Luo Ho Zhu had perished in the Exterminate Immortal Sword formation in his previous life. Encountering this formation again, the fury within him could no longer be suppressed. He unleashed the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus with all his might, its defensive power reaching its zenith, while the 9-demon tower grew immensely, stretching towards the heavens. "Junior brother, sister-in-law, and my disciples are all here. Our goal is to seize this tower." After hearing Tong Tian's message, Lu Chuan was astonished. He had not expected him to possess such intellect, having always regarded him as somewhat of a brute. "Let us act." As the power of the sword formation was activated, its coverage gradually expanded. Even some of the distant demonic army was ensnared within. Meanwhile, Yin Zheng was barely able to fend off the onslaught. Luo Ho Zhu positioned the 9-demon tower before him, absorbing 90% of the sword light directed at him. Lu Chuan conveyed through thought, "Did not those 2 say that Luo Ho could not withstand them and fled? How could he recover so quickly?" Tong Tian responded, "It likely pertains to those demonic troops. Junior brother, stop hiding your strength. Do you wish to see sister-in-law captured?" Lu Chuan paused momentarily before summoning the Town Sky Coffin, simultaneously activating spatial divine powers. The Town Sky Coffin and Exterminate Immortal Sword formation simultaneously restrained him. "I possess a technique. Let us see if I can forcibly retrieve a small tower." Tong Tian was also astounded. Such a fearsome treasure as the Town Sky Coffin was actually in Lu Chuan's possession. He hesitated for a moment before beginning to suppress Luo Ho's 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus with all his strength. "Ha ha ha, 2 young ones, today you have slaughtered 1,000 of my demonic kin. One day, I shall return it 100-fold. Mere Town Sky Coffin. You lack principles." Before Luo Ho could finish speaking, he felt the 9-demon tower stirring, beginning to slip from his control. Lu Chuan exerted all his energy into his spatial divine powers. Sensing he was close, suddenly, a tremendous pulling force surged. Luo Ho Zhu intended to draw the 9-demon tower into his own being. "Tong, give it your all to assist me. This old fellow intends to flee." Luo Ho Zhu was equally alarmed. These young ones possessed such formidable strength. If they continued to drag this out, They would undoubtedly attract the attention of greater powers that if he could escape, his demonic army would be in peril. Realizing this, he decided to release the Nine-Demon Tower, flooding it with countless demonic energies. "This is for you. Haha." Upon witnessing their comrades being cast out, Lu Chuan and Tong Tian immediately rushed to rescue them. The suppressive force of the Exterminate Immortal Sword formation and the Town Sky Coffin revealed flaws. And Luo Ho Mo Zhu seized the opportunity to envelop Yin Zheng and the demonic army. Vanishing into the void, Lu Chuan quickly spotted Feng Ling Zhu, wrapping her in his embrace while assisting Tong Tian in rescuing several disciples. She wore sunglasses, and the chaotic pearl upon her chest spun restlessly, with countless demonic energies pouring into it from her body. Yet she remained unconscious, showing no signs of awakening. Tong Tian inquired, "Is sister-in-law the same?" Lu Chuan nodded. "Yes, she has absorbed a substantial amount of demonic energy, which may have harmed her primordial spirit. We must take them to a place rich in spiritual energy. We must leave now and return to my hidden gate." "Wait!" A voice suddenly halted them. "Juji and Juni, what business do you two have? I have no time to spare for you." As Tong Tian concluded his words, he was about to depart, but was unexpectedly halted. The guiding Taoist joined his palms in prayer and uttered a phrase of Buddhist doctrine. Addressing Tong Tian's disciple, "They are fated to meet with our Buddha. Since they have arrived in the West, why not fulfill your senior brother's wishes? They have all been tainted by demonic energy. Only our Buddha can save them." Lu Chuan retorted fiercely, "Get lost. If you keep prattling on, I'll demolish your temple." The guiding Taoist, unfazed by the anger, continued, "I presume this is Lu Chuan, as my junior brother Genti has spoken of you. You two share a connection with our Buddha. Why not come to our Western teachings? Would you truly forsake their lives rather than allow them to join our faith?" Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and reiterated, "I will say this once more, step aside." With that, he summoned a large cauldron, signaling for the Tongtian leader to place their disciples within. Zhu Ti exclaimed in alarm. The Qian Kuan cauldron, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in the guiding Taoist's eyes as he continued. "We share the same lineage, Lu Chuan. Your words are somewhat excessive that we, both of us, personally extend an invitation for you to visit our teachings, yet you respond with hostility. Do you look down upon our faith? Or perhaps upon my master?" Lu Chuan, incensed, retracted the Qian Kuan cauldron and, clutching Feng Ling Zhu, shouted, "Don't presume upon my patience." Observing this, Tong Tian directly prepared to depart alongside Lu Chuan, yet the guiding Taoist persisted. Lu Chuan unleashed the Chuan Xian lock technique upon him, exclaiming, "If I grant you face and you disregard it, you will only delay my mission to save lives. By the heavens, you old bald donkey." With that, the Qiling boots, Yin Luo garment, and Xing Tian crown activated their effects. Lu Chuan, wielding the Zhu Xian sword, launched a rapid assault on the guiding Taoist. The guiding Taoist was taken aback, not anticipating Lu Chuan's swiftness. He could only withstand a blow, retreating several hundred steps before finally stabilizing himself. Lu Chuan tossed the Zhi Xian sword to Tong Tian, and the two promptly departed as they left. A voice echoed through the sky, declaring, "Today, we have forged a grudge. I know not your reasons for obstructing our return. But mark my words, should I encounter that bald donkey again, I shall slay him. 2 for every one I see. After all, I am but a lone commander of the hidden gate. Await your reckoning." "Old bald donkey." Genti sighed. "Brother, why must it be so? Your actions would be better spent extending a favor, inviting them into the temple to heal those disciples. Why choose enmity instead?" The guiding Taoist remained expressionless, replying, "Junior brother, I act solely on behalf of the Buddha, without any personal motives. Tread carefully with your words." Zhu Ti sighed deeply. "I hope you are correct." With that, he too took to the skies. Shortly after their departure, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the underground cave where the Luo Hui demon ancestor had previously been sealed, drifting away into the distance. Chapter 83. Enlightenment lasting 2.5 years at the Hidden Gate. Along the banks of the Li River, a crowd of over 100 individuals gathered densely along the riverbank, all of whom were disciples of the taken by the Nine-Demon Tower. Tong Tian inquired, "Are you certain you can manage this?" Lu Chuan replied confidently, "Rest assured, the bath is nearly ready. I've soaked many times." "Then why not let your sister-in-law join?" Lu Chuan raised an eyebrow. She is bathing alone in the cave. Would I deceive you? Trust is paramount. Tong Tian rubbed his brow in frustration. This is truly embarrassing. Our stronghold has been raided. Well, it has been over a month, and still no awakening that I shall return to seclusion. For future matters within the sect, consult Duoba. I am weary. Seeing him prepare to leave, Lu Chuan made no effort to retain him, merely instructing Xiaobai before he too returned to the cave. Aside from the solitary figure by the river, Xiaobai long felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. Lu Chuan observed Feng Ling Zhu lying peacefully in the cave, the chaos pearl having once again merged within her, yet there were no signs of awakening. After his calculations, he determined that they were not in any mortal danger. Thus, they would wait. With the emergence of a new demonic faction, he felt a headache coming on. Lu Chuan gazed at the Enlightenment talisman resting within the system's repository, contemplating for a moment before retrieving it. Ding! Enlightenment commences duration. 2.5 years. He instantly felt as though a supercomputer had been implanted in his mind, and the profound spiritual energy transmitted by the ancient Koan ancestor was effortlessly comprehensible. Even the principles of wind and thunder continuously reshaping his understanding. Thus, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the supreme, profound spiritual energy. Lu Chuan opened his eyes, gazing at his hands, secretly exerting his strength, and a miniature tornado manifested in his left palm, while flickers of lightning danced in his right. Avoid wasting this talisman's potential. He closed his eyes once more. A year later, a sudden clap of thunder resonated outside the hidden gate, dissipating into the void. Congratulations, host. Successful comprehension of Xuanqi. Within the cave, Feng Ling Zhu's eyes fluttered open momentarily. On this day, an influx of individuals surged towards the hidden gate, proclaiming their intent to seek apprenticeship and learn the arts. Xiaobai Long, who had been dozing by the Li River, was startled awake by the sudden commotion. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? A dragon's roar erupted, silencing the crowd instantly. Who are you? A bold young man stepped forward. We have come to pay our respects to the immortal. Someone informed us that we could find a master here to learn cultivation. Xiaobai Long furrowed his brow, recalling that his master had mentioned there was no human presence for miles around the hidden gate, save for when recruiting disciples. How could so many mortals have suddenly appeared? He carefully sensed, and indeed they were merely ordinary folk. Who sent you here? Who are you looking for? We do not take in disciples. Turn back. With that, he returned inside, leaving the group outside exchanging glances. After counting, he noted 182 individuals. The sudden influx left him uncertain that if he did not reach a decision soon, they might lose hope and leave before Lu Chuan emerged from seclusion. Half a year later, when Xiaobai Long returned to the entrance, he was astounded. Beginning from the wooden cabin originally built by Ma Sui, nearly 100 small wooden houses had been constructed extending back. Were they intending to settle here? He observed for quite some time, discovering that all these individuals were practicing the Ziwei Kanshan technique. Due to the ample spiritual energy within the hidden gate, their roots here had caused the surrounding mountains to be shrouded in perpetual mist, with the spiritual energy comparable to that of some mid-level sections from a distance. The scene was ethereal, resembling a celestial abode. Yet to accurately locate the hidden gate would require searching through the mountains. And they were not cultivators. How had they arrived here? Who had taught them the Ziwei Kanshin technique? He had no desire to engage with these mortals, yet they had built homes right at his doorstep. If he did not clarify matters soon, Lu Chuan would surely reprimand him upon his return. Can someone answer a few questions? After a while, no one paid him any mind. They were all quietly engaged in their cultivation. The array of postures was varied, some having begun to enter the path. While most merely floundered without guidance, he noticed a young man residing in one of Ma Sui's wooden cabins who had been stealing glances at him. You! Stop pretending. It is you. Tell me why you have come here. You know where this place is. If you do not speak, I shall throw you all down the mountain. This caused an uproar. As everyone exited their cabins to discuss the matter, the young man asked, Isn't this the place of the human teaching? Xiaobai Long was taken aback. Human teaching. What in the heavens is that? Who told you this is the human teaching? The young man replied, A young Taoist told us this, and he even imparted to us the methods of cultivation. After practicing, we have indeed felt much better. We all seek longevity. Please do not drive us away. Originally, over 1,000 of us came, but many perished on the way, and now only over 100 remain. What did this Taoist look like? What characteristics did he have? Xiao Bailong inquired, frowning. The young man described him at length. And Xiao Bailong thought, isn't this the same Ma Sui who perished and vanished? How could he end up in a mortal realm? Very well, you may stay here for now. There are fierce beasts in the mountains, as well as wild fruits to stave off hunger. You must fend for yourselves. This will be your first lesson. The path of cultivation is arduous. Survival is the foremost principle. Focus on living for now. After finishing, Xiao Bailong turned back to add, also, this place is not the human teaching, but the hidden gate. Following this incident, none of the mortals chose to leave. Half a year passed swiftly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap erupted outside the hidden gate. As dark clouds enveloped the sky, intermittently striking the dwellings of these mortals with lightning, most of which struck the protective barrier of the hidden gate. At this moment, Lu Chuan abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with fervor. I did it. Only 2.5 years. I have comprehended the Xianling Qi, Xuan Qi, and Xianming Qi. Although currently only the Xianqing Qi has reached an advanced level, I believe that one day I shall shatter the curse of never attaining sainthood. Am I not simply practicing some defensive skills a bit more? And now they want to strike me. Lu Chuan soared in the skies above the hidden gate. At that moment, the lightning seemed to have found its outlet, all converging upon him. Just a tickle. Is that all you've got? As soon as the words left his mouth, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended upon him. Lu Chuan retaliated with a punch, the force of his fist clashing with the lightning, sparks flying as they met. Get lost! As he unleashed his second punch, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed entirely. The mortals outside the hidden gate sighed in relief, observing the dozens of individuals who had been inadvertently slain without a trace of regret or sorrow. They quietly carried the bodies into the mountains for burial. In the heavenly court's Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor seemed to sense something, casting his gaze towards the mortal realm. Chapter 84. There is not a single good person in the human sect Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully comprehending the 4 Qi of Yuan Ling reward. A comprehensive system upgrade. The system is upgrading. Lu Chuan instantly returned to the hidden gate, where he found the little white dragon curiously observing something. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that outside the exit, more than 100 wooden houses had appeared, with some individuals roasting meat and feasting. What on earth? Master, are we undergoing tribulation again? Look at these people. They're rather amusing. That woman simply took his rabbit leg, and the pockmarked face immediately started fighting with her. I can't stop laughing. And they still claim to be cultivating immortality. Shouldn't you explain how these people arrived here first? In response to Lu Chuan's inquiry, the little white dragon casually remarked, Isn't it because of my cheap junior brother, your good disciple Ma Sui? It seems he hasn't perished. He gathered many mortals and passed down the Jiwei Kenshin skill. Inviting them here to seek a master, that's all I know, and they call themselves a human sect. Human sect? Are you certain? Absolutely, they said it themselves. That Lu Chuan muttered. Oh no, how has Nuwa gotten involved again? Isn't she just asking for trouble? The little white dragon, losing its smile, quietly asked Nuwa, How did you learn about her? Were you only thinking about how to swindle your father before? Now that I've left, only a fragment of Taishang Laojun remains. The human sect is now in Nuwa's hands. A Sui hasn't died. Quite suspicious, but the Jiwei Kanshan skill cannot be a falsehood. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuan continued, Let them stay here for now. I'll step out for in the 35th layer of heaven, in the realm of Yuqing, Qingwei heaven. Based on his memory, Lu Chuan arrived at the palace where he had been unable to attain sainthood. Before he could knock on the door, a figure draped in colorful garments pushed the door open and crisply inquired, Who visits the palace of the lady? Do you have a letter? Little fairy. Just say Lu Chuan has come to see her esteemed self. Hurry up. The girl in colorful attire scolded, What little fairy? Bold and reckless intruder. How dare you presume to see the ancestor? Ancestor, are you a little phoenix? The girl's face flushed slightly. Ancestor, someone is bullying me. Lu Chuan was taken aback. I was merely inquiring. You blocked my entry, and now the villain accuses me first? Suddenly, a refreshing voice echoed, "Come in." Following the voice, Lu Chuan entered a place he had never been before, where thin veils filled the air, and at the end stood a screen, behind which a figure slowly rose. Upon seeing Nuwa again, he was once more struck by her celestial beauty, noble and graceful. Indeed, a queen among queens. Yet you cannot take advantage of me. Cough. Disciple Lu Chuan pays respects to my esteemed uncle. Nuwa inquired, "What brings you here? Why bully Fengling?" "Esteemed uncle, I wish to ask about the human sect matter. Is it your intention? I truly did not bully that girl. She is the one who accused me first." Nuwa shot him a glance. "She claims you bullied her. She is still crying inside. Are you implying my kin are without protectors?" A wave of frustration washed over Lu Chuan. "What sort of people are these?" "Esteemed uncle, this treasure is called the Starry Crown, a fortuitous find of mine to protect the mind. I offer it to her as an apology." "Are you implying that I, the lady, am gullible and without sense?" Lu Chuan inhaled deeply, cursing himself for being foolish. Why did he insist on clarifying matters? He could have simply disregarded those mortals. "Well, how about this? Along with a pair of sunglasses? 1,000 years ago, I gifted you a pair. You should remember their effects." Nuwa paused for a moment, nodding. "Age has its toll. After all, I am an elder. Since you show some sincerity, I shall accept it on behalf of Fengling. You may leave." "What? Leave? But you still haven't answered my question." Lu Chuan was already cursing internally, realizing it was all due to that remark about her being an elder. "Damn, I was showing you respect. Absolute loss." Nuwa slapped her forehead. Age has dulled my memory as for the human sect. It is indeed under my purview now." Seeing this, Lu Chuan felt as though he was sparring with her. Moving in slow motion, "Esteemed uncle, was it really wrong for me to apologize? I am old. I am old enough, right? You are peerless in grace and charm, splendid in every way." Cough. Nuwa shot him a rare glare. "Next time you spout nonsense, it won't just be a minor injury. Isn't it just about asking regarding your disciple Ma Sui? He has now become my human sect disciple." "What?" "Esteemed uncle, I have only a handful of disciples. You cannot claim him. He has transformed from my disciple into your junior." "That cannot be. I never claimed he was my disciple. I saved him, allowing him to endure some hardships for my human sect." "That seems reasonable, doesn't it? You need not concern yourself. A mere 10,000 years is but a fleeting moment. Consider him as non-existent." Lu Chuan opened his mouth, rendered speechless. "You must explain how you saved him." "I have reason to suspect collusion with Yinzheng." "Very well. I shall not interfere." The disciple takes his leave. As he departed, the girl in colorful attire emerged, her voice crisp. "Ancestor, why must you deceive him?" Nuwa gently stroked her head and replied, "You are the last pure blood phoenix of our clan. Lu Chuan is a trustworthy individual. I am seeking a protector for you. These two little items can be considered interest. You will understand in the future." At this moment, after leaving Nuwa's palace, Lu Chuan flew for a quarter of an hour before exclaiming, "There isn't a single good person in the human sect. Bandits, not only did they steal my disciple, but they also brazenly seized my treasures. Is there no justice in this world?" Ding! System upgrade successful. Hongmeng space has been upgraded successfully. The concentration of spiritual energy has increased tenfold. Defense power has increased tenfold. Haha, how delightful. When the time comes for a real battle, I shall simply hide away. Let us see who dares to target me. While on his journey, Lu Chuan casually opened the system panel. Suddenly startled by the information within, numerous avatars had appeared. Wasn't this a chat interface? Luo Ho, the demon ancestor? He clicked on it to find. Luo Ho, leader of the demon sect, arrived in the Hongwang continent through the River of Fate. After death, his cultivation of the demonic path completed the heavenly Tao, and now his strength remains but a fraction of its former glory. Stronghold, somewhere in the extreme west of the continent. Subordinates, 80,000. Lu Chuan was astonished. 80,000 demons. When did this happen? Weren't there only a few thousand demons during the last battle? Why did so many emerge in such a short time? Angrily, he closed the interface and examined the entire friends list. Discovering that whether friend or foe, Clicking on an avatar revealed a brief introduction, and those with deep causal relationships even displayed their movements. Ding! The first strand of the heavenly Tao's purple chi has recognized its master. Lu Chuan clicked on it, and a small map appeared, with a flashing red. Within 5 breaths, the red dot vanished. It seems that red indicated the position of the individual who obtained the heavenly Tao's purple chi. If I note the location and rush to seize it, or perhaps recruit this person under my banner. Chapter 85. A battle in the nameless deep mountains following the system's pinpointed location. Lu Chuan arrived at a dilapidated village, where the inhabitants appeared emaciated, as if subjected to inhumane torment. Not a single sturdy laborer in sight. He initially intended to descend as a mortal and inquire about the situation, but suddenly sensed a profound fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the deep mountains behind the village. Heavenly Tao's purple chi. In an instant he arrived in the mountains, discovering a cave from which the fluctuations originated. Just as he was about to enter and investigate, an extraordinarily beautiful woman emerged. This woman possessed an enchanting figure, and her flowing sheer gown failed to conceal her breathtaking form. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her snow-white attire resembled that of a celestial goddess. However, her face was veiled, setting her apart from Feng Lingzhu, whose charm was youthful and innocent. This woman exuded a cold and noble aura. For a moment, time seemed to stand still as the two exchanged silent gazes. Suddenly, the spiritual energy fluctuations ceased, and Lu Chuan sighed in disappointment. He had arrived too late. The woman then spoke, "You two have come to seize the heavenly Tao's purple chi?" As she spoke, a celestial sword appeared in her hand. Lu Chuan regarded her with keen interest. "And if I have? Or if I have not?" "Humph. Regardless, I must insist you take your leave. This treasure already belongs to another." "Is that so? If I were to take someone away, would that not be the same?" Lu Chuan teased. Were Feng Lingzhu present, she would surely chastise him for being a lecher, having not even seen her face yet, and already teasing her. The woman felt a rush of unease. She had been sent by her master to guard the growth of this individual. Although the decree of the saints forbade their intervention in the seizing of the heavenly Tao's purple chi, lest they be beset by many, she could not fathom Lu Chuan, and an ominous feeling welled within her. "Who exactly are you? The sword knows no eyes. Do not mislead yourself. Is it a matter of belittling my sect?" "My sect?" Lu Chuan suddenly understood, exclaiming that he felt a familiar aura surrounding this woman, that he was now certain that she had indeed cultivated the mysterious energy of Nuwa. He inquired, "What is your relationship with Lady Nuwa?" The woman paused momentarily and replied, "Do you know my master? But I have never seen you before." "Master? We are kin then. How fortuitous. I too am a disciple of the lady." "Humph. You cannot even weave a proper lie. It seems your intentions remain insidious. Let us see your true colors." With that, the woman launched a fierce attack. Lu Chuan pinched the tip of her sword between 2 fingers, rendering her unable to move regardless of her struggles. "Are you a sage? How is that possible? You dare to defy the sage's decree?" The woman exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Chuan, bewildered, retorted, "What sage's decree? I have never heard of it. I am not a sage, and I am unfamiliar with the decree you speak of. Please elucidate. I assure you I will not seize anyone. Furthermore, who are you? Please clarify." The woman, infuriated, sheathed her celestial sword and retreated to the cave entrance, stating, "My master is Lady Nuwa, and I am called Zhu Tianzun. Should you not also reveal your identity?" "Min," Lu Chuan responded. "You are Lu Chuan? Do you know me?" Zhu Tianzun shook her head before nodding. "I have heard of you. This is our first meeting. You are quite renowned. The cultivation world knows that Hongjun Laozu has a disciple who cannot achieve sagehood." Lu Chuan's face flushed with embarrassment. "Who has been spreading such rumors? This is utterly tarnishing my reputation. Cough, mere empty fame." "Please continue. You truly are unaware of the sage's decree? Alas, how pitiable. After the reorganization of the heavenly path, all sages convened once and established a rule. The purple energy of the heavenly path can only be seized by disciples of non-sages. Sages cannot intervene directly, for the heavenly path has collapsed, and this realm is unstable. If all sages were to descend, This realm could face annihilation at any moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan began to curse inwardly. That dog of a friend, Tang Tian, had not informed him of such matters. He possessed sage-like power, yet others disregarded him. Zhu Qianwen pondered for a moment before asking, "Your strength clearly surpasses mine. Why do they claim you cannot achieve sagehood?" "How should I know? I have already attained sagehood. Do you believe me?" Zhu Qianwen chuckled lightly before her demeanor turned cold again. "Believe? Believe? Speaking of which, you are technically my junior brother now. The word is out. You may leave." "Who is inside?" Zhu Qianwen asked nervously. "Do you intend to seize them?" Lu Chuan shook his head. "I only need to know who they are." Noticing her hesitation, he added, "Rest assured, I just met with Lady Nuwa and encountered a girl clad in colorful garments." "Oh, you have met Ling. It seems you are somewhat honest and did not lie. I can tell you. The person within is the hope of our sect. Ma Su. Lu Chuan was quite astonished. He had not expected the first person favored by the heavenly path to be his apprentice. "Do you know what relationship he has with me?" "Never mind. I have matters to discuss with him in person that I will guard his awakening alongside you. Once my inquiries are complete, I shall take my leave." With that, he pointed to a mountain peak and vanished into the void. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, two unexpected visitors arrive in the depths of the mountain forest. "Senior brother, this is the mountain. I felt its presence clearly that day. I cannot be mistaken. Please assist me," an elderly man with a white beard implored. "Junior sister, alas, let us approach this with a calm heart. We have already attained longevity. Comprehending the Tao is fundamental. Do not always seek shortcuts. This time, we shall act separately. You go east, I will go west, and we shall meet here after a stick of incense." Lu Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, instantaneously arriving at the cave where Zhu Qianwen resided. Someone was approaching. Zhu Qianwen sensed the presence and suddenly gazed towards the eastern side of the cave, where a figure was flying toward them. "Itsu." Lu Chuan smiled knowingly. "So, it is you. What brings you here? Do not you dare forget to greet your senior uncle." The compassionate navigation Taoist reluctantly clasped his hands in greeting, then began searching the area as if ignoring everyone else. Suddenly, he stood before Zhu Qianwen, his eyes sparkling, intent on charging inside. A sword's tip blocked his path. "Are you attempting to obstruct me, fellow Taoist?" Zhu Qianwen remained silent, and the two confronted each other. The compassionate navigation Taoist noticed Lu Chuan observing from the sidelines. Showing no intention to intervene, he suddenly retreated a few steps and summoned a pure glazed bottle. And the two women engaged in a fierce battle. Shortly after, the elderly white-bearded man heard the commotion and hurried over. He did not rush to join the fray, but flew directly towards Lu Chuan. "Disciple Tai, I pay my respects to senior uncle. You know me. Indeed, I saw you from afar during the grand ceremony of the Heavenly Court's establishment. May I ask why junior sister Cihong is fighting with that fellow Taoist?" Lu Chuan sneered. "It is simply the allure of wealth. Will you not seize it for yourself?" Tai Zhenren shook his head. "Relying on external forces will never lead to the Why junior sister invited me for assistance. That is why I came." Chapter 86. Disabling Cihong. The enigma of chaos. Lu Chuan did not expect that after a mere 2,000 or 3,000 years, that little Earth immortal had actually reached the late Golden Immortal stage. Stepping into the ranks of top Golden Immortals. "Will you not assist her?" Tai Zhenren shook his head. "Fighting through force is not the way." Lu Chuan was quite surprised, realizing that he was a principled immortal. No wonder what? No wonder you are so old. It is precisely because you are too principled. Look at her, radiating vitality. She surpasses you by far, and her cultivation seems superior as well. Tai Zhenren took a deep breath and fell silent. At this moment, the battle between the two women had reached a fever pitch, neither able to gain the upper hand. "Senior brother, assist me." Tai Zhenren hesitated for a moment, preparing to intervene, but Lu Chuan stopped him. "Did you not just speak of principles? Have you not noticed that her Niwen palace is about to shatter?" Tai frowned and asked, "What do you mean, senior uncle?" "My junior sister has profound cultivation. I came here to assist her." Lu Chuan scoffed. "Her cultivation is merely a product of unearned gains. If she continues for a few hundred more years, she will no longer be your junior sister. Do you not understand? Let me be direct. She has long been seduced by the Western teachings and will inevitably turn to Buddhism. Do you understand? Tai Jinren's face changed drastically. Impossible. How could my junior sister betray the teachings? Believe it or not. Furthermore, that masked woman is a disciple of Lady Niuhua. Should you intervene, be wary of your Qinyuan mountain being flattened. Lu Chuan threatened. After much contemplation, Tai Jinren relinquished his intention to intervene and approached Lu Chuan. Senior brother, why do you hesitate? Why did you not come to assist your junior sister at the earliest opportunity? The compassionate navigation Taoist interrogated. Lu Chuan interrupted directly. Let me clarify. The person inside is my disciple. As for the purple energy of the heavenly path, do not think to seize it. It must return from whence it came. I will not let you. The compassionate navigation Taoist bit her lip defiantly. The strong shall have it. Do you dare to fight me? Junior sister, do not. What is there to not do? He is of comparable cultivation. Is he not simply relying on seniority to bully us? I refuse to accept this. Lu Chuan regarded her coldly. Go ahead. You may even join forces. Tai Jinren remained lost in thought regarding the information of Sihong's defection to the Western teachings and did not speak. The compassionate navigation Taoist, casting a glance at her unhelpful senior brother, wielded the pure, glazed bottle and fiercely attacked. In just a breath, she spewed blood and was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and falling to the ground. Unconscious, junior sister, master uncle, you have once again severed her 3 flowers. Lu Chuan coldly remarked. I gave her a chance, yet she refused it. Firstly, it is to collect interest on my disciple's behalf, and secondly, she has repeatedly shown me disrespect. This is merely a small punishment for a significant lesson. Without the heart to start anew, what use is there in cultivating? If I do not kill her, you may take her away. Zhu Qianzun stared wide-eyed at Lu Chuan, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable junior brother possessed such strength, easily incapacitating one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. It seemed the rumors were false. His power had undoubtedly reached the sage level. After Tai Jinren took the compassionate navigation Taoist away, Lu Chuan returned to his usual demeanor. Do not look at me like that. You should say you are also a sage, even if you are merely a doppelganger. You cannot subdue a junior, and yet you claim to protect him? Zhu Tianzun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You were just pretending. You are feigning weakness, Lu Chuan chuckled. Even if you were to inquire with your master. I'm not a sage. Strong? Perhaps only a minuscule fraction stronger. Not much. Remember to keep this a secret. Zhu Qianzun shot him a flirtatious glance, thinking how excessively he was showing off. He was simply a narcissist. Thankfully, he was not her biological junior brother. Otherwise, she would be inclined to beat him 100 times daily. Just as she was about to enter the cave to check on Ma Sui's condition, a wave of energy announced Ma Sui's emergence. Master, Lu Chuan, with a stern expression, inquired, You still remember I am your master. Do you know how long I have worried over that incident? How long I searched for you? You survived and did not even send a message. Ma Sui awkwardly scratched his head and explained, Please allow me to elucidate. When I was sent into the chaotic mist alongside the fairy Qiong Shao, I truly believed I was destined for death. However, I stumbled upon a significant secret within the chaos. Although I fortuitously emerged later, I found my cultivation entirely depleted and encountered the goddess Niuhua. Lu Chuan furrowed his brow and said, Elaborate, Ma Sui recollected. Back then, with grand aspirations, I bid farewell to my master, hoping to achieve great feats. Yet, merely 2 days after departing, I was seized by a black eagle. I lost track of time in my unconsciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself ensnared by the celestial binding rope. Initially, I was unaware that it was the decree of the Heavenly Emperor until the fairy Qiong Shao was captured. The moment the Heavenly Emperor Yinzheng appeared, I thought we were saved, only for that black eagle to affectionately perch upon his shoulder. Shortly thereafter, a colossal visage emerged from the chaotic mist. Do you know what Yinzheng referred to him as? A demon, a god. It was the long-deceased demon god. Lu Chuan responded calmly, Do not be agitated. I've already clashed with him. A Sui was momentarily stunned. You fought. The demon god has returned. Upon seeing Lu Chuan nod, Ma Sui instantly lost interest in continuing. Master, Since you are aware of this secret, what more is there for me to say? Is this truly the grand secret you spoke of? Can you not be a bit more discerning? Ma Sui sighed. There's another matter. Within the chaotic mist, I discovered a mat. Named, he glanced meaningfully at the 9 heavens. Xian, Lu Chuan hastily interjected. Just say I him a Sui, took a deep breath. The mat is called the Mat of Heaven and Earth, belonging to the Primordial Celestial Venerable. Both Lu Chuan and the 9 heavens Xian Nu exclaimed in unison. Are you certain? Indeed, I am 100% certain. However, I only glimpsed it before being swept away by chaotic currents to a more distant location that I could discern the demonic aura surrounding the mat. The 9 heavens Xian Nu glared at Ma Sui, her expression fraught with alarm. Why did you not mention this earlier? Even the goddess Nuwa did not inquire. She immediately declared, I must take my leave. This matter must be reported to Master. Before Lu Chuan could finish a sentence, her figure had already vanished into the horizon. Why, dear wife, take care on your journey. Remember to unveil your veil for me next time. Rogue, came the distant echo of her voice as her silhouette completely disappeared. Ma Sui grinned. Master is truly formidable. Is this the second mistress? Lu Chuan slapped him on the head, admonishing, do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Continue. Later, I discovered numerous fissures within the chaotic mist that I watched as massive boulders around me were ground to dust by these cracks. I thought I was doomed. Yet when I awoke, I found myself in the palace of the goddess Nuwa, completely devoid of cultivation. Nuwa informed me that starting anew was impossible, but the merit of humanity could still aid my return, and perhaps even lead to my ascension. You agreed. You became the head of a cult? Master, what is a cult? Lu Chuan scolded. Get lost. Enough of this. I never anticipated that you, having just shed your mortal shell, would be chosen by the heavenly Tao's purple chi. You possess some potential. Master teaches well. Lu Chuan sighed and muttered, it seems there is a great secret within Nuwa's palace. Chapter 87. Do you wish to return? Master, I have sworn to assist the rise of humanity's teachings. It may not be possible for me to return with you for the time being, but I have found several promising candidates. Why now? They should have arrived at the hidden gate. Several promising candidates? Surely you do not mean hundreds of mortals? Ma Sui, puzzled, replied, mortals? No, that cannot be right. They are clearly 4 gifted individuals. That Lu Chuan frowned. It seems there's been an unexpected turn of events. Since you are now the protector of humanity's teachings, dedicate yourself fully. There is no need to send anyone else to the hidden gate. This trip has been in vain. That I shall take my leave. Before Ma Sui could respond, Lu Chuan had transformed into a streak of light and vanished. On his way back, he received a message from Tang, stating that the disciples of the had returned. With this thought, he knew Feng Lingzhu must have awakened as well. He sped back to the hidden gate. And the mortals outside only felt a gentle breeze pass by, not even catching a glimpse of Lu Chuan's shadow. Master, before Ma Sui could finish his sentence, Lu Chuan dashed forward like a gust of wind. What Lu Chuan did not realize was that many years ago, when the little white dragon and Dao Bao Daoren endured the saintly tribulation, Dao Bao had asked the little white dragon why, despite having surpassed Lu Chuan in cultivation, he would willingly remain here, even referring to a newly ascended female as a mistress. According to the customs of the 3 realms, a saint was an immortal being, virtually indestructible and capable of standing alone in any sect as a leader or deputy. The little white dragon had responded, I do not know. I have never considered this matter, and added, Lu Chuan will always be my master. Dao Bao did not scoff, but instead gazed deeply at him before never bringing up the subject again. Reflecting on this, the little white dragon quietly regarded Lu Chuan's cave dwelling. Lost in thought, this moment, Lu Chuan rushed back, only to discover that Feng Lingzhu had not yet awakened. Disappointed, he prepared to leave, but unexpectedly sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Turning back, he lunged forward, and they found themselves face to face. Feng Lingzhu bit her lip mischievously as she looked at him. And you, husband, it tickles. I am sorry. I will never do it again. I just wanted to tease you. At that moment, whether it was a sudden whim or premeditated, she asked, do you wish to return? Feng Lingzhu slowly retracted her smile. Is this place not good? Observing the pain etched on her face. Lu Chuan grasped her hand tightly and said, As for this place, we can only be regarded as outsiders. We do not belong here. Moreover, we have been here for over 2,000 years, perhaps 3,000? You have encountered danger more than once, have you not? Or do you have reasons for not wanting to return? Feng Lingzhu suddenly burrowed into his embrace, clinging to him as she said, I do not want to go back. If we return, will we still come back here? We shall not return, Lu Chuan replied deliberately. Oh, what about those you know? I fear something might happen if we go back, that I am your husband. Why conceal anything from me? Feng Lingzhu paused for a moment before cautiously saying, when I first awakened, I recalled certain things, unpleasant things that I dreamt that I had died, and someone kept hitting me, trying to throw me into a fiery furnace to burn me alive. I wanted to escape, but I could not. They also took everything you gave me, that I seemed to see another version of myself. She was constantly killing, surrounded by blood. Lu Chuan gently patted her back, comforting her. It was only a dream. Do not be afraid. In the past, we had no power, but now, in this vast world, where can we not go? No one dares to bully you. As he spoke, his gaze grew cold. He understood that it was no mere dream. Perhaps this bout of unconsciousness had allowed her to recall something, likely unpleasant memories. All right, you have just awakened, and your cultivation has greatly improved. Stay here to solidify your strength while I consult with Xiao Bai and the others. In the divine hidden palace, the little white dragon and Bai Hua Xiu listened in silence to Lu Chuan's suggestion, neither speaking. What is the matter? Do you not wish to leave? Bai Hua Xiu hesitated before saying, Master, where is my son? Lu Chuan's heart sank. It had been so long, and he had forgotten. The day he accompanied Feng Lingzhu to visit Penglai Island, there had also been Koeda and Kuei Air. He immediately contacted Tang Tian and learned that there was no sign of the two at opening the system panel. He scrolled to the very bottom, where he saw that the avatars of Koeda and Kuei Air had turned a shade of grayish-black. An ominous premonition washed over him. Koeda and Kuei Air, mid-stage golden immortal, affiliated with the 36 divine generals of the heavenly court, now joined the demon clan, appointed as left and right protectors by the demon ancestor Luoho. Granted the supreme demon refining body, Lu Chuan slumped in his seat, unable to meet Bai Hua Xiu's gaze. Master, is there a result? I was in seclusion and only emerged a few days ago. But my son has yet to return, Master. Bai Hua Xiu's voice trembled with tears. That I apologize. I did not conduct a thorough investigation. Bai Hua Xiu was aghast. They have gone. Lu Chuan quickly reassured her. Do not worry. They are alive and well. However, when the demon ancestor Luo Ho released them, he kept a hand, intercepting the two. The news I've gathered indicates that they are now the left and right protectors of Luo Ho, a position above many. Bai Hua Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I have heard from the Saint White Dragon that when the situation was dire, as long as they were alive, there would be a day of reunion. I shall return for now. The little white dragon followed closely behind. Lu Chuan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Watching helplessly as Bai Hua Xiu departed, he then murmured, It is my fault. I shall bring them back. The little white dragon responded. She has entered seclusion and will not emerge until she reaches the golden immortal stage. Master, never mind, bringing back Koeda and Kuei Air is her current motivation. We cannot persuade her otherwise. Let her focus on her cultivation. Speaking of which, do you truly not wish to return? The little white dragon hurriedly replied, Of course I want to. I miss Monkey Brother, Pig Brother, and Sand Brother. I fear that upon returning, I may not be able to contend with those bald donkeys at Ling Mountain. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, allowing himself a moment to ponder. Once the little white dragon left the divine hidden palace, he opened the system panel, hoping to discover something that could expedite his cultivation. He recalled the mortals outside the hidden gate. If he could transform them into experts in a short span of time, it would ensure a foolproof return. Ding. Host wish detected. A limited time mission. Recruit 1,000 disciples in the Honghuang world. Note. Willing to apprentice. That Lu Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then filled with elation. What splendid fortune. The system has become increasingly intelligent. It is indeed a timely boon, delivering such a bountiful opportunity. Little White, come quickly. I have a task for you, Master. What is it? Splendid news. We, the Hidden Gate, have reached a critical juncture. Hurry and go recruit disciples. Whether they are formal disciples or registered ones, Bring back at least 2,000 AD, or not linger. Go. The little white dragon sulked, muttering, as a dignified Saint White Dragon, I must go out and find disciples. Chapter 88. Reclaiming the Spirit Bamboo. A month later, Lu Chuan welcomed the mortals outside the hidden gate into the fold. Father, we have finally entered the immortal gate. Ah, how delightful. Mother, your son has become an immortal. Is that a celestial maiden? How beautiful. Listening to their excited chatter, Lu Chuan initially intended to admonish them, but was suddenly reminded of his own initial trepidation upon arriving in the journey to the West World. He had felt anxious at first, but the moment he discovered the existence of the system, he was overcome with exhilaration, believing himself to be the chosen one. However, it was not long before reality dealt him a harsh blow, as he was pursued by the Buddhist sect across the land. Now he was no longer the same. Silence, please. The crowd fell utterly silent, over 100 pairs of eyes eagerly fixed upon him. Lu Chuan noticed that there was indeed a spark of hope in their gazes. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, Who among you has mastered the ZY, Kanshan Gong? Seeing dozens of hands raised, the remaining individuals hung their heads in despair, believing they had missed their chance at immortality. All right, lower your hands. There are 167 of you. 54 have entered the fold. The rest, I have observed with my heavenly eye, are not far from mastering it. So all of you may join the hidden gate. The heavenly eye observation is merely a ruse to encourage them. One cannot truly tolerate those who merely consume without contributing. The atmosphere grew quiet for 5 seconds before erupting into a cacophony of cheers as everyone knelt to pay their respects. Lu Chuan quickly interjected, I will not accept you as disciples just or not rush to bow. I will first accept you into the fold. If anyone is unwilling, you are free to leave at this moment. Well, since no one is stepping back, I hereby announce, congratulations on joining the hidden gate. Ding! 167 out of 1,000 disciples recruited. Lu Chuan was pleasantly surprised that all these individuals willingly joined the hidden gate. The task was proving to be simpler than anticipated. Quiet down, please. The 54 who have entered are formal disciples. The remaining 113 are registered disciples. Do not be disheartened. As long as you diligently practice the ZY, Kanshan Gong. Like them, you too can transition to formal disciples. Now, you may disperse to the north of the square. There lies a dense forest where you will temporarily reside. There is food available, and since you have yet to reach the stage of fasting, you must fend for yourselves. That a bold man inquired, Immortal, how long will it take us to find the forest? Lu Chuan considered briefly, estimating it would take about 10 days. This journey will serve as a part of your training. Go forth. Once the crowd dispersed, Feng Lingzhu asked, Why did you suddenly recruit them? Did you not dislike them? Lu Chuan retorted, Do not speak nonsense. I was merely testing them, but I come to appreciate them now. It is indeed wonderful. Feng Lingzhu paused before asking, Why are you so eager to return? Can you share your reasons with me? Lu Chuan took her hand and led her to a nearby pavilion. Inquiring, Do you truly wish to know? Seeing her nod emphatically, he explained, Did you not always desire a child? I believe I have discerned the reason for your prolonged inability to conceive. What reason? Lu Chuan gazed at her with a complex expression. You have forgotten many things. It is not your fault, but rather the fault of those wicked individuals. Your true self has been split in two, and there exists another you. Another you. Another you. This phrase echoed in Feng Lingzhu's mind, akin to a thunderclap. Husband, I am not whole. How could this be? Lu Chuan grasped her hand tightly, explaining, It is good for you to know. There are several reasons for our return. First, to reclaim your other half. Second, we have been in this realm for thousands of years, and I am concerned for Wukong and the others. Lastly, even if I cannot defeat Relai, I must ensure that those bald donkeys at Ling Mountain face some consequences. Feng Lingzhu nestled against him, whispering, I always thought it was because your cultivation was too high that it was difficult for me to conceive. I did not expect. Were those dreams I had real? Regardless of their truth, whether they did or did not frighten you, there must be a price to pay for your well-being, Lu Chuan replied with a hint of mischief. Indeed, husband, you are a good person. Lu Chuan was left in shock. A good person? I unexpectedly am deemed a good person. The unexpected compliment took him by surprise.